A boy named Jun Ling woke up and was amazed to find that he had become a decrepit old man. The animals that were in the eastern region at that moment were very surprised by the appearance of a person in this place. Jun Ling, looking at his appearance in the lake, was shocked and wondered how this could have happened. He'd just been dozing off in math class. Lin started saying that he was a guy who was 6 feet tall and hadn't met a girl yet, and was just about to enjoy the wonderful student life. But then suddenly he turned into some old man. Lin realized he couldn't accept this, and since he'd already ended up in another world, this old geezer was probably a hidden master, and he decided to look into its memories. He traveled back in time and saw that this world was called Kunlun, and cultivators ruled here. The original owner of the body, Jun Ling, possessed exceptional talent and reached the golden core stage in his youth. And thanks to this talent, he was appointed as the head of the soaring peak of Xuantianzong, one of the 6 great sects in the wild region of the Eastern Realm. However, during the purge of heretical cultivators, he was caught off guard, his Dantian was destroyed, and all his strength disappeared, turning him into an ordinary person. And he spent the next few decades in complete apathy, secluded on the mountain and uninterested in the outside world. And so 10 years have passed since that day. Lin understood and said that he was just an ordinary mortal. And judging by his age, it looks like he could meet his end at any moment, and he just got here. But suddenly he remembered reading it once. And now he knows from his experience with web novels that if this is a teleportation, there's bound to be some kind of bonus. And he still has a chance. Lin took everything into his own hands and turning to the system, said that his dad was here and that he should appear quickly. But he received no response and the system didn't appear. Lin asked him if he was playing hide and seek with him. He should come quickly. But then Lin decided to act differently and, falling to his knees, said that he was wrong, that he was just joking, and that he was waiting for at least some words from the system. And suddenly he thought and decided that this wasn't a system. What if it was all about the ring with the old man's spirit, and he too might have to pretend to be infirm? Lin took off his ring and, looking at it, asked the old doctor if he was still there. But again, he received no answer. But his nerves couldn't stand it, and he shouted at the old man not to hide, because Lin knew he was here. Throwing his ring to the ground, he raised his cane into the sky, and suddenly everything changed in an instant. Lin didn't stop there and began cursing loudly. After such insults, the system immediately appeared and reported that excessively harsh words had been detected. The system activated automatically, and now they're asking the owner to be more polite. Lin was delighted with the system and said he finally showed up. And he realizes that it was dishonest. He has already begun to think that this is just a story of all sorts of abilities. The system apologized to him and said it had just been sound asleep, and the system too had only just awakened. To compensate for this inconvenience, he hands the owner a starter kit. He asks the owner if he should open the gift. Lin tells her to open it already. Upon opening the gift, the system said that it congratulated the owner on gaining a special ability. Meeting strength, one becomes stronger. And as soon as he encounters any opponent whose level is higher than his, Lin immediately and permanently gains a cultivation level higher, and no side effects. Lin was disappointed and thought that at this point he was just an ordinary person. And what if he encountered an immortal? And then the system told him that it wasn't deceiving its master, and he could safely test it. Everything would work. Lin was delighted and said that if that were true, he would become invincible. He would be able to forever be one step ahead of everyone. The old man became curious and asked why he needed to cultivate, and the system suddenly showed him a respectful reminder that he only had an hour left before his natural death. Lin asked, what, was he about to die already? But he needed to get down the mountain and find someone to fight to gain strength and prolong his life. And now he understood why the old man had been sitting on the mountain all this time. Now he too had been drawn into this mess. But then a kind reminder appeared, stating that he had 35 minutes left before his death. Lin was upset and asked if he really wouldn't make it in time. But suddenly Lin looked up at the mountain and saw a huge storm approaching. He asked, what is it? A swarm of monsters? At that moment, in this terrible weather, inside the cloud was the head of the sect, who had been removed from office many years ago. The leader stood before his enemies and asked, who here dared to do such a thing? And even dared to challenge Xuantianzong. But then the eagle man appeared from the magical shell, and seeing Xuantianzong, said that they were creatures. He asked them, What did they not expect? The demon king of monsters was still alive and would exterminate them all today. The leader looked at his enemy and asked, "Is he the vile creature here?" He had once carried out a massacre in the kingdom, and now he had seriously wounded him with his own hands and thrown him off a cliff. And now he survived and still dares to come with vengeance? Only he can bring this pack of beasts. The demon monster king began to laugh loudly after his words and increased his strength and asked, "Is this enough?" The leader was shocked and asked if he had overcome the barrier and reached the stage of the embryonic soul. The warrior immediately became worried and asked the leader what they would do. They couldn't compete with such a powerful opponent. The leader turned around and said that they couldn't give up without a fight, and since that was the case, they would fight to the end, defending Xuantian. The demon monster king simply mocked them and said that he would kill all the stinking Taoists. And then a war broke out between the Xuantian people and their clan's enemies. But the monsters were so powerful that the warriors struggled to resist. Lin watched all this from the ground, screaming for someone to hit him. And then the system appeared and announced that he had 30 minutes left until his death. Lin began to worry and realized that time was running out. They were too far away to hear him. And then Lin decided to climb the stairs, but his back was really giving in. He knew that if he went down now, he definitely wouldn't make it in time, so there was only one option left. The demon monstrous king shouted at the people that they were weaklings, and if this was all they could do, then their lives would end today. And he, the demon king, will show them the full power of the embryonic soul. And pouring out all the energy from his body, he directed it at his enemies. With one blow, he killed all the warriors who couldn't even do anything against him. The warriors were wounded, and the chief understood and told his people that nothing could be done. The gap between the golden core stage and the embryonic soul was huge. The monstrous demon king began to laugh and asked, "Who else would dare resist? Let them say goodbye to their lives." But suddenly Lin climbed the mountain and shouted at the monstrous demon king to look at him, and not to look around, for he was the one being addressed here. A monstrous demon king flew up to the old man and asked if he was tired of living. He allowed insults to be directed at him. Lin started asking the huge bird to attack him, and it stood there waiting for him. Lin was glad he'd arrived on time. And from the old man's memories, he learned about the loudspeaker in the house. It was powered by a key crystal. Otherwise, he would have been lost. The monstrous demon king replied to the old man that he'd never seen such an insolent old man before. But Lin immediately told him that now he saw him. The leader and his men looked at the mountain, wondering if this could really be elder brother Ye. The girl told him it was incredible, the very same legend from the soaring peak. But the warrior said that he had not interfered in anything for decades, so why did he suddenly appear here? The leader replied that he might want to contribute. It was just a shame, of course, that he'd been caught off guard once, and all his strength had vanished, leaving him helpless. The Beast King's demon heard the boy's words and asked, "Is Ye Ling teasing the Beast King now? He's simply seeking death." "So this is that old useless junk?" asked the king of the demonic animals. Lin called the bird his grandson and said he'd gobble him up like a quail without any training, and if he was a man, let him come over. And suddenly the system told its owner that he had 10 seconds left until his death. Lin saw that the bird was very slow and chatty, and now he would probably die without a fight. The system began counting down the seconds until his death. But in the final seconds, the king of the demonic beasts attacked and declared that if the old man wanted to die like this, he would crush him to dust. Lin was overjoyed, for he had finally fulfilled his cherished wish. But the old man's eye suddenly activated and calculated some information. The system immediately said that an enemy attack at the initial embryonic soul stage was detected, and the ability to meet force was triggered. And now the old man is growing stronger and gaining the power of a mid-level embryonic soul. Lin immediately began to evolve. Lin looked at his fiery body and declared, "Here goes the embryonic soul." The system replied, "Of course it does. After all, it's a professional." Lin immediately used his fire technique against the bird's attack and didn't even give it a chance to die. The king of the demonic beasts was very surprised and asked what was going on here. The leader and his men also closed their eyes and said it was a very terrifying aura. The girl asked, "Is younger brother Ye still alive?" Lin suddenly transformed in an instant from an old man into a young warrior with powerful abilities. Lin said that here it is. The power of the embryonic soul is the pinnacle of fighting power in the human world, extremely terrifying. The demonic beast king asked if he was also at the embryonic soul stage, and he saw that he was even stronger than him. The leader and the other boys were shocked and even asked themselves, is this even possible? Lin was a user of the power of the embryonic soul, so all these years he'd only been pretending to be broken. On the surface, he's become a mere mortal, but in reality, he's long since quietly leaped into the embryonic soul stage, and it turns out that little brother Lin is the one in charge here. The warrior also said that this was the embryonic soul stage, and there were only a few of them in the entire wild region. And now their Xuanqinzong had such a master. The demonic beast king immediately began to address Lin as a respected Taoist and said that what had happened was just a misunderstanding. And he decided to settle the differences with his sect, and later, if the opportunity arises, they will pay a visit. Lin replied that he had destroyed the foundation of his Xuantianzong sect, killed many of its disciples, and now he was calling it a misunderstanding. The system congratulated him on his first acquired power, and the system randomly bestowed upon him the divine technique, Great Void Finger, that binds the heavens. Lin wondered if this could be the same technique Xiaoling Si had used. He told the bird that if he exterminated his entire clan and family, and then told it was a misunderstanding, would he believe it? The demonic beast king said that Taoist strength was slightly superior to his, but the difference was not too great, and Lin really wanted to fight to the death? Lin replied that if he wasn't touched, he wouldn't touch anyone. If anyone offended him, he would destroy them. He was a monster, and he'd probably killed a lot of people to reach the stage of the embryonic soul. And there was no forgiveness for him. The king of the demonic beasts listened to these words and said that they, the people themselves, forced him to do this. And now he'll burn his inner pearl, but he'll definitely kill him. Lin decided to use his powers beforehand and finish off this bird. And venting his anger, he told the bird that he knew no bounds. And now he was using the great empty finger that bound the heavens against him. Seeing the shell of energy, the king was shocked by what he saw and realized that he had already lost. And deciding to change the situation, Lin began shouting that he would give him his wife and renounce his tribe. And he had just reached the embryonic soul stage and didn't want to die. But Lin didn't care about his words and didn't stop his attack and finish the job. Having felt the fried wings, the rest of the king's warriors began to shout that the ruler was dead and they should run quickly. But Lin didn't want to let them go so easily and asked where they were going. He then released his bloody stage and covered them in deadly fluid. After the victory, Lin said that those stinking birds would not bother Xuantianzong anymore. The leader looked at his younger brother Ye and replied that they owed everything to him this time. He apologized, as he had previously thought his abilities had been destroyed and he was broken, and hadn't expected to break through to the primordial soul stage. But suddenly a girl approached them and asked, "What nonsense is this? Let them look at Ye's younger brother. Does he look like someone who's lost heart?" Zhao Dezhu, the head of Kangjin Peak, also replied that it was true that junior brother Ye had always kept a low profile, quietly protecting their sect. Lin immediately noticed that they were great, and they all had a good imagination. But it wasn't bad either. He wouldn't have to explain anything. Suddenly, warriors approached them and told the sect's ruler that disaster had struck. The Fenlay sect had suddenly seized their minds and spiritual veins, and many of the disciples guarding them had been killed and wounded. The leader was shocked by the news and replied that he couldn't believe it. Although their relationship with the Fenlay sect was already strained, to dare to do something like this. And without these spiritual veins, their cultivation paths would be interrupted and they would be doomed. He told junior brother Ye that he was going to lead the disciples to reclaim their resources. What would he say about that? Lin remembered that the Fenlay sect was one of the 6 major sects in the wild region. They had had conflicts with him, but within the confines of control. And the fact that they attack now clearly means they took advantage of the monster invasion to strike. Their treachery knows no bounds. The system immediately showed that a daily registration quest had been opened, and they would register in Fengqi's domain, and he would receive an unimaginable reward. Lin saw he had another mission. He still had the ability to grow stronger when confronted with forces, and it was time to attack their lair and begin the massacre. Lin took charge and said that they would proceed according to their own plan, while he would go straight to the Fenlay sect and eradicate them. The leader replied with surprise that this was very good, and junior brother Ye was damn powerful. Ling immediately went to work on solving the problem. The leader asked, how many years have passed since Xuantiansong was so powerful? Jay replied to the sect leader that they had never been particularly strong, but now with peak leader Ye, they could perhaps become the first of the 6 sects in the wild region. At this time in the Fenlay sect, one of the guys was saying that he didn't expect everything to go so smoothly, and having lured that monster to Xuantianzong, they waited for the right moment to get their hands on all of their spiritual veins. But the brother replied that with this way, they would soon be able to become the head of the sect of the entire wild region. But wouldn't that monster attack them too? The third brother asked the second, didn't he hear? A powerful guest from the Yuhua sect arrived at the Fenlay sect today, so there won't be any problems. Fenlay sect leader Chen Yunhai asked Elder Mu if it was true that his son Chen Xiao had performed well in the Yuhua sect and had already been accepted as a personal disciple by a certain lord. Elder Mu replied to Mr. Chen that he had come from Qingzhou for precisely this reason. His son had been discovered by Guiyang, who had taught him the highest Dao, and his future was boundless. The chief was delighted and said that this was excellent. This meant his son had the makings of immortality. Another senior person told the sect leader to accept his congratulations. Elder Mu immediately took out a gift and told Chief Chen that this was the first-class Huayang pill that the chief's son had asked him to give to him. Chief Chen was surprised and said, Huayang pill! People began shouting congratulations to the sect leader. With this pill, he'll definitely break through to the embryonic soul stage. Chief Chen was delighted and said his son hadn't forgotten him. Today was a double celebration. Chief Chen told Elder Mu about that monster and promised to settle the matter along the way. And he greatly thanks Elder Mu that if it weren't for him accurately determining the level of that monster, they might have missed the chance to seize Xuantianzong's resources. But after these words, an unexpected explosion occurred, and one of the warriors began shouting that someone had broken through all their defensive formations. Lin emerged from the smoke and asked, so this is the Fenlay sect? The leader immediately asked him who he was, or had he simply become bored with life, daring to barge into the Fenlay sect's main hall. Lin didn't hide anything and introduced himself and said that he had come specifically to their Fenlay sect. All the warriors were shocked and commented on how powerful his aura was, and this was the embryonic soul stage. But the system told the owner that he had arrived at the registration site of the Fenlay sect, and it congratulated him because he had obtained the seal of the human ruler and the Great Void technique. Lin was overjoyed, as these were familiar abilities again. Chief Chen wondered at this moment, could this guy really be at the embryonic soul stage? And the Fenlay sect shouldn't have attacked such powerful people, even though his name seemed familiar to him. Chief Chen asked the esteemed Taoist the reason for his visit to their Fenlay sect. Lin asked him in return, are they pretending to be fools? Haven't they heard of him? He's Ye Ling, the leader of the floating peak of Xuantianzong, and they've conspired with the monstrous king and attacked his sect's domain. As punishment, the Fenlay sect will cease to exist from this day forward. Chief Chen said it was Ye Ling. He was caught off guard once and all his strength vanished. How could he have reached the embryonic soul stage? And the chief understood that since Lin was here, the king of green birds had already been killed. And then, like that damn Xuantiansong, they pulled it off. Chief Chen turned to Elder Mu and asked what they should do in this situation. He felt calm, because as long as the elder was with them, even if he was at the embryonic soul stage, they would crush him like an egg on a stone. Elder Mu called the boy a brat and ordered him to kneel, break his arms, and then he would leave his miserable life. And so far, he hasn't changed his mind. Lin asked the old man who he was, that anyone would bow to him. Elder Mu immediately revealed his aura and said that the boy was quite impudent. The warriors looked at this and said it was a stage of spiritual transformation. And what terrible pressure. The leader also understood that if a master at the spirit transformation stage took over the matter, Ye Ling of Xuantianzong was doomed. Chief Chen started laughing and told Lin that he managed to survive last time, but today he won't escape. And when he dies, Xuantianzong will have no support left, and he will easily crush him after that. And now let him quickly fall to his knees and begin to beg for mercy. And perhaps Elder Mu will leave his whole body. But Lin didn't waste time following their instructions. He decided to show what he was capable of too. But Elder Mu, seeing him transform into a spirit, agreed. At the same time on Xuantianzong's spiritual vein, the head and her team fought the enemies and finished off almost all of them. The leader asked, "Are you the Yuhua sect elder in the Fenlay sect?" The enemy laughed and replied, "What did he think? Without the Yuhua sect's protection, would they have dared to so openly seize their Xuantianzong along with that monster?" After all, the elder had come to their Fenglay sect because many years ago, the heir to their sect had joined the Yuhua sect in Qingzhou. Thanks to his outstanding talent, he had attracted enormous attention. Although even he knows how they dealt with that monster, he advises them to stop. Perhaps then they'll be allowed to live and serve the Fenglay sect. But the headmaster wouldn't talk to him any further and chopped off his head, saying there was no time. He needed to go to the Fenglay sect immediately and rescue Peak Headmaster Ye. Su asked in surprise, "Could Peak Head Yi be capable of resisting the Yuhua sect?" Jay replied that it was impossible. The elders of the Yuhua sect were at the very least in the spirit transformation stage. Compared to them, their embryonic souls would be considered a mosquito. And if necessary, he would give his life so that the Yuhua sect would keep Peak Master Ye alive. After all, he is their hope. At that moment in the sect's main hall, Fenglay Ling began to laugh at their words. Chief Chen had told him he was on the verge of death, and yet he was still laughing. And this boy seemed to have already become paralyzed with fear in front of Elder Mu, who had reached the spirit transformation stage. With his pitiful abilities, he is not even worthy of wearing Elder Mu's shoes. Elder Mu told him he was a minor cultivator from a wild region, and he still dared to be insolent in his presence. His Yuanqianzong was nothing more than an anthill. But for the Yuhua sect, he's just a speck of dust, easily wiped away. And he's a complete non-entity, unworthy of attention. And since he had already angered him, even if he knelt down to apologize, he would still destroy their Xuantianzong sect. Lin was not afraid of anything at this moment and told the elder to get started already and not waste time. And spirit transformation is just nonsense. If he's that cool, then he's challenging him to a fight. Whoever runs away is the grandson. Elder Mu couldn't stand such humiliation and pounced on him, shouting that the kid wanted to die. At this moment, Chief Chen understood that even after K Ling's death, the Xuantianzong sect would still remain their prey. The system immediately said that an attack by a late-stage spirit transformation enemy had been detected. And now the passive effect is activated. When encountering force, one becomes stronger. And cultivation has reached the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Lin used his new techniques against the old man and asked, "Is spirit transformation all?" Elder Mu was shocked by what he saw and saw that his attack would have no effect. And it turned out the boy was also in the spirit transformation stage. Chief Chen started shouting and asking how this was possible. Some pathetic Xuantianzong, and suddenly they had such a master. Elder Mu said that this Xuantianzong was incredibly cunning. They hid all this. And in this poor, wild region, how could a local cultivator who has reached the spirit transformation stage even exist? And at its peak, no less. After all, even in a wild region, a fetal soul is enough to become the founder of a sect and ensure its existence for thousands of years. But the stage of spirit transformation has never occurred here. This guy is so young, yet he's already reached such a level. But how is this even possible? Chief Chen asked the elder. What should he do now? Let him save the Fenglay sect. Elder Mu told him not to panic. And remember, he was from the Yuhua sect in Qingzhou. His immortal methods were incomparable. Lin asked the old man if he really thought his technique was superior. He immediately gave him the middle finger, mocking Elder Mu. Elder Mu became enraged and shouted, "This is nonsense!" The level of their minor sects cannot compare to the greatness of the Yuhuang sect. And now he'll show him the ultimate technique of the earth. And he'll use his green tree Tai palm. The warriors looked on in amazement and said they had nothing to say. The Yuhua sect deserved its fame. Such an earth technique was powerful. And then there are the techniques of mortals, spiritual beings, and mystical beings. In the wild region, spiritual level techniques are already a treasure, and here's the earthly level. Elder Mu told the boy that dying at the hands of an elder was a great honor for a cultivator of his level. But Lin extended 2 fingers and displaying a stream of fire energy, said that these were just petty tricks. And the old man still dared to brag here? Lin wasted no time and used his seal on the tabs and people, completely destroying Elder Mu's attack with a single move. And above him appeared his most powerful spirit of fire, which destroyed everything in its path with just one movement. People were shocked by what they saw and asked, "What kind of technology is this?" Could it really be higher than divine? Lin continued to use his techniques and said that the imprint would shine over the earth, and the ruler of the people was adamant. Elder Mu was completely exhausted, because this boy's strength was superior to his own, and he couldn't handle this attack. Elder Mu began to beg him to stop, and beg him to spare him. Lin asked, "So what if it's the Yuhua sect? If they don't bother him, he won't bother anyone. And if anyone offends him, he'll destroy them. And if they dare attack, he'll wipe them out." Elder Mu told him that if he died, his sect would face total annihilation, and he, as the culprit, would suffer even more. Lin listened to his words and asked the elder why he still dared to threaten before his death. If that's the case, then let him disappear. Using his fire arrow, he aimed it straight at the elder's body and finished him off. At this point, Chief Chen had already fallen to his knees and declared that it was all a misunderstanding. They were ready to submit and serve him, and they would follow the Lord and become his servants. But Lin replied that they were unworthy even of being his dogs. Chief Chen told the overlord that his son, Chen Xiao, had the potential to become an immortal, and had already been accepted into the Yuhua sect as the overlord's personal disciple. Would he dare offend him? He shouldn't make any mistakes. Lin, hearing that his son had the makings of an immortal, said it was perfect. He repeated that if he was offended, he would destroy the enemy. Their Fenlay sect was the first to attack Xuantianzong, and he'd already said they would cease to exist today, and he always keeps his word. Lin did not spare anyone in this place, and decided to destroy everything down to the last house and people. Finally, Chief Chen said that today's blood grudge would be avenged 1,000-fold by his son. Lin watched everything burn and saw a box fall from the fire. Lin said that then he would wait for his son to come and bring him more experience. But looking up at the sky, he saw a virtual Nian. The leader and his team had already arrived and said it was wonderful. His little brother was here, and alive. Lin asked, where else would he be? He'd said he was going to destroy the Fenlay sect. The leader took his hand and told him he was incredibly lucky. And he'd already heard that the Yuhua sect elder had arrived, but somehow it didn't bother him, and they could still leave. Lin asked him, what about that elder? He'd already killed him. The leader was shocked and asked, did he destroy the Yuhua sect elder? He was in the spirit transformation stage after all. Su also asked the guys if they'd seen him. She'd said that peak leader Ye could handle it. The leader asked if this was really true. Junior brother Ye had overcome the spirit transformation. Lin replied that he too was in the spirit transformation stage. But words were no longer necessary. It was time for them to plunder the Fenlay sect and take advantage of its resources. The leader replied that it was indeed time to move. The leader now knows that junior brother Ye is at the spirit transformation stage. This is unbelievable. Suddenly, Zhao told them that he had found a germinal soul pill. It seemed to be from the Yuhua sect. Lin told him to give this pill to the sect leader so that he could quickly break through to the embryonic soul stage. This would strengthen Xuantianzong. The leader replied to younger brother Ye that he was grateful. But suddenly, the system reported that a suitable student had been found within 100 li radius. And it seems he's the head of a demonic cult at the level of a true immortal. Let him be accepted as a disciple and receive an unimaginable reward. Lin was delighted because this was a new task, and this was a student, and even the head of a demonic cult at the level of a true immortal. And if he goes and challenges, then thanks to his ability, he might immediately become immortal and become invincible not only in the wild region, but also in Qingzhou. Su suddenly said that although they had managed to wipe out the Fenlay sect thanks to Peakhead Ye, but after falling out with the Yuhua sect, did Xuantianzong still have a chance to survive in the eastern region? The leader replied that everything was correct. The Yuhua sect's power was so great that they, the Xuantianzong, could not compete with it. The leader turned to Lin and said that his talent was incredible, and he shouldn't ruin his future here. It would be best to leave the eastern region. And when the Yuhua sect comes for answers, they'll simply sacrifice themselves. As long as he lives, Xuantianzong still has a chance to continue. Zhao said at that moment that the sect leader was right. Su also replied that yes, peak leader Ye was a natural-born genius. His death here would be a huge loss. The warriors also shouted that everything was correct, and peak master Ye would definitely fulfill their hopes, renewing Xuantianzong's name and making it known far and wide. And they will stay here and will not retreat to the last. And the head of Peak E can rest assured and boldly pursue their destiny. Lin was quite surprised by the strong unity of the sect. He thanked everyone for their support, but let them be assured that if he had decided to do this, it meant he had thought it through. And let them leave the rest to him. He will settle everything the way he wants, because it is impossible to come to an agreement with them. And here he'll leave everything to the head of the sect. Let him sort it out slowly. He has urgent matters to attend to, and he must take his leave. The leader saw how the younger brother Ye had disappeared and remembered that he won every time, waved his sleeve, and left without leaving even a cloud. At that moment, something unbearable was happening in the purple bamboo forest. The bandits were chasing the girl, telling her not to run away and to let them enjoy her. But this girl turned out to be a guy and started yelling at them and telling him to get out of here, and he got tired of repeating that he was a man. But the decrepit old man was already drooling and still saying she was a beautiful girl, and she couldn't be a man, and she shouldn't even try to deceive him. The boy already realized that the tiger had indeed found its way onto the plain and fallen prey to the dogs, and one would think he was the head of a demonic cult in the central region. And having achieved true immortality, he founded Baihuo, a gigantic sect uniting 100,000 countries and millions of followers. But his enemies united with the forces of the Holy Lands and launched a full-scale siege of Baihuo. To escape, he had to sacrifice all his strength. And now he was hiding in this remote eastern region, and yet he found himself in this predicament. The old man still called him beautiful and said that if she didn't run faster, he would catch her. The old man had grown tired of chasing him and launched several swords at her, but the boy immediately turned around and responded with a shield of scarlet flame. But the old man's strength was greater than his own, and this time his shield didn't work, and the boy sustained some injuries. But the old man was also surprised because the foundation stage was able to withstand his technique of 5 needles, shackling the origins, the late golden core stage. And could this really be a young talent from a major sect who's gone on a journey? It doesn't matter anymore. He needs to deal with him first. The old man used his technique and surrounded him with his energy, placing strange needles around him. Approaching him, he again called him a beauty and said that that was all, and it was better for her to surrender. The old man grabbed the guy by the face and, calling him a beauty, told him not to resist because his patience was not limitless, and let him come to terms with it, and it won't take long. But the guy was already tired of hearing that he considers him a girl and bared his chest. The boy started shouting at the old man to open his dog eyes and realize that he was a man. The old man was shocked by what he saw and asked the boy if he was really a man. So was it in vain that he chased him? The guy covered himself and asked him if he looked closely enough. They were the same sex, and he should stop chasing him. But suddenly the old man stopped him and said that the man was also not bad, and this was even better. But the guy couldn't resist and resorted to his attack technique, yelling at the pervert not to touch him, and he even dares to pick on men. And if the old man touches him, he would rather burn his inner pearl than humiliate himself before him. The old man was very surprised and asked what kind of technology this was. How could laying a foundation create such large-scale formations? But the guy's patience was already at its limit, and calling the old man a damn dog said that he had finally angered him. He released a stream of energy at the limit, directed it straight at the old man, and wanted to burn him alive. The old man, seeing this in front of his face, was frightened and suggested that they discuss everything. But the guy didn't want to continue the conversation with him any longer, and he finished his job by trying to kill the old man. The old man couldn't even dodge and found himself right in the center of the stream. He tried to escape, but the kui was so strong that the pain was already at its limit. But the boy suffered too and told the old man he'd asked for it. What bad luck, because of this incident, his pearl was almost shattered. And now he urgently needs to find a place to recover in order to think through his next steps. And he said that this pervert had not died in vain. He was definitely from an unusual family. But suddenly he felt someone's presence and asked, "Who is there?" But suddenly the old man emerged from the forest and told the boy not to worry. He just happened to be there. He had no connection with that pervert, and his preferences are normal, so he can rest assured. The guy replied that in that case, he hoped to see him again someday, and now see you soon. But the old man turned out to be no ordinary man again, and he quickly approached the guy and said that, unlike that man, he was more interested in his secret. The old man tried to grab the boy and peer into his mind. After all, he wanted to understand why he had such powerful abilities. But the boy replied that he was an old scoundrel, and now he was taking advantage of others' weaknesses, and a miserable death awaited him too. But suddenly the boy fell and thought that his rebirth would end here, and he couldn't come to terms with it. As they were fighting, a man stronger than them all flew above them. They immediately took notice. The old man immediately sensed the spirit transformation stage. He didn't even know that in this small eastern region, there could be a master at the spirit transformation stage. Lin decided to stop and look at them. The old man immediately became frightened and told him to spare them. And in return for gratitude, he would give it to him and leave. But Lin did not talk to him any further, and attacking him with a beam of ki, said that such worthless people did not deserve to live. The old man did not expect such a turn of events, and did not even have time to see how the beam pierced his heart. The boy was shocked after all. First, he'd been caught by the Golden Core Master, and now by the spirit transformation. Could he really not escape his fate today? Lin immediately asked the system if it was saying this was the head of a demonic cult, and a true immortal. At that, the system replied that he was just a weakling in the groundwork. Lin asked if it was kidding him, but the system replied that it wasn't lying. This man was indeed a true immortal and the head of a demonic cult. His power had simply weakened, and so it decided to activate the Eye of Insight. After some analysis, she discovered that this guy's name was Hong Chanye. He was in the early stages of laying the foundation. His talent was Divine Fire King. Lin looked at all his characteristics and confirmed for himself that everything was true. Those snow-white skin, refined features, and long hair. And many women would have envied him upon seeing him. Anyone would have mistaken his gender. Hong was wary because Lin was looking at him with that strange gaze. And he thought he, too, preferred men. But Lin understood that although he was still in the groundwork, with his talent and experience, it would be easy to regain his former strength. Accepting him as a student was a sure bet. Lin told the boy he saw that he had exceptional bone structure. He was a true talent. From that day on, he would take him on as an apprentice. And all he had to do was agree. Hong was very surprised and asked the stranger if he wanted to take him on as a student. He even thought he was also hunting for his secret. And is it true that his artifacts and luck can't compare to what he has? And with his cultivation, they wouldn't even let him into the back alleys of his sect. And some stage of the spirit's transformation wants to be its teacher. That's even a little naive. Lin asked him what happened, and judging by his face, he didn't particularly want to be his student. In fact, Hong thought that he was not worthy of being his teacher, but now he did not have enough strength to cope. And while he still has a chance of survival, there's no need to rush. Once he regains his strength, he'll turn the tide. He knelt down and said, "Disciple Hong greets his master, and to be a disciple of such a master is the greatest honor of his life." And he didn't care, because it was just a show for the public, a mere formality. And when the time came, he would definitely regain his lost dignity. Lin accepted him and told his student that it was good and that he should rise. From that day on, he would call him Xiao Hong. Hong didn't really like the name, but for the sake of his own salvation, he told his mentor that he agreed. Lin noticed that this guy was too obviously hypocritical, but no matter, with his ability to meet strength and become stronger, he was not even afraid of his betrayal. The system immediately appeared and congratulated its owner on completing the task. And as a reward, he received an automatic training function. Seeing this, Lin decided he could grow stronger simply by lying down. But the system didn't stop there, and told him he'd received a coffin that would be removed as its owner leveled up. It's currently a level 3 artifact. Lin thought that as far as he remembered, abilities and techniques had stages of mastery: initial level, partial mastery, full mastery, and mastery. And at each stage, the effect's power can increase tenfold or even 100-fold. The system said it has the ability to bury heaven and earth, destroying all beings. And the Master's Apprentice's talent has been discovered. The system offers a free upgrade package. And as a reward, the fire technique is 3,000 fiery flames. And another reward is the fire source pill. And this is for restoring the fire root and forming an unrivaled foundation. Lin realized that this reward, the coffin raking the sky, was clearly designed to challenge the laws of the universe. He wondered what kind of power he would achieve as he ascended to the next level. And these are true rewards, worthy of a great traveler from the Celestial Empire. A Hong saw that his teacher was proud of him for taking on such a talented student, and all that remained was to await his retribution, which was just around the corner. Lin asked him why he was hiding his emotions. Did he perhaps think his teacher wasn't worthy of being his mentor? Hong told his mentor he'd misunderstood him. That was his usual expression. He saw that his teacher was only in the spiritual transformation stage, yet he was already trying to teach him about life. Lin suddenly told the boy that it seemed he wouldn't accept his authority without a gift. So here's a technique for him in honor of their apprenticeship. Let him study diligently. Hong accepted everything and thanked his mentor. But in his mind, he wanted to see what kind of nonsense this provincial master at the stage of spiritual transformation could offer him. He picked up the book and read its title, 3,000 Fiery Tribes. He thought the title was too pretentious. But when he looked closely at the book and saw the true name of the 3,000 Fiery Tribes, he was shocked. He even wondered how this was possible. He immediately realized that this technique of violent flame fury, with which he achieved immortality, was already considered the highest fire technique of the central region. But compared to this 3,000 captive tribes, it's just trash. This technique completely changed his understanding of fire magic. It's definitely an immortal level technique, maybe even a legendary saint level one. Hong realized that with this technique, his strength would grow incredibly. Returning to true immortality no longer satisfied him. Lin said that judging by his expression, he was pleased with the gift of technology. Hong turned around and thanked him for it, and it turned out to be extremely useful. But he wondered where this mentor got such luck to stumble upon such a rare technique. But Lin didn't stop there and said that since Hong had mastered the technique, here was a pill to help him. Hong was shocked to see this and asked, "Is this the source of the fire? And all this for him?" Hong knew that the fire source was a divine pill for fire cultivators. It produced incredible effects and was so valuable that even immortals were willing to fight for it. But how did some spirit transformation stage master get his hands on these things? Even in his prime, he couldn't have gotten his hands on something like this. Lin asked Hong if he doubted his mentor's gifts. Hong replied that he absolutely did not, and being his disciple was the greatest honor for him. Hong thought Lin didn't realize how rare these techniques in the pill were. He must have stumbled upon them by chance in some ancient heritage. Now he had to control himself. But Lin saw that this demonic cult leader was constantly making things up, changing his expression. He turned out to be a funny student. Lin told him to take the pill, and he would guard him himself. The boy agreed and thanked his mentor. Hong immediately began using the pill. After eating it, he immediately began to improve his levels. Lin knew that the stages were initial foundation laying, middle, late, peak, full mastery, golden core, and others. And this guy really is a true immortal, reproducing powers. Half an hour, and he reached the embryonic soul. And that's a very good start. Hong also couldn't believe he'd broken through so quickly. And by returning to the central region, he would certainly wash away all his shame. After a while, Hong finished and told the teacher that he must have disturbed him. That was impolite of him. Lin replied that it was okay. It was time for them to return to the sect, and he would introduce him to his elders. In the evening, at the main hall of Xuanqinsong, people said that the head of Peak Ye was incredibly strong. He destroyed the embryonic soul with one finger, twice saved their land from complete destruction, and they even feel a little sorry that he didn't understand his power and become his disciple back then. He would have been a disciple of the Soaring Peak by now. And with his strength, his standards for students are surely high. And even they wonder who's a match for him. And at that moment, Lin returned home. People shouted that Peak Ye's leader had returned. Seeing another young man, they asked who was with him. They thought Hong was a beautiful girl. The warriors could not calm down and were talking about where such a beauty came from and why she was so close to the head of Peak Ye. Hong immediately noticed that this clan of cultivators was too weak. They weren't even fit to become servants in his Baihuo. The leader immediately greeted Ye's younger brother and asked who was with him. Lin introduced them and replied that he was his new disciple. The disciple should now greet the sect leader. The leader was shocked to hear about the student and made a strange face. Asu was displeased after all. The peak leader had taken such a beautiful girl as a student. Hong could no longer bear such insults and approaching her, said that he was a man. Lin didn't like this, and slapping Huan on the back of the head, told him to control himself. This is his older sister, and he should apologize immediately. Hong approached her and told her he was asking for forgiveness. that it was his mistake. And in his mind, he told himself he needed to be patient for a little while. And when he reached the stage of spiritual transformation, he would take revenge on him for this humiliation. Lin suddenly approached and said that since everyone had met, he would take Hong to the floating peak. The leader replied that he too was pleased to meet him and wouldn't hold him up. After they left, the headmaster said that Peak Yi's headmaster had accepted a cultivator at the embryonic soul stage as his disciple. This was unbelievable. Asu replied that in one day, junior brother Ye brought so much amazing news to Xuantianzong. Arriving at the peak, Lin opened the door and said that Hong was his first disciple, so he could choose any room on the peak. No need to be shy. Hong was shocked and asked his mentor, "What kind of a hole is this? Even the servants' quarters in Baihuo are 100 times more luxurious." He even thought he might have to live in such a place. But Lin told him to remember that only the weak whine, the strong learn to adapt. A cultivator should be above such things. If it's dirty, let him clean it up himself. Hong said he'll be patient. With his speed of development, everything will change soon. Just let Lin wait. At this time, a message arrived in the southern region of the Yuhua sect to the leader, who was apparently not in a good mood. In the Hall of the Heirs, Guiyang Zhongjie held a letter in his hands that was written on a board, and out of misfortune, he broke it with his own hands. The servant told the master that he was asking for forgiveness. It was he who asked Elder Mu to take the pill to his father. And after Elder Su's death, he worries that his father and his sect might suffer. He wants to personally verify the situation. Guiyan asked Xiao if he knew why he was accepted as a disciple. The boy replied that it was because of his solar immortal body and his potential for immortality. Guiyan said that was only part of it. The second reason was that he saw enormous ambition in him. His desire for power should not be limited by family ties. There's little time left before the competition for the heir's apprentices. He must prepare. Let him defeat the other disciples and become the best, and the sect will increase its support for him. This is his only chance. And none, but he doesn't want to hear it. He'll send people to the eastern region to check out the situation. His task is to focus on victory. Shev replied to the master that he understood everything and would not let the master down. The next day, Lin was resting on the floating peak and asked his student if he was ready. He'd been waiting for him for a long time. Hong prepared the food and told the teacher that he was ready and would bring everything now. Hong noticed that his mentor was only thinking about food. How could this spirit transformation master even think about food? Yesterday, he was lecturing him on adaptation, and today he was enjoying himself. Lin started tasting everything and said, "This meat, these beans, they're simply wonderful. It's delicious, and the spices from the system are a masterpiece." Lin told his student to try it too and not be shy. Hong told his mentor that he had long ago reached a state where he could stop eating. Food no longer interested him. Lin was surprised and asked him why he was refusing his mentor. Cultivation requires enjoyment too. Let him try at least a little. Hong told his mentor that he'd only try it because he insisted. But he could see that Lin was just an old man, and he couldn't understand what was so special about the food. But Hong, having tried a piece, was delighted and felt that it tasted incredible. It was so delicious that he hadn't felt such happiness since childhood. Lin saw his face and asked why he was crying. Hong remembered how, as a child, he was always hungry and dreamed of tasting meat at least once. And when he first ate it, it was a joy beyond words. But ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he'd forgotten what it was like to simply live and enjoy simple things. And his mentor was right. If cultivation deprived him of simple joys, what was the point, he thought? Lin noticed his disciple had broken through again. Embryonic soul, initial stage, middle, late, peak, full spirit transformation. And this guy even managed to level up just by eating food. He's got incredible talent. Hong opened his eyes and noticed that he had started to break through again, and he didn't even know it. Lin congratulated him on his spirit transformation. His strength was now almost at the level of his mentor. Hong hadn't even expected the transition to the spirit transformation stage to happen so quickly, and it seemed it was time for him to end this strange discipleship relationship. After all this, Lin told the student that he had eaten the meat, raised his level, and now let him come and massage his shoulders. Hong got angry and thought to himself that he was already in the spirit transformation stage, and he was still trying to command him. And some kind of spiritual transformation is trying to tell him what to do. And now the day has come when he will show his mentor who's who here. After trying to attack his mentor, a servant suddenly came and said that he had a report to the head of Peak Ye. The servant told Peak Head Ye that the sect leader was asking him to come to the assembly hall. He said there was an important matter to discuss. Lin was surprised to hear that it had only been one day, and he already had a new job. Hong was angry, having missed such a chance. But Lin was always full of vulnerabilities. He still had time to get revenge. After flying away, Lin told the student that he would go for now. His massage technique was excellent, and when he returned, he should come and massage his feet. Hong shouted after him, asking his mentor how he dared treat him like that. He should have killed him right then and there. In the assembly hall, people were already at a loss as to what to do. One asked, "Is this perhaps a sign that the heavens want to destroy Xuantianzong?" Lin came down to greet the leader. He asked what had happened this time. Another threat. The leader got straight to the point and replied that the matter was as follows. Several years ago, the state of Wei came under the protection of their sect. Recently, a message had arrived from there asking for assistance. They reported that strange events were occurring across the country, resulting in mass deaths. The corpses looked horrific, their blood completely drained. These phenomena are becoming increasingly frequent, covering vast areas. Some cities with populations of 1 million have become completely deserted. He assumed it was the work of demons and sent his disciples there to investigate. However, none of them have returned yet. This morning, a new report came in. The situation has worsened and the phenomena are spreading to neighboring countries. If this continues, the wild region will descend into chaos. Besides, their sect would lose potential disciples, which would weaken it. Lin asked, "Was it that serious? Had no one seen who was behind this?" Su replied that perhaps those who witnessed it were already dead. If the situation continued to escalate, Xuantianzong might fall into decline. The wild region is already poor in cultivators. Even the nascent soul stage is rare there, and the state of Wei is located on its outskirts. But Lin asked what kind of enemy was so powerful that they hadn't even received a response from the disciples. And suddenly, the system ordered the master to find the source of the problem in the state of Wei and eliminate it. And after completing the task, he received an incredible reward. Lin was delighted and responded to the system that he had arrived just in time. Lin told the sect leader that he understood. And since the phenomena had begun in the state of Wei, that meant the source of the evil lay there. He would go himself. The leader replied that this was very good, and Ye's younger brother always acts decisively. He's confident he can handle it, and he expects good news from him. Lin didn't waste any more time and immediately flew off on his mission. The leader suddenly said he hadn't even finished speaking. Su was surprised that Peak Ye's leader was so decisive. Just suddenly asked if he could handle such a mysterious threat. Su asked him in return, did he doubt it? There was nothing in the wild region that could defeat a master of the spirit transformation stage. The leader overheard their conversation and said it was true. If he couldn't do it, the wild region would truly perish, and they should continue training and live up to their younger brother's expectations. Lin immediately took Hong with him, and the two of them arrived at the eastern part of the wild region, on the border of the state of Wei. Hong saw that after the meeting, the mentor had immediately headed to that poor state, but he would still find a way to deal with him. Upon entering the village of Taohua, they stopped on a mountain, and Lin said he thought bandits were robbing the village and that they needed to intervene. The village chief of Taohua told the esteemed hero that their village was poor. They only had chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. And if the hero needs something, then let him take it, but he must spare innocent people. The leader of the Black Wind Gang began to laugh and replied that he didn't need their animals. He only needed them, the pathetic little humans. He hit the old man on the head and ordered them to obey, and perhaps they would die without pain. The bandits started shouting at their own people to step aside because the leader was using his technique. The gang leader used his terrifying technique and aimed it straight at the people. People were very scared and asked for someone to save them and not kill them. Hong suddenly didn't expect this and said he seemed to recognize this technique. In his mind, it resembled a technique from the central region, but that person died when the Holy Lands destroyed it. Lin saw his face and asked if he knew this technique. Hong replied that he didn't and that he just thought it was strange. But Lina didn't like this and, calling him a puppy, asked how he spoke. Hong knew that if his guesses were true and this was his work, they were in big trouble. People were panicking at what was happening and shouting that they didn't want to die. But Lin decided to intervene and grab the bandit from behind, telling him to stop. The gang leader turned around and, raising his fist, asked who he was, and how dare he interfere in his affairs. But Lin, seeing his fist attack, turned around and attacked him with a beam of fire. Lin told him to calm down, as they needed to discuss something. The gang leader's warriors were surprised, as he was slightly injured. The gang leader immediately sensed and told the boy that he was a master of the spirit transformation stage, and since that was the case, he was asking for mercy. Lin ordered him to reveal his origins. The gang leader replied that he had been a palace guard for the state of Wei, but one day he had seen something he shouldn't have. He was sentenced to death, and after that he fled the palace to save himself. Lin asked him what he saw, and where did he learn this technique. The gang leader replied that he had noticed the crown prince secretly visiting the mountains behind the palace, but had not dared to check. He'd received this technique from a mysterious organization while he was on the run. Their origins were unknown to him. Lin asked, did they just teach him that? The leader looked at his men and replied that they had asked him to use this technique to absorb human blood to increase his strength, and he did it for survival. He knows nothing more. Lin thought for a moment and said it looked like a huge organization was behind this. Their actions might be connected to all these strange phenomena. He asked Hong what he thought. At that moment, Hong thought the teaching methods were too reminiscent of a single person. Could he really still be alive? And why was he here in this wild region? But then he told his mentor that he didn't know. But he knew that if that person was behind this, Lin wouldn't be able to cope at the spirit transformation stage, and the state of Wei would be his end. Lin suddenly decided to check if the bandit had told them everything. Using his technique, he entered his subconscious. Lin looked at all his memories and said he hadn't lied, but he'd left something important out. Now they needed to go to the Wei Imperial Palace immediately. But Hong decided not to leave any evidence behind and used a finger attack to burn all the bandits alive. Seeing his mentor's face, he asked, did his student do something wrong? Didn't those bandits deserve to die? In fact, Hong had endured his humiliation for so long that it was heavenly mana to vent his anger on someone. Lin replied that no, and he had done well. The people rejoiced too, shouting that the two immortals who had driven out the villains and carried out the will of heaven would forever remain in the hearts of the villagers. At this time, Emperor Wei said that in recent years the population of Wei had decreased by a third. In a little while, his entire country would be destroyed by this darkness. He even wondered if Xuantianzong's masters would be able to help them. Suddenly, the emperor's daughter ran in and said that she saw two immortals. They were flying here. The emperor said that these were certainly the masters from Xuantianzong and let all the ministers go with him to meet them. Standing over the city, Weikling asked his student how he felt about such a spectacular entrance. Hong replied that he was wise and that it was impressive. But in his head, he wished his mentor's death, and he was prepared to watch him wriggle out of it if these forces found out about him. Just don't let him ask for mercy afterwards. The emperor greeted them and said he welcomed the masters. Lin introduced himself and replied that he was the head of the soaring peak of Xuantianzong, and he came to help them eliminate the threat, and they no longer need fear. The emperor said that he, on behalf of the Wei clan, expresses his gratitude to them, and if they have any wishes, let them all speak up. They will fulfill them. Lin said they should arrange a resting place for him and the student. The emperor replied that there was no problem. They should follow him, and he would show them everything. At that moment, a scout was watching them. The scout said that there was a certain head of Xuantianzong Peak, and he was just pretending to be powerful. And it's a good thing they need sacrifices for his master to reach the peak of his spirit transformation, and they arrived just in time. Arriving in his quarters, Hong saw that his mentor, who had just looked so dignified, was now so careless and lazy. How on earth had he even reached the stage of spirit transformation, he wondered. And with this approach, he would soon surpass him in level, making it easier for him to eliminate him. At that moment, Lin realized that the student's cunning plans would sooner or later backfire on him, and his main mistake was that he chose him as his target. And Lin told the student that he was probably interested in how he was training. Let him bring water so he can wash his feet, and if he feels comfortable, he will teach him his methods. Hong got angry and asked him what he'd said. He thought some master from a backwater was trying to teach him cultivation. Even immortals had once learned from him. And if we're talking about mentoring, he's more like its progenitor. Lin asked his disciple what he was worth. Would he like to cultivate further? He was still young, and he wanted to continue relying on his elders. Hong understood that he was the greatest leader of the fire cult and should wash the feet of someone like him. Perhaps it was time for him to end this farce. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and said that he had important information about strange phenomena in the state of harmony. Lin stood up and asked who he was. The boy replied that he was the crown prince of the state of Wei, and his name was Zhao Heng. This matter concerned the fate of the entire country, and he begged them to listen. Lin told him to come in and what urgent business he had. Seeing the prince, he realized it was the same one who wanted to destroy those bandits. But he didn't look like what they said. Although, was that really true? Prince Heng told the immortals that there was a secret he had never told his father. He suspected that the source of evil in the state of harmony was connected to the mountains behind the palace. And recently, one night, he saw several flying demons secretly flying into the cave. And in recent days, court maids and eunuchs have been disappearing frequently, and he thinks it's connected. He's also heard of their fame, and even knows that only they can save the people of the state of harmony. And he asked them to destroy these flying demons in the mountains. Lin didn't currently sense any threat in the mountains with his divine consciousness. This man was either lying or had a defense that could pose a problem. Lin agreed and told him to show him the cave and see what the prince had planned. Prince Heng thanked the immortal and told them to follow him. With their help, they would surely rid the state of harmony of evil. Hong also longed for his death and then wanted to talk to him. Suddenly, on the way that night, the girl saw them and recognized her older brother. But she knew her older brother was usually a jerk. Their father had warned him more than once, but he hadn't changed his ways. He dared to secretly meet with the masters from Xuantianzong, and now she urgently needs to inform her father. Upon arriving at the mountains, Lin told the crown prince that this place didn't look like the home of flying demons, did it? The prince suddenly replied that they had arrived. Lin was delighted and said that they would finally see what he was hiding here. Prince Heng replied that he did not expect to deceive him, but he did not expect him to be so easily taken in and come here. And he's too confident in his own strength and doesn't understand that there's always someone stronger. Han pounced on him and asked if he wanted to stop them too. Does he think being the strongest master of the Xuantian sect is the same as being a god? And now he'll see if he can handle it, and this place will become his grave. Han suddenly turned to the elder and shouted for them to act immediately. The elder stepped into the light and immediately cast the five-fold god-sealing array. Suddenly, the blood cult elder told the Wantian sect leader that he had recently become quite famous. He had defeated a nascent soul-stage demon king. But in this five-fold god-sealing array, even spirit transformation stage masters won't be able to escape. Prince Heng told them to act now. Just don't kill him right away. Their master needs him. But that girl in red simply needed to be drained of her strength, and he would like to enjoy her. Hong immediately turned around and asked him what he'd said. He didn't want to interfere, but he'd crossed all boundaries. He unleashed his fire powers and pounced. Han was shocked that Hong had destroyed the array with a single blow. How was that possible? The elder asked the prince's heir, did the head of Xuantianzong Peak really bring a spirit transformation stage disciple with him? And his technique is clearly of the immortal level. Otherwise, it would not have been able to destroy their array. Han was furious and very angry with the elders. After all, he had hoped that they would bring glory to his master. Han decided to speak with the immortal and make a deal. After all, with his power, if they joined his master, a brilliant future awaited them. Hong was furious and asked how he dared to speak like that. And now he would make him suffer. Hong immediately attacked the prince who had framed them, deciding to burn him alive so he wouldn't bother them again. Han couldn't even do anything against them, and ended up in the flames of fire that the immortal released. Lin watched all this and said he'd touched a nerve. He told Hong to stop and not kill him. He needed to ask him a few questions. Hong accepted his master's order and turned off the fire with a snap of his finger. Lin asked him who his master was. How had he forced him to serve him? Heng replied that his master was the greatest immortal from the central region. He had no equal, and he must submit to him immediately. Otherwise, when he appeared, the immortal wouldn't even beg for death. Lin asked in surprise, submit ? Even the prince wasn't considering it, and they'd see how long their master would remain hidden. He'd start picking off their men one by one. Lin used his attack beam, and using his power, he killed one of his men. The elder was shocked and said that this guy was also at the spirit transformation stage. How could a sect from a wild region have two such masters at once? After that, Lin said that the second man had arrived, and he killed him again with the beam. Having finished them all off, Lin said that only the prince remained. Han became frightened and asked the immortal to wait. Suddenly, after these words, a large explosion occurred in the forest, which was visible from the end of the world. On the way, the daughter asked her father what it was. What a terrible bloody light. The father told his daughter to go there quickly, and he hoped the craftsmen were all right. Hong immediately sensed a familiar aura and realized it was him. Although he could handle Yeling, meeting him was extremely unpleasant for him. Han rejoiced and said that the master was finally here, and his time had already come. From the red darkness emerged the leader of the bloody cult of the central region, the Stone Absolute. Lin asked him straight away, was he behind all these atrocities, masterfully pulling the strings? He'd thought he'd remain in his secluded hole. The Stone Absolute addressed them as cultivators from the wild region and said that he admitted that he had some ability, but he was not yet worthy of fighting him. But an old acquaintance standing there piqued his interest. Hong called him a bloody demon and said he didn't expect him to still be alive. Lin immediately wondered what connection Hong had with this guy. The Stone Absolute approached and asked in surprise, Blood Demon? He hadn't been called that since he'd been surrounded by the Holy Lands of the Central Region 200 years ago, and I didn't expect him to still remember it. Hong replied that those who survived that great war would certainly not forget it. He knew it was the Stone Absolute, once the most powerful of the true immortals. He increased his power by absorbing the blood of people, taught his dark techniques to others, spreading evil and causing untold disasters. And then he absorbed the energy of his own followers, appropriating all their power for himself. His methods were so vile and his advancement so rapid that the greatest powers united to destroy him. Even he, a representative of the demonic path, was forced to participate in this war. His methods were so vile and his advancement so rapid that the greatest powers united to destroy him. Even he, a representative of the demonic path, was forced to participate in this war. Han suddenly said that if this news reached the central region, there would be a huge uproar, and the mentor was finally here. The guy started complaining and said that this woman wanted to kill him, and he must avenge her. But the Stone Absolute did not play with him any further and used a laser eye attack that fried his brain. Seeing this, Hong said that he really was still the same disgusting, bloody demon. He had no mercy even for his disciples. The Stone Absolute replied that the apprentice was nothing. He could find another at any time. But if he wanted him dead, he wouldn't survive. Hadn't he yet understood how things worked here? Lin looked at them and said, now this is a different story, and there's really such drama here. Hong said he witnessed with his own eyes how his immortal body was destroyed by 4 divine artifacts, his blood drained to the last drop. How could he have survived? The Stone Absolute replied that these smug idiots had already separated a drop of his lifeblood and hidden it in a safe place. After his fall, this drop allowed him to be reborn. And as he sees it, he's found himself in a similar situation. And now he urgently needs to recuperate. And he's only in the early stages of his spiritual transformation. Let him give in already and let his blood fill his body, and then they will be together forever. Hong told him he was crazy. Even in the central region, he rejected him time after time, and he still wouldn't calm down. And he really thinks that a spirit transformation peak cultivator can defeat him? The Stone Absolute replied that the more he resisted, the more aroused he became. For others, a battle with a power differential of several stages might still be possible, but for him, it was simply a fantasy. Hong asked him how he knew without trying it, and immediately applied the divine path of the 5 absolutes. The Stone Absolute was shocked by what he saw and responded with a bloody hand. Faced with attacks from both sides, a huge explosion occurred that even they did not expect such a turn of events. Stone Absolute wondered, how is this possible? This fire is so powerful. So a cultivator at the initial stage of spirit transformation could destroy his bloody hand. Where did he get such a technique, he wondered. But Hong told him the show was just beginning, and he used a fiery frost attack. But the Stone Absolute wasn't intimidated by this and told Hong he was merely a loser. And in response, he used blood soul absorption. Hong was so powerful that his attack hit the enemy directly. The Stone Absolute asked, what kind of fire technique is this? Is it so ominous? But he decided to act differently, and by releasing his technique, he allowed an ice attack. The Stone Absolute told Hong that he truly was the one he had once singled out. Impressive even. And did he really receive an incredible inheritance during his escape from the Central Region? Or become a disciple of some powerful master? Hong replied that it had nothing to do with him. With this technique, he was already on his way to reviving his fame in the Central Region. He understood that even with the reinforcement of 3,000 fiery flames, even someone like him, who had once held the entire Central Region in fear, could not cope with him now. But he can't let him know that he got this technique from a spirit transformation stage cultivator from the Wild Region. The Stone Absolute said that if Hong allowed it to develop further, even he would not be able to control it. It's a shame, of course, but that's where it ends. And now he'll discover the true power of his immortal body. Meanwhile, in the city of the State of Harmony, people screamed in pain and begged for help, and they couldn't die. At that moment, the Stone Absolute was draining their strength. But in Wei's territory, the Stone Absolute was filled with strength and said that this feeling was wonderful. These people had become his food long before. If he so desired, he could instantly devour them, increasing his strength. Lin told Hong not to drag it out and finish it quickly. The student told his mentor not to tell him what to do. But Hong wondered how he'd ended up in this situation. He'd expected Lin to be unable to handle the blood demon, and had asked for his help. Then he would have intervened with honor. And now the situation is such that it looks like even he won't be able to emerge from this fight unscathed. This is the energy of fusion. The Stone Absolute remembered that, relying on this body, he had once fought with powerful cultivators of both the righteous and demonic paths, and was not inferior to them in any way. And even several elders from the Holy Lands who used immortal artifacts were unable to completely destroy his immortal bloody body. And today, his immortal body has been restored by 70%. When he absorbs all the living creatures of the Wild Region, he will reach his full strength, and then even the central city will not be able to resist him. And he gave Hong a chance. If he got to this point, it's entirely his fault. So he's going to die. Hong saw that this scoundrel had reached the fusion stage, and now things were bad. He immediately unleashed a violet flame that scorched the heavens. Hong did not slow down, and during the battle, using an attack, he made it so that the Stone Absolute knew what it was. Hong's attack was so successful that even the Stone Absolute was wounded. But the boy understood that fighting a stronger opponent under such conditions meant certain death. All that remained was to burn the Dantian and fight to the death, and immediately unleashed a heaven-piercing golden flame attack and a furious dragon flame. But the Stone Absolute said it was useless. There was no point in trying to resist. Its attacks were nothing more than a slight itch to his immortal body. Having stopped Hong's attack, he loaded his fist for a counterattack and said that this is the end. Hong saw that even his strongest technique couldn't hurt him. What should he do next, he thought. But he didn't lose heart and used a golden flame shield. But the Stone Absolute didn't slow down, and as he struck, he shouted for him to die already. The Stone Absolute dealt powerful blows and easily broke through Hong's defense. At that moment, the Emperor came to the mountain and, seeing how they were fighting, became very afraid for the immortal. The girl asked her father what kind of monster it was. How terrifying. The Emperor thought it was the source of the evil that had destroyed the State of Harmony. Even an immortal couldn't defeat it. Was his country doomed, he wondered? Standing up, Hong wondered if this was the end of his journey to immortality. He'd mastered this technique with such difficulty, but he couldn't just give up. And should he really ask this damned Yeling for help? And admitting that he's worse than him is already shameful. Besides, he's only at the peak of his spirit transformation, which isn't comparable to the fusion stage. Can he help in any way? The Stone Absolute said that they, cultivators, strive for eternal life. Since he doesn't want to continue his journey with him, he will die and become part of his body, and he will carry his will to the very end of the path. The Stone Absolute didn't stop there and launched its powerful attack. Hong thought it was all over. His mind was empty, and perhaps it was simply self-preservation, or an attempt to grasp at the last straw. Hong immediately turned to his mentor and begged him to save him. The Stone Absolute was shocked to hear about his mentor. He asked him if he had truly become someone's disciple, and suddenly Lin said that his student finally realized to whom he owed his knowledge. After all, he was his mentor. The Rock Absolute told Hong that he didn't expect that he would fall to such an extent that he would become the disciple of some lowly spirit transformation stage cultivator from the Wild Region. And this is a disgrace to the entire demonic path. Hong understood that even though Lin was constantly using him, he was still his savior. But now that he had stood against the Stone Absolute, he feared disaster awaited him. Lin asked if he could consider the enemy looking down on him. The Stone Absolute replied that an ant doesn't know how high the sky is, and in due time, he could have drowned him with a single spit. Hong apologized to his mentor and said he knew he was no match for the Blood Demon, but he still asked for help. If there was anything else he could do, he should just run away. Lin asked, "Run?" But that was impossible, and let him watch now as he killed him for his student's sake. The Stone Absolute began to laugh and asked the Immortal who he wanted to kill. He thought he couldn't even withstand a single blow. What was he even hoping for? After delivering a powerful blow, he said that the Immortal was just an ignorant upstart. Hong shouted at his mentor not to think about him. Just tell him to run away from here. It's all over now. But suddenly the system announced that the host had been attacked by an enemy during the initial fusion. The passive effect of encountering a strong one has been activated, becoming stronger. The host has reached the mid-stage fusion level. But Lin didn't talk for long, and using his own, he easily destroyed the villain's attack. The Stone Absolute was surprised and asked, "What's going on? How is this even possible?" A spirit transformation cultivator. But realizing one thing, he said that the Immortal was not a spirit transformation cultivator. He too had reached the fusion stage. Hong was also surprised and asked, "What?" This guy had been hiding everything so deeply, pretending to be a spirit transformation cultivator. But in reality, he was a powerful fusion stage master. Of course, it's no wonder he always provoked him like that. He relied on his fusion stage strength, and he almost fell for it. But it was also a good thing he didn't engage in open conflict with him then. The girl started screaming that the Immortal looked so impressive, she wanted to be like him too. The Emperor replied that his opponents were such a terrible monster, and even had an immortal body, but he was afraid that it would still be difficult. Lin also felt that same sensation of reaching the stage of fusion, and it seemed to him that with a single wave of his hand, he could destroy heaven and earth. The Stone Absolute said that even if they were both at the fusion stage, the difference between his technique and Blueberry's was like heaven and earth. And now he would show him what true strength was, and he released all the attack of his body. But Lin replied that he himself did not know what true power was. He used the seal of the Human King. The Stone Absolute tried to touch his attack with a finger, when suddenly it exploded unexpectedly. The enemy was very surprised and asked, "What?" But Lin asked, "So this is what he calls a difference in technique?" His Human King seal has reached the mastery stage thanks to the system, and is now much stronger than the first time. The Stone Absolute asked, "So what?" He still couldn't kill him. He couldn't defeat him in a long battle, and his immortal body is truly impressive. Of course, great. Time to try out his new move. Lin asked, "What about this?" And he used a technique that had already reached the stage of perfection. He used the Finger of the Great Void. During the attack, Lin said that one finger binds heaven and earth. The second finger destroys mountains and rivers. And the third finger destroys all living things. The fourth finger crushes the heavens. The Stone Absolute asked, "What is this anyway?" But he thought about it and said he took it back. He was truly worthy of fighting him, and he suggested they hide nothing anymore and settle everything with one blow. And he used the Blood Absolute, blood rushing into the living springs, and released key energy from all his limbs. But Lin had already decided what to use against this attack, and with one blow he defeated his opponent. The Stone Absolute asked who he was anyway, and why were such monsters found in this small, wild region? And could it really be that the talents of the outside world had become so powerful during his absence? Hong also noticed that his mentor was too powerful. Compared to this technique, even 3,000 blazing flames pale in comparison. Of course, it's no wonder he was so confident before, and it turns out he simply didn't consider him a worthy opponent. Lin introduced himself and said he was the head of Cloudy Distance Peak from Xuantianzong. The Stone Absolute decided it was impossible, and when he entered the wild region, he conducted an investigation. Even the head of Xuantianzong hadn't reached the spirit transformation stage. The Stone Absolute said it would remember his name, and it applied its bloody path. Hong shouted that everything was bad. He was trying to escape. If he managed to escape, the consequences would be catastrophic. The Stone Absolute said that next time he wouldn't be so careless. and he decided to vanish completely. But Lin decided there wouldn't be a next time. And as he grabbed it, he began to hear the stone absolute screaming that no, he wanted it all to end. Lin understood that consuming human blood was a crime against all living things, and he needed to disappear from the face of this earth. Lin, having grabbed him completely, decided to destroy him in one go, so that after that he would never hear anything about him. Hong looked at all this and thought that the once dirty, bloody demon who held the central region in fear had fallen by his hand. The emperor began to rejoice and shouted that this was wonderful, and the demon had been destroyed by the immortal, and his state of harmony was finally saved, all thanks to the immortal. After his victory, Lin asked the system where his reward was. He shouldn't make him remind him. He calls himself a professional. The system told the owner that he had received the bone of the Supreme One, a mysterious bone inscribed with runes that grants its owners supreme innate power. And this is a gift for the one destined to become the greatest of the great. The system asked the master if it should connect him to the master. Lin replied that the Supreme One was so cool, he should connect him to him immediately. He couldn't wait. The system said it was already beginning the binding. Once the Supreme Bone binding is complete, the host's strength will increase significantly. After all this, the system indicated that the binding was complete, and it congratulated the owner. Hong immediately noticed that this guy had done something again. The waves of energy emanating from him made him shudder, and he became curious about what a huge legacy he had received. Otherwise, such a brilliant monster could not have appeared in the wild region, and now he must reassess his true strength. He must accelerate his cultivation and reach the fusion stage as quickly as possible to be able to contain him. The emperor approached and said he was grateful to the immortal for saving the people of the state of harmony. They would certainly record this day in the annals so that posterity would remember the immortal's virtue. Lin replied that he didn't need any thanks. The main thing was that he be a good emperor and take care of his subjects. That was the most important thing. The emperor replied that he would remember the immortal's instructions. But the girl suddenly asked if she could become Xuan Tianzong's disciple. She also wanted to exorcise demons and eliminate evil like him. Lin used his eye and looked at the abilities of a girl named Zhao Liner, and he noticed that she really did have some good potential for cultivation. He told her that she possessed an excellent water spiritual root. She was a good candidate, and if she truly wants it, he can agree. The emperor asked in surprise, "Really? Then let Liner thank the immortal quickly." The girl immediately thanked the immortal. The emperor replied that he had saved the state of Wei and accepted her daughter as his disciple. And now let the immortal, on behalf of all the people, permit a feast to be arranged for him and that the two of them be given quarters in the palace for rest. Lin agreed and said they would go. After a while, Hong grew tall and shouted that his wounds had healed and his strength had reached the peak of the spirit transformation stage. And ever since he began cultivating the 3,000 blazing flames and taking elixirs, his cultivation speed has increased significantly, and his mentor's methods are truly impressive. And even though he saved him this time, the humiliation he endured won't be forgotten so easily, and when he reaches the fusion stage, he'll return it all, twice as much. And Lin can only wait. The mere thought of how he will humbly beg for mercy makes him tremble with joy. And suddenly Lin told Hong to come to him quickly. Hong got angry because it was starting again like last time. Lin told him to be grateful for calling him. This martial arts novel is quite interesting, and he thinks the locals also enjoy stories of someone being humiliated and then rising up. If he were to find himself in that world, he could make a living writing novels. And starting with the peak of martial arts will definitely be a hit across the country. The author's pen name is Crazy Potato. At that moment, Hong wondered what the instructor was saying again. He asked him why he'd called him. Lin replied that he had already arrived and ordered him to help him wash his feet. Hong was extremely angry, thinking that even someone like the blood demon had fallen at his hands. Now was not the time to break ties with him. He had to be patient. Lin asked the boy, why is he neglecting his mentor? Tell him to come quickly and help him wash his feet. Hong grew angry and said his disciple wouldn't dare. He'd never been a fire cult master who'd reached the stage of true immortality, and tens of thousands of cultivators had fallen under his hands. And now he's forced to wash the feet of a cultivator from the wilderness. Lin suddenly started saying he's a good student, and he thought he was trying to compete with him. But suddenly Hong sensed that this was the water of Tai, the water of boundless light, and it allows mortals to retain their youth and live for 200 years. Cultivators who drink it cleanse their bodies of all impurities and dramatically increase their strength. Even a small bottle of this elixir sells out instantly in the central region. It's incredibly rare, and the mentor uses this to wash his feet. And now he's absolutely certain he's received a huge inheritance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so wasteful. And if he drank this water, it would be a huge boost to his cultivation. And then he realized it was water for washing his feet. Lin asked what the expression was on his face. Did he think his feet stink? Hong replied that they didn't. The student was simply thinking about something else. Lin understood that the system had produced too much of the Taiyi water of boundless light, so using it to wash his feet, and even getting a massage from this cheap disciple, was quite pleasant. Lin suddenly told him the water had cooled down and that he should reheat it. Hong replied that it would be done immediately. Using his powers, Hong put his hands into the bucket and heated the water using fire. Suddenly, Liner walked in and addressed the immortal. But Lin didn't care, as he was enjoying the moment of washing his feet. Liner was shocked to see this and immediately wondered, what's going on? She hadn't expected such a strange relationship between mentor and student. She didn't stop and ran away from there. After all, she was very ashamed. Lin asked her why she was running away. But Hong interrupted him and asked the master if he liked the way he washed his feet. Lin replied that he really liked her, and how he wished Hong was a girl. Otherwise, their relationship would be completely different. Hong was very angry when he heard these words. He thought that if he got stronger, he'd die of fear, and he only had to endure a little longer. Suddenly, Lin's ring rang. He immediately said it was a message from the sect leader. The leader ordered him to return to the sect immediately to discuss strategy. And it seemed an ancient secret world would soon be discovered in the wild region. And if Zhuantianzong can profit from it, their sect will surely flourish. Ling asked in surprise, an ancient secret world? Hong replied that these places were full of cultivation resources capable of changing a cultivator's destiny, elevating them to a completely different level. He hadn't expected such a place to exist in this poor, wild region. He knew such news would soon spread everywhere, and chaos would ensue, but this was his chance. And if he can obtain an outstanding inheritance there, with a combination of the 3,000 blazing flames, his strength will increase dramatically. Suddenly, the system announced a new quest. He had to complete it in the secret world of Tien and receive an incredible reward. Lin asked the system to explain what she meant. The system replied that if she did, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. Lin immediately told his disciple to get ready. They would visit the emperor and then return to the sect. Hong replied that everything would be done. Arriving at the emperor's palace, Liner told her father that she didn't want to leave. Perhaps it would be better for her to stay? The emperor replied, no. Acceptance into Xuantianzong was a great honor, one many only dream of. She should cherish this opportunity and not let it slip away. The emperor told the immortal that he would remember his instructions and would care for the people and become a good emperor. And he hoped he would take care of his daughter. Lin replied that to each his own. She wouldn't be whitewashed at Xuantianzong, but how far she would progress depended entirely on her. Lin told Liner to get up, and they were leaving. Everyone began shouting their thanks to the immortal as they said goodbye, and she would be visiting her father. At that time, in the True Heritage Hall of the Heavenly Ascension Sect, the headmaster was saying that there were so many events happening in the wild region recently. They say an ancient secret world will soon be discovered there. And the Wind and Thunder sect was also destroyed. It was the Xuanqianzong Peak's leader who did it. Xiao asked, what level of power is this? The leader replied that according to rumors, it was a recently ascended nascent soul cultivator. Xiao asked in surprise, soul nascent? Killing such cultivators was like slaughtering chickens for him. Xiao asked the teacher, what about his father, Elder Mu? Who killed him? The leader replied that it was unclear at this point, but all the evidence pointed to Xuantianzong. The problem was, could this insignificant sect have killed Elder Mu? They are only counting on this head of the cloudy distance peak at the soul birth stage. She said that meant someone else was the killer. But in any case, Xuantianzong must be eliminated, and that cloudy distance peak leader who killed his father must certainly die. The leader replied that an ancient secret dimension had appeared in the wild region. The sect would send several elders there with him. And let him remember he represents the Heavenly Ascension sect. He will have to fight other great powers. He could think about revenge later. He hoped Xiao would set his priorities straight. Did he understand? Xiao replied that the student understood everything. The leader had a plan, and holding a green pill in his hand, he said that he must continue to demonstrate his strength. And with the resources he won in the Great Sect competition, he has a chance to break through the bottleneck of the Great Completion stage and reach the transition stage. Then they will both ascend to a new level. In the heavenly world, a cultivator at the spirit transformation stage is called a divine sovereign. A cultivator at the fusion stage becomes a heavenly sovereign, and one who has reached the great completion stage is called a venerable or supreme. And at the transition stage, he already bears the title of illusory immortal. Just touch the title of immortal, and he can already dominate the region. And the wild region, the most remote and uninteresting part of the eastern region, suddenly attracted everyone's attention because of this ancient secret world that carries the possibility of gaining immortality. At that moment, a group of people were heading to the peak. One of them said they were simply lucky. Fortunately, the cultivators of the wild region were extremely weak. They would definitely miss such an opportunity. But they told him that the wild region was considered the most backward place, inhabited by barbarians. How could the possibility of becoming immortal even arise there? The third guy said they needed to hurry too. Once the Heavenly Ascension sect arrived, not a crumb of the spoils would be left. Suddenly, a large number of people gathered in the eastern region, a wild region outside the ancient secret world. One of the elders said that this time, the discovery of the secret world had already attracted 4 of the 5 great sects. Only Xuantianzong hadn't appeared yet. They decided to give up the fight. But the warrior replied that it was unlikely. After all, they had just absorbed the Wind and Thunder sect, and he thought they were already planning to become the leading sect among the 5 great sects of the wild region. Mountain Moving Sect. Elder Ouyang Feng began to laugh and said that he had been in seclusion for a long time. But did a certain Xuantianzong really dare to overshadow his mountain-moving sect? The warrior immediately turned around and asked, "Spirit transformation?" The elder replied that he thought even having 2 nascent soul cultivators would make Xuantianzong the leader. But who would have thought that a spirit transformation cultivator would appear in the wild region? All the warriors stood in line together and began to say that they greeted the elder. Shi Feng said he didn't expect to emerge from seclusion and immediately find the emergence of an ancient secret world. This is a sign of fate, and this secret world will be the first to come under the control of the Moving Mountain sect. And does anyone dare object? The elders immediately realized that since Feng had reached the stage of spirit transformation, he was now rightfully considered the strongest man in the wild region. All the servants said they obeyed the divine master's command. Long live the sex master. The warriors asked, since a spirit transformation cultivator had appeared, who would dare argue with him now? The warriors said the temple of the battle sky was here, and the barbarians of the wild region, let them get out of here. But the empire of the heavenly sovereign, ruler of the southern borders, had already arrived, and he was in the late stages of spiritual transformation. The chief asked if there really was a spirit transformation cultivator in the wild region. Shi Feng thought, what spirit transformation? There are already hundreds of them here. He'd broken through to the spirit transformation stage with such difficulty and become one of the key figures in the wild region over the past 10 years. Outside of that realm, it's not even considered significant. He turned to the esteemed Taoist and said he was an elder of the Moving Mountain sect, and could they simply call him Xiao Feng? But the warrior asked him, aren't you ashamed? He wanted to look young too. He should get out of here immediately and keep quiet. No one here gave him a chance to speak. The elders also said that, to the barbarians of the wild region, even if he achieved spirit transformation, he would remain a pathetic wretch. And he still thinks he can compare to them? Feng told the respected Taoist that the wild region might have harsh conditions, but the people there were not inferior creatures. And why should they, cultivators at the spirit transformation stage, simply resign themselves and allow themselves to be trampled? He understood that his disciples were looking to him with hope. If he became afraid and simply retreated now, the wild region would have no future. Chief Feng grew angry and said that the wild region was poor, but why not fight? Those who disagreed should come forward. The elders got angry and said he was an insolent old man, probably seeking death. So they all got together and decided to kill the old dog. But the chief stopped them and said that this old man was just a cultivator from the wild region. If they attacked in a crowd, they would be laughed at. So let them let him, Let him be disgraced, but suppress him with one hand. And now the old petch will see how weak he is compared to them. And he used his palm attack. But Chief Feng did not lose his composure and did not leave. And using his attack, he shouted for him to die. The old man's attack was so strong that the enemy didn't even understand how he blocked the attack. The enemy realized he'd apparently underestimated him. Feng asked, "Is that all he can do?" "Let him try again." The enemy was very angry with him, and drawing his weapon, he immediately attacked and said that he was an ungrateful old man. He must die. Feng was unable to block the attack and was severely injured after his opponent's attack. Chief Feng told him that he himself had said he would fight him alone. And now he was breaking his word. And now he's bringing shame on the entire eastern region. But dying for honor is a worthy death, and he wants to tell him only one thing. The cultivators of the wild region must not be humiliated. The leader of the eastern side said that he would fulfill his wish then. But suddenly a seal went off next to him, and he was shocked that he even heard someone say that it was a busy place today. The warriors said it was the abbot of the celestial temple of the Buddhist province, the master of the Golden Buddha, and behind him was young Master Tian and the heir of the first cultivating clan of the Ice Ocean. The leader also felt a terrifying pressure radiating from them. They had both reached the stage of fusion. And so the wild region will never win. The Heavenly Ascension Sect has also arrived from the Jade Gorge province. Now all the strongest sects in the eastern region are here. The warriors were surprised and began shouting that this was the holy son of the Heavenly Ascension Sect, Chen Xiao. They had heard of him. He possessed the body of a solar immortal and was considered invincible among his peers. And without a doubt, he will become the brightest star of the eastern region. In the next 100,000 years, he will write a new legend. The eastern chief asked, "Wasn't he the crown prince of the Wind and Thunder sect?" He was from the wild region after all. He understood that the wild region was the place where he had suffered so much humiliation in the Heavenly Ascension sect. It filled him with nothing but disgust. One of the elders attacked and said that the Heavenly Ascension sect's holy son was not a figure to be discussed by mere ants from the wild region. Anyone who spoke too much would die. Suddenly, the wild region's chief approached and told Xiao not to dirty his hands with these insignificant cultivators. He should let him deal with them. Xiao told his man to do as he pleased. Chief Xuantianzong also arrived and said that, as he had expected, as soon as the secret world appeared, the son of the late elder Mu from the Wind and Thunder sect, Xiao, would appear. Fortunately, Xuantianzong didn't rush headlong into the chaos. Xiao told the leader that while they were fighting for resources, perhaps they could leave the wilderness and lay low for a while. Su replied that everything depended on little brother Ye. He was Xuantianzong's last hope. But where was he? Suddenly, the headmaster shouted that junior brother Ye had already gone there. And Xiao was there too. Wasn't that suicide? Chief Feng saw Lin and said, "This is a young man from Xuantianzong," and he asked him not to be reckless. Lin said these upstarts have completely lost their minds. Without him, the wild region is simply doomed. Let everyone stay put and not move. Xiao asked, "Who's there?" "Tell him his name immediately." Lin introduced himself and said he was his father's killer. The guy in the group heard his name and asked, "Isn't this the soaring peak lord of the Xuantian sect?" But someone told him that he was only in the nascent stage of his soul. Had he come here to die? Xiao, hearing where Lin came from, was actually furious and couldn't even control himself. Ling asked, "What's with this unbridled rage?" "What business did he have with him?" Xiao asked, "Did he kill the Wind and Thunder sect patriarch?" Lin asked, "What about that idiot?" He remembered the patriarch always saying his son had the potential for immortality. Was he really his son? Xiao was furious and couldn't even speak, anger overflowing his mind. But Lin didn't stop and said that it was true. He was that idiot's offspring. Xiao became enraged and told him he would kill him. But suddenly the servant turned to Xin Chen and asked him to allow him to seize this madman and hand him over to him. The warrior told Lin that he was a brat who dared to disrespect a saint, and now he had only himself to blame. But suddenly Hong rose to Lin's defense, ready to fight the warrior. The warrior looked at her and asked, "Where did such a beauty come from?" But Hong didn't speak to him anymore after hearing him call him a girl. He immediately attacked with his fire attack and unleashed a fiery virtual ripple. But the warrior was shocked and a little confused. After all, Hong's attack had completely burned him alive. The elder then asked, Did a spirit transformation stage cultivator die just like that? Shi Feng asked when such powerful cultivators appeared in their wild region. He even called himself a pioneer in this wild region. But now new peaks are hidden behind the mountains, and unknown heights stretch beyond the sky. Afterwards, Hong approached his mentor. Feng was shocked and asked, "Is this the Soaring Peak Lord's disciple, Lena?" But who claimed that the Soaring Peak Yes Sovereign was at the nascent soul stage? How could a nascent spirit stage cultivator have a nascent soul stage disciple? So perhaps the Xuantian sect is so powerful? The leader approached Junior Ye and asked if he realized he was echoing his words. This is the Heavenly Ascension sect. Let him run away, and they'll hold them off. Jia also said yes. As long as he lives, the Xuantian sect has a chance to be reborn. He can't die here. Lin told the clan leader not to worry. He was fine. Let him introduce the new disciple. Linner approached and said she greeted her elders. Lin replied that after resolving the problems of the Kingdom of Harmony, he had found a promising young woman, the daughter of Emperor Wei. With the highest quality root water soul, it is ideal for the peak of heavenly fragrances. Liner approached Sue and greeted her mentor. Sue immediately noticed that this little girl was the true embodiment of spirituality, but Xiao didn't let it go and shouted at Ling not to look down on him. Ling and everyone from the Xuantian set, they would pay with their lives for his father. And Lin will naturally suffer for a long time. Lin asked him, "Are you planning to compete with him? He's not even worthy of that." Lin immediately ordered Hong to follow him and teach him humility, just as he had taught him. And Hong decided he was like a dog let off the leash. And he was definitely not a lapdog, and he immediately ran after them. Xiao, seeing Hong, called his mentor a coward and said that he himself was afraid to meet him face to face. A true saint. Hong looked at him and replied that his mentor's intervention was not required to fight him. But Xiao asked, with such strength and beauty, why should he languish in a pathetic sect? Let him accept their offer, and the Heavenly Ascension sect will bestow upon him the highest favors. But Hong replied that he wasn't interested. Xiao called him a girl and asked if he really refused to even consider it. Hong replied that his mentor was right. Xiao's father was an idiot, and he, his son, was a double idiot. Xiao listened to her and said that since she refused the treat, she should be punished, and immediately attacked him. Unleashing a swirling fire attack, he aimed it straight at him. But Hong didn't lose his cool and unleashed his meteorite flame. Hong endured everything and repelled his attack with ease. Xiao asked in surprise, "What? He destroyed his technique so easily?" Hong asked him if that was it. Xiao told him not to rejoice. It was only the beginning. Xiao let out all his strength and decided to show what he was really capable of. And he used the fist of the solar deity. The leader said at that moment that the Holy Sun was truly endowed with a divine gift. His supreme heavenly rank technique, which harmoniously combines with his solar immortal body, is so powerful that it can destroy even a spirit transformation stage cultivator. And if the enemy has reached the stage of fusion, then he will undoubtedly suffer significant losses when faced with such perfection. And suddenly, after his powerful attack, Xiao said he asked for it. And at the moment of the counterattack, an explosion occurred. Everyone was shocked by what they saw, and Xiao was already glad that he had finished off Ling's disciple. But looking closely after the smoke, he saw the whole face of Hong, who remained alive after such a strong attack. Xiao was shocked and screamed that this couldn't be true. He didn't believe it. He was born for immortality, and he was invincible among his peers. But Xiao didn't stop there, and continued to strike and finish the job. But Hong said, "The frog is in the well, and he will unleash all the anger he's accumulated over yelling on him, and let him know true humiliation." But Hong was stronger than him and continued to counterattack, destroying Xiao like a breeze. For a moment, Xiao wondered why all his attacks were dissolving, like punches to cotton wool. There was no effect, and was he really weaker than her? She said he had never seen such martial prowess among the Heavenly Ascension sect's cultivators. How could such a pathetic sect have nurtured such a disciple? Hong told him he was just a weakling, that's all. The elder shouted at the Holy Sun not to doubt him. He is the chosen hero of the Heavenly Ascension sect, born for immortality. Xiao suddenly said that he is a holy son born for immortality, and he released his chi again, saying that he was not yet defeated. And he used his solar immortal body and commanded him to awaken. And he used the divine eclipse primordial technique and sent it straight into Hun's body. But Hong wasn't afraid and said it was child's play. He would show him the true meaning of the words invincible among equals. And he would show him the difference between them. And she used the seven-colored flame attack. And she released everything that was inside him. Shi Feng was surprised and said, "This guy has such a level of strength. Is he really just at the spirit transformation stage?" The elder said that this power, and is it really capable of destroying even someone who has reached the fusion stage? And I wonder who will ultimately win. But when people saw Xiao fall to the ground, they began to say, "This is the holy son of the Heavenly Ascension Sect. Could he really have lost?" A Hong asked them how a spark dared to compete with the radiance of the full moon. The leader also saw this and said to his elder brother that his disciple is too strong. Zhao also replied that although he had defeated Xiao, the Heavenly Ascension Sect still had many elders. It would be best for them to leave quickly. Lin suddenly joined the conversation and told them not to worry. There was no need to worry about it. Upon seeing his student, Lin told Hong that he would be getting an extra meal today. The student replied that he was grateful to his teacher. Xiao was shocked and said he'd lost. But suddenly someone turned to him and told him to turn around. Xiao told the fire elder that he had lost. He was invincible in his realm, and he had brought shame on the Heavenly Ascension Sect. But the elder truly didn't expect the Holy Sun to be defeated by a disciple of the Wild Region. His Taoist heart wavered. If this continued, the reputation of the Heavenly Ascension Sect would be ruined. The elder told the Holy Sun not to think about unnecessary things. He had a great future ahead of him. He was born to become immortal. And they must strengthen his Taoist heart and destroy these barbarians from the Wild Region to restore the greatness of their sect. The elder began shouting that there must be retribution for insulting the Holy Son of the Heavenly Ascension Sect. He asked who would go and destroy these barbarians. Suddenly, someone from their sect said they would go. The warriors began to say that, as expected, the Heavenly Ascension Sect had deep roots, and this time they had sent 9 fusion stage masters. Although this girl defeated the Holy Sun, he is still only in the spirit transformation stage. He is nothing compared to the fusion masters. But the monk said that such a waste of talent was truly pathetic. Hong, seeing someone attacking them, asked if he should accept the fight. Lin told him not to worry and to leave him alone. He would deal with him himself. People seeing this began to say that the head of the floating peak, Lin, had already reached the fusion stage. But the chief said he thought the soaring peak chief's disciple had already shocked him enough, but it turned out the chief himself was a heavenly sovereign. And he even boasted, calling himself the #1 in the Wild Region. How ridiculous. The warrior asked him, "A fusion, so what? Does he really think he can compete with him? And those who insult the Holy Sun, barbarians from the Wild Region, must die." And he unleashed a flurry of attacks. But Lin didn't even flinch, and she asked him if he was joking. And having passed through his opponent's attack, he found himself right in front of his enemy. But Lin didn't look at him for long and used his kick attack and fired it straight into his chest. After this, Lin looked and asked, "Is that all?" He too hadn't expected that after bonding with the Supreme Bone, his physical strength would become so terrifying. Now he can crush anyone at the same stage using only the natural strength of his body. The elder ordered his men to all attack him and finish him off. The warriors immediately surrounded him, but Lin was not afraid and used the seal of the ruler of people. All the warriors could not resist him and did not even touch his body with their fingers. The warriors were all wounded, and one of them asked, "What is this divine ability? This guy is too strong. Let everyone use their artifacts to destroy him." One of the warriors used the immortal sword of Jade Serenity, and they all launched in one attack. But Lin wasn't afraid of them and just stood there and waited for their attack to reach him. But the monk said it was a brutal, combined attack, and may the Buddha ensure that this man's inevitable death comes. The warrior saw that this bald prude appeared to be full of mercy, but behind his back he was doing things even he despised. Still, he agreed with the monk. Such moments as Yelena should die as soon as possible. The clan leader shouted and said that Chief Ye was in danger. Zhao also replied that he had told them they should have fled immediately. It was too late now. But Su told them they didn't understand anything. Hong knew that after what he'd seen in the state of harmony, he had no more doubts. He was definitely still hiding something. And now they would see what else he was hiding. Lin started laughing and replied that if that's the case, let him try it. And he used one of the upper bone's divine abilities. Everyone was surprised to see his attack and asked, "What's going on?" And what kind of energy was this? Lin didn't stop there and continued to use divine avenging light, consuming them all at once. All the warriors were defeated and seriously wounded. They didn't even know what to do against the enemy. They even begged the Fire Elder to save them. The Elder said he didn't expect this guy to be so problematic. The Holy Sun was already gravely wounded. If their elders fell too, how would he report to the sect? He decided to take action on his own and immediately attacked from the ship. People said it was the Fire Elder's 3-star spiritual artifact, the Buddha Tower. It was his greatest weapon. Now they were saved. The Elder used the Buddha Tower attack and said that this is where it will all end, and their enemy will die. Lin, too, was overjoyed at the moment because he'd been waiting for this very moment. The system immediately responded and announced that a collision with a peak fusion stage cultivator had been detected. Even with his passive effect activated, he becomes stronger when facing opponents stronger than himself. And the power of a full fusion stage has been achieved. The Elder tried to get closer to him, but couldn't, and kept using his attacks. But Lin always repelled them. The Elder was shocked and asked if he'd been hiding his power all this time. But Lin didn't answer, and instead unleashed a stream of energy at him. The Elder told the senior that today's incident meant they were admitting defeat. The Heavenly Ascension Sect was voluntarily abandoning the fight for the secret world. Lin got angry and told them that they came when they wanted to and decided to just leave. If that's the case, then they should die. The Elder replied that the boy had gone too far. Wasn't he afraid of the Heavenly Ascension Sect's wrath? But suddenly he thought for a moment and said that everything was clear to him now. And that meant that Elder Mu from the outer courtyard had also died at his hands. Lin told him it was all true. Since he'd already made enemies, why not kill a few more for fun? Without even leaving a chance for the Elder's life, he burned him alive and did not even let him say anything last. The warriors were shocked and asked, how could this be possible? This barbarian from the Wild region had obliterated a Fire Elder of the Heavenly Ascension Sect with a single wave of his hand. The Elder saw that the Elder had also fallen. Chen Xiao's Taoist heart was shattered. The reputation and strength of the Heavenly Ascension Sect would suffer enormous damage. However, looking at the monk, I saw that now a real performance would begin in the eastern lands. Xiao was also furious, as even the Fire Elder couldn't defeat him. Was his father's killer really that powerful? Would he ever be able to take revenge? The warriors began shouting that everything was bad. The elders were in trouble. Let them take the Holy Sun and leave, and activate the golden ship. Hong got angry and asked them if they were just showing off and then running away. But he left them no chance of escape, and releasing flames into the ship, shouted that they would all die. The warriors said they had first killed the elders of the Heavenly Ascension Sect, and now they were going to kill the Holy Sun as well. They had decided to exterminate every last one. And this mentor and student are simply crazy. But suddenly at that moment, a monk stepped in to protect the ship and used his palm. The monk addressed him as a young lady and asked when this endless cycle of revenge would end. Why did they want to exterminate every last one of them? Hong told the bald monk not to think he couldn't see through their Buddhist tricks. By saving them now, he wanted to make the Heavenly Ascension Sect feel indebted to him. This hypocrisy was disgusting. The monk told him not to speak falsely. His prejudice against Buddhism was too strong, and they were already showing signs of falling into demonic ways. He would advise them to hold on. Hong replied that when he was in the central region, he despised people like the monk the most. They do everything for their own gain, but hide behind virtue. And even if he were to turn to the demonic path, he wouldn't need his guidance. The monk decided that in that case, he'd let him guide him back to the true path. Hong felt the old monk pressing with incredible pressure. He was clearly at the peak of the fusion stage. But suddenly Lin stood in front of the monk and asked if someone had decided to offend his disciple while he was busy. The monk told Mr. Ye that he was mistaken. He only wanted to give his students some guidance. Lin asked him instruct. The monk thought he was worthy of instructing his disciples. Hong thought the same thing as instructing a reincarnated person at the stage of a true immortal. He, a mere monk at the fusion stage, was thinking the same thing. Hong said he was grateful for their help. His disciple had intended to hold up their ship, but the old bald monk had thwarted him, and they were able to escape. The monk replied that he simply thought things had gone too far and decided to intervene to smooth things over. If Mr. Ye thought otherwise, he had nothing to say. Lin suddenly asked, "What, he's decided to show off and run away?" He should stop since he's already started acting like that. The monk asked Mr. Ye what he meant. He understood that the floating temple was one of the most powerful Buddhist orders in the eastern region. And he just made enemies in the Heavenly Ascension sect, and he thinks he has the courage to be at odds with them too. Lin told the monk that he knew how to craft clever combinations. He did nothing, but managed to create a huge debt of gratitude for himself. And he left all the dirty work for him to handle in the future. If he's so prescient, why shouldn't he predict the date of his own death? The monk told Mr. Ye that his words had gone too far. Lin had already used a fire attack and asked, "So what?" But the monk didn't do anything and used the golden bell. However, his defenses were weak and he was wounded by Lin's attack. The monk straightened his posture as he fell and regained his footing. He told his mentor that the immortal was mocking them. Did he really think the floating temple was a weak point? The teacher replied that since Mr. Ye was so persistent, then he shouldn't blame him for being cruel. The Golden Buddha's master used the image of the Dharma Buddha against him. But Lin watched all this and did nothing immediately. The warriors have already said that this is a Buddhist technique of great manifestation, and in his hands is a 3-star spiritual artifact of the 9-ring glands. And this Lin has completely lost his mind. He's already angered the Heavenly Ascension sect, and now he wants to make enemies within the Buddhist orders. Is he simply tired of life? The mentor told Mr. Ye that he had given him a chance, but he was too stubborn, and now he would calm him down. The monk raised his weapon into the air and launched a resolution attack. But Lin stood his ground and replied that he was interested. Lin told him to let the monk do her job already. He used the heavenly burial coffin to stop her with one hand. The monk was a little surprised after all this. He couldn't even understand how the immortal had done all this. And suddenly Lin noticed that as his level increased, this coffin had evolved from a 4-star artifact to a 6-star one. Lin told the monk that his divine ability was all he could do and sent everyone inside. The monks were shocked and asked what it was. They shouted to their master to save them. The monk's master was shocked and considered him a cursed evil. An evil spirit was hiding within the Xuan sect. The monk told his allies that this man was a heretic and they were to destroy him immediately. The others were already wondering if anyone would risk it, and Hong realized he'd known all along that his mentor was hiding something else. The monk told Mr. Ye that they were already at odds with the Heavenly Ascension sect. Did he really want to make an enemy of the Eastern region's most powerful Buddhist sect? Lin replied that what irritated him most were hypocrites like them. He had no limits on who would become his enemy. His principle is simple: destroy hypocrites. And with a wave of his hand, he told the monk to stop chattering and go to his coffin immediately. Having locked the monk in the coffin, he lifted him up with one hand and asked who else wanted to attack. The clan leader shouted that Brother Ye had done a great job, and he had done a fantastic job. Zhao also asked, "Is he sleeping?" Someone should hit him. Su immediately granted his wish and punched him in the face. Shou asked her sister why she was shaking him. Su asked, "What's hurt?" The boy replied, "Of course it hurts." Su said that meant it wasn't a dream. The elder couldn't believe it and asked, had the wild region really won? It's incredible that he was able to suppress them all single-handedly. And everyone began shouting together that they were welcoming the heavenly ruler. Did the enemies think this was still a wild region? Were they sure they hadn't come to the wrong place? They thought Ye had only defied fate 3 times, but how wrong they were. And he not only shook the greatest sect of the eastern region, the Heavenly Ascension sect, to its foundations, but also reduced the priest of the Buddhist temple to dust. However, he has now made mortal enemies, and retribution will be merciless. And if he can further destabilize the eastern region, it will only play into their hands. And if this continues, their Zhu clan will be able to reap enormous benefits. Suddenly, a huge beam descended from the sky. The warriors began to say that this was wonderful. The secret world had finally opened up. For the first time in his life, he had seen such a magnificent sight. Lin saw that he was overjoyed, because now all he had to do was go inside to complete the task. But first, he needed to deal with the remnants of the hostile sects that had arrived. Lin said that everyone who belongs to the wild region has the right to enter and explore this world. The rest should leave. The clan was dissatisfied, and the guys shouted that their Shu clan had never entered into conflict with the Xuantian sect. But despite this, they were being blocked. And how sorry he was that the elders were absent. They would not have allowed such lawlessness. The warrior immediately told the young lord that the higher the sun rises, the brighter its sunset. To enter a battle whose outcome is already decided is to challenge fate, knowing it is not on their side. The young gentleman replied that he was absolutely right. Before crushing the enemy, he would drive him to the brink of madness. Let him wallow in his arrogance. It would be his undoing. There was nothing more to do here. It was time for them to leave. People were already saying that even the Shu clan didn't dare to oppose him. And it seems no one will dare to oppose this Yeling. The warriors who had to leave said that they came from far away, but in the end they got nothing. The young gentleman replied that they could enjoy their triumph for now, but they would wait and see. Lin took his disciple with him and said it was time for them to go, and so they entered the bright world of Luotian. Lin said he hadn't expected such a stunning atmosphere inside. The system suddenly indicated that an activation site had been located. Should they accept the reward? Lin replied that he accepted. The system showed that he had received the projection. The owner looked at it and said it was good. After all, the great Buddha form of that golden Buddha monk's master was quite a nuisance. If he hadn't used the heavenly burial coffin, it would have been a serious battle. The chieftain ordered his men to scatter and search for rare herbs, but not to go far. Keep an eye on each other. Lin knew he only wanted to complete the task, but since everyone was so busy, it was worth exploring the place a little. Suddenly, some of the boys fell into the trap of a monster who tried to attack them and eat them. The warriors shouted to the others to be careful. The local creatures were very dangerous. And another attack. The leader said they're surrounded and everyone needs to gather. In this world, even monsters have reached the level of the Golden Core, so we can't let our guard down. Hong replied that if they wanted resources, they should show their strength. No one was giving them away for free, but things turned out to be much more complicated. Suddenly, the birds began flying past and a troop of monkeys pounced on them. The leader immediately ordered his men to prepare for battle. The warriors immediately began fighting the troop of monkeys. The monkeys were so sinister that they were ready to eat everyone and cut them into small pieces. But suddenly she grabbed a girl from among them, and she screamed and begged for help. The warriors approached her to help and, attacking, tried to remove him. But the monkey was so strong that no attack could do him any harm, and his fur was so tough that he felt nothing. The girl was still underneath him and screaming that she shouldn't do this and that someone should help her already. Hong suddenly saw this sight and walked up to him and used his fire attack to burn him. Hong asked the girl if she was okay. The girl thanked her brother Hong. At that moment, the headmaster also told brother Hong that he would be more comfortable with him and to take care of the younger disciples. And these white monkeys possess the power of soul nurturing. There are certainly too many of them, and they are very agile. Let them be careful. Hong saw that the chief was still nervous about his arrival, but he'd better take care of himself. But the monkeys weren't content to stop and immediately pounced on him. But Hong sensed them at the beginning and used a fire attack and said that they were all doomed. The warriors looked at all this and said that their elder brother Hong was amazing. And he was right. He had completely adopted the style of his teacher, yeah. But Hong got tired of hearing their words and told them to shut up. And he wondered where that bastard Lin had disappeared to. And he was probably slacking off again. At this time in the forest, Lin asked the system if it was sure that the special energy anomaly was in this direction. The system responded to the owner, yes, right there. And there's a new task on that side, and the reward is far better than for a regular activation. The inhabitants of the depths of the secret world of Luotian were on the tree of the Great World. One of the elder residents said that the fruit of the great tree of peace had finally ripened. But at the same time, the secret world of the Great Liu was also revealed, allowing several human invaders to invade their territory. But the peak fusion stage Stone Clan chief said that they had to deal with it immediately. The head of the giant clan immediately entered the conversation and said that he believed that dividing the fruit of the great tree of peace was their primary task. Once they have completely consumed the fruit, they will acquire the body of the great world tree, and then they will crush the invaders like ants. But the head of the Wing clan replied that this little white mouse had already managed to steal the fruit. They couldn't get to it yet. The head of the Dragon clan said it was all because the fruit ripened so unexpectedly. They didn't even have time to react. But the head of the Pisces clan began to reply that nothing could be done about it. Now that he had eaten the fruit, the tree had recognized him, and until he digested it, they could not touch him. Otherwise, the tree would attack them. The tree clan leader said it seemed like all they could do was wait for him to digest the fruit. then seize it and use secret methods to process it, and then divide it. That would be fair. But the head of the giant clan did not agree with them a little, and said that he swears he will make this lowly white mouse pay for his greed. Suddenly, one of the residents said that the light was fading. He had almost finished digesting the fruit. Suddenly, tiny paws began to emerge from the fruit. The mouse immediately emerged and said she had been sleeping soundly. All the villagers looked at her and were very angry. The mouse greeted her brothers and asked why they were looking for her, and for what reason. The mouse realized they were going to do something to her, maybe even kill her. She began to walk away slowly, telling them not to stop her. The head of the giant clan said that this stinking rat became so fast. The effect of the fruit of the great world tree is truly amazing. The head of the tree clan immediately released his roots and told the others to stop being surprised and find her quickly. The mouse saw the roots of the tree's leader following her, shouting at them that she wanted to discuss everything, and she was intelligent and ready to talk. Suddenly, Mouse saw an unfamiliar portal in front of her. She wasn't afraid and jumped into it. Upon entering, she felt very ill and said she felt dizzy, but she didn't know where she was. The head of the Wing clan said that who would have thought that by digesting the fruit, she received the power of spatial movement. And if she escapes, completely digests the fruit, and experiences cultivation, that will be a real disaster. So she must resign herself to dying here. The head of the Wing clan showed no mercy to the mouse and launched an attack with her feathers. The mouse was caught in the crossfire and screamed in pain. Falling to the ground, the mouse said that she didn't want to be eaten. The mouse wanted to survive, but the head of the Kamnev clan stood behind her and said that she would die anyway, and he unleashed his air attack. The mouse was so weak and small that the air threw her into the abyss, and she couldn't even resist. The head of the Wing clan approached and said that some dead rat dared to lay claim to the fruit of the great tree of peace. Did she even know how valuable it was? And who did she think she was to have a right to it? The head of the giant clan also came down and told the mouse to run away. But when he saw her standing still, he asked why she wasn't running. Or did she think that since she'd eaten the fruit, she could elude them? The mouse replied that their names weren't written on the fruit, so why shouldn't the mouse have eaten it? And now they're blaming her for nothing. She's so ashamed. The head of the tree clan asked if she knew that the tree of the great world tree, which supports the entire secret world of Tien, grows fruit over many eras. And anyone who eats it gains the body of the great Luo. This is the greatest body, the first in the ranking of bodies in the world of immortals. Their tribes had waited for this moment for hundreds of generations, and when the fruit finally appeared, she claimed it. Let her say, shouldn't she die so that the fruit can be returned to those to whom it rightfully belongs? The mouse was surprised and asked, so she'd done such a terrible thing? What should she do now? She could really die after all, but she begged someone to save her. But the head of the tree clan tried to crush it with his hand, when suddenly he received an attack from behind. Stopping, he sensed an aura and asked the stranger who he was. Lin immediately appeared and asked the system what it had said about the energy wave emanating from that white mouse. The system responded that yes, this little mouse had just eaten the fruit of the great world tree, and its body had already formed into that of a great Luo. It had enormous potential for development. Lin became very curious when he heard about the world trees. The mouse approached him and said that the hero had saved her, and those evil people wanted to eat her. Lin thought about it and realized this scenario seemed familiar. Why did every time he took on a student, he saved someone else? Had he really turned into Tang Seng? But if Hong is so stubborn, then at least this white, plump mouse will likely be obedient, and if he's right, he'll make her his apprentice. The head of the giant clan immediately launched an attack, shouting that an invader had arrived. How dare he ignore them? And now he would make him pay for it. But Lin didn't run away and, stopping the hammer with one hand, said that the mouse was now his, and if they left, he would spare them. The head of the Stone clan also attacked and asked the stranger if he, too, was at the peak of the fusion stage. How dare he say such a thing, since they were all on the same level? The head of the giant clan saw their support and said that everything was right, and together they would crush him. But Lin wasn't even surprised by their words and immediately walked up and struck with his bare hands. The head of the giant clan was in great shock, because he was thrown back so hard that he didn't even expect it. The head of the giant clan asked how such a simple blow could have such power. But the head of the Wing clan didn't stand aside and told the man he was simply seeking death, and she unleashed a barrage of attacks from her feathers. Lin used his defense and replied that since they had decided to resist, then they should not blame him for being rude. And he unleashed the Great Wasteland Finger attack, sealing the heavens. Rising into the sky, he unleashed a fiery avalanche upon them. The heads of the clans were hit by a huge stone and shouted to all stand together and repel this attack. But seeing that they were advancing again, Lin said that the stone one was being exposed to attack. And this was a little interesting, but he wasn't even fazed by this, and decided to test out his new login bonus. And he applied the guise of the Heavenly Emperor. But the head of the giant family appeared nearby and said that he was a cursed person, and he actually used AI to create the manga. And does he now understand how much he's let his readers down? And if so, then all he needs is death to atone for his guilt. Lin stopped his hammer again and asked in surprise, AI? And he told them to open their eyes wide and look. He's not even an AI mangaka. The heads were very surprised and asked him what he was talking about. He showed them the original sketches. Lin stopped chatting and delivered a powerful punch. But the head of the Stone clan looked at the Stone defense and said that this really wasn't AI manga. The head of the Tree clan approached and replied that this was false information, and it was time for them to retreat. But Lin told them to keep up their monthly votes, and let them remember that new chapters are released thanks to their support. The clan's inhabitants were greatly surprised by his attack and asked what it was, since under this terrifying pressure from this enormous illusion, they seemed so insignificant. And this is definitely something they can handle. Who the hell is he? Suddenly, the people fighting on the other side realized this was a divine incarnation ability, even more powerful than that of the monk from the Martial Heaven Temple. But the elder wondered who had used it. Could it really have been the heavenly ruler? But who could possibly exist as such a powerful incarnation? Even the most powerful incarnations of the Central Lands pale before this one and can only bow in submission. Hong also saw that these were his mentor's tricks again. And how much more was he hiding, he wondered. Suddenly, Lin's spirit announced that the Emperor of Heaven was here. Would they dare resist? But Lin immediately ordered him to kill them all without mercy. But the clan's inhabitants weren't the timid sort and moved in to kill their enemy. The Stone clan leader immediately charged while the others remained below. Lin looked at the stone and told it was the strongest of them all, and he unleashed a heaven-splitting blow. The head of the Stone clan saw the fire in front of him and couldn't even dodge it, as he immediately died from the attack. The head of the Tree clan said that this was too terrifying a force. The head of the Giant clan decided to take a different approach and replied to the Heavenly Lord that he acknowledged their recklessness. And he suggested he stop the fight. They had no reason to destroy each other, but Lin decided he wouldn't leave them and lowered his fiery hand. The villagers hadn't thought of such a thing, and afterwards shouted that he was a damned man. How could he be so cruel and merciless? Their people would never forgive him for this. Lin told them that if they could kill him, they would have done so long ago. Do they think he will believe their words about peace? The Imperial form is truly powerful, but it's consumed 80% of his energy. He must be careful not to overuse it, and it's time for him to accept a disciple. Lin looked around and asked where his future apprentice was. That rat had just been here and looked so obedient. How had it managed to escape while he was fighting over it? The mouse ran away at that moment, saying it was too scary, and that two-legged beast nearly scared him to death. Even though he wanted to save her, he was even scarier than those 6 bad guys. But it also seems like the pain from the beating has completely disappeared, and his legs are carrying him faster than ever before. Could all this be thanks to that mysterious fruit? It's simply unbelievable. Suddenly she felt fear, and she thought this two-legged creature was going to catch him. Lin started chasing her and asked the system if the rat was ahead. The system replied that it was, and with just a little effort, he could catch her. Lin looked ahead and said, "This rat turned out to be quite nimble. It's all because of the fruit of the Great World Tree. And without the system's help, he would never have caught her. But once he did, he would never let go." The mouse realized she needed horses. And why was he approaching so quickly? How did he find her in such a vast forest? Suddenly, Lin appeared in front of her and stopped her. The mouse was shocked that he had appeared in front of her. Lin caressed her with his hand and said that the mouse didn't want to die. She had promised to become his servant, so why had she run away? The mouse replied that it was because his aura was too frightening. She, being a mouse, couldn't take it anymore and ran away, and she was afraid he would want to eat her too. Lin said he'd tried both beef and horse meat, but he'd never eaten rat meat. Maybe it was worth a try, he thought. The mouse replied that rat meat was sour and tasteless. It would also give you a bloated stomach. Lin was surprised and said that she had intrigued him even more, and he wanted to try it too. Grabbing the mouse, he continued that this creature possessed the most powerful immortal body, the body of the great world tree, yet was so easily frightened. And as soon as she saw him fight, she immediately ran away. And perhaps he'll make a pet out of her. 2 hours later, they stopped in the forest and prepared food. The mouse was sleeping at the time and smelled the scent and said it smelled very nice. Is she still alive? Seeing a large cauldron in front of her, she was afraid that this guy wanted to cook her. Lin told her to come to him, but just don't make him catch her again. The mouse looked at the fire and became very frightened. Lin gave her some meat and told her she was a coward. The mouse started eating and said it was delicious, and she asked what kind of meat it was. She'd never eaten anything like it. Lin replied that it was rabbit meat. The mouse was surprised and said that rabbits were so cute. And why eat rabbits? Lin looked and replied, then they're listening to her. The mouse said she wasn't as tasty as a bunny. It's better to eat bunnies. The mouse asked her master if she could have another piece of meat. Lin replied that she could, but on one condition. He would be not only her master, but also her mentor. Would she agree? The mouse was surprised and asked the mentor how she had earned such an honor. Wouldn't it be dangerous? Lin replied that she was talking too much. The mouse would be his apprentice and would eat delicious food. And if there was danger, he would protect her. Sounds good, right? The mouse agreed and said she wanted to become an apprentice. She loves patrons. Lin immediately told her to quickly greet her master. The mouse approached and replied that disciple Bai Xiaoxi was greeting her master. The system immediately congratulated the master for completing the task of accepting a disciple, and he received the reward, the divine ability of the great technique of the 5 wheels of rebirth. He then gains the great technique of 5 wheels of rebirth and destroys everything in his path and deals massive area damage. Lin was delighted and said, another powerful ability. That's excellent. He asked the system, was he underestimating him? With his noble nature, he would never harm defenseless animals. The mouse suddenly asked the teacher if he had just spoken to her. Lin replied that he would now impart a technique to her, and she should definitely appreciate it and practice diligently. And she must become his good student. And he fired a beam of energy, which he directed at Xi's head. Lin said she had received the path of the great Dao Luo. Xi then replied that this technique was amazing, and she felt as if her mind had been enlightened, and she thanked her teacher for the gift of this technique. After this, Lin told her to get up and drink the soup and eat the meat. After all, the meat was already completely cooked. Sai tried her mentor's dish and said it was also very tasty. The teacher was so kind to her. Being his student was a true blessing for her. The mouse would definitely repay him for his kindness. Suddenly, everything began to collapse above them. Lin asked, what's going on? Why was the sky of the secret world starting to crumble? The system immediately said that it had discovered that the life cycle of the ancient world tree Luo was coming to an end. It can no longer support the secret world's operations. Let him leave it as soon as possible. Lin said the secret world was beginning to crumble. They had to leave quickly. Then he suddenly saw Xi crying and asked why she was doing this. Xi told the teacher that she didn't know why, but the mouse was so sad. Lin said it might be because her body was connected to the Luo tree. But now the most important thing is to urgently meet with the Sect leader and leave this world. Lin opened a portal and moved. The leader began shouting to his men to quickly exit the secret world. Be careful, don't get hurt. The elder said he didn't expect something like this to happen here. The leader looked around and asked, where's junior brother Ye? Should they wait for him? Lin emerged from the portal and told them the situation was critical. They needed to leave the secret world quickly. The leader said it was excellent, and the younger brother came. Only his disciple remained. Zhao asked leader Ye what he had in his hands. Lin replied that this was his new student. The leader was surprised and asked, where is his other student? After all, his previous disciple, though difficult in character, had a divine appearance and incredible talent. This one, however, was simply a giant rat with no cultivation whatsoever. Lin left, telling them not to worry. He sensed he had already left the secret world. They would meet him outside. Emerging from the world, the elders shouted their arrival. This secret world was full of dangers, but thanks to Lin, they were able to obtain many rare resources. Hong approached the teacher and announced that he had come too. Lin looked and imagined him as his new student. From this day forward, they would live in peace and love. Hong was surprised but told his mentor that he understood everything. C descended to the ground and asked where she had ended up. Sai looked into the red portal and began to cry and miss her home, and she realized she was about to disappear. But everything turned out to be much worse. Various creatures from another world also crossed over into the real world. The monster asked, "Is this the world beyond the secret world? And why is the spiritual energy so weak here?" The snake also asked, "Are these bipedal creatures the very people mentioned in the ancient records? But why is their cultivation so weak?" The rhinoceros replied that since they were in a new environment, they needed to learn to adapt. He proposed seizing the land and redistributing the territories. The head of the Wing clan said that they needed to enslave them first, and then distribute the territories. The leader suddenly said things were bad. These creatures were from the depths of a secret world, ancient relics. Their power was incomparable to anything they'd encountered before. Let them just look. There are hundreds of cultivators here at the spirit transformation stage, and dozens have already reached the fusion stage. They're in big trouble. The warrior was surprised and asked, "Ancient relics?" The leader replied that the cultivation world was full of various races and creatures. A stone tablet in the secret world mentioned their origins. These beings came here from all corners of all worlds. They've survived here for countless years. If these alien beings unite, they could rival the 5 strongest sects in the eastern region. Zai asked how they could endure this. Perhaps they could try to negotiate? The leader replied that it was impossible. They were barbarians, and they just destroyed their home. Now they will undoubtedly come for revenge and take over their wild region. Trouble is coming. The warriors asked if they were truly doomed. What should they do? Elder Feng came out and told them not to be afraid. They had Lin. As long as he was with them, they would surely prevail. The warriors rejoiced and said they had Lin and were no match for him. Hong thought that, judging by his confidence, the mentor could withstand even the onslaught of such a large number of opponents. The system immediately appeared and announced that a new quest had been activated. The master must gain the trust of 10,000 natives of the secret world and join them to the Xuantian sect. Lin asked her, "What's she kidding me about?" It wasn't enough to fight this crowd. Now she had to persuade them? That was a ticket to the madhouse. And she's saying they can't be destroyed? Only subjugated? The system told him to do as he saw fit. Suddenly the chief approached them and asked if he was that Lin, the best fighter here. Lin replied that yes, it was him. Lin saw so many creatures before him, and the Xuantian sect could really accommodate them all. They were all so strange looking. The monsters asked, "What's there to fear? There's only one of him. And even if he's at the peak of his fusion, can he stand against all of them?" And so they decided to attack him together. Lin used his defense and wondered what to do next. He knew how to fight, but running away was the worst thing, and it looked like it wouldn't be easy. She said the teacher looked a little puzzled. He'd been so kind to her, teaching her the technique, feeding her meat. She couldn't let him be alone. Hong heard her words and asked what she was going to do. C ran and shouted to the teacher that she would come to his aid. Sai didn't ask him any more questions and stood in front of the monsters, deciding to protect the teacher. After this, she suddenly became different. Her eyes immediately began to glow and improve several times. The leader, seeing this, said that junior brother Ye's disciple isn't as simple as he seems. His aura inspires involuntary respect. The monsters were very surprised and said that this was the aura of the ancient Luo tree, and they realized that the Luo tree had not abandoned them. All the monsters immediately fell to their knees before her and said they were asking the tree of Lo to guide their people. And how should they proceed? Hong realized that, as he had suspected, every step he took was part of a carefully planned plan. His true nature ran far deeper than it seemed. Lin immediately realized that the Luo tree had produced a fruit that would become the means of his rebirth. And when she ate it, the ancient Luo's body was born within her, and his will remained. And now the will of the Luo tree awakens and attempts to take over Shi's body. He asked her if she was all right. Let her answer him. Lin approached her chi flow and shouted at Shi to wake up. At that moment, Mouse's subconscious realized that the teacher was calling her, and she couldn't sleep. Having come to her senses, she turned to the teacher and said that she thanked him for waking her up. Lin asked if everything was all right. The monsters were greatly surprised and began to indignantly ask, "Has the great Low Tree become this man's disciple? But how is this possible? Could this bipedal animal be the great Luo's teacher?" Lin, seeing this, whispered to Shi that she needed to do as he told her. She didn't respond and simply nodded. She addressed them and said that the destruction of the secret world was the will of heaven, and they should not worry. They were all his children, and he would never abandon them. Ling also turned to the great Luo tree and said that heaven was merciful. Their home had been destroyed, but the Xuantian sect was ready to become their new refuge. And they will stand together and survive the disaster. She turned to her teacher and thanked him. The monster said he didn't understand. Was the Tree of Lo trying to tell them they had to submit to humans? Sai transformed again and asked if they doubted her words. The monster became frightened and replied that he didn't dare. She listened and said that was fine then, and let them follow her and the teacher to the Xuantian sect. The system immediately said that it congratulated the owner for completing the task and would receive a sundial as a reward. Lin looked at it and replied, "That's a success, but the reward isn't particularly impressive. He has a golden arm that makes him stronger without training, so it's simply useless. But this training space could be useful for Hun. He'll be so eager to learn, and he'll just be there. It's wonderful, but this guy still needs some training." Hong saw his mentor's face and wondered why he was looking at him like that. Was he upset that he hadn't helped him solve the problem with the animals? The leader was shocked and approached, asking, "Is this a dream, or is this real? Have these powerful beings joined the Xuantian sect?" Zhao also told the leader that from now on, their Xuantian sect would become one of the 10 strongest sects in the eastern region. Elder Feng asked, "Is this even possible?" Although he's glad the wild region has been saved, it seems no one cares about his mountain-moving sect anymore. Shai told the teacher that she had done it, and they were really listening to her. Lin replied that it was excellent, and he was pleased. But Lin became curious and asked how she felt with this will of the great Luo tree. Shai replied that she hadn't felt anything since waking up. Lin said that they should then escort them out and return to the Xuantian sect. Enemies of the Xuantian sect came to the Heavenly Ascension sect. The servants met the saint and asked what was wrong with him. Why did he look so battered? He was so full of energy when he left. What happened in the wilderness? Xiao was exhausted and couldn't even respond to people. The elders also ran out into the street and asked the saint what had happened to him. Xiao replied that he needed to see the teacher. The elder told the saint that he had heard the great teacher was currently in meditation. What had happened? Where were the elders and their companions? Xiao replied that they were all dead. The elder was surprised and asked who did this. Let him tell him so he could report it to the sect. Xiao didn't want to say anything, but he said it was the Xuantian sect and Peak Master Ye Ling. And outside the Heavenly Ascension sect's temple, people were asking, how could this be possible? The elders had died too. But who dared to kill the elders of the Heavenly Ascension sect? Even a saint nearly died. This is truly an insult. Residents also reported breaking news. A breaking story has emerged in the eastern region. The guy was surprised and asked, was a saint of the Heavenly Ascension sect defeated by a red girl of the same level as himself? He was told that the Heavenly Ascension sect had lost 9 of its strongest elders. The killer was sect leader Xuantian Yiling. A guest from another sect in the tavern said that this world is changing. Barbarians from the wild region killed the strongest of the Heavenly Ascension sect. The guy told him that the Heavenly Ascension sect was strong, but if they clashed with them, this fight would be decided in advance. The girl also said that the Heavenly Ascension sect is the greatest power. It has given birth to immortals since ancient times. Their strength is not something that these barbarians can compare with. In the Eastern Region's sect, in the Buddha temple in the capital, the senior monk said that the Heavenly Ascension sect had declared war on the Xuantian sect, and the Buddha temple must now avenge its blood. The monk replied that he understood and would pass it on to everyone. He then offered to gather all their forces to fight the demons. And in the wild region, after the destruction of the secret world, concentrated spiritual energy came out. So what's the beginning of this impoverished region's prosperity? Many creatures are now taking advantage of this to strengthen their powers. Since they took on 10,000 beings, the Xuantian sect's strength has grown significantly. But after the declaration of war, things will be difficult. In the martial arts square on the Xuan warrior sect's premises, he heard the Heavenly Ascension sect was attacking, but what about the Buddha temple? He heard they accused them of evil deeds. They told him it was strange, since they hadn't seen the head or senior mentors for several days. Where were they? The guy replied that they were said to be in meditation. Ling is so strong, yet he still continues to meditate. This is a blessing for the Xuantian sect. At this time, at the peak of emptiness, Lin lay in the sun and did not even think about his affairs, and simply enjoyed the rest. Suddenly, she came and told the teacher that she had done it. She had instantly prepared an incredibly delicious drink. Lin was surprised and told her to quickly put the tube away. She had already done so and handed it to the teacher. Lin immediately tried the drink and tasted it just right. He told her it was excellent work, and he'd let her make 50 more cups, and he could keep one for himself as a reward. Shai was surprised and replied that she was thanking the teacher. Lin understood that these drink recipes were earned through the daily assignment, and they're so much tastier than the ones of the past. Even the Ice King will appreciate his culinary masterpiece. Hong looked and said that his mentor was stupid and was even ready to make money from these strange drinks. Lin asked Hong where his fried squid was. How come it's not ready yet? Let him see how much he's going to do for him. He's even worse than a mouse. Hong told the teacher that everything was almost ready. He'd bring it right now. Presenting the food, he told the teacher to enjoy. Hong asked the teacher if everything was okay. Was there anything she needed to add? Lin replied that it was excellent and that she should continue in the same spirit. Hong suddenly asked his mentor if he could get permission to train in the sundial. He was so eager to develop faster. Lin asked him if he could see that he was being impatient again. Hong told the teacher that he wanted to become stronger so that his sect would be even more secure. Lin told him not to worry, his sect was safe, and he was just staying with him and supporting him. At that moment, Hong thought his teacher was simply afraid he would be stronger than him. But she told the teacher that if his older brother wanted it so badly, he should go. She would take over his responsibilities. Lin stood up and said that since his sister was so insistent, he would allow him to train in the sundial, and he should thank her for it. Hong knelt down and replied that he was grateful to the teacher and to she, too, for asking for him. Lin, as he left, told them that he would go inside and that they should continue preparing the food. Hong understood that the day he emerged from seclusion, the time would come when Lin would bow her head before him. Lin immediately noticed that Hong was already jumping up and down with anticipation. He thought he could turn the game around. But for him, this was just pity. The master only grew stronger when faced with a worthy opponent. So he needs to accept it and continue to invest in it, pumping up his cultivation level. Sai turned to the teacher. 50 new cups are ready. And may she drink this tea with the herbs of immortality? Lin told her that of course he could. He said that he could choose any cup. Shai was very happy about this and thanked the teacher. Lin suddenly remarked that other people pet cats, but he petted a mouse. After all, she felt wonderful to the touch. The mouse suddenly started trembling and asked, "Where is the cat?" And she's very afraid of cats. Lin said that Luo's ancient body was a complete waste. Even a cat was smaller than him. Besides, she had 10,000 fighters from the secret world under her protection, and he was still afraid of cats? Shai replied that the mouse was simply afraid. Lin asked her why she didn't go to the sundial to practice. Inside, 100 years passed like a single day in the outside world. Her ancient Luo body would have been significantly strengthened. Sai said the mouse doesn't want to. Then she won't see the teacher for ages, and she'll be sad. Besides, training is boring. The mouse loves hanging out with the teacher and eating treats. Lin started laughing, and he liked it. They were similar in that way, unlike some. And by the way, they say that demons, having reached the stage of spirit transformation, can take on human form. Why, then, had he never seen her in human form? Shai replied that it was because the mouse had forgotten about it. Lin suggested that they try it right then. She said everything was fine. And then, unexpectedly, she turned into a mouse-like girl. Lin was surprised and replied that she was a miniature loli. But Lin was a little shocked and asked, "What the hell is going on?" She asked the teacher, "What happened? Does the mouse look bad?" Lin closed his eyes and said, "This is so bad. It's too scary." And he asked she, "Is she deliberately making fun of him?" Sai replied that it wasn't at all, and the mouse had tried very hard, but for some reason she could only retain this appearance, and now she felt hurt. Lin suddenly told her not to worry. and asked her to transform back. Lin saw her coming and said that half a stick of incense had already passed, but he still had not transformed. Shai told the teacher that the mouse had suddenly forgotten how to do it. Lin asked, "Are you sure she's a mouse and not a pig?" The mouse told the teacher not to get angry. The mouse would try again. She'd definitely succeed in these days. But she asked the teacher if he wanted to continue petting the mouse. Lin replied that no, he wanted to be quiet. C ran to the water and looked and said that it was very strange, but she looked quite cute. At this time, the border guard between the wild region and the spiritual region, ships were heading to the eastern region. Someone once said that the wrath of the eastern region's #1 immortal sect is a fury no one can bear. The Zhuan Tian sect is doomed. But they told him that this used to be so arrogant. Now he would die in agony. And he was sure that now he was so afraid he'd already gone silent. But suddenly a servant came in and told the young master that the battle had begun. And there was already fighting outside. The gentleman began insulting him and told him to explain properly. Who's fighting whom? Otherwise he'd wring his neck and throw him in a cesspool to feed the maggots. The servant said it was the Heavenly Ascension sect. Their troops just invaded the wild region. The master emerged from his room and asked the servant what he had said. He was delighted that the Heavenly Ascension sect had finally arrived, and these pathetic savages dared to stand against him. He knew their days were numbered. What a sight it would be. Right now in the wild region, the master of the mountain-moving sect is saying that a huge army is advancing on them. How many cultivators are involved? The elder told the old man that he begged him not to be a hero this time. If there was no way out, he should just run. After all, he is their strongest protector, a symbol of faith for all local cultivators. If he perishes, it will be an irreparable loss. But at the Xuantian sect, the training grounds were already prepared, shouting, "The enemy is at the gate! Get everyone ready! They're already under attack! Where's their leader?" Just said that after 500 years of hard training, he was just a little short of achieving fusion steel. And it seems to him that simply closing himself off in seclusion is not enough for a breakthrough. Su said he should be happy. If it weren't for the techniques and pills bestowed upon him by his younger brother Ye, he wouldn't have progressed a single step in these 500 years, even if B had lived his entire lifespan. The warriors asked, "Where is the leader? Why hasn't he come out yet?" The leader came out and said that battle was inevitable. All they could do was fight to the end. Luckily, he managed to break through to the fusion stage before the battle. And suddenly, he saw a shadow in the fire and asked, "Is someone coming? But who is it?" This aura is frighteningly strong, even surpassing that of his younger brother Ye. And suddenly, Hong himself appeared from the fire. Just said that this was his senior disciple, and a worthy disciple of the great teacher. His talent was simply prodigious. And he asked him to tell him what stage he had reached. But Hong got angry and said, "How dare he? What kind of insolent words are these?" Without further ado, he immediately attacked him. Su told Hong that his elder brother had merely misspoke. They were, after all, disciples of the same sect. Why fight? Hong asked, "A disciple of a certain sect?" And suddenly he began laughing loudly. He was the greatest master of the demonic path, a true immortal. And how could such pathetic ants as they count on his patronage? If it weren't for Lin, he wouldn't have wasted his time here. But now everything has changed. Su got angry and said he's completely lost his mind from training. He should watch his mouth or he'll complain to his younger brother Ye. Hong told her to do whatever she wanted. He was nothing to him. After all, he couldn't even take care of himself right now. If he can, bring him here. With his current strength, who will tame whom is still a question. Hong added that such an incomparable treasure, instead of wasting it here, it would be better to hand it over to him. Xiao was surprised and, calling him impudent, asked what he was doing. Was he really not afraid that junior brother Ye would punish him? But Hong gave them no chance and shouted for them all to leave. He then blew fire from himself and headed towards his men. The leader was surprised and said, "What a powerful spiritual force." He didn't expect that even with his fusion stage breakthrough, he couldn't withstand the pressure alone. Who is this disciple of junior brother Ye? Hong looked and said it was a crowd of insignificant insects. But suddenly he became surprised and asked, "What's going on? Why hadn't the sundial moved even a centimeter?" The leader shouted at Hong that he was junior brother Ye's disciple, the greatest genius of their sect. And the sect had always supported him. Why would he stoop to such vile acts? Hong got angry when he heard about the non-entity and asked who he was to teach him. Hong didn't listen and attacked immediately. The leader stood up and asked, "What kind of power is this?" The disciple had only struck him lightly, and he couldn't even fight back. And the difference from who he was before entering the sundial is simply colossal. Hong grew angry and asked why such a small fry dared tell him what to do. He didn't kill them right away. That was a great mercy on his part. The leader said the Ascension Sect's army has arrived. Weakling, the main culprit, let him come out immediately and accept his death. Hong rushed to attack and said, "Just in time!" And it was time to deal with this man. The leader also told his men to hurry up and leave. And he needs to be stopped. But Lin was resting all this time and said that freely drinking tea with milk is what makes life worth living. Ah Hong understood what a disgrace it was for a cultivator. Such a lazy attitude, and he called himself immortal. It was just a stroke of luck. He'd accidentally received the highest blessing, which is how he acquired so many rare techniques and priceless resources. But now it's all his. Lin saw his student finally emerge from seclusion. The teacher had missed him so much. Hong replied that the Heavenly Ascension Sect had arrived. Outside, a battle for his life was already raging, and yet he seemed to be resting peacefully. Wasn't he afraid of dying? Lin asked if they'd already attacked. Why hadn't he known anything? Hong replied that he was enjoying his cozy little world behind the soundproof barrier. And he's trying to dissuade me from this world. Of course he heard nothing. And now let him listen carefully. The enemies were already approaching and shouting for Lin to come out and accept his death. Lin was drinking his tea at that moment, and hearing the screams, shouted that the war had already begun. Hong said he could see the situation himself. But if he gave him everything he had, he thought about saving him. Lin was surprised and asked him what he was talking about. Hong shouted at him not to play dumb. They were smart people, so he had to speak frankly. Suddenly, a mouse came running, and Hun, seeing it, told them to stop the planet and asked what it was. She approached the teacher and said that these were the very same chicken wings he had asked her to make for him. And they were spicy, so let him try them. And when she saw her older brother, Kuna asked if he had come out of seclusion so quickly. But Hong got a little scared and told her to stay put. And he thought it was that same white rat. And why had it changed so much? This appearance looks creepy. And I wondered, what the hell is the mentor's strange taste? He understands everything, of course. But this is beyond the pale of good, evil, and common sense. And Lin at that moment was wondering what that look was about. Surely he wasn't thinking about anything like that. He was a nobleman after all. The leader also arrived at the peak and asked the rebellious disciple what he intended to do to his teacher. He then shouted at his younger brother, to be careful. But when they saw a girl with a mouse's head next to them, they were very scared and shocked by what they saw. Shai told them not to be afraid, and it was just her, a mouse. The leader took a closer look and told the boys that it was junior brother Ye's second apprentice. And of course, her appearance was frightening. And not only does younger brother Ye have outstanding talent, but his taste is so exquisite that they could never even dream of it. Lin told them to stop immediately and asked what they were even talking about. And why were they all so tense? What happened? The leader told his younger brother that his eldest disciple was plotting treason. He had tried to take the sundial and even attack them. Lin was surprised and asked his student if this was true. Hong replied that even if it were true, what would the master do to him? The army is already here. His death is inevitable. He still doesn't understand the situation he finds himself in. The leader, hearing his words, began to say that he was a damn traitor, and that junior brother Ye had treated him so well. Hong asked him in return, what did they even understand? He understood that they had been treating him like a servant all this time. He couldn't stand it anymore. Lin grabbed his face after this and said it was karma. He told the others not to blame him. It was his fault, and he had disregarded his students' feelings. And it was all his fault, and how he regretted it. C approached the teacher after what she saw and took his hand. The leader looked at his younger brother and said he'd never seen him like this. Hong also asked the mentor if he thought he'd believe this crocodile's remorse. Let the mentor continue to pretend, but it's too late. He's seen his true face. Lin told his student that he realized his mistake. Could he forgive him? They were teacher and student after all. Maybe they could start over. Hong told the mentor not to even dream of it. He was already disgusted by him. The system immediately reported that the master had successfully completed the temporary task, and she sincerely admits her mistake, pouring all her emotions into it, and evokes the empathy of those around her. The reward of an immortal master's technique. Lin was delighted to finally have completed the task. What a strange task it had been. But the reward was worth it, so it wasn't for nothing that he had put on this show. Lin thought about it after that and decided that since the task was completed, now he could have a little fun. But the thought that the mouse drank tea with milk for monthly tickets, and her spiritual strength increased sharply. She even wanted to become a loli to make him like her. But C realized that the teacher didn't like it. And now she realizes that she needs more milk tea to boost her spiritual power. Lin told Hong that he knew that once he became his teacher, he would always remain his mentor. He decided to continue teasing him and see how long he could endure it. If he actually attacked, he'd assume it was his own desire to make him stronger. But then he turned his attention to C and asked her to come over and release his shoulders. C immediately agreed to the teacher's words and began to carry out the order. But Zhao was shocked and asked his brother if junior brother Ye was so depressed that he had developed a split personality. But Su was extremely angry at his words and told him to shut up and talk nonsense. But Hong was confused, not understanding what his teacher was up to. Lin turned to him and said that Hong had spent 200 years in seclusion at the sun chronometer and now decided that he had become all-powerful. Hong told the teacher to stop talking nonsense. Let him give him everything he had, and he'd think about whether to help him. But if he refused, he'd rot here forever at his hands. Zhao listened and told the leader that this man was still willing to help them, which meant he had at least a shred of conscience left. And now the fate of the battle was being decided. And if he intervened, perhaps they could turn the tide. The leader replied that everything depended on the decision of Yi's younger brother. Lin, sipping his lemonade, asked his student if he was sure that he was now stronger than his mentor. Hong replied that he had been constantly holding him back, wasting his precious time. But over the past 200 years, he had significantly surpassed him in both strength and skill in the solar chronometer. And having let out his anger, he ordered him to decide quickly and not delay with it. After all, the Heavenly Ascension Sect's fleet is already approaching the soaring peak. Or should he take its treasures and technology by force? Shai was very scared and saw that her older brother Hu was scary and very hot-tempered. Zhao also saw that Hong was truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. He wanted to deprive his brother Ye of all his opportunities, and then he decided that he would help his younger brother Yi, and he launched his attack on him, which came from the sky. But Hong didn't like this at all, and letting out his anger, told him how dare he do this. Hong didn't think for long, but immediately made a counterattack and reflected straight in the other direction. Zhao was shocked and said that their attack had been reflected back, and they should dodge immediately. But the attack was so fast and lightning fast that it directly destroyed the ship from which the attack was carried out. The soldiers couldn't understand what had happened and asked, "Who did this? Let him come out immediately and accept his death." Hong was angry that someone had dared to interfere with him at that moment. But Lin was still no match for him. His resources would sooner or later be his. And he decided to deal with those pesky flies first. He went out to meet them and told them he'd done it. So what would they do now? The senior mentor of the Heavenly Ascension Intersect responded that he was a woman, and how dare he speak so impudently. And now the senior mentor would teach him some manners. The senior mentor charged, shouting at him to prepare to die immediately. But Hong replied that he was an ungrateful insect. Hong did not tolerate such disrespect towards himself, and immediately used his fire attack and easily removed him from his path. Hong said they had half a stick of time incense to get away from this land. Otherwise, death would overtake them. The elders were shocked, saying this was sheer audacity. He thinks he can give orders to the #1 immortal sect in the Eastern Realm. Even if the Fire Elder fell at his hands, did he really expect to defeat dozens or even hundreds of fusion-stage cultivators? The elder turned to his brothers and ordered them to kill her, and now the Xuantian sect must be wiped off the face of the earth. Hong replied that since they did not want to leave on good terms, then he would arrange a bloodbath for them, and he unleashed soul-devouring flames and attacked his enemies with corpses from another world. And these fusion-stage senior mentors, they haven't even exchanged blows, and already a third of them are dead. Countless green skulls like locusts rage across the battlefield. The enemies were caught in the crossfire, each screaming in pain. But the elder told them not to let it bite them, because it was poison. At that moment, many members of the Heavenly Ascension Sect perished in the hellfire. Their screams, groans, and pleas for help filled the sky. But suddenly the monks came and told their friends that the floating Buddha temple had come to their aid. Hong heard their words and replied, "More suicides." The elder monk thought the report said Lena's disciple was only in the spirit transformation stage. But what was this terrible chaos? The wisdom master from the floating Buddha temple, a perfect peak of the fusion stage, wondered if he really had some incredible technique. And if his disciple was so powerful, then Lin himself must be far more terrifying. And once they had arrived, there was no turning back. And immediately they all began to attack at once. Hong looked at them and attacked them with a counterattack, saying that those lying bald monks have come again. He released all his mana to destroy the monks all at once and not toy with them anymore. The monks were shocked by the blow and asked why their seals couldn't extinguish this strange fire. Then they saw the devil approaching them. The monk was so scared that he told the boy not to do it. After all, this was his first time on the battlefield. But Hong was ruthless about this and used all his strength to finish off the bald monks. The elder was surprised that the boy and his army of tens of thousands of disciples had vanished with a single blow. And now everything was lost. He wondered who the Heavenly Ascension sect had attacked. The elder monk was surprised and told the boy he was a demon and that Buddha would not forgive him. He then launched a massive palm attack. But Hong was not ready to stop and replied that even if the Buddha himself appeared, he would crush him into dust. At that moment, the senior monk saw fire in his eyes that was approaching him, and immediately there was an explosion. Hong was prepared for anything and said they were just pathetic little bugs. The leader told junior brother Ye that his disciple possessed a terrifying talent, and he's afraid that their Xuantian sect is too small to accommodate such a formidable deity. Zhao also told his brother that she was now protecting their sect, and it was better to fulfill his conditions than to try to go against him. And the main thing now was to survive. She also said that Big Brother Hong was so strong, and she rejoiced at his strength, shouting at him not to retreat. Lin noticed that his student had truly made progress during his time in seclusion. Now he wanted to examine him with the eye of insight. Lin used his vision and saw that his cultivation was half a step away from the Great Transition stage. And now he knows that his disciple has almost reached the Great Transition stage. Of course, it's no surprise that he now dared to challenge his master. He needs to wait until he's dealt with his enemies before absorbing him for his own breakthrough. Suddenly, a strange mana gathered around them, and the elders shouted that these were their elders, and they were all greeting their venerable mentors. The leader looked at all this and asked in surprise, "Mentors?" And they brought 18 senior cultivators of the Great Transition stage. And this is the true power of the Eastern region's #1 immortal sect. Is Tien destined to perish because of him? But these 18 mentors are the main military force of the Heavenly Ascension sect. They once joined forces and crushed the Northern Sea Demon Emperor, bringing down the Southern Church of Extermination. And thus they earned the title of Invincible Immortals of the Eastern Realm. Lin sounded surprised and said that half a step before the Great Transition was one thing, but the true stage of the Great Transition sounded far more enticing. One of the Great Transition perfected spiritual windmasters thought for a moment and said, "What useless cowards! They've dishonored the good name of the Heavenly Ascension sect." Master Golden Snake also responded that the most worthy and powerful sect in the Eastern region had been beaten by some girl. If they hadn't personally arrived to oversee the situation, wouldn't they have become a laughingstock to the entire world? Hong looked at them and asked, "Who the hell are they? And how dare they speak so rudely about him?" The Golden Land's mentor became angry and asked the boy what he just said. The chief elders of the Heavenly Ascension sect told the Golden Snake Master that she should not waste her energy on someone who was already doomed. This half-baked cultivator, half a step away from the Great Transition stage, thinks he can stop them. The second elder also replied that he was absolutely right, and this overconfident Lin, instead of fighting personally, sent his disciple. Wasn't he underestimating them too much? The third elder said that his disciple would be put to death first, and this venerable one longs to see if pain will pierce his heart as he, hiding, witnesses her death. Hong shouted at them to get out of here, and he had no connection with him. The elder laughed and replied that this was a touching affection between a teacher and a student. Let them seize her, and he would disfigure her face and then rip out her tongue. The elders attacked him, shouting at him for his insolence, and under his azure-colored palm, thousands of souls perished. Today he will vanish without a trace. The second elder also said that he could crush 10 of his kind with just one hand. The third elder also chimed in and said that today he would sacrifice his head on the sword. Perhaps this would awaken the blade's true spirit. Hong laughed and asked, "A sacrifice to the sword? And maybe they'll let him show them what real hell is like." He thought that once he dealt with these insects, he would see if Lin would find any more excuses to hide her strength. Hong used his huge hand attack and easily repelled their vile and weak blows. The elders tried to resist, but they could do nothing against him because they considered it impossible. And one of them asked how an ordinary cultivator, half a step away from the great transition, could stop them all. His azure bird celestial palm had absorbed the soul of an ancient demon. But Hong didn't stop and continued to press them. Eventually, the elders screamed that his firmament had split and collapsed. This devilish fire even burns the souls of swords. One of the warriors looked on and said that she was only half a step away from the great transition, but she was able to push back 3 elders who we were already at the stage of the great transition. But the elder answered the same thing. He did not think that such a rare genius could be born in this abandoned land. The second snake elder said that then this girl should certainly not be left alive, and altogether they would kill her. One of the elders immediately used the great obelisk palm in her attack. The second elder used the star-pulling hand, and the third elder used the dragon-suppressing combat style. But Hun was not at all intimidated by this, and in response to their several attacks, he used only blazing dragon fire. The fire was so light and terrible that it slowly passed over the attacks of the enemies and easily killed each of them. From below, the chief watched and said he couldn't even imagine Hong could fight against so many elders. But Zheng replied that it seemed his flame was weakening, and it looks like he's already at his limit, and if he doesn't dodge this attack, he'll be cut in half. Hong looked at this attack as his light training and immediately used Hellfire-destroying flame. The red dragon emerged from the blazing fire and easily sank its sharp teeth into the enemy's attack. Then it used the absorption technique. Hong asked, "Is this all the Heavenly Ascension Sect can do? They should change their name to the Useless Sect." The elders were shocked by what they saw and said that it was some kind of strange flame, but it was absorbing all their techniques. One of them said that holding off 15 mentors alone was impossible, and even he had never seen such talent in his entire life. But the Fear Elder asked them, "Are they blind? This is clearly a demonic technique. They must destroy this witch immediately, or she will become a disaster." Hong addressed her as an old witch and asked if she would come out and fight him personally. He would give her 3 blows so she wouldn't say later that he had attacked a cripple. The old woman accepted his challenge and called him a brat. And when she rips his mouth open, she'll see if he can still speak so insolently. The elder also said that if he were left alive, in 100 years he would become the greatest threat to the eastern region, and he must be destroyed along with his soul. They all approached the dragon from the side at once and began to use their strongest clan techniques. Hong was angry and saw that this was all because of Lin. If only he had handed over his treasure to him earlier. And who would have thought that the Heavenly Ascension Sect would send 18 great transition masters to exterminate some pathetic sect? Isn't that like hunting a sparrow with a cannon? The elder came very close to him and began shouting that it was time to end it, and he unleashed his Heavenly Overlord strike. The attack was so unexpected that Hong didn't even have time to see it before he felt the blow and fell to the ground. Sai was frightened and asked if Hong's elder brother was okay. And Lin turned to him and said that he had said earlier that he could win, so why was he lying around like a beaten dog? He was so disappointed in him. Hong became angry and asked his mentor how he dared to mock him any longer. At least he would be able to leave here alive, while his mentor would be left here to die. But suddenly the elders used a strange mechanism that opened a bright light above the clan. The elder told them that as long as he was here, none of them would leave the Zhuantian sect. The chief began shouting that it was a spatial compass. Zhao asked his elder brother if he remembered what the ancient chronicles said. After all, 300 years ago, during the Northern Sea disaster, Elder Spiritual Wind used this compass to evaporate a third of the Northern Sea, destroying 100,000 demons. And they say he even sealed an ancient demon god. They don't even have a chance to escape. Hong was angry and wondered if he would really die with these worthless creatures, but he wouldn't accept it. The leader suddenly asked why Ye's younger brother was so calm. Hong started yelling at him that he was eating here, and everyone was dying, and all he did was eat. Lin looked at She and told her that she really did have a talent for cooking, and next time he wanted to try the honey flavor. She asked the teacher if there would even be a next time. Lin didn't keep him waiting and replied, "Of course!" And rising to the elders, he immediately stood before them. The elders, seeing Lin, said he'd finally deigned to come out. Lin replied that he understood they'd trampled his disciple, but that wasn't fair. As his teacher, he was obligated to stand up for him. Hong, hearing these words, became even more enraged and slandered him. The elders said his fate was sealed. He would flay him, break his bones, and scatter his ashes to the wind. The old woman was also surprised, saying that the main culprit, Lin, had appeared. And although the reports indicated he was only in the fusion stage, if his disciple was so powerful, things were clearly not so simple with him. The elders all gathered at once and, drawing their swords, attacked him, shouting for him to die. But suddenly the system worked and said that an enemy attack had been detected at the stage of the Great Transition. And now the passive effect is activated. The stronger the enemy, the stronger you are. And the middle stage of the Great Transition has been reached. Lin used his new technique on the elders and finally said that they were too weak. The leader was surprised and shouted that his younger brother Ye was a true Great Transition cultivator. A future immortal had long since appeared in their sect. Hong also didn't believe it, calling it nonsense. Hong realized he was still weak and wondered how much power his mentor was still hiding. Was he even playing by the rules? The elders immediately stopped and said this was a great transition, and he had long since reached this stage. But Lin began to laugh at them and asked if he had disappointed them with his level of fusion. The old woman shouted that even if the data was wrong, he was only in the middle stages of the Great Transition, a mere ant before the storm, and she ordered everyone to attack. She ordered everyone to immediately form up for battle and decided to use her blood as a sacrifice to the sword. 15-fold heavenly punishment. But Lin looked at this whole map and just started smiling at them because he didn't care about them, and he understood that he was 1,000 times stronger than them. Everyone saw the flow of power at once, and the chief asked, "Why isn't junior brother Ye resisting?" The 15 heavenly punishment sword formation is capable of defeating even a Grand Ascension peak cultivator. And Hong momentarily wondered what this guy was doing now. Was he giving up? Lin asked the elders if that was all they could do. He couldn't even trim a single hair on his body. He understood that this undying tyrant's body technique was truly something special. It could attack so many Great Ascension opponents. The elders shouted that it was impossible. Even Great Ascension experts were struggling against the 15 heavens performing the swarp formation. So how does a mid-stage Great Ascension cultivator withstand this attack? Ah Hong saw that it was just as he'd expected. This guy must have some ridiculous opportunity hidden away, and he had to steal it. The elder decided to approach him and, after examining him, said that he wasn't a Great Ascension stage MIP cultivator. But who was he? Then Lin turned into a true warrior and asked why the dead man was speaking to him. He immediately attacked the enemy. Lin didn't play around with them, and with one true blow he took off the elder's head with his fists. But he did not stop there, and continued to pass through the other elders, completely exterminating them from the world. One of the elders said that this bastard was too fast, and he begged the great elder to save them. But Lin released the flames from his hands and headed towards the other suicide bombers to completely get rid of them. With his final move, he went all out and blew up all the elders. But just before his final blow, the chief elder of all the clans and the strongest warrior stopped. The boys rejoiced at their rescue and thanked the elder for his intervention. But that's not a bad thing either, as the blow was heavy, but he's still holding up. Lin looked at him and laughed and said that he would now see how long he could last. The elder knew that his specialty was body refinement, and he even had a beast imprint that strengthened it. But this blow almost pierced through him, and if he gets hit again, he won't be able to hold on. Lin saw that the old woman was still there and said that this cutie wants to join in the fun too. The old woman said that she didn't believe that the boy would be able to withstand the attacks of 3 Grand Ascension peak cultivators. One of the elders immediately used a chaotic breath destruction attack after that. The strongest elder shouted to his brother and said that he would watch him take another one of their techniques. Suddenly, the system worked and told the owner that he would encounter opponents in the late stage of the Great Ascension. And by activating the passive ability Strength Through Adversity, the Ascension Master can now climb to the peak of the Great Ascension. The elder, seeing that he had become stronger again, said with surprise that this was impossible. His cultivation had increased several times. And now they realized the sex information was wrong, and Lin is a great Ascension Peak cultivator. And now they've all been wiped out. Lin told them that since they had all given him such wonderful attacks, now let him repay them in kind. The old woman said that at the moment they had no choice but to activate the sex-forbidden secret art. The elder replied that he agreed with her, and the honor of the feathered immortal sect depended on this battle. They could not lose. The elder shouted at the boy that he had forced them to use the technique of the ancestors of the sect's founders, and he should be flattered by that. And this is the exclusive secret art of the legendary Dao imprint Immortal Feathered Sect. And it was created by the sect's founder himself. This is the foundation of the existence of the sect of feathered immortals, and those who activate it will temporarily gain a power akin to the immortal realm of emptiness. And now Lin is truly dead. Hong thought and understood that this secret technique was as mysterious as those seen by the great sects in the central house. The leader was also shocked and asked, "Is this one of the powerful techniques? How long have the Immortal Feather Sect had them? And let the younger brother be careful." The elder began to shout that this was the power of their secret art, and he felt his whole body being filled with boundless power. But another elder said they didn't have time, and they all knew how much it cost to maintain this technology, and there was no turning back now. The elders collectively declared that as long as they could destroy this sect, they didn't care if they crippled their own foundation, and they unleashed a magnificent destruction technique. Lin looked at all this and replied that now it was finally getting interesting, and he summoned his manifestation of the Heavenly Emperor. Lin stood over them, called them ants, and told them to kneel, and then he knocked them all down at once. Hong was shocked because he saw that this was the very manifestation from the secret realm. It really was him. And this kind of pressure, it was even more terrifying than the ancient gods and demons from the abyss. The elders were shocked when they saw the art of divine manifestation, because they had never seen anything like it. Lin told them to watch carefully, because the real battle was about to begin. The old woman asked the boy if he was trying to scare her, but she had actually seen a lot. Lin, hearing her words, simply smiled and unleashed a sky-splitting finger attack. He slashed straight at her with incredible speed. The elders, seeing this, started shouting at the others to run. After all, he really is a demon, and the Immortal Feather Sect must survive. After all, he's definitely a reincarnated void immortal monster. Lin said the art of destroying reincarnations specializes in dealing with people like them. And no need to thank him. He'll scatter their ashes for free. Lin used his power and rolled over them like a steamroller. He could only hear them crying out for help. The elders said that he had just torn a Grand Ascension cultivator apart with his bare hands. Lin approached them and began to pursue them. The elders were very frightened by his appearance and began to run away. Lin grabbed them with both hands and asked, did they think they could escape? The elder shouted that he was a demon. The weak, immoral secret would never forgive him, and a great demon appeared in the Wasteland province. But Lin didn't spare them, and as he burned them alive, he said that if they hadn't wanted to die so much, it would have ended this way. As befits the highest divine art, although it certainly burns up energy, and now it's time for him to deal with his cowardly disciple. Lin slowly descended to the ground and looked into his student's eyes. But Hong already knew he was doomed. Zhao was delighted to see his brother and, calling him boss, asked if he needed an assistant. After all, he could hang around. Su immediately stepped out in front of him and told little brother Ye that he had worked hard and could let big sister give him a shoulder massage. The leader also approached and said that this battle had finally allowed her to see his true strength. And how much longer was he going to keep them in the dark? Lin told them to listen to his words and told them to remain humble. After all, a true expert remains humble. Hong saw how everyone was thanking his mentor and realized that at this rate, he would never be able to get rid of them. And that vile bastard, he still possessed the peak power of the Great Ascension, yet he continued to pretend to be a body integration realm cultivator. He'd never seen anything like it in his life. Lin saw his student and asked if he was still there. Hong was surprised and thought he was being kicked out. Lin turned to his elder brother Zhao and asked if he wouldn't mind grinding it into a paste. Then they could use it to fertilize his phoenix tree. Zhao had already prepared himself and replied that he thought it was a good plan. Hong, hearing these words, fell to his knees and begged for mercy, and he was ready to atone for his guilt, and he asked his mentor to give him another chance. Lin asked him if he'd been acting cool before. What had happened? Hong replied that he'd been arrogant and short-sighted, and he asked his mentor for another chance. Lin immediately told him to start spanking himself, and he would tell him when to stop. Hong was shocked by this order and slowly raised his hand, saying he would do everything, and to begin striking immediately. Lin understood that despite Hong's perverted nature, his potential was limitless. And if he follows him correctly, he will definitely be able to truly create his own sect and become its leader. The leader approached them and told them that betraying the sect was punishable by death. However, in the end, he defended the profound Sky Sect, and the question of atonement can be considered. He suggests exiling him to the back mountain to reflect. And what does the younger brother think about this? Lin agreed and replied that he could spare his life, but punishment was inevitable. Let him head to the back mountain and reflect on his sins. Hong was already completely beaten, and with a swollen face, he bowed and immediately ran to the back mountain. The leader told his brother that his student was keeping him on his toes, and frankly, only he could keep him in check. Without him, he wouldn't even look at them. But Zhao said that, given his talent, they should be grateful he remained in the profound Sky Sect at all. And realistically, it was all thanks to junior brother Ye. Lin replied that it was his fault for not keeping him in check, and not to worry, he would raise him properly from now on. In fact, he just loves watching Hong struggle to contain his anger while smiling. It's priceless. After all this, he went to his hammock and told Sai that his master was craving hot cutlets. The mouse replied that she understood everything and was in. At this time, in the backyard of the Deep Sky Sect, Hong was saying that it was impossible for a master to always have luck. And if he trains diligently, he will surpass the peak of the Great Ascension and even reach the highest realm. At that time, in the Eastern Demon Kingdom of Buddhism, people were saying, this can't be true. After all, Lin of the Profound Sky Sect is actually a Great Ascension cultivator. And he even wiped out all 18 elders of the Immortal Feather Sect. The monk replied that in fact an army of 1,000,000 cultivators had been wiped out. One of them got angry and said that his brother served in that army, and he thought he would take care of his sister-in-law. The monk replied that he was such a bloodthirsty demon, and they too would see that this rickety old devil was bearing divine punishment. Now he was the most wanted man in the Eastern domain. On the Eastern demon of the province of spirits, one of the warriors screamed that it was impossible. This barbarian from the waste had not only survived, he had slain the entire altered army. And now by law, he owes it to the reincarnated immortals. He was glad he hadn't fought that day. Otherwise, he would have certainly died. The warrior told his servant to quickly find him more female cultivators. He needed to calm his nerves. Why was he just sitting there? He told him to go, or let him call his mother here. It would be more fun. In the Feathered Immortal Sect, the headmaster asked a servant if he was certain of his words. The servant told the young master that it was true. Everyone in the Eastern House is talking about it. The Feathered Immortal Sect has suffered a crushing defeat. But the young master couldn't bear it any longer and started shouting that Lin was a schemer. He'd been a Great Ascension all along, but was hiding his cultivation just to play with him? In fact, he thought that by reaching the realm of body integration, he would finally be able to compete with him. But it turned out that was simply wishful thinking. Elder Mo told the young master not to lose hope. This white-haired devil was probably an ancient monster that had been around for thousands of years. And for him, the Great Ascension is the end. But for the master, it's only the beginning. The master replied that it was precisely so, and he needed to ascend. The master asked, how can he? And so what if Lin had achieved the Great Ascent? He would achieve it too. The master embraced Elder Mo and ordered him to immediately report to the higher-ups. He had decided to awaken the Supreme Treasure Yang ahead of schedule. Elder Mo was surprised and told the young master that he couldn't do that. It would be better for him to change his mind. The gentleman told the old man to trust him. He has only one goal, and that is power. The solar true flame is destined for him. It is destiny. And he will be reborn in nirvana. Elder Mo said he would report as his master requested, and let him prepare. The master was so angry with Lin that he saw him in his dreams, and next time he would finish him off. 3 months later, Lin was relaxing on a misty peak and told Hong he wanted a glass of 1982 Lafite. Hong replied that he would have it in a moment. Pouring himself a glass of wine, he told his mentor to enjoy his drink. Lin took a sip and declared it very good. Hong was so angry, he saw that this was just another crazy episode. When will this guy finally stop acting like a maniac, he thought. Suddenly, I received a notification from the system saying that the daily registration had been updated. Would the owner like to sign up? Lin thought for a moment, but didn't answer. Then the system congratulated the owner again, as he'd hit the jackpot and received an ultimate mount. Lin jumped up from his chair and asked, "What?" Then Hong began hitting himself and bowing, even telling the master he was mistaken. Lin told the system not to keep him in suspense. And what was this attachment? The system replied that although he was still small, he had already reached the level of great ascension, and let its master take care of it. It is an ancient divine beast with limitless potential, one of the most powerful creatures in the world, and it can fly freely in the skies and sail the seas effortlessly. Lin saw it and realized it was a beautiful cultivator, but he deserved a majestic mountain, and a Kunpeng is the dream horse of every cultivation protagonist. Hong saw his face and was shocked by the thought. He couldn't understand why he was always so lucky, and he didn't even look angry. This guy was so mad? Suddenly, she came in unexpectedly and shouted to the master that the head of the sect had received the invigoration and ordered her to bring it to him. Ling looked and said it was an invitation to the Shu clan's banquet in the Spirit Province. He'd heard that this old man had recently broken through to the tribute realm and shaken the entire Eastern world. But to invite the profound Sky Sect at a time like this? Clearly he simply wants to test his strength and establish his dominance. Hong heard this and said that the Zhui clan's ancestor was now a pseudo-immortal. He was as strong as a true immortal, but still far superior to them. And considering how many enemies the profound Sky Sect had made recently, wouldn't this banquet be extremely dangerous? Lin replied that he'd never heard of such a thing and would agree to attend. Lin thought about the pseudo-immortal, and he watches as problems arise here, and he gets away with it. And this is a great opportunity to show off his new mount. The system responded immediately that a new West had been launched. The owner was to attend the Yu clan's banquet on his steed. Successfully shocking the crowd would earn a special reward. Lin told the system he was just in time. His heart ached with the desire to do a great job. She asked the owner when they were leaving. Lin didn't waste any more time and told her that he would do it right now. But Hong wondered why his mentor was so confident. Suddenly, Lin decided to demonstrate this and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the sky began to tremble and a wind appeared. The animals sensed danger and began to act very ominously. But the people also asked, "What's going on? Were the animals attacking them again?" The leader said it was a great ascension-level supreme beast. But where did such a thing come from? Perhaps the immortal avian sect sent it? But they replied that it didn't matter where he came from. Let them immediately activate the sect's protective array. The leader and the other guys used force, and the deep heavenly hectare was activated, and the sect's array was launched. Hong was also shocked and didn't understand what was happening. But she was terrified and screamed that it was a monster. Lin saw and felt that this was not bad, and this was his juvenile form. And if this Kunpeng reached full growth, even those 18 elders wouldn't stand a chance. And if a beast of that level attacks this sect, it will surely be destroyed. Lin asked Hong if he could see it, and this karma is specifically for him. Hong was shocked and couldn't understand what was happening to his mentors. Had he really gone crazy? Was he really studying with them? Lin rose into the air to meet his friend. Hong asked, "What is he doing? Was he trying to die and take them with him?" But upon seeing the true body with his own eyes, he said it was impossible. Lin caressed his friend and told him he was a good boy, and he decided to call him Kun. And from that moment on, he was with him. The leader was shocked and asked what he was seeing. Had little brother Ye just tamed him with a single gesture? Jie replied that no, and it seemed more likely that the beast already knew him. Su also said that this creature corresponded to the ancient Kunpeng, a mythical beast recorded in ancient texts. The leader said, since they were talking about it, he remembered reading about it too. A fully grown Kupeng can devour planets and roam the multiverse, but that's much less than the legends say. Jie replied that it was probably because he was still young. If he fully matured, his strength would be beyond imagination. Lin told them not to panic, and this was his mount. The leader asked, "Is this ancient beast his mount?" And the younger brother must now be blessed by the heavens. This must be fate. Hong saw that even the wisest Kunlun immortals thought this was unexpected. But he not only showed up, he voluntarily became Mount Lena. And for him, this is simply absurd. But why him? This lazy slacker does nothing, yet fate continues to bless him. And he, a true cultivator who trained tirelessly, making his way to power, is forced to humiliate himself at his feet. Lin told the sect leader that they were ready to leave, and with Kun accompanying them, there was no need to worry. Lin looked and said something was missing, and after trying a few techniques himself, he figured it out. He immediately staked his house on his friend. Lin shouted that it was wonderful, and this was his new home. The leader looked on and was shocked by what he saw. Lin told them to board the ship, and off they went. Si replied that she was coming too, and told her elder brother Hong that the master was calling them. Hong is angry and admits that fate favors the strong, but he refuses to be someone's pawn forever. And if he waits for the right moment, he'll steal his luck and make it his own. And as long as he refuses to give up, anything is possible. The leader finally asked, "Will junior brother Yi really be okay at the Zhu clan banquet? This ancestor is a pseudo-immortal." Su told him he was worrying too much. And had little brother Ye ever needed their attention? Zhao replied, yes, and frankly, he'd be grateful if he didn't cause chaos. The leader said the Zhu clan thought they could push them away, but now the tiger itself is walking right to their doorstep. They might regret this invitation. At this time, in the Spirit Province, the floating island of the Shu clan, all the residents and invited people from the clans were heading to the ceremony. It was said that the Yu clan's founder had become a pseudo-immortal, and now these aristocrats were flocking to them. And it's a good thing a big stage needs a big audience. But on the main island of the Yu clan, at the main residence of the Yu clan, the guests shouted that they were congratulating the pseudo-immortal of the Yu clan, and he would have divine protection for the next 300,000 years. But seriously, if he becomes truly immortal, he could live for over 1,000,000 years. And does young Master Shu agree? Young Master Zhue replied that they were flattering him, and not to worry, the Shu clan would take care of its allies. But the people asked, did the Zhu clan invite the Profound Sky Sect? Shu replied, of course. But do they think they'll dare to show up? Or they better not send random people to brush them off. Otherwise, they won't even let them through the gates. The elder asked, what if Ling himself comes? The young master replied that he would be spared this village oath, and he would finally be able to witness the might of the Zhu clan. One of the elders said that young Master Shui was groaning loudly in anger, and this Mr. Ling was certainly a respectable man. But when it came to his young Master Shui, even they had to obediently approach and propose a toast. The guests laughed and said, what a joke! And young Master Shu's ancestor from the Zhang clan was a void immortal. And no matter how powerful the venerables, how could they compare to a void immortal? The young gentleman understood that no matter how great his name was, and no matter how famous he was, he still had to be humble in front of this gentleman. Suddenly, people looked up at the sky and asked in surprise, what is that? And what's that moving across the sky? At that moment, Lin flew in on his new animal and built his home over it. The locals were also shocked and asked, what is this? Could this really be Kunpeng? But it's an ancient god who disappeared long ago in Long Men. One of the boys told Mr. Shu that this was a great crossbow, and that Kunpeng was participating in the feast. And the Kunpeng was a rare creature that portended auspicious omens. But they told him how highly he valued the status of a divine being, and he was putting so much pressure on him. And it's not for nothing that this guy is the ancestor of the Shu family. He can have such connections with great people. The young gentleman told the man that he was a guest with close ties to their ancestors. His parents had once greeted him joyfully when he was born at this time of year. They had specifically decided to raise him as a literary figure. But later his parents, having suffered too many consequences, politely turned him down. And now looking back on it, he truly feels regret. The guests also said it was truly amazing, and it's no wonder the Wei family is so high up in the Murim. But they don't really know who this great man really is. After all, they've never seen him before. And apparently this man possessed courage, and was one of the Taoist friends who had traveled thousands of miles to come to the feast. But the master replied that he had received the connection. Lin said it was the Xiantian sect, or even the Xiantian order, and it could refer to a Taoist shoka or sect, and the master's definitely already meeting them. People also said that this was truly the master, and the outside world believes that the Xiantian sect is an ancient sect. They were skeptical before, but now they truly believe it. One of the guests said that when Kunpeng was sent away, it was taken away and used. But what really lurks in its depths? The young master saw and replied that this was what he really was. But the people told the master that he was truly the best of all, and truly their master. The young gentleman asked what he wanted to know, what was going on, and asked them all to think carefully before acting. But the guest replied to Mr. Shu that no, he didn't understand anything. He hadn't heard anything either. But the master saw that this pesh was too thick, and its skin was indeed thick. Suddenly, the ancestor of the Shu family appeared and said that he didn't expect that the person who could operate the Kunpeng crossbow was actually a member of the Shantian sect. The Zhu family's ancestor looked at the animal and thought that if such divine beings could help him, it would be beneficial for the Zhu family. And if it weren't for the concerns about the Yantian sect, the recent upheaval in the Great Realm, and the fact that the Kunzhong man was nearby, he would have already intervened. The ancestor came out and told the boy that in fact, this great Lord Crossbow light really brings light, really brings new breath to their Zhu family. Suddenly, the system announced that it congratulated the master on completing the task, and all the divine abilities and methods he used would increase his training speed by 30 times. Lin thought that it didn't really count, and it seemed like if there was a chance to get support, that was a good thing, and even sending a blank required some respect. And Yue must be having a hard time of it too, right? Lin looked and said that he expressed hopes on behalf of the Shantian sect, and wished that Quigan would successfully overcome the disaster. The ancestor met them and asked them to come into the house. He said that in Fujin, those stinking monks all knew that he was the old demon Bai Quan. But today, people have a son, Yang Zhen, who looks completely different from those who came before. People have already said upon seeing Lin that although he's a small boy and doesn't look threatening, he still looks cute. When you look at him, he doesn't look like an old-school enemy at all. Siai, sitting at the table, said there was so much delicious food here, and let Brother Hong take a look too. Lin told her that if she wanted to eat, she should just go and eat. She asked them if it was true, and if so, she wouldn't be embarrassed. But suddenly the young master approached them and told them not to worry. Lin wondered if this was really true. They were well acquainted after all. The gentleman had said he was the youngest son of the Shuo family and a direct descendant of the Shuo family's ancestor. Lin didn't even notice him and simply picked his nose. The master told him not to worry, and it wasn't too late to find out. But Ling was already uneasy and said it was just nonsense. The young master said he was the junior of the Zhu family, but he was the heir, and his ancestor was the head of the wasteland. The gentleman asked the boy how he dared to threaten him so boldly, and how could he do that. The gentleman also asked them the same thing. What was there to see? But Hong saw that this man had truly defeated the Holy Sun, who could transform into a celestial being, and it was truly wonderful. And this guy, no matter how hard he tries, can't compare to those who play with such ordinary people. And this gentleman from an early age already possesses outstanding abilities, and many girls immersed in their feelings cannot free themselves. But the young master believed that if he took a step forward, he would definitely be able to attract her attention. And when the time came, he would use her abilities to attract the master. The young gentleman approached Hong, and calling him a beauty, asked if she liked flowers. Hong realized this guy was just a stupid bear, and in the central area, a flower star is added and can be used to create a potion that increases spiritual power. And rental materials are a rare and valuable commodity, and they are actually used for inserting into flower vases. And really, it's just ridiculous. The young master asked, "A red fairy? How so? Doesn't she like the flower with the throat?" Hong replied that he shouldn't call him a fairy, he's a man. The young master said that the red fairy is really witty. People look beautiful when they meet those who can live and laugh. And he asked if he could follow her into the room to exchange experiences on improvement. Hong grew angry and turned around, saying he was busy here. He then unleashed all his flames on display. People asked, "What kind of spectacle is this?" The young master was also surprised and asked what he could sense in front of a blurry red silhouette. And even the Shu family's ancestor, a fairy-level being, was simply an insect? The gentleman realized this was a problem and fell to his knees. He said that this guy was too crazy, and was the red fairy really the newest form of stalking this year? Suddenly, the Zhu family leader approached and said that having lost a person as precious as a pearl in just one day, the young master immediately fell into despair and was frightened. The chief approached Hong and said it was all the fault of his unfortunate son, who was too strict. Hong replied that he was, in fact, a man. The chief was very surprised and asked, "A man?" And if you look closely, he has a rather slender figure, like a girl from the Mao family, with an elegant and free style. And of course, beneath the bucket lies a heavy bowl, and he's afraid it's not the flow of a skirt. And this, too, the old man seems to believe is fate. The chieftain was very surprised and told the Red Fairy that he really was witty, and he was so brave that he could do it again and again, as if she were toying with him. But Hong couldn't stand his words and looked at how his power could do all this, and said that he would definitely die. Suddenly, Sai came running and turned to the Red Brother, that the bright director of the Winter Mouse took wine from people, and she is pursuing, but it is well drunk. Hong thought he'd simply escaped unsuccessfully, and it was his own fault for not having enough strength, and he shouldn't limit himself to the wrong path, because it could lead to death. And he saw that the Zhu family's eldest ancestor lacked any power he could cherish. The leader apologized, saying he was truly a man and had lost his sword. Hong picked up a drink and went to drink it. Ji also started laughing and said that she also wanted to save her reputation. People were all shocked and asking, "What is this thing? And what is this white road? Is this a tumor of the strict Yan demon? And also the fast and stupid one?" Lin also came up to her and told her that it was time for them to get ready to leave here, because he was already hungry. Shai replied to his master that everything was correct. And at that moment, the young master passed by and asked the servant for non-feminine intimacy, which he needed right now. But Hong heard and saw how dissatisfied and constantly on edge the young master was. He even had the Shu family, but discrediting him like an ant was going too far. Hong was still behind the wall, and in that moment he saw a strange man following the young master. The boy immediately felt a powerful curse from the stranger, and now he'll see how well, or how brilliantly, he plays it. The young gentleman sat down at the table and wondered how he could meet the woman he desired. But the girls told him he had little hope. Suddenly, at that moment, he was attacked by a mercenary who had been following the young master the whole time. The young gentleman simply covered himself with his hands and screamed that he wanted a kiss. But suddenly, the mercenary's sword was simply shattered into tiny pieces. The mercenary realized he'd assumed this annoying little boy had access to a high, secret location. And now he'd missed a good opportunity. The young master was frightened and told the mercenary that he was such a big dog. How dare he be in the Shui family in front of Master Min Fan? The guards immediately came and surrounded the mercenary, saying that they were protecting their young master. The mercenary decided he needed to move faster, and he needed to get there before more people, or he'd be the only one left. And if he can kill him, even though he can't be reborn forever, so what? But he has no choice but to fight. The young gentleman said that the close trace of the dog kindled anger, wanting to be on the same level with his friends. The mercenary was ruthless about this, and immediately, like lightning, he passed through the guards and finished off everyone in his path. And finally he reached his target, and with his speed he passed through his defenses and wounded the young master's arm. The guards immediately came to the defense of their master and shouted that there was a stranger on the territory who needed to be finished off. At that moment, the mercenary took a closer look and was very on edge, because this dog was from the west, because he had a pattern on his back. The young master asked the mercenary if he was all right. What had he swallowed after all? This gentleman hadn't touched him. But why would he pursue this gentleman and try to kill him? The mercenary instantly lunged at him with his sword, shouting that he'd created the orchid, and even the flowers weren't clear. But then he'd have to die. People were already shouting that this was no good. And there was a murderer in the backyard who wanted to attack Mr. Zhu, and the Zhue family servants were pushing him away right now. Lin also heard all this and asked Hong if he happened to know what had happened. Hong replied that the students were only guessing and nothing more, and in any case it would be better for them to chat. He would take him and his sister, and they would go and see together. But Si was saying at that moment that she only wanted a drink. At this moment, the chief himself entered the battle, stopping the mercenary's two-fingered sword. The leader asked him how he dared interfere in the Zhu family's affairs, so he came to them with a message. The mercenary began to choke, and the chief asked him if he'd come with a message. The mercenary replied that he'd acted so forcefully without showing any signs of it, it was unimaginable that he'd interfered. If not for that, he would have definitely dealt with him. The young gentleman suddenly spoke up and said that there was only one heaven, and that he was a saint. He then told the elder that he was simply a modern-day sick person, and that he had no intention of having anything to do with him. If he continued, he would definitely kill him. The mercenary replied that he was not a saint and let them listen to him carefully, and he will not change his name, nor change his surname. Guests also gathered in the square and asked what it was, but they were told that he was, in fact, just a demonic swordsman. The guy said that his skill with the sword is fiercely precise. There are no rules in his actions. Only if it is a person he doesn't like, he immediately takes out his sword and kills. The guest also said that it was them. For some time, Yunzhou had been searching for powerful enemies. His swordsmanship was such that everyone who sought him was defeated and disgraced, and everyone in Yunzhou was in Beijing. And he just thought that this person actually intended to attack the young master of the Shu family. The leader suddenly said, "How is it that he is a representative of the Zhu family, and he fell into the hands of this clan of the demonic world?" The mercenary told him not to shout, and that it had to do with Gu Qi. The young master said they had a deep-seated feud. Even in his final moments, he still intended to attack him. The mercenary asked in surprise, "Is there such a big feud between them?" But how could he respond to the fact that his younger sister had died at his hands? The young master asked in surprise, "His sister?" The mercenary replied that his sister's name was Hao, and that she was always by his side. After the 8 great events, he met the path to cultivation, met Chen Ming, and showed the realm in shadow. And that year, his sister began to practice alchemy, planning to travel to Lushun to see the best flowers in the sea. He, seizing an opportunity, became fascinated with swordsmanship and decided to accompany her. As a result, a few months later, she left behind his broken jade bracelet, and only then did he realize she had unexpectedly appeared in Shuangzhou. He hurried to Shuangzhou, questioning many people along the way, and almost lost hope. Only then did he learn that his sister was there, and she had been kidnapped by him and his Hui family, and had never been seen again. And even everyone in Anjiuxing knows that the junior master of the Shu family is very stupid and attached to women. And there are even rumors that he secretly practices on Mount Lehman, and many women died from his torment. And his sister, a Junlin-level cultivator, has undoubtedly fallen into his evil hands. He can't imagine what his sister must have gone through before she died. And from that moment on, he definitely had to take revenge, even if he had to pay a high price. And so he risks his life diligently and trains, seeks out people to break down barriers, and eventually manages to overcome the level of unification. And yet, while he waits for his chance to take revenge, he always comes out with a group of powerful servants. If he suddenly decides to attack, he will certainly fail. And so he can only hide and wait, look for opportunities, and when he, the junior master of the Zhu family, throws a feast, that will be his best opportunity to attack. And the most dangerous place is the safest. And he plans to be his assistant in the Yu family's disaster. And because this will be the moment when he's most relaxed, his chances of success will be even higher. But he didn't expect it. The young master told the hired hand that he was truly as strong as an animal. And indeed, he admired him. And he was missing just one thing, just one thought. Young Master Zhuo simply licked his lips and said, "That's the thing." He remembered that this girl has a character and is his sister. And the female cultivators he had met weren't particularly memorable. Most of them he had already forgotten. However, there are some whose images remain etched in my memory, and even after many years they are worth remembering. And his sister is one of them. And he still remembers that she has a very attractive figure, but unfortunately her character is like a firework. Just get angry and she explodes. The mercenary remembered his sister telling him not to use the knife and to just be with her. Young Master Shui simply licked his fingers again and declared that such women attracted him most. And the more success he achieved, the greater his sense of satisfaction. Young Master Shui continued that this young man still remembers that she had a stunning figure. But unfortunately, her temperament is like fireworks. As soon as you touch it, it explodes. But with such a woman, if you tame her, the feeling of achievement only becomes stronger. And he himself allowed her into the drunken tower of immortals. But she didn't know her place, so he forced her into his room. But at first she scolded him like crazy. But after what he did, she cried, begged him to stop. And that sound still rings in his ears. And such a huge mare. But in the hands of this young master, she was properly tamed. But after that, he ordered her not to say another word. and he played with her for 3 days straight. Her skill level plummeted, and she lost consciousness. And when he got bored, he broke her neck, allowing her to die in a merciful way. And now Lee just has to thank him for treating his sister so well. Lee became very angry after his words and asked why he wasn't dying. And why was this monster still breathing? Lee was beside himself and immediately attacked the elder, shouting that he would kill him right now. But the elder used his techniques and knocked him down from a distance. After all, he was just a demonic cultivator, and his sister was used as a cultivation furnace for their young master. And this was her atonement. And the life of his worthless sister is more important than the life of their heir? And after that, the guy simply deserves to die just for trying to kill him. But the mercenary told him to shut up, and how dare he compare her to that bastard. He's just another damned animal. Just filth. Young Master Zhuo replied that his sister should feel proud to have served their young master. He was just a dog barking in public. And Sister Lee turned out to be lucky. And he's just complaining like a child. And their young master rubbed his hand, and he just rubbed his sister, and who's worse off? Lee was lying on the ground at that moment and shouted back at them that they were all crazy. But he didn't even try to get up. Lin noticed at this moment that the man who trained like crazy to take revenge for his sister was called a demonic cultivator. And the heir to a noble family commits the most vile acts in secret, yet wears the aura of a righteous sect. But to him, it's just a joke. Suddenly, the system popped up and said the master had a secondary task. Now he needed to protect Li, accept him as a disciple, and convince the Shui family's antecedent to personally kill Shui Tianyi. And in return, the antecedent will be eternally grateful. And as a reward, he will receive the divine martial art of the Holy Strike. Seeing this, Lin was overjoyed, because he would receive 10 spiritual crystals. And now, after this, his life was secure. But Lin decided he was going to intervene anyway. And as he saw it, the terms of this mission were just plain crazy. And now he needs to force the old man to kill his own heir, and then be honorable. But this feels like some kind of twisted secondary quest. Young Master Shui simply drew his sword and told the boy that this was the end. And in his next life, he should try to be smarter. Shui immediately drew his sword and raised it above his head, ready to cut off the boy's head. But Ling didn't let that happen and simply placed his hand under the blow. Young Master Shui was surprised and asked him what he was doing. The elder was also shocked and asked, "What is this? And was the Confronting sect really trying to protect a demon? Was he from a demon cult? And this isn't an entity. They're on the Shu family's property. Isn't this a disgrace to the Shu family?" Elder Shui asked the boy what this meant. Why did he stop their young master from exterminating this demon? Lin replied that he simply felt like it. He was taking him on as his apprentice. If even one of them tried to mess with him, they'd take the fight with them. The guests also looked at all this with surprise and said that Mr. Lin was simply crazy. And did he really say that out loud? Li stood up and told Lin that he had become famous throughout the eastern region. Why then risk his life for just one person? But Elder Zhu was extremely angry and told Lin to think carefully. And if he left now, they would forget this incident. Li also asked the elder to leave, and he is grateful for this gesture, and if he has a next life, he will repay him by working like a horse or an ox. Xiao didn't interfere either, and he sympathized with the guy. But risking his life for a stranger was just stupid. But Lin suddenly turned to Xiao and asked him how long he planned to stand there. He told him to come immediately and protect his new little brother. Xiao was shocked and told the master, of course. He thought he was just swearing by all the heavens. He didn't even know what the master was trying to do. But Senior Zhui was simply not ready to accept all this and said that the two of them thought that their family was so easy to bully. After taking his measures, he released a huge amount of energy that was visible from the outskirts of the city. Xiao immediately said that his spiritual energy was frozen. The mouse also agreed with his brother and even hid behind him. But at that moment, Lin wished the old man would hit him already. The task wasn't yet complete, but at least he was a level higher, and profit was guaranteed. But suddenly, Elder Shu heard some strange sounds and thought it was another pseudo-immortal. He even assumed it was Lin's backup plan. Lin turned to Nara and asked where he was, but the elder still asked who was barking. After all, he couldn't see anyone yet. At this moment, Lin seemed to turn into a holy emperor and rose into the sky, looking down on everyone. And he'll dare ask which of his elders bestowed such an honor upon them? But he's finally reached a state of pseudo-immortality, and he's throwing a banquet to show off. and now some guy stronger than him just shows up and steals the show. But Ling also became curious and asked who was bragging here. Suddenly, a guy appeared and replied that he was from Hua Haman, and everyone called him Dao Yuyang. The warrior suddenly said he'd heard of him, and they say Yuyan is the strongest in Huazam. He's also the saint's son's personal teacher. And as it was said, their saint was disabled, and 18 elders were killed, and he would not just sit there. But Elder Shui realized this wasn't an ally, but another enemy. This Ling had truly dug his own grave, and it looked like he wouldn't even have to lift a finger. He immediately told Yu Yan that Lin was behind him, and he shouldn't hesitate to sort out his own affairs. Yu Yang asked Elder Shui if he needed his permission now, but Ling was undeterred and flashing him his middle finger, signaled his presence. He then asked him what he wanted. Xiao was a little surprised at this moment and thought, doesn't the master understand the difference between himself and the pseudo-immortal? Yu Yan simply became even more enraged after his words and showed what he was capable of. But Lin wasn't intimidated and asked him why he was barking, or was this guy pretending to be a dog? And he asked him why he was barking like a stray dog. Yu Yan simply lost his temper after these words and told the guy he was a little bastard. And activating his orb, he ordered him to die. Lin was a little shocked and saw that the space around them was forbidden. He would soon die with this psycho. Elder Shui also saw that it was a golden sphere, and if it struck, the entire Z estate would be incinerated. And it couldn't happen because of some peasant that he would suffer too. But Lin didn't run away like a coward, but instead marched against this enormous sphere to destroy it, and he decided he wanted to complete the task right now. The guests were also frightened and asking, what is it? And could it really be such a blinding light? They couldn't even open their eyes. The system immediately indicated that the owner had encountered an enemy in the early stages of pseudo-immortality. Now, the passive increase in strength against strength has been activated, and the pseudo-immortality has been increased to the mid-stage. Yao was shocked that his master was also a pseudo-immortal, and this pressure was worse than that of a primordial demon somewhere deep within the demon abyss. Lin asked his enemy, is this all he can do? It won't even scratch his nails or even touch them. Lin didn't waste any more time and attacked back with his own attack, which left Yu Yan shocked and didn't expect that from the guy. The guests were also shocked that Lin was actually a half pseudo-immortal. Shu also couldn't believe that this guy could actually be a pseudo-immortal. Li too was afraid for his master, but one of the guests said it was no wonder he was so arrogant. He had the strength to prove it. And now he realizes that Lin had played a trick on them all. And if it weren't for this banquet, how long would he have had time to continue hiding it, the guy thought. Yu Yan got angry and asked, he had a pseudo-immortal cultivation and he was still trying to hide it? And now it's all clear with him. He's disgraced all cultivators. Lin replied that he swears he's innocent. He's just been through a great upheaval. He's truly been on a great ascent before this, and he swears it to the heavens. But Yu Yan said it was a lie, and he thinks he's some simpleton who can be fooled. Lin replied that he didn't care whether it was true or not, but he could say that he was the only one who was so simple and gifted. Yu Yan told the boy he'd never seen anyone so brazen in his life, and he used the Solar Annihilation Seal attack. Lin didn't even flinch after his attack, and smilingly asked to be allowed to prove it. Elder Shui looked on and said that the boy was just showing off because he was strong, but he deserved to be crushed by comrade Taoist Yu Yang. Yu Yan was shocked that the guy easily repelled all his attacks and asked how this was even possible. The elder was also a little surprised because the boy didn't even have a scratch, and he must be using some kind of protective artifact. Lin was starting to get a little irritated with the guy, telling him to try harder. Is that all he can do? His pectorals are stronger than his Sect's defensive formation. And he also noticed that this was the tyrant's unwavering technique. And the physical magnifier simply expands the mind. And it's not even at full strength yet. But Yu Yan used his technique and said that this sun wheel was made by the best Huamega artisans. Even pseudo-immortals in the late stages step carefully next to it. And now they'll look at his solid body rather than his holy artifact, and they might even try to face it. But Lin was still not afraid and replied that he would see how far he could go. Yu Yan, however, was extremely angry and didn't believe the guy could take them all. But Lin told him that the noise was really annoying him, and that was enough. Grabbing Yu Yang's attack with his bare hands, he immediately lifted him into the sky and stopped him with just one movement. The elder shouted that he couldn't possibly be an ancient beast in human form. If it were, he'd already be a pile of meat. Yuyan couldn't believe it either, thinking it was a joke. And it was designed to destroy pseudo-mortal cultivators, and it couldn't even pierce skin. Lin asked him if he envied his resilience. But that's unfortunate luck. He was born that tough. But here is his broken toy, Lin said, and he will give it a chance to try again if he feels lucky. Yuyan replied that this was too much. He would never forgive him for this, and that would be war. After saying these words, Yuyan simply rose into the air of the sky and, throwing out all his energy, used the feather-adorned art of ascension. Lin started making fun of him again and asked if it was called flying chicken feathers or something like that. But Yuyan wouldn't stop and shouted at him to shut up. He didn't dare insult Hua Meng's technique secret. Having unleashed his powerful attack, he continued to attack. But Lin knew he could stop it and didn't even bother. He responded with a royal night seal. Yuyan, seeing several attacks above him at once, was shocked and tried to stop them. But it seemed very difficult for him. Yuyan told the guy he was strong, and he admitted it. But what if he used that move? How would he cope? Yuyan was overjoyed and believed he could succeed. He used 9 suns burn the sky, and Lin cried out that he was sacrificing 1,000 years of his life and summoning the fiery sun of the immortal realm. And it would force him to kneel in the sun's heart and beg for mercy for all eternity. The guests also said it was too hot here, and they're still giving it away. And this guy Yuyan is planning to really burn everything down. But Lin called the guy a brat and told him to open his eyes because this is the finale. And he applied his 5-fold samsara of oblivion technique and spread it across the entire territory. Yuyan said that only one of them would make it out alive today, and he unleashed even more powerful and fiery balls. Lin looked at all this and smiling asked the guy, "Is he trying to do his thing again?" But after that, Yuyan started laughing loudly and shouting that it was a fake. But what does this pseudo-immortal even mean? And what does invincible even mean? He'd been cultivating for 3,000 years and still couldn't surpass him. And then he promised Lin that he would wait for him in the underworld, and he would be consumed by the wrath of heaven. Xiao watched the whole time, finding it incredible. The strongest so-called pseudo-immortal in the eastern region had been driven completely mad by defeat. But just how much power was this guy hiding? Lin then removed his glasses and said that it was finally not so blinding. And it seemed the time had come to complete this quest. Turning around, he immediately descended to Elder Shui. Shu told the Venerable Ling that his divine power was truly inspiring. This humble man was filled with admiration. But could he ask if he had any further instructions? Lin turned to Shui and replied that he had no objections to the fact that he had just taken on a new disciple. Shi replied, "Of course not. How could he dare? Let him take him, or anyone else. And perhaps the esteemed Ye would show mercy and spare him." But Lin said that his disciple Li had been humiliated and oppressed by his Shu family. As his teacher, wouldn't they think he should help him get revenge? Shu replied that it was perfectly reasonable and completely justified, and he was simply curious about the esteemed Ye's intentions. But Lin said he wanted to kill every member of the family right there. The elder was surprised and asked incredulously what he was talking about. Lin asked if this demand was excessive, but he understood that life on the Jinjiang Islands was fraught with difficulties. The Shui clan, who were numerous there, faced problems, and this caused them resentment. How could such difficulties be addressed? Elder Shui asked if the requirements could be lowered, since many of the Shui clan were Wu Qi. Lin replied that the old man had only lost his own kin, while his disciple had lost his sister, and he was an old codger with no mercy. Elder Hui simply lowered his eyes and asked the boy to look at him and his son. After all, what goes around comes around. He asked the guy to give him mercy, and he really can't do that to his son. Lin then turned around and ordered him to rise, saying he would go his own way. And if so, he should eliminate the main culprit of the disaster. The old man replied that so be it. He himself couldn't stand it any longer, and he would deal with them. The old man asked the boy if he really meant it. He understood that wiping out the entire Zhu clan was no joke. Killing even one person was a terrible thing, and this was truly a great one who bestowed mercy. Elder Zhu turned around and seeing the elder, he did not talk to him, and immediately fired an electric beam at him. Junior Zhui was shocked by what had happened. He asked his father what he was even trying to achieve, and what should they do next. Elder Shui asked the boy if he was satisfied with this. Lin told the old man that it seemed he was asking about what he was assuming. He could help him with clarification or translation. The old man asked the boy what he was saying about someone being the cause of disasters, and mentioned that children don't teach their fathers. That was certainly an interesting thought. He might join him in discussing it further. Lin agreed with him and replied that so be it. Old Jui said that he would do the same, and that he was sure the boy would be satisfied. But suddenly he turned around and immediately flew his attack straight towards his son and grabbed him by the throat. Shu tried to tell his father not to do it, but the elder still stood his ground and squeezed his throat until the very end. After the work was done, the elder said that he was grateful to the master for his help, and on behalf of Shui, he expressed his deep gratitude to him for his kindness and generosity. Suddenly, Li started laughing and asking the others if they'd seen what was happening, and the animals were criticized and punished. Lin approached him and said that fate had been cruel, but now his enemies had been punished. Was the boy now ready to become his disciple? Li fell to his knees and mournfully replied that he was ready to be under his control. From now on, his destiny would be his own, and he is ready to do whatever the master wishes. He can control him as he pleases, and he bowed to the master. But Lin told him not to worry. After all, he was happy to welcome a student who had become successful. Lin thought that although it sounded quite dangerous, it might work miraculously at the crucial moment. Lin said that since Li had already performed the disciple initiation ceremony, he, as his teacher, would impart a new technique of the way of the sword to him. Lai was overjoyed to hear this. Lin presented it to him and said that this sword style was called the Mixed Heavenly Sword. Suddenly, in a moment of light from his new abilities, he collected all the swords from the boy's hands with the help of his new technique. Li looked at his hands and said, "This is a sword technique, and he probably understands that this is the path of heaven, and hidden within every carving technique is a will capable of soaring into the sky and crushing the earth. And his so-called great swordsmanship isn't even worth putting his carving skills to shame. And who, after all, is this great master?" Lin told the boy he was too arrogant, but he would grant him his art, and he would truly create his own destiny. But it turns out he had doubted him before. Zhao didn't like it and saw that this man just came like a faithful dog. But now he makes his heart tremble. And what kind of dark art did he use? After all, he understood that one blow would shatter the void. Fate, like a dog's. If he didn't stop playing with it, it would burn him. And he also wielded the fire of the underworld, which would turn even a broken sword into smoldering ash. But suddenly Li began coughing and spat out a large amount of liquid. Lin told him that if he continued using his secret techniques, his body would soon give out and collapse. And the foundation was damaged by heavy resistance, and it looked like he would have to give up hope on it. And after that, he gave him the ball and told him to eat this medicinal elixir, and he would feel changes that he never even expected. Li was surprised and didn't even understand what it was. And this medicine looked like a mushroom, and it seemed like something unusual. Lin hoped the boy wouldn't ignore him, and this elixir was laced with the scent of hatred for his country. He truly thought he could help his students awaken the demon's disease and blood. Lin told the boy that there were harmful elements accumulated in his body, and he really felt that his strength had weakened. But there was no need to worry. Let him continue to act, and everything would be fine. And he is almost like a faithful dog. And he shouldn't worry. This is not just dust, it's an elixir. Let him eat it better. Li swallowed the pill and immediately turned into a walking monster, showing his power to everyone. But Li suddenly turned to the great master and said he was very tired. But Lin saw that the boy possessed a strange and ominous presence that was causing him concern. And perhaps his behavior and aura are connected to practices that affect his body and mind, causing feelings of fear and anxiety in those around him. Lin said that Li was exposed to magic related to demon blood, which caused changes in his body. The system immediately responded and informed the owner that the boy had been exposed to demonic blood, causing aggressive and restless behavior. In such a case, it's important to monitor his actions and ensure the safety of those around him. At that moment, Xiao wondered what techniques Shen Shu had used to break through the disciples' limits from the initial fusion stage to the great stage in one go. Moreover, it all resembled the fusion stage. What kind of joke did he feed this guy? And why did he suddenly transform to such a degree? Even he, who had achieved a state of deification in the central region, had never experienced such a strange and drastic increase in strength. And what was this state? Li suddenly started laughing and couldn't stop. Then he started swinging his sword. The warriors were all shocked and understood that he was in the fusion stage, but how could he unleash such power? And he feared that even if he fully unleashed his power, he wouldn't be able to withstand even one blow from him. It was too terrifying. At that moment, Lin looked at this picture and said that this wasn't all. And after activating the blood force, he became like a tiger with wings. But suddenly, Li looked back and saw the master standing before him. He didn't stop and charged at them. But Lin stood his ground and said that from this day forward, let him find his destiny and awaken to the great path. This was the power of his new disciple. Even when Lin saw that his future student was trying to harm him, he decided to teach him a lesson and use the Heavenly Emperor's attack. But Lin understood that there was no need to go any further, because his student was only at the fusion stage and was already capable of clinging to Fashion himself, and such a transcendence of boundaries was not a power that could be underestimated. The master looked at him after that and said that Li Tai had completed his task. Otherwise, he was afraid that his disciple with such weak strength could not cope with the consequences. Lin shouted at him to wake up and concentrate immediately. This was no time for thinking. Li tried various ways to break through the master's defense, but slowly began to let off steam. Li came to his senses and asked what had just happened to him. He felt as if he had lost himself, his whole body overcome with a feeling of helplessness and fear. And even he, it would seem, dared to commit a disrespectful act, and now he must face punishment. Lin walked up to him and said that he would now see if there was anything that had changed compared to the previous time. Li replied that such a thing couldn't be true, but after he looked closely, he was delighted that his level had improved. Lin noticed that Li's path, despite everything, remained the foundation of his strength, and it was becoming stronger and stronger, as if tempered by iron. Li knelt down and replied that the student was thanking his teacher. Lin told the student that he had just activated his madness bloodline, and once he activates it, he'll gain incredible power, but it can't be used for long. Let him learn to maintain balance. Li replied that his student would remember his instructions. Elder Jue began to laugh and congratulated Lin on finding himself an excellent student. He then asked if they should share a drink on his happy day. Lin asked in surprise, wondering if it wouldn't interfere with the main celebration. After all, this feast was in his honor for successfully overcoming the crisis. The elder replied not to worry. The joy was only growing. But people were already saying that this elder from the Shu family had just killed 2 of his own men, and now he's flattering Mr. Ye so much, he can't believe how things have changed. Xiao heard their words and understood that it was indeed true. In this world, the strong rule. This man had managed to force the elder to personally destroy his own people, and the elder was even grateful to him to the point of tears. He, too, must become stronger, otherwise he would forever be under his control. Ling agreed and said the matter was complete, and the Zhu family could continue celebrating. Now let Xiao take his little sister, and they were leaving. Xiao replied to the master that he understood everything and would do it. And then the elder shouted for everyone to see Li Xuxian off. Before leaving, Senior Gui told Li to visit them whenever he had the time. And they, greatly honored, were the Gui family, and they were happy to welcome them. Elder Zhu got angry and said he was so disappointed. Such a wonderful celebration to celebrate his victory, and now everything had gone to hell. But suddenly one of the boys shouted to the master, saying he'd finally found the young master's hand. The boy asked, "Where is the young master?" Elder Shui told him to throw that damned hand in the backyard and let the dogs eat it. He started yelling at the others too, ordering them to get out of here. The party was canceled immediately. Li was on the ship at that moment and felt what it was like to travel on a divine beast. He felt like he was in a dream. He not only avenged Xiao Fei, but also became Ling Xuxian's disciple. But Red Xiao really is as beautiful and charming as the rumors say, and now she thinks she should go and say hello when he becomes a disciple. Li approached him and said that not only did the Red Elder Sister possess outstanding talent, but her beauty was truly unearthly. He would be able to learn a lot from her in his future studies. She saw him come again. Why are all these men like this? Master Ye was initially irritated after killing the great Xu Xian, but now that he's taken on a disciple of such cultivation, it's becoming increasingly difficult for him to turn things around. Li saw Xiao start to leave and asked if there was a problem with what he said. But the mouse approached and told him that they were always confusing his older brother's gender. He hated it when they got his gender wrong. The mouse approached and remembered that she didn't know who he was. Li introduced himself and said that he was the master's new apprentice at Shu's house. Li said he was grateful for the information, and that's why he ignores all the men trying to please him. It turns out he's a man himself. He just stepped on the same rake. The mouse replied that now he understood, and that was the main thing. After all, it was a big taboo for the older brother Hong. But Li said that, as expected, the teacher was surrounded by extraordinary people. Such a stunningly handsome man and such a sweet little sister mouse. C replied that she really wanted to be like her older brothers, but for some reason she was stuck in a half mouse, half human body, and that's why she sometimes caused trouble for the teacher. Li said, "Here's my sister. She doesn't maintain this shape on purpose, and he thinks she's quite sweet and unusual." And yes, if this is a transformation technique, then when he was traveling in the Eastern region, he somehow found a secret technique. And perhaps this will help her fully return to human form. If her sister doesn't mind, she can take it. Sai was delighted and said that if everything worked out, she would no longer cause problems for the teacher. Sai was overjoyed and shouted to the teacher that perhaps she could fully return to human form and would no longer cause him problems. Lin was surprised and replied that if there was such good news, the teacher would miss his soft, fluffy mouse head. She told the teacher not to worry. The mouse would now be able to change shape at will. If the teacher wanted to see something, the mouse would become that. And she forgot to ask him if they really had to return to the sect now. Lin asked in surprise, "What return to the sect?" Of course not. His mount was so cool he needed to show it off everywhere. And he ordered Akun to step on the gas. Soon, when Kunpeng had been flying for several months, many from the eastern region were shocked to learn of the events that took place at the banquets in Shu's house. And the cult of Lord Ye became a real mystery to them. At this time, in the eastern region of Kangzhou, the great Zhou dynasty was engaged in a battle. A bloodthirsty battle raged, with warriors battling monsters that had invaded their territory. The warriors knew only one motto: die but hold Pan Shijin. But at that moment, Li descended from the ship and told the teacher that demons were attacking from below. But Lin was busy playing dominoes. But Xiao wondered whose cannon could ignore all the obstacles placed on the field and instantly destroy the enemy king. And he had never met such an insolent and shameless person. But suddenly Lin told Xiao that he was too weak. He had barely exerted 1/10 of his strength and he had already lost. But Xiao told the teacher that to install a siege engine, a platform had to be prepared and its movement was limited. Even a 3-year-old knew that. Lin replied, "It's a hammer thrower, not a siege cannon. Doesn't it work?" And suddenly he thought, "Let's fly away with this mortar." And Xiao only knows how to break the rules. But he briefly considered what a mortar is. And seeing the student's face, Lin said that it seemed he did not agree. He doubted the mastery of his strategic art. She told the teacher that the student wouldn't dare do such a thing. Ling suddenly turned to little Shi and asked how she assessed his mastery of strategic art. Shai told the teacher that he was the strongest, and Xiao saw that this dead mouse really knew how to flatter. Then Lin asked Li what he just said. Li replied that a group of demons had been detected down below, attacking the city. The situation was critical. Lin remembered that the demons said it was one of the great races of dark creatures, hailing from an ancient forbidden land called Mingyuan in the eastern region. This place is the nest of many dark races. And according to legend, in ancient times, creatures from Mingyuan attempted to invade the outside world. Then humans and craftsmen joined forces to wage a large-scale war against them. And later, the creatures from Mingyuan were defeated and retreated. From then on, they and humans no longer interfered with each other, and all was calm. And now that the demons have invaded again, does this mean the centuries-old truce has been broken? It seems the matter is not so simple. Lin told the boys that if that's the case, then they could meet this group of demons and see what's really going on here. The warriors who were fighting the monsters at that moment were a little afraid because with an unexpected blow of a spear, they cut the strongest General Zhang in half. The warriors gave up and said that everything was lost and that it was simply impossible to defeat them. Suddenly, one of the stronger monsters in their group appeared behind the monsters. He told them to stop offering useless resistance. After all, taking this city is only the beginning. All the other fortresses will also fall under the onslaught of his ghost clan, and the entire empire will soon be destroyed. But suddenly a fast lightning bolt passed through the monsters, cutting them into several pieces. After that, Queen Hua appeared at the Yuanying stage and told them to shut up, as they would never achieve their goal. She set her sights on the strongest of the group of monsters and rode her cat towards him. But all she received in response was the sound of a sinister laugh. The monster unleashed one of its most powerful attacks, knocking her off her feet from a distance. The warriors watched all this, and when they saw how Commander Wang was knocked down, they became wary. Super Monster said that they were insignificant people and should kneel before their general. Hana said that she was the commander of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, appointed by the Emperor of Great Zhou himself, and he imagines the dignity of the Great Zhou. How could she kneel before a beast like him? And if he wants to kill, let him kill. If he wants to cut, let him cut. There's no need to be shy, just attack. The monster replied that this was very good, and now the general would grant her wish. And after that, he would chop her into pieces and hang her head on the high tower of the city gate, so that she could watch as the great Zhou was exterminated by his people. But suddenly the sky above them began to open up sharply, and the head of a huge creature appeared. The super monster simply did not understand what had happened and looked at it all with surprise. But he managed to ask the others what it was. But Lin's monster didn't give them a chance and immediately began swallowing them all like a vacuum cleaner. The super monster also went after his minions because he could not resist. The warriors looked around after this and asked in surprise, could it really be that all the spirits of the demon clans had been eaten? Surely this couldn't be a hallucination. Hana said it was a divine beast that descended from the heavens to protect their great Zhou dynasty. But she saw that there was a man on the back of the divine beast, and that meant this divine beast belonged to someone. And as she noticed, it was the great master of the human clan who had come to their aid. And she didn't know how to address the elder or where he was from. Lin replied that he was from the Zhuantian sect and asked who was the leader here. Homa immediately thought, could this really be the same Lin Huanlin who has been talked about so loudly lately? She heard he'd trampled the face of the Eastern Domain's #1 immortal sect, and she never expected their great Zhou to receive such good fortune at such a moment. Hua introduced herself and said that she was the commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry and welcomed all respected elders. Lin asked her which imperial house this place belonged to, and why was the Demon Clan army attacking them? Hua replied that this place was the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty, and she didn't know why they attacked the Great Zhou. However, according to information from the deceased demonic general, the Demon Clan is preparing another, more massive attack. When it begins, it will undoubtedly be a brutal battle. But Lin said that the living beings from the abyss of darkness were attacking human kingdoms so openly and on a grand scale. Weren't they afraid of provoking a punitive campaign from human cultivators again? Yu Young replied that the Demon Clan favored dark, damp places saturated with dark energy. But what benefit would they gain from capturing the Great Zhou? But Xiao chimed in and asked, why bother thinking so much? If they show up, they'll just destroy them, and that's it. Hua addressed him as a respected fairy and asked her if she had come to help their Great Zhou overcome the crisis. And she, as an insignificant one, on behalf of all the inhabitants of Zhou, expresses to them in advance deep gratitude for their great mercy and virtue. Yuyan understood that his elder brother was truly a natural at causing misunderstandings, and the more he disliked something, the more it would arise. Lin also understood that this matter was definitely not that simple, and the sudden appearance of millions of representatives of the Dark Abyss race was not at all accidental. Suddenly, the system popped up and congratulated the owner for activating the quest, and he would need to kill the army of ghosts invading the Dezhou Empire, and after completing it, he would receive some nice rewards. Lin saw this and figured it was time for a mission, and that was perfect. He'd make this his temporary base and see if he could extract any clues from the ghosts. But he raised his hand and said that alien races were sowing chaos and mercilessly killing innocents. And he, as a powerful representative of the human race, could not stand by and not help, and let them tell everyone that he will intervene no matter what. Hua was delighted and thanked him, and said that the Dazhou Empire would forever remember his kindness. Yuyan listened to all this and joyfully shouted that his teacher was wise and great. But Xiao replied that he was indeed interfering too much in other people's affairs. Lin wasted no time in telling her to take him to their holy lord. Hua replied that she would take them there immediately. Afterwards, they arrived at the military headquarters outside the imperial capital, Dazhou. Inside the tent, the leaders were discussing their plans of attack. But one of the commanders said that several units of the Ghost Army had just broken through their defensive lines. And they are moving along the nearest route with the intention of directly attacking the capital of the Dazhu Empire. Moreover, according to reports coming from the country, several suspects of being the combined entity of the Phantom Generals have already appeared. And it is possible that among them, there is a Phantom Commander at the level of the Great Transition. But another commander replied that this time, the Ghost race had suddenly become more active, intending to seize their Imperial residence. And was there really something valuable in the Dazhu Empire that had attracted their attention? The chief said he understood what they meant, but unfortunately, as the Crown Prince, he was also unaware. But the commander replied to His Highness that he had just been rude. The prince told them not to worry. This time when the Ghost race was actively invading, they needed to do their best to resist. And if they can't hold the line, then they'll need to protect as many civilians as possible and help them evacuate the country. And as long as people are alive, there's always hope. Suddenly, a warrior arrived and told His Highness there was new news from outside, and he should take a look. The prince asked if the ghosts were up to some trick again. The prince was angry, because in recent days the ghosts had been constantly waging wars of attrition against their army. Their soldiers were already exhausted to the limit, no longer able to even fight. The enemy army numbered 800,000, while they had only 40,000, and the initiative was entirely in their hands. How could he win, he thought. Raising their heads to the sky, they were frightened and asked, "What is this strange monster? And why has such a creature appeared in the Dazhu Empire? Let all soldiers immediately prepare for battle and stop it." The prince ordered them not to act rashly, because this was the divine being Kunpeng. And what's more, he recognized the commander of this divine being, Wang Hua of their Tiger Leopard Cavalry. The commander was surprised and asked how Hua controlled such a divine being. Hua jumped down and said, "His Majesty welcomes you." And he brought the master of the divine being, Lord Ling, to help the Dazhu Empire fight the Ghost Army. The prince, hearing his name, asked Commander Hua again. He clarified, "Is this the same white-haired assassin from the Xuantian sect? Was he truly the master of this divine being?" Hua approached His Majesty and told him to be careful with his words. He was actually a very kind man, and not nearly as cruel as rumor suggested. The prince heard the words of his subordinate and said that the heir to the Dazhui Empire welcomes the respected Ye. And he saw that the respected Ye saw that the people of the Dazhui Empire, busy fighting ghosts, were still living in the past when he destroyed the 18 elders of Yuhahua men. Suddenly, a voice came out of nowhere and said that they were humans, surrounded by an army of 800,000 ghosts. And if they were intelligent, then it would be better to surrender and become victims of their ghostly race. The prince took up his sword and declared that these ghosts were simply too insolent. But Lin unleashed his disciples and ordered them to be dealt with. The disciples immediately agreed and flew off to war at high speed. The warriors, seeing them, asked who these two were, who dared to single-handedly charge into the ranks of 800,000 ghosts. The monsters said it was ridiculous that in order to take over this human kingdom called Dazhu, they really needed to use so much force. And they had heard somewhere that such empires usually have the support of luck. But in any case, 800,000 against 40,000 is the advantage on their side. The green monster replied that this time, when the 100 tribes of their shadow world were uniting, their ghostly race must seize the initiative. And it was a matter of the survival and prosperity of their entire people. The purple monster agreed with him and said that in any case, the fall of this world was only a matter of time. And when they take control of the eastern region, they can use their merits to gain certain voting rights. The super demons, seeing the people in front of them, began to laugh and said that a human monk had come to them. And he ordered his people to be quiet and not scare the food. They needed to wait until they approached slowly. Yuyan looked at them and said that among their 800,000, the number of beings at the fusion realm was so great that it was impossible to count. Previously, he probably wouldn't have even had the courage to confront them. But even now it turns out he can fight shoulder to shoulder with such outstanding talents as his elder brother Hong. But Yu Yang told elder brother Xiao that his swordsmanship skills were not very good, so he would show his shortcomings first. Yuan didn't waste any time and immediately used his sword technique and ran straight into the crowd of monsters. The chief ordered his monsters to catch that human monk. She saw that they were starting to advance and attack them from afar with golden sparrow flame. The monsters tried to resist the fire a little, but it could not be extinguished, and they died alive on the spot. Yuyan told his elder brother that he really has powerful abilities, and he admires him. But Xiao suggested to the younger that they finish it quickly so that they wouldn't be ridiculed. He understood that even if this shameless man took a monster under his wing, he, Xiao, still remained the strongest elder brother. The commander and the others watched the war from the castle and said that it was very strong. The prince also understood that it was not for nothing that he was the white-haired killer's disciple. He had destroyed 500,000 troops in an instant. One of the monsters asked who these two people were. Someone told him that they had appeared at such a critical moment and that they seemed to be powerful defenders of the Dazhu Empire. They must act and destroy them. But the demon said that no matter who it was, no one could stop their people's plans, and he gave the order for the monsters to attack. But Xiao was already ready to attack them again, and released his fiery flame from his hand. But the monsters opened a portal and immediately released half a dozen more monsters from it. She saw them and said that interesting guests had arrived. But this powerful presence, it must be an Indian commander at the level of the Great Transition. The monsters saw these two guys and realized they were in trouble. One of the group's elders told them they were at the level of body fusion. The other was at the initial stage of the Great Transition, and they dared to confront them. A monster with a spear in his hands headed towards them and said that there was no need for their boss to interfere. He alone at the level of the Great Transition could easily crush the two of them. Yuyan decided to fight him and shouted that he would be just right for him to train at the level of the Great Transition. The monster with the spear simply saw no obstacles in front of him, and after releasing the attack, he told the guy to die. But Yuyan launched an attack first, and the monster, after parrying it, said it wasn't painful or unpleasant. He was simply helping him improve his skills. The leaders watched the battle and asked in surprise, "How is this possible? And could they explain the cause and effect?" The prince was also a little surprised, because he saw that the disciples of the respected master Ye were also strong. Yuyan heard their words and replied that he was truly pleased. He immediately flew off to attack and demonstrate some new abilities. Yuyan took aim at the strongest and most important ones. He flew at them and used the Great Transition, the initial stage. But another monster emerged before him, one at the peak of a Great Transition, and this was simply because the ninth elder underestimated him and was killed. And does a person really think that he can resist them? Such a number at the level of the Great Transition? The monsters all gathered together to attack him and finish him off once and for all, so that he would not bother them anymore. Suddenly, Yuyan saw this and became frightened, as he had slightly overestimated his strength. And in this situation, he would now have to use the blood of a mad demon. But when he turned back, he saw that Brother Xiao was helping him and used jade glass flame. The monsters didn't expect this and were caught in Xiao's flames. But one of the monsters escaped and shouted at the human woman that he would take her life. Using his powers, he released his brothers and continued on their way to the single attack. Yuyan said it was a powerful force, and it was no coincidence that this was the pinnacle of the Great Transition. But the monster laughed and replied that it was too late to acknowledge fear now. He and that stinking woman must die. Yuyan, hearing his words, asked again, "Smelly woman?" At that moment, Xiao was ready to attack them, and the younger one said they were all dead. Xiao also told them one last time that they would all die for him, and he unleashed his soul-consuming black flame. The monsters, seeing this power, asked what it was. The blue monster immediately turned to his older brother and second brother. But it was too late, because Xiao had already let everything out of himself, and after such insults, he was ready to end them. The blue monster said it was impossible, but before he knew it, he'd already gotten himself into trouble. The monsters saw this and were a little shocked, but Xiao said that they were just ants, unaware of their fate. Yuyan also thought that the enraged elder brother Xiao, at his level, he is simply invincible. No wonder he is the very first disciple of their master. And it was even better for him that way. And if a fight started, he would be able to chop him up mercilessly. Suddenly, Yao turned to the side and saw his younger brother simply pointing his finger, which was cool. But Xiao thought at this moment, was it really his mistake just now? The boys then came to the teacher, and Xiao said that according to his instructions, 800,000 troops had already been destroyed. But Yuyan heard nothing in response and thought their teacher was displeased. She slowly approached the teacher and told him to wake up. Lin woke up and asked the boys if it was decided yet. Zhao replied that it was, and that they had completely destroyed the enemy. Zhao was very angry and realized that they were fighting to the death outside, and this man, it turned out, was sleeping on the battlefield. Lin replied to the boys that this was very good and ordered them to continue in the same spirit. The prince also met him and said that he greeted the esteemed Master Ye with respect and was grateful to him for saving them from danger. Lin replied that it was a small matter, but they were tired too. Shouldn't they, the Dazhoi Empire, treat them well? The prince replied that, of course, they were their most honored guest, and they would immediately take them to the capital and hold a banquet in their honor. After that, they immediately went to the Hall of Heavenly Light. The prince greeted them and said he respectfully welcomed the esteemed Master Ye. His father would like to see him before the banquet. He was waiting for them inside. Lin noticed that this old man was quite self-confident, waiting for him inside to come to him himself. But the old man apologized to the respected Master Ye for not being able to meet him. It was just that his health did not allow it. Lin immediately sensed a powerful energy and thought it was the energy of a nation. The old man was the Emperor of Dazhou, already at the peak of a great transition. Lin approached the old man and replied to Emperor Dazhou. He remembered that, according to his memories, in this world, every empire has its own national fortune, and which serves as a mystical force for increasing strength, healing, and even assisting in training. And the lives of all people are the foundation for the formation of national fortune. And this Emperor Dazhou seems to be using national luck to heal himself. And from the looks of it, his condition is not very good. The emperor apologized for making the esteemed Master Ye laugh at him. But at that moment, the emperor was wondering why he couldn't see the boy's level. Could he really be using some method to conceal his strength? And is he truly a master or not? Lin asked the emperor to tell him what really happened. The emperor replied that demons from the dark abyss had attacked their empire without cause. Many ministers in the hall discussed the treasures in the Imperial palace that the demons were seeking. But even he doesn't know what this treasure is. Lin asked him how he got these injuries. The emperor replied that before the demons began their official attack, his ancestral tomb had been attacked by a mysterious man. That man possessed unfathomable strength, and their warriors looked like infants before him. He had no choice but to harness the power of national fortune, and only then was he able to drive away this mysterious man with great difficulty. And strangely, that mysterious man, although stronger than him, still acted cautiously and eventually left, as if afraid of something. And later, after some time, demons began to attack their empire. Lin replied that the problem seemed to lie within the ancestral tomb. He understood that, judging by Emperor Zhou's description, the demons were likely acting on the orders of that mysterious man to seize the ancestral tomb. And there are definitely huge interests behind this. Otherwise, they would not do something so difficult and thankless. But it's strange. If the mysterious man had the power to suppress Emperor Zhou, why did he suddenly stop and leave? What was so valuable hidden in the ancestral tomb that was worthy of his attention? And there are many questions about this matter. He initially entered this world of cultivation with incredible abilities. He didn't need to train. He could simply enjoy life and play in this world. But since there are so many hidden secrets in this case, it becomes interesting. Yuyan heard all this and asked, is it really true that such astonishing events exist? Xiao realized at this moment that this matter was a bit similar to the rumors he had once heard in the central region. Ling approached Emperor Zhou and asked him that if he did not mind, could he take him to the ancestral tomb? The prince replied to the respected Master Ye that the ancestral tomb was the resting place of his ancestors, and if he entered there, he might encounter something bad. And since Master has done so much to protect Dazhou, dinner, prepared in the Imperial kitchen, will soon begin. Perhaps he should proceed to the Hall of Heavenly Unity and enjoy the meal. But the Emperor apologized for not being able to fulfill his request. However, as Dazhou's most honored guest, he would receive the finest service, and he could choose any treasures from the Imperial treasury. Lin told them not to worry, he was simply asking. He understood that the system's task hadn't yet been completed, so it was best to stay and see how things unfolded. The prince said he knew Master Ye was a sensible and understanding man. He asked everyone to come to the table. At this time, in the Demon King's palace in the eastern region, Kang Zhou sat on his throne and sipped his drink. The Demon King said that the fluid from this month-old baby was a real delicacy. After so many years, he finally got this chance. If he succeeds in capturing the Dazhu Empire, his fame among the demons will grow even greater. And most importantly, if he gets the approval of those few people, perhaps in the future, he will be able to take a place among the influential people of the eastern region. And so long there had been no news. With their power, Kunta and the others should have forced Emperor Zhou to act. He fears the one who bears national fortune most of all. The Demon King saw the servant before him and called him useless. He asked him what he was still doing there. The servant replied that he was making a small bow before the esteemed messenger. The Demon King said that while all the tribes of the Dark Abyss were preparing for the Holy War, he, as the Demon King, was hiding in the rear and having fun. Could he possibly understand that the demons had already surrendered? The servant replied that this was unfair. He had already sent troops to attack the Dazhu Empire, and he was certain that Emperor Zhou would be forced to act. At that time, his true strength will be revealed, and he will have more confidence in how to deal with it. The Demon King said he was a fool. His 800,000 troops had just been destroyed outside the capital. This had no effect on Emperor Zhou. The servant was surprised and asked how this was possible. After all, this army contained dozens of fusion-level demons, as well as 10 commanders at the Great Transition level. Even if Emperor Zhou himself had come out, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to wipe them all out. And the Dazhu Empire was unable to destroy his army of 800,000 people. But one who happened to pass by the Cultivation, who is respected in Dazhu as Master Ye. The servant became frightened and turned to the master. He asked how one great transition dared to interfere with his plans. Although he doesn't know what methods he used to eliminate the 10 demon commanders, in his hands he would be as weak as an ant. The Demon King told him not to be so blindly confident. This dark entity, Dan, was for him. He must definitely take Dazhu, and he wouldn't let him fail again. The servant replied that he would certainly fulfill the messenger's wishes this time. The Demon King granted him power and sent him on to reclaim the land. He took charge and told all the monsters to follow him on his journey. At this time, a ceremony was taking place in the Hall of Heavenly Unity in Dazhu Palace. Everyone was rejoicing and enjoying the moment. Yuyan said, "This wine is really strong, and this meat is really delicious." The prince asked the Red Fairy if the food at the banquet wasn't to her liking. Lin replied that he shouldn't pay attention to her. He was on a diet. The prince said the Red Fairy was truly very disciplined. Xiao was furious because he hadn't been on a diet, and how shameful for a cultivator at the transition level to give in to such mundane desires. But the prince said that if the Red Fairy cannot enjoy delicious food, then let her enjoy the sounds of magnificent music. Suddenly, the leading musician of the eastern region, Nangwang Changfeng, entered the room. He introduced himself and said he was glad to meet them. The prince said that this man was the first musician of the eastern region. His music was not only beautiful and melodic, but also contained deep philosophical meanings. It's a great experience for a cultivator. Once, when an aging Yuan Yin level master heard his music, he was able to reach the Hua Shen level and save his life. And he told Master Nangguang to begin. The musician picked up his instrument and immediately began playing. Suddenly, Nangguang told the prince that if a similar situation arose in the future, he wouldn't need to invite him. He couldn't afford to lose face by seeing everyone fall asleep at the table. The prince turned to Master Ye and asked if the music Master Nanugan played did not satisfy him. Lin replied that it was a so-so performance, but Nangguang heard this and told him to shut up. After all, he was a rude man with no understanding of music. Yuyan grew angry and, drawing his sword, shouted at the old man, "How dare he insult his teacher?" And the old man had already chosen the path to his own destruction. The prince saw that things weren't going as he'd hoped and asked Elder Li to calm down. He told Master Ye that Master Nangguang's character was such that he was simply straightforward and meant no harm. Nangguang grew even more enraged and told Lin that he was nothing but a rude man who understood only violence. And why did he dare say that his instrumental playing was mediocre? The prince was frightened at this moment and only hoped that Master Nangguang would be able to leave with dignity. Yuyan glanced at the teacher, but Lin looked away. Suddenly, the system appeared and announced that the master had activated an optional task. And if he orders Nanagan to be executed in anger, he will receive 10 high-quality spiritual crystals after doing so. Lin wondered if an optional quest had actually appeared at this point. He said option 1 was definitely not suitable, The reward was too small, and it would damage his reputation. But while option 2 doesn't offer a powerful skill, it could help Akin develop. If he can take another step forward, it would make him look even more impressive. Lin thought for a moment and asked, "Is this just playing a tune?" He had hands and he could do it too. Nangwang asked him, "How dare he talk like that? He has studied music from great masters for thousands of years, and he doesn't even understand the value of music." The prince joined the conversation and said that every profession requires its master, and practitioners are no exception. If everything were as simple as having hands, there would be no masters left in this world. Yuyan also supported him and shouted that his teacher was right, and the main thing was to have hands. Nangwang shouted at the boy to act. He would lend him Fu Yao's lute so he could play, and they would see what amazing music he could create. And if he can play, even a pig couldn't climb a tree. With an approach like his, which only knows how to fight and kill, he understands nothing about the art of playing the lute. Lin asked the old man if he could restrain himself a little. He was genuinely afraid that the esteemed Ye would lose his patience and would begin a massacre on the spot. Lin picked up the instrument and said that in his past life, he was also a creative person, and playing the lute is easy for him. And what's more, he has the skills and abilities of automatic improvement from his master. The system immediately notified him that Shu's current skill level was Basic Understanding, Confident Mastery, Outstanding Mastery, Supreme Mastery, and Pinnacle of Perfection. And the master's lute-playing skills are currently at the pinnacle of perfection. Lin asked her what level this person is. The system responded that this gentleman's lute-playing skills were just reaching the level of Confident Mastery. The old man shouted at him to hurry up and not waste time. The prince watched all this and thought that Honorable Ye had run out of patience. Should he try to intervene and save Nangong? Lin thought he'd only just reached the level of Confident Mastery, so it was best to accept his mastery. Listening to his old melody would give him, the people of this world, power over the world. Lin simply placed both hands on the instrument and began to play it with his energy. The energy of the waves was so fast and slow that Xiao wondered how his teacher could play such a magnificent melody. And this high level, if placed in the central area, will be the highest level that no one will dare to compete with. Nangwan was shocked to hear such a sound and asked how this was even possible. Yuyan also shouted at that moment that the music was magnificent, and he was suddenly able to feel incredible depth and meaning in it. And it evokes a storm of emotion in him, and he feels like his heart is about to burst. But Lin suddenly started playing faster, so everyone could feel the energy. Xiao didn't expect this, and suddenly felt himself rising in level. Lin told him this was the middle of the great transition, the late stage, the peak, perfection. She suddenly realized she was only one step away from reaching the transition state. Yuan was also affected by this and screamed for more energy. After all, this was something Senior Li had dreamed of for a long time. And someone said that Senior Li also suddenly went from unification to the great transition. The prince saw all this with his own eyes and said that the mid-state transition revealed that the venerable Ye was not venerable. He was a false immortal. Energy coursed through the house and could be heard from all sides of the city. The warriors saw it and said it was like the sound of music, and that even his wounds had completely healed. It was so amazing. The other warriors also said they had suddenly entered a state of spiritual transformation. It was a miracle. Heaven blesses them, Dazhu. At this moment, in the eastern region of Kangzhou, outside the capital Dazhu, the elder was saying that the demons were going to cause a bloodbath in the Dazhou Empire tonight. Suddenly they saw a bright light and asked the elder to also look at what it was. The sound was so loud that it tore them apart. But the monsters managed to ask, "What is it?" And, "May the great king save them?" But who could do this? Let him come out, and don't hide. And hiding isn't a skill. The monsters told the king to retreat immediately because the man had a powerful protector. The elder immediately told them no and asked, "Who is this really?" And at this point, there's no other choice but to accept Ming Yuandang. He's willing to pay any price to find this mysterious, powerful opponent. The elder began to improve, shouting that he felt the power within him blazing, and his mastery had advanced from the initial stage of transition to the advanced stage. This music could no longer affect him. The elder evolved and began attacking the city from afar. He shouted at the enemy that it didn't matter who he was. He would die anyway. The elder began shouting that the royal city of Dazhu would soon fall anyway. But Lin continued playing his instrument and released his bright spirit. Emerging into the white light, the spirit completely surrounded the earth and pulled him out of the darkness and began to shine above the house. People said they'd never seen anything like it in their lives. Isn't it a legendary phenomenon? When the sun and moon shine together, the dragon and phoenix sing in unison, and the stars sparkle in the sky. And this is truly a blessing from heaven for Dazhu. The monster saw all this and asked, "What's really going on in Dazhu?" But suddenly someone attacked him, and the attack hit him straight in the back. He didn't even have time to dodge before he felt the pain. The elder monster asked, "Who was it that really attacked? And if he had the courage now, let him come out." But the elder friend saw that someone was in the house before him, and he said that humanity faced a great threat. But the sound of energy was so loud that the elder monster couldn't even hold back and slowly disappeared in flames. By this time, Lin had finished playing his melody. He asked the boys how they felt about his power over the world. The system also congratulated the owner for defeating the demon army and would receive Jin Pan as a reward. The 5 elements of spiritual roots. Lin himself was shocked and asked, "What's going on?" The system hadn't crashed during his melody, had it? When had he managed to defeat the demon army? The system responded that the demon army that had invaded Dazhu had just been destroyed by the sounds of music he played. This system is professional, and he shouldn't doubt it. Lin accepted everything and said it was truly good. And the 5 elements of spiritual roots would be perfect for his 5 poles great cycle destroying technique. She ran up to the teacher and said it sounded wonderful. And the teacher was simply incredible. Lin replied that he had said that the most important thing was having hands. And Nangong agreed with him, didn't he? Nangong fell to his knees and told the elder that he was right. It was indeed a magnificent divine melody. He didn't even realize his own impudence when he condemned him for his rudeness and ignorance of musical theory. And he should die. He really should. The prince approached and addressed the great master Nangong. But the old man said no, and he was not worthy of being called a master. And the elder is the one who rightfully deserves the title of master. And he's just a clown, a real clown. Suddenly, the system popped up and congratulated the owner. He'd completed the task and received 10 bags of premium pet food. The prince approached Master Ye and asked how he planned to deal with the false immortal. Lin understood that once the task was completed, he no longer mattered. He told him to step back and study hard. Yuyan also ran up and told the teacher that thanks to his music, he was able to enter the state of great rebirth. Lin looked surprised and agreed with him on all his words and joys. And he understood that the great migration had occurred, and those who had become immortal were truly different from everyone else. How quickly they had overcome this stage. The prince shouted that as Father Emperor he had made an incredible breakthrough. He thought this was excellent. After all, after his father, the emperor, became a void immortal and received the blessing of state fortune, the position of the great Zhou in Kangzhou would become even stronger. The emperor could not believe this and immediately bowed his head before the great warrior. The emperor said that on behalf of all his subjects, the great Zhou thanked the immortal Ling for performing the divine melody, which brought blessings to all the people. The prince wondered if Father Emperor, the ruler of a great power, a great and powerful ruler at the stage of overcoming the heavenly tribunal, had humiliated himself so much as to take such a low position. But then how powerful must this person from the Xuantian sect be? Lin told the emperor to stand up, for if he could break through the tribulations it would be his own achievement. The emperor told Ling he was joking, since it was thanks to his divine musical composition that the national destiny of the great Zhou had reached unprecedented heights. He had merely seized the opportunity and, with difficulty, had broken through. Lin told the emperor that it seemed like he was truly grateful to him. The emperor replied that everything was so, as soon as Lin said the word. Everything that was in the power of the great Zhou, they would certainly do everything in their power and without hesitation. Lin used his words and asked the emperor to take him to see the family mausoleum. The emperor did not refuse him and asked him to pass, because he would show them the way. Upon entering the tunnel, the emperor said that, in fact, apart from the burial treasures that might interest tomb robbers, there was nothing particularly noteworthy in the family mausoleum. Soon the emperor announced that this was the end of the tomb. Lin looked around and replied that he had indeed found nothing unusual, but Xiao decided to demonstrate his abilities, and using his powers, he opened the doors to another world, which was closed with huge chains. The emperor was shocked and asked, "What is this? And why is there something like this in the Zhou family mausoleum?" He didn't even know about it. Lin also noticed that this door looked so beautiful, but it seemed to be an illusion, and even a mouse couldn't touch it. She also realized that this star door definitely exists. It's just that at the moment it hasn't materialized in the real world, and to fully activate it, it might require paying some price. Lin asked the emperor how long this empire had existed at the moment. The emperor replied that their great Zhou had existed for 1,200,000 years and was one of the few immortal dynasties in Kangzhou that had survived for more than 1,000,000 years. Lin became curious and asked if there were other states or powers. The emperor replied that according to existing historical records, there were at least several dozen states before the Great Zhou, and some of them could no longer be researched or even mentioned. Lin realized that this star door dated back to an even more ancient time. Perhaps there had been records of it before, but after many storms and upheavals, it had long since vanished into the dust of history. The family mausoleum was built in this exact spot by chance. Even the rulers of the Great Zhou dynasty throughout the centuries were unaware of it. They simply believed it had good feng shui. Lin asked Xiao, since this door was opened by him, did he by any chance know anything about her? Zhu replied that as for the origin of this star door, he'd only heard rumors, but there was no reliable evidence. He too simply tried it out by chance, and this is what happened. Lin listened and asked him to tell him everything he knew, which replied that it was rumored that in ancient times, in different parts of the Kunlun world, there were many teleportation points that allowed one to directly enter the Great Thousand Worlds. Countless Kunlun monks used them to travel the universe and move freely, but later, for some unknown reason, these teleportation points were sealed by the great ancestors and were never opened again. Yuyan stepped into the conversation and said that this star door really has such an effect. The prince also asked if the legends he'd heard as a child really existed. They said the Kunlun world was a giant star for cultivation. After all, there are many such stellar worlds. They are scattered throughout the boundless cosmos. The emperor replied that previously, monks were free to travel back and forth. All cultivators who had reached the Hua level could leave the Kunlun realm and wander the void. But for some unknown time, some invisible force has restricted the Kunlun monks, preventing them from leaving this world. They are forced to live here until they die. The only way to overcome this is to undergo tribulations and become truly immortal, after which, logically, ascend to the realm of immortals. Only through this realm can one gain the right to travel the universe. The prince was delighted and shouted that now that the monks of Kulin could overcome the limitation and enter other parts of the universe through this door, this was simply heavenly help for the Great Zhou. The prince told his father that if this were true, then the Great Zhou would be able to expand its territory. This was a rare opportunity. The emperor replied that he was absolutely right. With the might of the Great Zhou and its level at the stage of overcoming tribulation, the conquest of the world for the Great Zhou was only a matter of time. Lin turned around and said they were fools, and all they thought about was foolishness. The emperor asked him what he meant by that. Lin asked him in response, was he so certain that the Great Zhou possessed sufficient power to launch a stellar expansion? Or rather, wouldn't it be the other way around, that the Great Zhou would be conquered by alien races? And if it is really so beneficial for the development of Kuglin, why did the great ancestors seal such star doors? And what about the mysterious man? Did he find out why he retreated? They couldn't even capture Kangzhou, and yet he's already dreaming of invading other worlds. Human ambition is beyond measure, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The emperor told Lin he was right. They were overconfident. Lin replied that, of course, there was one more important point. Did they know how to open this star door? But the emperor bowed his head and made no reply. Ling told them to keep trying. He believed that as long as this star door existed, the good times of the Great Zhou were yet to come. The emperor replied that he understood everything and that they would closely monitor the situation. Yuan turned to his teacher and said that if this were truly the case, then these dark creatures from Minbuan deserved to die. They dared to betray Kunlun and become servants of alien races. Lin replied that what he was most interested in now was what actually happened in Kunlun in the past. And the Minuan invasion can't be that simple. Judging by the pace of their advance, this star door is clearly not the only one in the eastern region. And it looks like travel through parallel universes really does exist. Now this is getting really interesting. Yuyin said he, too, was curious. If they knew what happened in Kunlun, perhaps the world of immortals could shed light on these events. And with his teacher's power, he was confident that he would soon overcome tribulations and ascend to the upper world. She also said that she hoped that when that moment came, she would be able to follow the teacher and go to the place that all monks dream of. She said that the world of immortals is also cruel, where the sign of the weak yields to the strong operates. It will be even crueler than the world of lower beings. Shio remembered that when he himself had undergone the tribulation and become immortal, he had not immediately chosen to ascend to the realm of immortals. Instead, he had remained in the central realm, continued his cultivation, and taken up the task of settling matters with the doctrine of fire. And the main reason was that he had heard that in the world of immortals, there was a strict hierarchy. And in their day, those who became immortal were those who controlled the elements in the world of Kulin and enjoyed the worship of countless monks. But if you ascend to the upper world, you have to start from the lowest level, and there are few ways to bear such a huge difference. And if there's support and family ties in the immortal world, things aren't so bad. There's always an elder who can help. However, he found himself in the opposite situation. And in the central region, he's made too many enemies. If he ascends too quickly, he fears being pursued and killed by those higher up. She said that becoming immortal and ascending isn't as easy as he thinks. It's not just intense training that guarantees success. Yuyan asked, does the teacher mean to say that it is not just a matter of successful efforts? Arriving at his home, Lin saw that Minyuan had already launched the first wave of attacks, and perhaps other regions in the east would soon face their attack. Even the four great regions could be drawn into this conflict. And now he will take on this threat to Kunlun and save them. And suddenly Lin picked up his glasses and said he'd almost forgotten about this. And he showed his student the gift. Sai said it smelled delicious, and she asked the teacher what it was. Could she try it? Lin replied that it was pet food. She told the teacher he was right, and a mouse was an animal too, and of course, she was the teacher's pet too, and she immediately turned into a mouse. Lin sighed and replied that since that was the case, she could take the package for a snack. She thanked the teacher and took her food. Xiao was angry all this time and saw that this stupid little mouse was not doing any training all the time, but only thinking about food, just like the one with the surname Li, with the same attitude. And indeed, such a magnificent, great, immortal essence is wasted, simply squandered on nonsense. Suddenly, she tasted the food and immediately felt a strong flame inside her. Zhao watched and saw Shi rise from a mere mid-stage to perfection, and then make another breakthrough. She told the teacher that the teacher's treats were so delicious. Why did she suddenly break through? Ling was also surprised that just one packet of premium food could take him from the initial stage of Huashen to the initial stage of Decheng. If he ate a couple more packets, could he really become immortal on the spot? Yuyan started shouting at his sister that she had already reached the same level as him in just one blink of an eye. Xiao also realized that this was all the work of that very same delicacy. He increasingly wondered what level of treasure this Lin controlled if he could produce such amazing, incredible things again and again. Lin asked Shi if she wanted to eat more. She replied that she still wanted to indulge herself. Hearing these words, Lin threw a few more packs in front of her and told her to enjoy. And he was glad she liked it. And he didn't even forget about his Akuna and said that he had also been working hard lately, and these goodies were for him. And Si also told Akun that she was glad that he liked it and that he should enjoy it too. After trying a few tasty treats, Akun also increased his strength to the limit. Yuyan was surprised again and said that Akun had gone from the initial stage of Dacheng to perfection in an instant. And the teacher truly is incredible and incomprehensible. Zhou knew that this method of increasing strength was unfair to those who worked hard. He had to condemn it harshly from a moral standpoint. And the most important thing is, probably, that there are side effects. Even if they're offered to him, he won't eat it. Lin saw that she had already consumed 3 packets, but the effect wasn't as strong as after the first. The potency had only entered its late stages, and it seemed the effect weakened significantly with repeated use. But Xiao was sitting behind a tree at that moment, watching Shi out of the corner of his eye. He even asked her to come over to him. Sai replied that the elder was calling the mouse, and it's rare for the elder to ask for something. Sai asked him if there was anything she could do for him. She told her that what the teacher had given her to eat was poisonous. She replied that it was unlikely. The teacher would never harm a mouse. Besides, as soon as the mouse ate it, its strength suddenly exploded. Xiao said that everything has two sides. Any elixir that cultivators consume inevitably has different natures and properties. While it increases cultivation, it simultaneously poisons the meridians. So this delicacy seems to help at first, but in reality, it's simply forcibly retracting growth, like ripping out a sprout to make it grow faster. And perhaps a large amount of toxins is already accumulating in the body, and if you continue to eat it, it will be tantamount to slow suicide. Sai said that since the teacher gave it to the mouse herself, it meant everything was definitely okay with these treats. Besides, the mouse didn't feel any discomfort at all. In fact, everything was perfect. Sai replied that if she didn't believe him, then let him show her, and then he immediately used his powers on her. Ya was shocked to see that all his meridians were intact and undamaged, the foundation extremely strong. Moreover, streams of incredibly pure, innate spiritual energy circulated freely throughout his body, even more effective than any elixirs. Sai turned to her elder brother and said that if everything was okay with her, then she could go. Shou told her to leave the treats because her older brother was doing it for her own good. She had to listen to him. She said that the teacher had given it to her. Xiao didn't stop and immediately took the bag of treats from her. After that, he asked her why she was crying. She should wipe her tears and control her tears. She needed to go and look after the teacher, and she shouldn't tell him about it. She didn't dare contradict her brother and replied that she understood everything. Xiao looked at her sarcastically and said that he was about to overtake her. And now the moment has come when he will finally go through a breakthrough and be ready to improve. Raising the bag above his head, he felt that these treats were indeed delicious. But why did his stomach feel like it was about to burst? She started saying he felt unwell because his body was surging with energy, and if this continued, it would destroy his body. But he wondered why that stinking old mouse had eaten it and been unharmed, while this had happened to him. Clutching his stomach, he realized he was finished. Suddenly, unable to hold back, a huge smoke appeared behind the house, and Xiao simply flew into the sky from the fart. Lin was simply surprised. What was going on? And why did little Hong fly into the sky? But Yuyan continued to ask why there was such a pleasant smell in the air. Looking at the mouse, Lin asked if she was okay. But she didn't respond to the teacher, simply bowing her head. Lin immediately realized something was wrong. Lin thought for a moment and said, "That's it." And then right in front of him, Xiao fell after flying into the sky. Xiao asked the teacher what happened, and let him tell him what happened. Lin asked him what he did, but Xiao didn't answer him and simply bowed his head again at the teacher's feet. Lin started yelling at him and saying he was asking him questions. Xiao replied that he realized his mistake and apologized for his behavior. And he didn't mean to do it. He simply couldn't resist such delicious treats, and he apologizes for being too selfish. Sai joined the conversation and said that she gave it to him. The older one said he wanted to try it too. Lin said that he understands that Xiao is willing to do anything to improve his strength, but she is his younger sister. She replied that as a student, he recognized his mistake, and suddenly he felt ill again and farted into the sky. But Lin shouted at him to stop making excuses and come to the teacher to receive punishment. She realized he hadn't expected his attempt to steal the chicken to result in the loss of rice. He'd have to be more careful next time. But fortunately, his old enemies didn't see this. Otherwise, he would have been ashamed to live in this world. People who were in the city also saw her and said that she was a beautiful heavenly maiden, and she was making strange sounds. But the girl said that she thought the sound reminded her of her sister farting. But someone thought it was nonsense. After all, such a beautiful celestial maiden, how could she fart? She's releasing heavenly energy, and a blessing for their village. May everyone quickly breathe in this heavenly power. After this, Xiao stopped and told the teacher that he had already purified his internal energy and asked for punishment. Lin replied that he understood his disciple's pride, so next time he would serve white Xiao Qi for 3 months, and he would obey whatever she said. This was his atonement. Xiao never thought he'd be so great and end up being this mouse's servant. He hates it, but he thanks his teacher for his mercy. 3 months later, outside of Wuzhou in the eastern region, the Dragon Gate flying ship was flying. Someone from the ship was shouting that the Valley of the Poison King was about to open. He didn't want to miss such a rare opportunity. He was told that the Valley of the Poison King was a sacred place full of possibilities. According to legend, its master, Yao Zun, possessed unrivaled mastery of medicine and in ancient times was held in the highest esteem among all cultivators. And not only that, according to rumors, he personally planted numerous rare medicinal herbs in this valley. A gigantic spiritual energy gathering formation has even been installed inside. And there, even the most common medicinal herb, if brought outside, can cause a bloodbath due to the fight for it. The guy continued to explain that the Healing Valley only opens once every 10,000 years, and the time it remains open is limited. Entry to it is also limited, so they were finally lucky enough to get in this time. But the competition will be fierce. I heard that only masters of Hua Shen's caliber sit in the VIP lounge, and they, such mere beginners at the foundation-laying level, can't just stand outside and enjoy the wind. The guy replied that he'd heard rumors that there were even several fusion-stage Tianzongs in the top-tier hall, but they still had to try. Maybe they'd get lucky. But then the masters came to the tavern and told everyone to lay out everything valuable they had and not to force them to act personally. The warrior turned and asked, "Is this really an attack? There's a heavenly ruler on their ship who will protect them." The old man also asked who the brave man was, who dared to attack them in the middle of the road. But one of the men approached the brave men and asked if he could learn their name and title. The people introduced themselves, and the girl said that her name was Juntian Song, and next to her was Lei Junlin. One of the warriors began to shout that it was him, the white-haired god of murder, Yamuling. The guy asked him if he was real. He still thought the man wouldn't do something like that, so maybe he was an imposter? But one of the guys asked the others if they'd seen who was standing next to him. It was exactly like the rumors. Exactly the same. Ding Jishan and Shi Renwen. But the guest said that there are other rumors that his mount is the ancient divine beast Kunpeng. They immediately asked him if he believed in this too. Such divine beasts had long since disappeared from the Kunlun world. How was that possible? The boy told everyone else that this was probably just a figment of the imagination. Yelin might be strong, but even he couldn't ride Kunpeng. But someone from the group got angry and ordered them to stop chatting, because now the main thing was to humbly give everything they had to save their lives. The old man immediately saw that this bunch of pathetic creatures had taken the bait again, and it was time to act. Waving his hand, he shouted to Li Wuji to accept the gifts from their esteemed Dao friends. Wuji immediately told the teacher that he would do so. Wuji attacked them and told them to be smart and hand over everything worth money, and not to force him to slaughter them. The people were frightened and shouted that they were surrendering and that they should be left alone. Wuji also told the others up there to surrender their rings to Li. Otherwise, they wouldn't blame him if he was merciless. But after all this, Wuji asked how those in the topmost room could pretend to be dead. Should he personally come and deal with them? But the guest told him that was absolutely not necessary. After all, there were two guests from Guangzhou inside. They weren't ordinary people. They had important connections. But Wuji wasn't intimidated and said that no matter how important they had to respect his teacher. If they had any sense, let them come out and surrender. Otherwise, his teacher would intervene and they would all die. But suddenly a strange voice asked if this could really be a Dao friend. They were from Guangzhou, from the Wendao sect. Could they ask him for a favor? In the future, they would definitely visit their Xuantian sect. Wuji immediately thought, Wendao sect? It's one of the most powerful sects in the eastern region, second only to the Yuhua sect. And they say it once produced several immortals. But even the Yuhua sect couldn't resist Ling, so anything is possible. Wuji told them that everything concerning the future would be left for later. Now let them come down to him. Immediately after these words, Fan Dezheng and his assistant An Miao Yi appeared in front of him. Wuji asked, "Is this poor girl bothering Li? Do they want to play with him?" Miao Yi immediately attacked him after these words and asked who he was calling a poor girl. Fan told her not to act impulsively. He should leave this situation to him. He'll handle it himself. Fan saw that these four people were indeed, as rumor had said, Lin and his companions. Although their level didn't seem high, according to rumors, he was excellent at concealing his strength. It was best to be cautious. Feng showed the orb and said it contained 5 million pieces of high-level spiritual crystals, as well as several spiritual artifacts that might still be useful. Now let them accept this and pass it on to Lin, letting him know that it's a small gift from the Wendao sect. Wuji told him so that the old man would think he understood what was going on. He would return and definitely surrender everything to his teacher. Miao asked Uncle what he was doing. Wuji thought he'd run away after showing off, and he was actually enjoying the thrill. And facing a master of the great stage is indeed a pressure, but fortunately, his acting talent is top-notch. The teacher who burst in and pretended to be a thief said that he would gratefully accept gifts from all of them and see you in the future. Miao told her uncle that he had disappointed her. Fan replied that he too was acting for her safety. If they didn't show respect, with such a bloodthirsty character, Ling would certainly kill them all. He's not even afraid of the Yuhua sect. If something really happens to her, he'll be held accountable by the Wendao sect. Miao said that indeed, as the saying goes, if the top is wrong, the bottom will be crooked too. This Lin is too arrogant. How can he do whatever he wants and roam the eastern region with impunity? He has incredible power. He recently killed one of the immortals from the Yuhua sect, and he was the teacher of the holy son of this sect. And now she thinks of him as a poor guy. He was in such a hurry to get there, thinking that he could defeat Lin alone. But in the end, this guy hid his strength, and in the end, Zhu Yan was destroyed in a counterattack. Miao told her uncle, "How can you be such a villain? She would definitely become strong and destroy such a bastard herself." Fan replied that it was true. With her abilities, she would sooner or later be able to overcome the test and perhaps even achieve immortality. He should not forget that she possessed the body of a star immortal, and this power was in no way inferior to the solar body of a saint son of the Yuhua sect. Miao told her uncle not to worry, she would train hard. Just let Ling wait for her. The robbers gathered in one place, and the toothless old man said that the name Lin truly worked like magic. In the last few days, ever since they started robbing, every attempt had been successful without exception. Wuji also replied that he had just nearly scared him to death. Fortunately, that respected man from the Wendao sect, under pressure from the name Ling, had finally submitted. Even such a respected man had to bow down to him. The girl spat and told him to look at himself in the mirror. Did they respect him? No, they respected Li Wuji, the master of the devil sword. And who was he? Just a blank face. Wuji didn't like this and grabbing his sword asked her, "What's wrong with her? She's no better. She was carried on people's shoulders. Has she forgotten how long she worked at Fengchong Luo? She shouldn't act like some kind of red fairy." The girl answered him right in the face, so he would just try to pull out his sword. But the chief told him to shut up. Do they think so highly of themselves? They don't even know what they're capable of. Let them listen to him carefully. They are not irreplaceable. He can find a replacement for them at any moment. So if you're smart, you need to act wisely. And now is the busiest time. The flow of people is at its peak. They should take this chance, do one last thing, and go their separate ways. But before that, they'll play for real. Suddenly a strong wind appeared, and the chief turned around and asked, "What is it?" Wuji was frightened and said that it was terrible, and asked what kind of monster it was. The chief saw that they had flown away and said that he was glad that they hadn't stopped. Otherwise, there probably wouldn't have been enough of them, even for a snack. At this moment, Xiao was petting Shi, and she said that she really liked it and was grateful to her older brother. But Lin told him his sentence was about to end, and the teacher had prepared a big gift for him. He asked Shi to go get the chocolate ice cream he'd so carefully prepared. Sai ran and shouted with joy that she had found swirl ice cream, and she presented it to her brother. Ling told Xiao that this was the best cold delicacy in the world. He knew it had been tough for him these past 3 months, so he prepared this especially for him. May he not let down his teacher's kindness. Sayo replied that he was, of course, grateful to the teacher, but he sensed that the teacher was trying to humiliate him one last time. How could he handle this now, he wondered. Lin asked him what was wrong, or was he unhappy with the gift from the teacher? But Xiao tried it and simply began to beam with happiness. Xiao felt something cold and melting in his mouth. It was truly delicious, and it seemed like Lin wasn't trying to trick him on purpose this time. Suddenly, Yuyan approached and told the teacher that they had already entered Wuzhou, and they said the healing valley would open in a few days. But upon seeing Xiao's face, he noticed he was eating something, and this was probably the teacher's final punishment. His older brother had to feign such enjoyment. It was truly a test for him. Lin asked, "Healer's Valley?" Yuyan replied that it was a true place of opportunity, full of rare treasures. All sorts of miraculous herbs and unique medicines grow there. It's a place you can't miss. And suddenly the system came up and said it had detected they'd entered Uzhou, and he should complete the quest in the Healing Valley, and it would earn him huge bonuses. Lin immediately said that it sounded tempting. They'd been wandering around for a couple of months with nothing to do, so they'd head to the Medicine Valley and see what was going on there. At the same time, in the eastern region in Wuzhou, the guys arrived in front of the Dragon Gate guest house. Yu Yang told the teacher that this was the largest inn within a 100-li radius. They could stay here for a few days and wait for the official opening of the Medicinal Valley before heading inside. Lin replied that this was a very familiar name to him and that they would stop there. Upon opening the doors, they were greeted with respect and asked to come inside, and Lin instructed the little one to prepare a better room for them. The chief replied that he understood everything and asked them to go up to the second floor. As Shu stood up, he asked the teacher why they had to hide like that. Lin replied that now that he's so famous, he's bound to have a ton of fans. If his identity is revealed, everyone will come running to ask for autographs, and then it will be very difficult for him. Xiao realized that he shouldn't have asked this question at all. It was impossible to understand this person. His thinking was completely different from that of ordinary people. Sitting down at the table, Lin asked the waiter what dishes they had recommended. The waiter replied that he could recommend several of their establishment's signature dishes and guaranteed that the taste was simply authentic, unrivaled. And let's take a look at this dish called fried lion heads. The lion heads here are from a wild beast captured in its primal spirit stage, a fighting lion. The crust is crispy and delicious. This is sugar vinegar carp, and this carp is anything but ordinary. Its body contains a spark of genuine dragon's blood. Its flavor is simply incredibly fresh and exquisite. Suddenly, Sai looked at it and asked what kind of dish it was. She thought it was delicious. The waiter told her she had excellent taste. This dish is made from ice mouse meat. Each slice is translucent and crisp like a snowflake, hence the name. And he recommends grilling it on a hot grill. Sai covered her ears after that, and suddenly Lin told her not to worry. They wouldn't be treating her to that dish. And having decided, he said that, except for this snow meat, he would take all the other dishes and let them prepare them one after the other. The waiter was surprised, as these dishes hadn't been ordered for a long time, and it looked like they were dealing with a real rich man. He told his guests that he'd immediately notify the kitchen so they could prepare his dishes first. But Sai asked, why should mice be eaten? Because mice are so cute. Yuen suddenly asked the teacher, why don't they wait for the opening of the Medicinal Valley right on Buffalo Pepper? Lin replied that he didn't understand. Since the Healing Valley was opening and everything was going to be wild, they should certainly experience the atmosphere for themselves. Who knows, maybe something interesting would happen. Yuyan was surprised and said that their teacher was always so far-sighted, and now his student admired him. But suddenly Zhao told them to be quiet, because someone was talking about them. Lin replied that it was normal, he had a lot of fans, and asked him to let him hear what they were saying about him, what epic stories they were telling. Using his hearing, he heard someone say, trouble. He'd recently met that damn Lin, that scumbag. All the effort he'd accumulated over half a lifetime had simply been taken away. And the second one also said the same thing happened to him. Not only that, but also 6 level 7 artifacts, 30 amulets, 5 earthen elixirs, all taken by that bastard Lin. Yunya couldn't stand it and started shouting that these people were talking absolute nonsense and slandering the teacher. And Xiao simply laughed at that moment, realizing that Lin too had once been an object of scorn. And that's what the people think. Lin thought for a moment and told his student not to be impulsive. Someone was obviously impersonating him, and it looked like they were also victims. And if Xiao wanted to laugh, let him. There was no need to worry. Xiao immediately stood up and declared that they were just pathetic worms. As soon as the teacher said a word, he would immediately get to work. He wouldn't leave a single one alive. Lin told him that this was too exaggerated. Listening to the voices, they heard rumors that the Red One possessed incredible beauty and a uniquely cold aura. But when he saw her with his own eyes, he realized reality was very different from the stories he'd heard. She smelled strongly of wind and dust, as if she were from some brothel. The guy was told he was right, and judging by his many years of experience in the gay scene, Red is, at most, a middling product. He doesn't understand why outsiders praise it so highly. Indeed, rumors are one thing, but the eyes are quite another. The next person told them their assessments were already quite objective. When he first saw the red one, he almost drooled. The scene was so stunning that he just wanted to go up to it and take matters into his own hands. Suddenly Xiao noticed something and asked Yu Yan what he was looking at. The boy replied that he actually had sand in his eyes and he shouldn't think anything bad. Ling told Xiao to be more generous. Besides, they were discussing a fake, and a woman at that. He wasn't a woman, was he? Why worry so much, being a man? Xiao tried to say something, but Lin told him that he seemed to have finally accepted this name of Red. Otherwise, why react so strongly? Xiao replied that that wasn't what he meant. Suddenly, the waiter came in and said their dishes were ready and would be serving them right away. Seeing the food, C said it smelled delicious. The waiter wished them bon appetit, and if they needed anything, just call. Lin told the boys to start eating already because the lie would be revealed sooner or later. As he left, the waiter said he somehow recognized these guests. Miao asked her uncle if he could hear everyone cursing Lin and his company. She thought that was the true opinion of the people. Fan replied to Milady that they were merely empty talk. Powerful figures such as they would not be moved by rumors and gossip. Even if the whole world cursed them, what of it? Miao asked Uncle why he always defended that idiot. Fan replied that he wouldn't say anything more and that they should eat. The food here was no worse than in their questioning school. As she left, she said it was delicious and she was so full. Suddenly, Miao asked her uncle what he was looking at when Lin and his team passed by. Fan replied that he felt the power of these people was unimaginably great, especially the one leading them. It evoked in him a feeling of helplessness. Miao took a closer look and said, "That can't be right. Is this another virtuoso? They just encountered an immortal, and now another one?" Fan replied that it was true because a portal was opening at this time, and many powerful cultivators had likely flocked to this inn. And my lady understood that they were far from home, and it was best to be careful. That same evening, creatures appeared in front of the inn, and the warrior asked the respected priest if he was sure he wanted to act right now. The priest replied, "In order to weaken humanity's resistance, the plan of great destruction will begin from this hotel tonight." The priest immediately ordered the servants to act immediately and began preparing for the attack. The priest gave the go-ahead for the attack and shouted that it was all for the holy war. Opening the door, they all rushed into the inn. The priest told everyone after they entered inside to gather and be on guard 100,000%. Have the entire hotel covered immediately, and under no circumstances allow even the slightest error. If anyone misses, it will ruin the entire plan. And their evil snake clan, using this technique alone, destroyed countless of the strongest people on the front lines. All human cultivators below this level will be consumed by endless nightmares and never wake up. And when the array is complete, even if the great Luo Zhenxian comes, he won't be able to destroy it, and humanity will fall into eternal slumber. The Reaper and his team simply took control of the entire hotel and released a poison that knocked everyone out. The priest began to say that once the formation was completed, even if the great immortal Luo came, he would still not be able to destroy it. But the boys still didn't feel anything and slept like the dead in their chambers. Soon after, the human race fell into eternal sleep, and the illusory world of the great calamity existed outside of time. But on this day, the world of Kunlun suffered greatly after the sacred battle. The war between humanity and the monsters continued. The elder, seeing that humanity was dying out, began to pray and say that the heavens wanted its destruction. But suddenly everything changed, and the monsters' heads began to fly off in all directions. Everyone started asking who this mighty warrior was. A young man appeared from behind the dark clouds holding a fiery sword, and he answered, "It was him!" Everyone started shouting that it was him, the sword god Li Wuji, and he was the most powerful swordsman in the Kunlun world, the greatest master of the Dao of blades in all of history. And now they were definitely saved. Li showed his power and said that anyone who encroaches on their Kunlun will definitely be destroyed. Li immediately began destroying the monsters. The only sounds were the screams of his enemies and the pain in their eyes. After this, standing on the huge mountain, Li shouted that he would always protect the Kunlun world. The warriors were so overjoyed at their victory that they began shouting that Li was their great hero, and they would always be loyal to him. But the boys found themselves in an illusory world, inhabited only by themselves. They found themselves in the main hall of the fire cult's temple. She said that he, the one who occupied this throne, declares that the era of the fire-worshipping cult has arrived, and the power of the Supreme Master is limitless. But it was said that the sacred fire burns the sky, and that worshipping fire is the highest honor. And despite endless torment and misery, only fire shines forever. She was also in an illusory world, but hers was different from the others, because in hers she simply lay there and enjoyed sweets. That same evening, Lin went out onto the balcony and said that he thought his fame would spread throughout all the provinces of the eastern region. But it turned out that his name had become a disgrace. And now he realizes that morals are indeed deteriorating and people are no longer what they used to be. It turns out he hasn't logged in for so long that he should sign up now. Could he still make the signature he missed, he asked. The system, hearing his question, replied that of course it could, and would now begin issuing rewards for missed signatures. Lin, surprised by the reward, asked what class it was. The system replied that no, it had no level or class. The flute's power depended entirely on the owner's skill in playing it and his own strength. Lin said that he remembered that his flute-playing skills had already reached their peak, so now was the time to play a melody to relieve inner tension. Lin wasn't even afraid to try playing it and immediately produced a calm melody that echoed throughout the city. But one of the hydras heard it and asked what the sound was. He immediately began dancing, saying it was beautiful music and that it reminded him of his childhood in the tribe. Another monster saw this and asked him what he was doing. Let him keep the giant illusory formation in order. Suddenly, all the monsters stopped what they were doing and started dancing to Lin's music. The Hydra couldn't understand how this was happening and asked who was interfering in their affairs. Let that priest show himself immediately. But Hydra also couldn't resist the music, and approaching the others, began to show off his dance moves. Elder D also woke up and said he'd just fallen into a trap. After all, he hadn't slept for tens of thousands of years, so who had lured him into this mesmerizing slumber? Day burst into his assistant's room, shouting for her to wake up. Meow, meanwhile, was sitting on her bed with her eyes closed. D approached her and touched her head using his technique to wake her up. Meow immediately opened her eyes after this and asked her uncle what he was doing here anyway. D immediately told her they'd been tricked. Meow asked in surprise, were they trapped? She'd felt like she didn't want to wake up, and the deeper she sank, the more exhausted her spirit became. D immediately said that if he was not mistaken, the enemy had set up a giant illusory formation. This was one of the ancient and ominous formations that were legendary. She can make a person fall asleep without noticing it in spirit or soul, and die quietly in his sleep without showing any signs. Meow replied that this was a very evil plan. But what motivated them? Was it really for the sake of murder and robbery? D replied that the Valley of the King of Medicines would open sooner. The situation was changing rapidly. Anything could happen. And just now he could hear the flute's melody. But now for some reason everything was silent. And now let her not run away. He would first go out and see what was happening outside. Having flown out the window, De said that these were creatures from the border abyss. This is a legendary race of evil snakes. The snakes immediately turned to the high priest. The priest said that although they had been interrupted, most human cultists would choose to continue sleeping for the beauty of the dream, but if they intervened in time, there was still a chance to save them. But Day did not want to leave it like that, and going down, said that the evil spirits from the border abyss dared to attack their human race. The priest understood and said there was nothing wrong with that. After all, the border abyss army would surely sweep away the eastern region, so killing them, the cultists, in advance wouldn't be much of a stretch. Day replied that it was very impudent, and this is their human territory. The priest said that they were both cultists of great perfection, and that he had more than 10 experienced masters of body fusion behind him. So how was he going to fight them? But then Yu Yan ran out and asked who he was. It was them again, the creatures from the border abyss. Last time they'd killed tens of thousands of snakes, and now they were itching again? Shou also said that who are these dirty and vile creatures trying to vilely kill him? The priest looked and asked, are these the two cultists of great perfection again? Dai immediately felt a strong pressure, completely unlike the aura of a great perfection cultist. But most importantly, where did this strange familiarity come from? The serpent asked the priest what they should do. The enemy had 3 great perfection cultists. The priest told him not to panic and to redirect all their power to him immediately. The priest began to receive a flow of energy and said that with the power of his bone of darkness, there would be instant disappearance without a trace. Yu Yan, seeing this, said that things were bad. They were going to run away, but Dee didn't want to leave them and shouted at them not to hope for that. But the priest told them it was useless. This staff was a sacred artifact once given to him by their clan leader. Even cultists at the three trials turning point level could barely hold it. Yuyan saw them slowly disappearing and said that this flute melody somehow made him feel an irresistible urge to dance. Xiao also thought for a moment and couldn't understand where such a melody was coming from. The priest also began to lose himself because again this damned sound of the flute was confusing him. They all started dancing together, so much so that he even put down his staff and asked the people to stop. Xiao also didn't know what he was doing and didn't understand how this was happening. Yuyan asked if he was provoking them, but Day looked out the window and replied that it was all because of that flute. It was the sound that had awakened him. As expected, this inn was full of hidden masters. Suddenly, Miao came out and asked who was playing the flute. And what a pleasant melody. Walking into another room, he saw Lin, who could not stop and continued playing his melody. When she saw him, she blushed deeply and told him that she apologized for disturbing him because she really wanted to talk to him. Lin immediately wondered if his identity had been revealed. Had his fan finally arrived, raving with admiration? Lin grabbed her hand and said that now that his identity had been revealed, he would no longer pretend, and let her have his precious signature. Mia was so surprised that she even started screaming in fear. Lin told her to tell him where he wanted his signature. Miao blushed deeply at the moment and wondered what was wrong with this guy. And why had he dragged her into his room for no apparent reason, and then insisted in a strange way on getting his autograph? What should she do now? Miao asked the master to let her go. He was mistaken. She didn't want his autograph at all. Lin didn't understand either and asked her what she meant. Didn't she want his autograph? Then why was she standing at the door to his room? Miao introduced herself and said she had just been attracted by the sound of his flute, so she stopped at the door of his room. She hadn't expected to disturb him while he was playing, so she really doesn't know him, and she didn't want his autograph at all. And maybe she could find out his name? Could it be that he's famous throughout the eastern region, and she, a mere girl, simply doesn't know? Lin replied that he understood everything, and he had been too pushy, and he was from a desert region. As for his fame, he thought it was quite good. Miao was surprised that the guy was from a desert region. Lin replied that everything was as it should be and asked, "What's so special about that?" Miao replied that she actually had a rather bad opinion of the desert region before. The elders said that this was a backward and poor land, the most unremarkable region of the Eastern Dimension, where hardly a single Huaxing master could appear. But now with the arrival of Yuan Tianzong, her perception of the desert region had changed dramatically. She suddenly realized that this place had been greatly underestimated. Lin asked, so now her impression of the desert area had improved? Miao replied, no, it's even worse. The peak lord, Piao Miao of Xuantianzong, is using his immense power to commit all manner of evil. Recently, he and his disciples have been robbing the Dao masters in Wuzhou. Even she and Uncle Fan have become his victims. A great virtual immortal of the three trials breakthrough level, yet he behaves so basely and despicably, a true disgrace to the Eastern Dimension and the cultivation world. Lin burst into laughter and couldn't stop himself. Ling turned to her and said he thought there was definitely some misunderstanding. In their desolate land, Junlin was the only perfect man. Not only is he strong and has an impeccable character, but he also has such a perfect face without a single flaw that even he, a man, almost fell in love. Such a remarkable man could not have committed such vile deeds. It's simply impossible. It can't be. Miao asked the master. There was no one else here. He could speak to her frankly. There was no need to worry that his words would leak out and cause the white-haired old devil to take revenge. Lin told the girl that she had a very vivid imagination. Miao replied that Ye Junlin was cruelly oppressing the inhabitants of the desert region, forcing him to say things that contradicted the truth. In fact, the fear of the white-haired old devil is in his blood, and he probably lives a very hard life. And fear not, justice will triumph over evil sooner or later. She will train diligently, grow stronger, and then take the life of the white-haired old devil and free the suffering inhabitants of the desert region. Miao asked the gentleman what that expression was on his face. Was she wrong? Lin replied that he was, and let her hold out because he has great faith in her. but she needs to defeat Ye Junling and save the desert region. Miao told the master not to worry, she could handle it. Then she felt Uncle Fan standing outside the door. When she went outside, she told her uncle that she was here. They asked her why she had run away here. Wasn't he asking her to stay quietly in the room? Miao replied that earlier she heard someone playing the flute. The melody was very pleasant, so she followed its source and ended up here. Dee asked what she meant by, she found the flute player. Miao called out to Ling and replied, there he was, playing the flute. He told the gentleman he admired his abilities. Lin responded with gratitude and replied that it was simply one of his signature moves. But then the boys ran up and addressed the teacher. Lin immediately confronted him, telling him not to reveal himself and simply call him Brother Ye. Xiao told Brother Ye that the problems outside had already been resolved. Miao immediately spotted him and saw that she was as beautiful as a fairy herself. She asked, who are these two? Lin replied that the one in red was Xiao, and the one with the knife was Yu Yang. Xiao immediately wondered who the teacher was up to this time. Why call him such vile names? Yu Yan also introduced himself, but Miao noticed Xiao at that moment, and she didn't like his name. Miao said that she was glad to meet them both, then she would not detain them. Yu Yan didn't understand at first and turned to his teacher. Lin said he thought those fakes would do something else. It would be best not to spread any information in the coming days so as not to frighten the enemy. Yu Yan immediately told the teacher that he was wise. Xiao saw that this guy was also fawning, like that little white mouse. And why should he be called Wang Kuihua anyway? Day was saying at this time that Mr. Ye was truly impressive. Although he didn't appear in person this evening, he was able to use the sounds of his flute to restrain the enemy, resolve this crisis, and easily control those creatures from the dead abysses. Miao asked, was it really that impressive? Dead replied that both of these men were powerful, but they both revered him. And for some reason, whenever they gathered together, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. In short, these people radiated something unusual. They had better be careful. And let Miao go and rest quickly. The Valley of the Herb King will open soon. The girl didn't argue and replied that she would leave immediately. That same evening, a huge stream of fiery energy erupted behind the mountains, and everyone immediately came out to admire the beauty. People started shouting that the Valley of the Herb King had opened. But of course, it's strange. The opening time doesn't match what the rumors predicted. This time, it opened so suddenly. Day picked up his niece and said they were leaving. At that moment, Lin came out and thanked Shi for her tiramisu, which was delicious. Shai replied that she was glad the teacher was happy. The mouse could make tiramisu for the teacher every day. Lin said he hadn't even expected the Valley of the Herb King to open so soon, so it was time to go. People who wanted to enter the forest, one of them said that he already felt that countless heavenly materials and precious treasures were waiting for him inside. And if he can obtain one first-class precious medicinal herb, he'll have a chance to break through from the fusion level to the great perfection, become a respected master, live for 50,000 years, and roam the world freely. And that's not enough. A first-class, precious herb? There's probably even a king herb out there. If I can get just one king herb, it'll be more than enough to break through the heavenly trial. Miao asked her uncle what a herb king was. Dee replied that medicinal herbs were also divided into different levels: spiritual herbs, precious herbs, the great herb king, and immortal herbs. And within each category, there is a division from the lowest to the highest quality. In the world of cultivation, spiritual herbs are the primary focus. If an herb reaches the level of precious, large auctions are held, attracting a competition from various forces. If someone simply puts up a single such herb, they could literally be destroyed. And the king of herbs is an even rarer phenomenon. For the past several thousand years, very little has been heard of the king of herbs in the eastern region. This rare herb is so valuable that even masters who pass the heavenly test are willing to fight fiercely for it. Miao said the competition was so fierce. But could the Herb King Valley really accommodate so many people at once? Dee replied that the Valley of the Herb King did indeed have restrictions on the number of participants and the length of stay. In addition, if something life-threatening happens to the cultivator, it will be automatically thrown out of the valley by the protective array. And overall, the protection created by the herbal lord in those years was truly meticulously thought out. They, his descendants, can only thank fate for having been given the opportunity to benefit from his blessing. a blessing that cannot be repaid. And he didn't expect that the master of the lit lamp from the hanging monastery himself had arrived, because he was also a powerful cultivator. And it looks like the competition will truly be fierce this time. And when they get inside, she mustn't act arbitrarily under any circumstances. She must remain by his side at all times. The monk said that this time, with Master Jung Dung at the helm, they would definitely be able to bring back enough rare medicinal herbs. Another monk also said that 10,000 years ago, Master Jung Dung entered the Yanwang Valley alone and received a great blessing there, after which his strength increased significantly. The monk understood that the Yanwang Valley was far from as simple as it seemed at first glance. The secrets and mysteries hidden within it were beyond his imagination. Even he, at one point, had nearly broken down, nearly losing his Taoist resolve. After that incident, the monk became even more diligent in his cultivation. Recognizing his shame, he turned it into strength for further growth. Over the years, he had overcome all his weaknesses, and his strength grew rapidly. And even if he encounters those small creatures from the Valley of the King of Medicine again, he will surely be able to easily deal with them, and perhaps even suppress them completely. Suddenly, the boys also reached the place, and Yuyan told the teacher that here is the Valley of the King of Medicines. They say that in this valley, a huge amount of heavenly materials and rare precious herbs are planted, which are extremely difficult to get outside. But here they are full. Xiao also took a look and said he was even interested. Lin also supported his words. Lin understood that although the medicinal herbs within were described as something amazing, they still wouldn't surpass the reward Tongzi had given him. And since they were already here, maybe they'd find some interesting things inside. Who knows? Suddenly, a flame ignited and penetrated the sky, and slowly a portal began to open. Everyone was overjoyed that it had finally opened, and everyone should hurry and get inside. Da told Miss it was time for them to go. The rest of us should stay behind to cover, and the rest of us would go inside with him. Lin looked and said, "This is what the interior of the Valley of the Herb King looks like. Truly magnificent." But Xiao felt the power and asked, "What's going on?" His level had regressed back to the 9th level of Qigong. Yu Yang also said he had the same feelings, but Ling wondered why his strength hadn't changed. It seemed Lingji's limitations couldn't surpass Tongzi's. But he also pretends that he has the 9th level of Qi, because pretending to be a simpleton in order to then strike is his signature skill. Ling suddenly said that it seemed Yaozong had suppressed everyone's cultivation to the same level. This way, not only could the competition be fair, but also the destruction of the Medicine King Valley due to excessive cultivation would be avoided. A truly well-thought-out plan. But Yuyan replied that he was sorry the level suppression was too strong, and his beloved Sword of Darkness was also useless. He'd have to make do with this old kitchen knife. Lin asked the guy if he still had such an ordinary magical artifact. Yuyan replied that although the knife was old, it was the first blade he'd used to cultivate. It had accompanied him from the very beginning, when he was still weak. He hadn't expected that they would now have the chance to fight side by side again. Suddenly, the system popped up and said it had detected a carrier's arrival in the Valley of the King of Medicines. Could it register? Lin was delighted and replied that the registration was complete. The system congratulated the owner, who had received a large jug of first-class insight tea. He could brew it and enjoy it in his free time. Lin took offense and asked what kind of lousy reward this was. He clearly said he didn't need cultivation. So be it. At least it would quench his thirst. Xiao immediately saw that this man surnamed Ye was feeling regret over the loss of his cultivation. If they were on the same level, he would find the right moment and use all his strength, and the teacher would definitely be unable to resist. And then he needed to prepare himself for his own exquisite torture, and he immediately imagined himself beating his teacher with a whip. Suddenly, Yu Yang said he'd heard that if a fight breaks out between cultivators in the Medicine King Valley and their lives are threatened, they'll be automatically teleported outside, so they have nothing to worry about. Just go all out. Xiao grew angry and thought, what kind of stupid rule is this? If they couldn't kill that guy surnamed Ye, then revenge would definitely await them upon their release. And humiliation. Lin noted that this guy was probably planning to use cultivation suppression again to get revenge. Of course, that was a shame. He'd really like to see his expression when he found out his level hadn't changed. Suddenly, she told the teacher to look at these medicinal herbs that have consciousness. They are moving. Yuyan rejoiced and shouted that the heavens favored him. So many medicinal herbs came to him right at the door. Xiao also shouted at him not to relax. These medicinal herbs have gained intelligence, and their level is at the 9th level of Qi. Immediately in front of them appeared a 3-leaf clover, whose medicinal raw material is a precious medicine. Clover turned to his comrades and said that Elder Yaozong had sent them toys again. Now they could once again, as before, catch these people and cruelly torture them. The horsetail grass replied that he would take off all their clothes and make them crawl and run around the valley like dogs. Yuyan became angry when he heard these words and asked, "Since when do even medicinal herbs behave so brazenly?" Shou immediately replied that he didn't understand death at all, and he unleashed his fire attack on them. But upon closer inspection, Xiao was surprised. He'd used 40% of his power, and it still hadn't burned out. If this had been outside the Valley of the Medicine King, this strike would have been enough to defeat a cultivator of the same level. Trava saw him and said, "She's a slut. How dare she attack him? And now he'll strip her of all her clothes, hang her from a tree, and give her a good beating." Xiao didn't like this and told the grass that he was seeking death. He then used the red soul of the fire demon. Grass called Xiao a snitch because she was trying to attack him again, and now he definitely won't spare her. Trava saw that he was about to lose and asked the others what they were worth. "Tell them to come and help him immediately. That damned woman would burn him alive." The herbs, hearing the chief's order, immediately used water to extinguish the fire attack. Xiao felt a surge of tension and wondered how this was possible. With his technique and the support of his heaven-level spiritual root, even Juji stage cultivators were no match for him. Yet he can't burn those damned medicinal herbs at just the Qi stage. Yuyan came up behind him and shouted to his brother that he was coming to help. He then began attacking the enemies with his knives. She now understands what the Valley of Medicinal Life is, where herbs reign supreme. And it's even interesting. Lin understood that given Hong and Li's talent, they should easily defeat not only their equals, but even those a step higher. However, right now, they were fighting equally powerful herbs on equal terms. These herbs are definitely not ordinary. There's something fishy here. And suddenly he realized, these herbs are able to exhibit such powerful effects thanks to the support of the local formation. It's all due to something Yaozong had created. But he doesn't know what his goal is? Why did he do this? If not for the power of Hong and the others, they would have been defeated by these herbs long ago. He thought the level suppression was for the sake of justice, but in reality, it's deliberately strengthening the herbs and holding back human cultivators. Yao Zong is clearly just covering for his children. And this isn't the first time the Valley of the King of Medicines has been revealed. Previous participants haven't revealed the truth about the valley, as if they were drenched in the rain themselves, yet still wanted to tear apart other people's umbrellas. But if he wants to cover for his own, then he won't let up either. Lin immediately waved his finger and opened the shell. And now he will see, without the support of the formation, whether they, the herbs, can still be so arrogant. At that moment, Xiao and Yu Yang also broke through and said that the herbs couldn't take it anymore. It was time to burn them to the ground. The grass started to burn, and he wondered what was happening. Why couldn't they suddenly stand it? Trava began to give way and asked his sister to stop burning. They'd made a slight mistake, but Xiao told him to die before him. And don't even think about running away from him today. He'll burn them all to ashes. Yuyan began cutting grass with a knife and begged his brother to spare them. After all, they've already lost all resistance. It's better to let him collect them. They're top-notch medicinal herbs. Suddenly, Lin approached them and said that it was good, and they were finally finished. And let little Yu Yan collect everything, because they could make soup out of it. Yuyan told his mentor that he would do it right away. She also helped him, and suddenly said that the grass was still moving. Suddenly, a beam passed next to them, which immediately flew into the sky and showed an axe above them. Sai Shi was terrified at that moment and said she almost died of fright. Lin asked, "What is this? Could this be a distress signal from the Axe Gang?" She replied that even if more henchmen came, he would burn them all to ashes. Lin asked him if he was getting cocky again. He'd been sweating profusely just now, even without little Yuyan's help. Hadn't they noticed something strange? Yuyan replied that they had noticed, and that this wasn't the kind of power medicinal herbs could display. If things continue like this, those who emerge later will only become stronger. Most of the cultivators who enter the Valley of the Medicine King, she say that this Yao oppresses people, but enhances herbs. What a double standard. He thought he was a saint to people, but in reality, he does this. And he arranged for the valley to open once every 100,000 years, so the world would think how generous and magnanimous he is. Yu Ying began shouting that this couldn't be true. Rumors say Yao is a kind-hearted and skilled healer, a great master of the eastern region. He thinks he probably didn't set a trap, but simply cares for the medicinal herbs, which is why he gives them special benefits here. She said that if he truly cared about herbs, then why open the Valley of the Medicine King? It would have been easier to close it forever instead of all this show. Lin reassured them and said they would proceed step by step. I wonder what this Yao is really up to. At this time, the leader of the Axe Gang, Golden Ginseng Root, was asking who had just sent out a distress signal. Who dared contact his Axe Gang? The tree replied that he was reporting something that hadn't been determined yet. Perhaps it was another group of forces dwelling in the Valley of the Medicine King? But Petrushka said that it was unlikely that they had coexisted peacefully for so many years. Who would dare attack their gang of axes? Root asked in surprise, could these really be those people? After all, today was the opening of the Valley of the King of Medicines. But List replied that it was impossible. How could people so weak pose a threat to their noble nation of healers? King Axe stood up and ordered everyone to be silent. Taking his axe in hand, he declared that the Valley of the Medicine King had reopened after many years, and he would personally see who was brave enough to attack the Axe Gang. At this time, near the entrance to the Valley of the Medicine King, a team of players was captured by plants. They asked them to stop, but some asked for help from other teams. But the other team was running away from them, and someone asked why these medicinal herbs were so powerful. He, as the cult's preeminent talent, couldn't defeat even a single herb. But the others were shouting for them to flee. The Valley of the Medicine King was a scam, a huge scam. These senior masters were hiding the truth and deceiving them with treacherous intentions. But deep within the Valley of the Medicine King, a battle raged with enormous plants, and the old man fought them alone. The old man understood that the last time his level had been suppressed, all his weaknesses had been exposed, and he had been brutally trampled by this gang. Now everything was different. The time had come to take revenge and wash away the shame. But the monk, having collected the plants, told Master Jun Ling that he was indeed strong, and these creatures were no match for him, and he thought this time they would return with their hands full of prey. The second monk also said that those noble relatives of the emperor and the great masters of their sects on the road had just been suppressed by these medicinal herbs and turned into slaves, but they were completely different. They could actually raise their heads proudly. The old man turned around and said that it was very good that they joined. Otherwise, he would have had to look for them himself. But the monster answered the old man, how dare he attack their noble people of healers? He is a damned old bald donkey. What did he rebel against them? But the old man, seeing them, did not communicate with them and used his monastic attack against them. Beetle told the boys not to get distracted and focus on the attack. In this Valley of the King of Medicine, they're in charge. This old bald donkey won't hold out. But suddenly the monk saw a huge blue circle in front of him and immediately decided to use his defense. The tree, seeing this, said that they had finally broken his shield, and he ordered the others to kill him. The old man asked them if they thought they'd successfully penetrated his defenses. It was even funny. To cope with them, over these long years, he traveled through famous mountains and rivers, using all possible methods. He spent a huge amount of resources and diligently trained in the art of improving the body, eliminating his weaknesses. Today, his diamond invincible body has already reached the most perfect stage. Only one step remains before the legendary transformation. And even if his level is suppressed, so what? As long as he has Diamond's body, they can't do anything about him. He would like to see what else in this Valley of the King of Medicines could pose a threat to him. After the battle, the old man told his warriors to put away these medicinal herbs. They were getting ready to continue moving forward. He was also in the forest with Meow and said that because the girl has the body of the heavenly stars, even under level suppression, she can explode with powerful force. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to contain the encirclement of these medicinal herbs. But where did they get such strength? Could it really be Yao Kun's own doing? Meow replied that she had previously thought that old man Yao Kong was a kind man, but now the treacherous and evil old man sees it. Dai said they'd only just entered the Valley of the Medicine King. Who knew if something even more sinister was waiting for them in the depths? Now he even began to hope that the Valley of the King of Medicine would quickly close and teleport them away from here. Otherwise, being humiliated by these herbs would simply be a blow to their Dao heart. By this time, the monster grass had just reached them and was slowly descending towards Meow. But while distracting her, she attacked her from below and attached herself to her leg. But Meow immediately used a beam attack. But the attack backfired, and the beam passed completely through her body. Dai, seeing that she was in danger, decided to save her and attack the monster with his attack, shouting for him to let her go. But his attack didn't work, and the monster attacked the old man with its branches. He was surprised that he couldn't defeat it, and asked if it really was a ninefold lightning vine. A mid-ranking medicine king. Meow also screamed at the tree to let her go, and even begged Uncle D to save her. Dai simply started attacking the tree with her attacks, but the tree simply laughed and said that it was simply wonderful and fun. Dee told Miss to forgive Uncle. He's useless. This mid-ranking medicine king is equivalent in strength to a mid-Juji stage, and with a cultivation level of Liangqi, he truly can't help. Meow began to cry and replied that it was okay. He had already done all he could. Desh turned to the medicine king and asked him to be merciful and spare them, or to let this child go and accept the suffering in her stead. The tree replied that he'd waited for them with such difficulty, and they thought he'd let them go. They were human, so naive. Let them look at that woman. She seemed to be enjoying the shock. He immediately ran an electric current through her and watched as she began to scream in pain. But Day became even more enraged. Suddenly, people approached them, and hearing her screams, asked what kind of game this was. Lin replied that it was a tentacle game and how embarrassing it looked. Seeing them, Da said they were his friends and followers, and he was asking them to come to his aid. Once the deed was done, the Society of Path Explorers would surely repay them for their kindness. Shou looked and said it was a ninefold thundervine. Yu Yang was also surprised and replied that it was a true king of mid-ranking medicines. Lin looked at Miss Meow and told her that they shared a destiny, so how could he remain on the sidelines? He immediately ordered Xiao and Yu Yang to resolve the matter. Yu Yang said he'll go first and let Xiao stand behind him and cover him, just in case. Xiao told his brother he'd come to his aid right now. The tree was delighted and said they'd brought him a new toy. But Xiao replied that when they roasted him over the fire, they would see if he could still smile then. Xiao and Yu Yang set out to destroy it, attacking from different directions. But the tree said they were cursed people. How dare they harm their master? And suddenly the tree unleashed the demon's icy flame, but he decided to let the girl go and fight at full strength. Dee caught her and said that they would retreat first to keep themselves safe and let them deal with the Medicine King. Meow replied that although they were all at the 9th level of Liangqi, she had a star immortal body, but she was completely unable to resist the Medicine King, while they could fight with dignity and even exchange blows. Meow asked her uncle if he and her father were deceiving her. She wasn't as brilliant as they told her. Dee replied that it wasn't that she was weak, it was just that the world was so vast, and there was always someone stronger. He didn't know where they got such power, though. He couldn't have missed them. Meow said that Mr. Ye had told her that they had come from Wild Yidi understood and couldn't believe it. The tree said it was the boss and was going to take them and give them a good shock, and it would hit them so hard they wouldn't be able to breathe. The boys found themselves a little trapped and surrounded by the current of this monster. Meow said things were bad, and even they couldn't handle it. Lin also noticed that they were at the limit of their capabilities again, and it was time for them to get a little help. Sai also started screaming that her brothers were in danger and she was going to save them. She didn't waste any time and simply jumped on the monster. Lin was surprised and rarely saw when she herself wanted to fight, and maybe now they would see her true fighting potential. Yuan said they'd underestimated the Medicine King's advantage here anyway. It would be very difficult for them to inflict fatal damage on him. This is even more humiliating than when Mr. Ye bullied him. At least he had luck, and now even some insignificant blade of grass dared to bring him to his knees. Seeing the mouse, Xiao wondered why it was coming here. He shouted at it that it was dangerous here and that it should leave immediately. The tree, seeing her, asked how a small fry like her dared to pick a fight, or did she think he'd be kind to her? But C wasn't afraid of the monster at all, and grabbing him by the root, told him not to dare underestimate her. but she used her solar energy and instantly tore apart the root of the King of Medicine. Shai immediately shouted at him not to dare bully her older brother and younger brother at school. The king was in great pain after her attack. She continued to enter further and told her elder and younger brothers that she had come to save them. Shai was surprised and asked, "Is this a fake? Does that stupid mouse, who always follows others around and only messes around with food, also have such powers?" Yuyan also told his white elder sister that it turned out she was so strong. Dai was also shocked and said that it turns out that this inconspicuous little guy is even stronger than the two of them. Lin was convinced that this power of the first celestial body in all worlds was truly something extraordinary. At the moment of the battle, Xiao said that as long as this rodent created a chance for them, they could destroy it once and for all. Xiu entered further and used the red flame of the soul demon. He slowly began to burn the king. Having defeated the king, Sai rejoiced and shouted that they had won. She asked her elder brother if he would praise her. Xiu turned around and replied that she hadn't shown up in a while, and now she wanted to show off to him. He was no longer her servant. She took offense and asked if she had done something wrong. Yuyan asked his older brother if he thought they would have certainly died here without her, and he told the white elder sister that she was simply magnificent. Xiao replied that indeed she was. Today she made everyone look at her in a new way. She said it was nothing special. She just wanted to help. Miao approached them and said she was grateful to them for coming to their aid. Yuyan replied to the girl that there was no need for gratitude. It was just a matter of honor. But she immediately covered her face, and as she left, said there were strangers here. Miao asked why this little sister was so shy. She saw her as very strong before. She sincerely admires her. She shouldn't worry about her appearance. She's very sweet. She showed up and asked her if it was true, and she also asked the mentor if he'd heard. This older sister admires her so much, and she doesn't even care what she looks like. Dee immediately looked at their mentor, and it seemed his guesses were becoming more and more accurate. Lin told the mouse that she had become very proud. She was delighted and even blushed a little. Miao approached Lin and asked if he was the little girl's teacher. Lin replied that yes, she was the one he had painstakingly raised, investing so much time and care into. She thought at that moment, how dare his teacher say such a thing? Did he really raise her and cultivate her culinary skills? Shai said that her mentor had taught her a lot. He took very good care of her. Miao now understood everything and looked at them, frozen. But she wondered why these four together seemed familiar to her, as if she had seen them somewhere before. But Lin also realized that this girl looked difficult. Would she really suspect something? But the plants told the clan king that they had found people. The wave of battle that had recently erupted was sent by them. When Da saw them, he said there were so many treasure-level medicinal herbs there. But things were very bad. Xiao immediately thought about it, because he also felt an extremely strong and powerful energy in this group. The king of herbs said that several people from the human race dared to disturb the order in their territory, and even destroyed the small lay. Xiaoyu replied that this was indeed a good place, and that high-grade medicinal herbs had arrived one after another, and among them, there was even such a high-quality king of medicine. The king said that people were also insolent, and how dare they attempt to assassinate him. Lin looked and told the others to also look at this axe, because this was the gang of axemen who had sent out a distress signal through medicinal herbs back then. Yuyan immediately turned to his older sister and said that this was even stronger than the previous one. And would the white older sister still be able to help them? Sai replied that she would do everything in her power. The king immediately began fighting and ordered his herbs to capture them. Sai immediately stood before the king and told him she was his enemy. The king began to laugh and asked, "Is it just her? Now it's not just humans who are encroaching on them, but even a mouse is underestimating him. It's simply ridiculous." The king immediately launched several attacks from different directions, but she dealt with them and repelled them all. But after that, she got tired and said that she was so confused and wanted to throw up, and she wouldn't fight anymore. The king told her that her level was too low to compete with his majesty, and let the stinking rat die. The king simply raised his axe above her head and attacked. But she was frightened and even closed her eyes. But Lin didn't let him do this and broke the axe into tiny pieces. Lin said that this ginseng was too self-confident, and it looked like he would have to brew some tea to make it obedient. And he told the mouse not to think too much, and that she should go and help them. and leave everything here to him. Sai was delighted and ran to help her brothers. Miao, seeing this, shouted that Yu Yang was going to interfere. Di replied that he didn't know why. He just couldn't understand how deep his power was. The king simply stopped chatting with them and attacked with his strong and powerful fists. Meanwhile, Lin simply stood there, biding his time. Lin knew that if he interfered seriously, it would reveal his level of power. The plants were terrified after all this and said it was impossible. And are people really that strong? This is the first time in so many years that we've encountered such a situation. Is a great disaster really in store for the Valley of the King of Medicines? Yugen understood that Lin was their mentor for a reason. Even if his strength was as suppressed as theirs, his might would still remain beyond their reach. But Xiao also wondered how this was possible. He felt that this ginseng root was completely suppressing his strength. But he feels like this guy has defeated him without even lifting a finger. But why, even though they're both at the 9th level of Qi, can he be so strong? And he still naively thought he could suppress him by fighting on equal terms. And it seems that was just an empty dream. The plants began shouting to everyone that their king was dead, and they needed to flee quickly. Yuyan asked them why they wanted to run away. After all, they were all first-class, precious medicines. Let them stay a little longer. Lin approached Yuyan and said that he had done very well. Let him collect these precious medicines properly. Yuyan replied that he was grateful for the teacher's praise. It was all thanks to him having subjugated the king's ginseng, while the student had merely exploited his fame. The other teams also joined in and were already shouting that there were so many precious medicines on Earth. But who brought them all down? Could it be that, besides Master Burnt Lantern, there are other elders in the Valley of the Medicine King capable of such a thing? And now there are several people ahead of them. And it looks like they did it. Suddenly, the monk also approached his master and said that this ginseng was anything but ordinary. The master replied that it was a first-class king of medicines. The disciples in the group have already said that even the king of medicine is envied by those who are experiencing the ordeal of heavenly disaster, let alone a first-class king of medicine. If it were outside, those old monsters hiding in the eastern region would definitely intervene and try to take it away. But since they have the power to subjugate the king of medicines, who would dare to mess with them? The master also decided that since the first-class king of medicine had appeared and had not yet acknowledged the master, how could the hanging temple simply turn a blind eye to this? Yuyan saw this and immediately attacked him, seeing that the old man had tried to take it. He asked how he dared to take someone else's property, but the old man turned to him and asked him if he didn't know that he was fighting the people from their hanging temple. Shaya replied that they were a gang of bald monks, immediately trying to take their things and yet calling themselves followers of Buddha. In reality, they were just hypocritical bandits. The monk told him he was a scoundrel and a windbag. Who could prove that they were the ones who defeated them? They just arrived first, that's all. The second monk also said it was all true, and he advised him and the scattered cultists not to act arrogantly. If he incurs the wrath of their hanging temple, they should forget about establishing a foothold in the eastern region. The old monk told the boy his words were too harsh. Yuyan called him an old bald monk and asked if he was dissatisfied. Maybe they could practice? The old man replied that he was simply an evil spirit. Who was he thinking he was being so insolent towards? Let him know that this man was a truly powerful master who had survived a celestial catastrophe, and he was worthy of being his rival. The other warriors were surprised and asked in amazement, a powerful heavenly catastrophe master? Although he had already sensed that this master was of a high caliber, he hadn't expected him to be a true ascending immortal. There are many noble figures in the Valley of the Medicine King, but in front of the powerful heavenly disaster masters, they are like ants. Yu Yang asked in surprise, Heavenly catastrophe master? But it doesn't matter that everything here is at the 9th level of Qi. Even if it comes out, he thought cut it down. The old monk wasn't afraid of anything and said that the boy had a bold tone. And could he tell me his name? Yuyan introduced himself and told them all to listen to his name and not dare to be so indignant again. The monks began to laugh at him and asked what kind of village name he had, what village he was from. And here he doesn't even have his own clan, but he already dares to challenge the master of heavenly catastrophe. The old man turned to the benefactor and said he was too angry. Now the old monk would enlighten him. Yu Yang rejoiced and told him it was wonderful that he had come. And to fight a powerful heavenly disaster master was truly a rare and precious opportunity. Yuyan simply tried his best to capture the old man's attack, and a huge explosion appeared that absorbed it. Yuyan rejoiced during the battle and shouted for the old man to try again, and how exciting it was for him. The monk used defense against the guy's strong blows, and simply stood there until he got tired of attacking. The disciple also said that he didn't expect that this Yuyan was so strong and could resist the master for so long. And the master surely didn't reveal his full power? After all, for someone as unknown as him, using his full power would have been downright inappropriate. The monk understood that he had trained diligently for 100,000 years for the sake of the Medicine King Valley, yet he still couldn't defeat a single younger generation, and now he would have to use this technique. The monk simply waited for his moment and gathered all his energy to attack in one go. Yuyan didn't understand what it was at first and continued to strike. The monk shouted at the benefactor not to waste his strength. Even if he chopped for 3 days and 3 nights, he still wouldn't be able to overcome it. The monk chose his moment to attack in one fell swoop, and after delivering a fist blow, he shouted that the boy was evil. But Yuyan wasn't even afraid and managed to react with his sword strike during the monk's attack. Yuyan was a little surprised and saw that the attack was ineffective. He asked the old monk if he was by any chance a turtle offspring. The monk asked the boy why he was going through this torment. After all, they weren't planning on staying in the Valley of the King of Medicines forever. The students also asked him if he thought it was cool to be equal to the master, and let him stay here all his life if he wants. But if he leaves here, then he is a fool, simply doomed to death. Lin also approached them and said that he had taken this King of Medicines. If the people from their hanging temple had come to take it away, it meant they knew no bounds, and they had gotten what they deserved. The monk replied that the situation had changed since they had intervened. Besides, who said that what fell to the ground automatically became theirs? And he, like an old monk, believes that only what he takes into his hands truly belongs to him. At that moment, Zhao attacked him from behind and shouted that the old bald monk was simply seeking his death. The monk asked him if he wanted to stop him too. Stop resisting, this king of medicine is his now. But suddenly a fiery attack flew right past Zhao's head. He didn't understand what it was. Lin attacked the old monk and asked if he really thought that no one could punish him. The monk, seeing his face in front of him, felt that the strength in this guy's fist was frightening, and it even seemed to him that it exceeded the limitations of the Valley of the King of Medicines. Lin simply didn't stop there, and placed his blow in such a way that his fist simply pierced the old monk's chest. The blow was so strong and powerful that the monk was simply thrown into the depths of the forest. The monks asked, with such small tricks as his, he still dared to show off to the master of the burnt lantern. And here he's just making loud threats, but doing nothing. Let him try to attack their master again. Lin began to smile and asked the monk how he felt about that punch. He'd been holding back all his strength, trying his best to avoid being killed, lest word spread. The monk replied that the Buddha is merciful, and the benefactor is simply acting wisely. And now he bids him farewell. The other monks asked if it was over yet, since the winner had still not been determined. And they turned to the master and asked if they would refuse these precious medicines. But the elder monk simply turned around and looked at him with his crooked eye. Lin smiled and told the monk that he knew when to retreat. Suddenly, along the way, the elder monk became so ill that he even began spitting blood. The warrior turned to the master and asked what was wrong. The senior monk replied that he was fine, with only minor wounds. The elder monk wondered who this celestial being really was. Even in the Valley of the Medicine King, he possessed such power. Had the age of great turmoil really arrived, and even he, an old monk, could no longer keep up with it? And when he got out of here, he would surely personally send them all to the next world. At this time, a meeting of the Medicine Kings was taking place at the headquarters of the Medicine King Valley. Jin Yinzi, the Medicine Queen, said that the human cultists are ravaging their Medicine King Valley. Even the Thunder King and Ginseng King have been defeated, and life and death are at stake for everyone. Either hide and wait until the valley closes itself, or stand up and resist. The bloody jade flaming bone bamboo asked, why should they hide? This is their territory. They've enslaved all the human cultists who came here before. And this time too, there's no retreat, and they can fight back together. Red Jingji replied that everything was correct, and we must resist. They were the true masters. If they surrendered, they would never submit again. Han Ling Yu said that these human cultists this time are very strong. Even with the strength of medicine kings, it is difficult to counterattack, and there is a risk of being suppressed. But Deerhorn replied that especially this silver-haired young man, he defeated the Ginseng King with one move. It's scary. But the Medicine King, He Shiwu, asked if they could invite him to join the fight. After all, he had once been a terrifying force, following the Medicine Lord. If he joined the fight, he would surely crush the people. But the queen said that given his character, she feared he would refuse to help them. They knew he had his quirks. Deerhorn replied that the Valley of the Medicine King was now on the verge of destruction, and he, as the first heir of the Medicine Lord, would really allow them to be chopped up and boiled into soup. And he'll do this to the Medicinal Lord and his brothers? Enough hesitation. Life and death are at stake. He must go all in. After all this conversation, they all went together to see the Great Mushroom King, and he is a first-class Medicine King. The queen approached the Great Mushroom King and bowed. They asked him to save the Valley of the Medicine King, and they asked him to wake up. After all, the Great King of Mushrooms must wake up. Suddenly, the Mushroom King woke up and began to emit a strange and powerful energy. The servants began shouting to the Great Mushroom King that he had woken up. But the Mushroom King became frightened and immediately hid behind a tree. The Mushroom King told them not to come near. If they have anything to say, let them say it from there. The queen replied that she was asking for forgiveness, and that she saw that the Great Mushroom King had a rather socially phobic nature. He was afraid of strangers, preferred solitude, and disliked being disturbed. And they turned to the revered Great King of Mushrooms, and the human cultists exterminate their brothers in the Valley of the King of Medicines. Because if they don't resist, they face total annihilation. The valley needs his pile driver and protection, and they beg him. The Mushroom King asked how this was possible. Aren't there prohibitions imposed by the Medicinal Lord to prevent humans from threatening them? Unless the opponent is the greatest genius of all time, so powerful that nothing like this has ever happened in history. The servants began to say it was true. Many of their brethren had already fallen at their hands. Now only they could save them. After all, he has the most powerful force and the highest status. Should he speak out, the people of the medicine will surely unite and repel the invaders. The Mushroom King replied that no, he couldn't. He simply wanted to remain here in peace. Besides, the Medicine King's Valley was only open for a limited time. Once that time was up, the people would be expelled. Everyone had better hide for now. Root told the Great King of Mushrooms that he was oversimplifying things. These human cultists were actually hunting him. He was the most ancient being in the Valley of the Medicine King, and they would stop at nothing to capture him. The Mushroom King got scared and asked if so many people would come to catch him. Root replied that yes, they were merciless and cruel. Once they caught him, they would torture and humiliate him together. They would even put him on display to be auctioned off, allowing even more people to see and touch him. The Mushroom King was terrified and begged him to stop. Antler told him that if he dealt with the most dangerous of the humans, they would deal with the rest. Root replied that yes, and by helping them, he was helping himself. Once everything was resolved, he could continue to sleep peacefully, and no one would disturb him. The Mushroom King came out in front of everyone and said that he would intervene only against the strongest of the people, and they would deal with the rest. Suddenly, a voice could be heard through the fog, thanking the Mushroom King. He ordered the others to wait for him outside. Root told everyone to look at him, to see if he could really suppress these people. It all seemed a bit dubious, but the queen told him not to underestimate the Great King of Mushrooms, because he is the supreme king of golden pill-level medicines and can easily deal with these ordinary people. But deep in the forest, the group met with monks and turned to the monk, saying that he was the oldest elder of the cult of the setting sun. And once they got out of the valley, would it be possible to buy some rare medicines from him? The monk told him not to worry. The price would definitely suit them. But for him, this meeting is a sign of destiny. Their Buddha only helps those who are destined, so Blessed One, his wish will surely come true. The chief thanked the master and said he needed dragon blood, and he needed the lightning tree. Let him set any price. The monk replied that it was a blessing. The elder would certainly help them, his companions, fulfill their wishes. But suddenly a team of plants was advancing on them. The disciple immediately turned to the monk and said that the enemy was advancing. The monk started shouting that this was excellent. He was just worried that he would not find them. but they came to him themselves. But Deerhorn, attacking, shouted at the old bald monk not to rejoice prematurely. He would finish him off now. The monk replied that his Buddhist grace had granted them to him. He called them stubborn and unrepentant, and now the old monk would release their souls. But Deerhorn was no longer afraid of anything and shouted to the old bald monk to accept his death. During the explosion, the monk used his protective shell and remained safe and sound. Root was very surprised and said that it was a powerful defense. The old monk understood that this was a great demon king. Could it really be that a powerful demonic cultivator was hiding in the Valley of the Herb King? Root turned to the side and no longer saw the Mushroom King beside him. He had already begun to flee the battlefield. Root stopped him and told the great Mushroom King that they were counting on him. Otherwise, they would all be boiled into soup. The Mushroom King replied that there were many people there. The people said that this was the great Mushroom King they had all been talking about. But someone told him otherwise. After all, the ancient books of Huang Kunsi list a medicinal plant resembling a mushroom with a bluish tint called the Immortal Chaos Mushroom. But the monk said that if a cultivator swallows it, their strength will increase dramatically and their lifespan will be extended by millions of years. A soup made from it further aids in the rapid cultivation of the path of immortality. The monks replied that it was precisely because the old monk was sincere, and this touched the Buddha. Enlightenment and immortality were just around the corner. The monk gathered all his might in one hand and shouted as he attacked, saying that this ancient herbal mushroom was connected to his Buddha, so he, the old monk, would take it first. But the Mushroom King parried the attack and replied that it was too much. Why was he hitting him on the head? The warrior also did not stand aside and said that this mushroom is a golden egg of the level of perfection, the highest of the highest, the great king of herbs. The monk said that this was also a product of evil, and that the warrior should not dare to behave so recklessly. Root, seeing this, began to shout to the great Mushroom King that they were going to seize him and put him up for auction. But the Mushroom King replied that he wouldn't let them have their way, and with his body as invulnerable as diamond, they wouldn't even be able to do that. The monk tried to use all his strength to capture it, but the mushroom simply leaped at him and overwhelmed him with its energy. The Mushroom King simply jumped on the monk's body and said that he would hit him on the head. The monk replied that they were the product of evil and that he should dare to lift it. But suddenly, vines from the forest surrounded him, grabbing him by every limb. The monk understood that they were in a hurry to kill him so as not to be publicly humiliated by some worthless mushroom. How could he then instruct people? The Mushroom King declared that he had solved their problem and that the rest was none of his business. The plants were simply overjoyed and set off to destroy the man. The monk asked them in fearful cries, "What are they trying to do? Buddha wouldn't forgive them. And will he really have to relive the shame that happened 10,000 years ago?" The boys were also at that moment fighting with a huge tree, which was resisting their decision. Lin felt a sensation of extraordinary energy, far surpassing all other medicinal kings. And the power behind the Valley of Medicinal Roots has finally appeared. The tree told the elders not to fight him. He was just passing by and did not belong to the group of herbs that oppress people. And what do the elders want from him? He's right in front of them. Meow asked him if he was telling the truth. The fruits growing on him looked very beautiful. The tree told them that if they let it go, it would give them everything. This thing fell to the ground. Even the spirits won't eat it. Let them take it all for themselves. De told Miss that this is a fruit of the heavenly star energy. Taking it can increase the power of the star energy, which is very beneficial for her body. Dai said that when they and the Path Cult searched all over Guangzhou, they found no trace of this immortal fruit. But now they've suddenly found several dozen at once. A real stroke of luck. Meow told her uncle that this trip had not been in vain. Once she swallowed and processed these fruits, her stellar energy would once again reach a new level. Tree asked the elder if he could leave already. Xiao answered his question immediately and was deeply entranced. But Lin gave him permission to leave. He told the boys that there was an unusual energy there, and they could check it out. Perhaps they would find the power behind the Valley of the Herb King. Yuyan asked if this was true. So this time, they'd be able to unlock the secrets of the Valley of the Herb King? But Xiao wondered why he hadn't felt any energy at all. Was he really only at the 9th level of Qi right now? Miao said that the master should obtain these fruits thanks to his 2 disciples. Does he wish to take even more? Lin replied that it wasn't necessary. She could take them. But Day also turned to young Master Ye and thanked him. If he needed help in the Dao school in the future, he could ask without hesitation. Lin said there was no need to talk like that. They could go together. Upon arriving, they were shocked and asked, "What is this? Why are there so many medicine lord-level medicinal herbs here?" But Xiao said it was great and really very exciting. She also saw something familiar and asked the teacher what that black thing was. Lin replied that it had only been a short time, and that old bald guy was already in such a state. Looking closely, they saw that the plants had simply grabbed the people and were mocking them. Lin said that they were able to humiliate Master Jun Ling and the Eastern cultists in such a way. Clearly, there was more than just ordinary power behind this. Yuyan replied to the teacher that the stronger the medicinal plant, the higher its level, and perhaps it is a real elite great kingdom of medicine. Root immediately turned to them and ordered them to immediately kneel and beg for mercy. But Lin replied that he would like to see who gave them such courage. And at that moment, the monk saw the guy and wished him to enjoy the time when he was still human. He would soon regret why he was so naive. Root grew angry and began to ask, "Is the silver-haired youth the one who destroyed the Lightning King and the King of Participants?" But unfortunately, now with the Big Mushroom King, he's just their toy creature. But unfortunately, now with the Big Mushroom King, he's just their toy creature. The plants immediately began to scream in fear for the Big King Mushroom to come to their aid. Da immediately thought of a great demon. Was there really such an evil and terrible creature here? Shou also understood that even he, in his prime, did not dare to call himself a great demon. So who then was he, someone so powerful? Lin said that he really wanted to see what a great demon really was. Root turned to the side and saw that the Mushroom King was not nearby, and he himself also turned around and began to run away. But Root shouted that the great Mushroom King was the most powerful villain, and only he could defeat him. Lin asked if he was the most powerful creature in the Valley of the Medicine King. The Mushroom King replied that he was absolutely right. That's exactly it. She said upon seeing it, it was an immortal chaotic mushroom. Lin asked him what kind of mushroom she was talking about. Was it very strong? Xiao replied that this was called the immortal chaotic mushroom. Whoever eats it will be able to strengthen their strength and prolong their life. The benefits are limitless. And this is considered the closest thing to a divine potion in legend. He thought it meant a true, supreme root of top-class medicine. He's a master who has reached the golden fruiting egg stage. He hoped Mr. Ye would be a little more careful. If anything happened, they'd try to find a way to teleport out of here. But Lin told him not to worry. He understood everything and knew what he was doing. The Mushroom King said that they, humans, were so evil. They only thought about eating him. Why did they disturb his sleep? And why did they do this? The Mushroom King asked menacingly. Lin immediately felt the pressure, and the difference between him and his opponents was simply colossal. But Lin pulled out his trump card and told the Mushroom King that he had come just in time to show his trump card. Using it, the sunlight simply covered the area, and all the plants were terrified. Miao told her uncle that it seemed young Master Gui's techniques weren't suppressed by the boundaries of the Qi cultivation realm. But Uncle also sensed the powerful technique, and it can bypass the restrictions of the Medicine King Valley. Xiao also thought it was illegal. And how did the teacher do it? After all, the Medicine Clan's power in this place is solely due to the rules established by the Venerable Medicine. And the rules here are a special technique inherent to immortals. As soon as someone enters the Valley of the Medicine King, they fall under the influence of the rules. Unless there is a creature equal to or superior to the caster, only then can these rules be ignored or even broken. Xiao was surprised that no, it was impossible. He definitely couldn't be such a creature, and he shouldn't be. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a chance to escape his devilish clutches. Xiao asked Yuyan if he was okay. The monk was also shocked and wondered what was going on. His earlier palm strike had been mere triviality compared to the force with which the Great Mushroom King had struck him. But now he has sent the Great Mushroom King flying with one slap, and his Buddhist heart is ready to burst. The Mushroom King didn't even understand what had happened and thought that he had been thrown back by the blow. But he knew it couldn't be this way. Yaozong himself had once imposed the ban and promised him that no one below the level of a true immortal could break it. So what's happening now? Has the ban really lost its effect because too much time has passed? Lin pointed his finger and turned to the big mushroom, saying that if it no longer had any abilities, then he would boil it in soup. But the Mushroom King stood his ground and told Lin that he was a big bad guy, and he wouldn't let him get his way. The mushroom picked up speed and began attacking with its tiny fists. But Lin wasn't intimidated and responded with a slap in return. But he didn't stop there and pulled out his fire fist to finish him off with one blow. And Mushroom realized that the boy could truly ignore the suppression of the rules. This Yao Zong was completely unreliable. The rules he had established had been violated by some human cultivator. And in that moment, Lin pounced on Mushroom with all his might and used his unearthly divine body. The impact was so powerful that the beam of energy was simply visible from different corners of the universe. Mushroom was completely devastated and said he couldn't believe. He couldn't defeat someone even inside the Valley of the Medicine King. He was so weak. The participants in the Medicine Territory duel said the great Mushroom King had lost, and all was lost, and their Valley of the Medicine King was doomed. Mushroom said that his skills were worse than others. There was no point in blaming Yao or anyone else. You could only blame yourself for being just a mushroom. And this life was so long and boring. In the next life, he doesn't want to be a mushroom. He wants to be a human. But the system suddenly appeared and congratulated the master. He activated the quest to accept the apprentice, and he received a unique divine skill. One breath transforms into 3 purities, and it allows him to create 2 clones that have the same level of development and strength as the original. Lin asked her if she was serious. He didn't even spare the mushrooms. But this time the reward was truly tempting, and if Mushroom wanted to stay alive, he might give him a chance. Lin knew that, judging by how this mushroom was so afraid of death just now, he would probably agree right away. The mushroom began to cry at that moment and answered his enemy that he refused. Lena wasn't upset by this and said that he hadn't even voiced the terms yet, and he'd already refused. Doesn't he really want to die? Mushroom replied that he was right. He didn't want to. Lin asked him if he really didn't want to live, but the reward was too tempting. And one breath turns into 3 purities and cool, powerful, he definitely doesn't want to miss it. But then before he dies, let him help him with one thing. Mushroom was shocked and asked what he was talking about. Lin did not keep the intrigue going for long and asked Grib to become his student. But Mushroom didn't know who in this world would ask to become an apprentice before dying. What a shameless, brazen fellow. Lin called Mushroom his brother and said that if he agreed to help him, he would definitely do his best to beat him to the last drop of juice so that he would die without suffering. Mushroom asked the guy, "Are you crazy? Who's begging like that?" He's not interested at all. But Lin got angry and said that all he could do then was throw it into the cauldron, add a couple of village chickens, and then some other medicinal creatures and boil it all over again. And make a delicious chicken and mushroom stew. Eat every last drop so there won't be any leftovers. And Lin started to follow him and told Mushroom to come quickly because he would fulfill his wish. The mushroom started to run away, realizing he was terrified, but he fell to his knees before the boy and said he agreed. And he agreed to become his disciple. The system immediately congratulated the master on successfully accepting the student. The student's talent was discovered, and as a result, he was given the highest martial art for development. Lin immediately became happy and realized that he had succeeded. Lin told his student to get up quickly. And now, since he was his student, he should call him teacher. He would protect him and never allow anyone to harm him. And so, as a sign of respect, he gives him this martial art. Let him watch and practice. Lin immediately fired a beam of energy into Mushroom's head and gave him a new technique. Mushroom, seeing this, was shocked and asked what kind of incredible martial art this was. The medicinal clans are weak by nature and do not know how to fight well, so they can only restrain the human clans thanks to the rules set by Yaozong. Suddenly, the mushroom exploded with such energy, and after the smoke evaporated, a boy appeared. Mushroom said that this long-lasting art of the Blue Emperor not only eliminates the shortcomings in the practice of the medicine clan, but it also compensates for the lack of fighting power, helping their medicinal clan to completely transform. Miao was shocked to see this and said that Mr. Ye had suddenly started taking on disciples in the middle of battle and even helped a medicinal plant take on human form. And what was this strange obsession? Di replied that this ordinary medicinal plant could already take human form. And what was this secret divine art? But Yu Yang was happy for his teacher and said his strength was bottomless and incomprehensible. And she shouted that she now had a junior disciple. The mushroom thanked the teacher for his mercy, and may he allow the student to bow to him. Lin looked at him and called him a worthy student, But Xiao wondered how many more secrets and plans his teacher was hiding. He not only accepts students, but also helps them take on human form, and he probably has his own insidious plans. But he realized that this immortal chaotic mushroom would very likely turn into a cure for immortality in the future. Because of the value of this medicine, immortals are willing to fight to the death for it. This guy is trying to profit from it. And perhaps he too is waiting for the right moment to subjugate and transform it. And the monk, hanging from the tree, didn't understand this world. And it turns out, from beginning to end, he was the one who suffered the most. The monk started screaming and calling for help, and for them to let him go already. But Lin said that since he had already embarked on his path, he needed a suitable name, and he would call him Xiao He. He immediately recognized the simple, unremarkable nature of the name, but he even liked the modesty. It suited him, and he thanked the teacher. Lin asked He if Yaozong had already agreed to open the Valley of the Medicine King. Why did he still install means to suppress human cultivators? He replied that Yaozong, after all, also belonged to the Medicine Clan. He did this to protect them from complete annihilation. But Yuyan was shocked and said that it turned out that Yaozong was not human. And He said it was all true. Yao is a rare creature, a medicinal qilin. He understands perfectly well how cruel and dangerous this world is. Xiao immediately realized it was a medicinal qilin. It's a legendary immortal medicine, said to be able to steal the divine power of heaven and earth. And whoever can process and swallow it, even the terminally ill, will come back to life. His strength will become unrivaled, and the path to immortality will be open and clear. Lin said that if that was the case, then Yao must have sacrificed something to protect them. But the other plants said it was all thanks to humans. In those years, countless human forces eyed the Valley of the King of Medicines greedily and attacked them daily, plundering them mercilessly. The weak medicinal herbs were completely powerless to resist and turned into a commodity for trade and spoils for someone's table. Yao, for the safety of his clan, expended his own medicine power to satisfy the desires of these powerful people, and buy time for the medicine clan. Yu Yang couldn't bear it any longer and said that Yao had paved the way for the medicine clan with his own body. But the power of Yao's medicine was limited, and the greed of the great powers was boundless. Therefore, Yao Song decisively went to the heavenly world, exchanging himself for the protection of the heavenly world for the medicine clan. But the heavenly world put forward conditions. The Valley of the King of Medicines must open once every 100,000 years in exchange for their protection. Yao appeared to give in, but in reality, he added a massive defensive system that suppressed the power of human cultivators to ensure the safety of the medicine clan. Only they, the highly developed medicinal herbs, know about these matters. Many lesser herbs believe Yao has become immortal, which is why the Valley of the Medicine King is so peaceful. Even in such cruel and hopeless conditions, the medicine clan never killed the infiltrated human cultivators. They only drained their strength, amused themselves, and teased them. But Lin thought about it and said that Yao sacrificed himself to ensure the medicine clan's chance of survival, and it's hard not to have respect for him. Adi came up and said that he had always respected Yao, and even knowing that he was not from the human race of the eastern region, his great sacrifice for his comrades made him respect him even more. But Miao replied that looking at the actions of human cultivators before, it was truly dishonest and deeply shameful. And suddenly the participants saw that the teleport gates had opened and they could finally leave. The guy from the clan said that this is a cursed place. Let whoever wants to come now. But the monk felt free, and when he gets out, he will surely avenge the shame with blood. Before leaving, Lin asked He if he wanted to go with them. He didn't even know what to say to the teacher. He actually initially thought that once the crisis was resolved, he would simply go back to sleep. But now a huge change has occurred. He's been accepted as a student and even taught the highest martial art. He wants to get out and experience an unfamiliar world. Lin said he respected his choice, and if he had the chance, he'd visit him in 100,000 years. And see you another time. He asked if he really intended to stay here and continue to idle away his time. And why did he feel so empty? He was about to return to that long, boring life. Suddenly, He shouted that the world was so big and he wanted to see it. He caught up with the teacher and told him to take him with him. He wanted to go with him and see the world. And then Lin promised him that from that moment on, he would lead him to the top. The other plants asked why the Great Mushroom King had also left with them. And the Great Mushroom King caused a commotion by transforming into a human form. And the root said that it was probably forced upon him by that man from the human clan. But now they're all gone, and they can once again enjoy peace for 100,000 years. As the others emerged from the portal, they watched and shouted that the participants had emerged, and judging by their excited looks, they must have had a great catch, and they envy them so much. Of course, it's a shame that there are so few places in the Valley of the King of Medicine that they won't be able to get there, and they won't have a chance in this life. And the last one to come out was the monk, who said that this was the freedom he wanted to feel a few hours ago. The disciples asked the master what the results were this time, but someone replied that there was nothing to ask. With Master Ran at their head, the hanging temple would surely return with its hands full of spoils. The monk turned around and asked if it was like him to return with a full catch. The student apologized and told the master that he had spoken indiscriminately. But suddenly the thieves caught one of the clans and told those who entered the Valley of the Medicine King to stay put. And whoever dares to resist, let them not blame their teacher for cruelty. And their teacher, Junlin, a true immortal. The guys got scared and asked if it was really another robbery. They have no conscience at all. But one of the guys asked his men to be quieter. He didn't want to get into trouble by shouting so loudly. But suddenly Miao saw them and said there were several of them again. And Ling said he caught himself, as if he were confessing. But Xiao was shocked and asked, "They seriously found a woman to squeeze for him?" It was an insult to his status, and he would definitely crush them to dust. And Yuyan said that he was the legendary executioner, who inspired terror in everyone. But now he had turned into a village robber. He was frightened and immediately hid behind a tree, saying there were a lot of people there. Si saw this and asked him not to be afraid, that the teacher and his elder brothers would sort everything out. He thanked her and asked how he should properly address his senior apprentice sister. She introduced herself and asked him to call her that. He smiled and asked his older sister to be kind and caring to him in the future. Si ran and called him cutie at the end and told him that there was no need to address her formally. And He looked around and asked his sister why the clothes of those few people were so similar to theirs. Shai responded that those people were impersonating them and were engaging in extortion and robbery, ruining their reputation. He was surprised and asked, "Does this happen?" After all, people know how to arrange such things. Then the evil monk appeared and asked them if they were sure that this was what they wanted to do. One of the thieves started to panic and wonder what to do. After all, he wasn't afraid of them at all. The villainous girl also sensed the aura of the stage of overcoming the celestial catastrophe. And this is a true immortal. The elder himself was lost in thought, unable to understand why they were panicking. Yet Junlin had once killed a true immortal from the reincarnation sect right in the Zhu family. If he remained calm, he might be able to scare that bald old monk. He approached the monk and asked if he knew who stood before him. There were few in the eastern region who could stop him from doing what he wanted to do. The monk's disciples began to tell the master that it was the bloody avenger Yi himself. He had destroyed the million-strong army of the reincarnation sect. In that battle, their hanging temple also lost many elders and disciples. The monk listened to them and thought for a moment. But the monk immediately noticed that it was him, and heaven favors the old monk. And the enemy chief understood that this bald old man was a high-ranking monk of the hanging temple. And yet, they were feuding with Ye Junlin, and now everything was bad. The monk said he was glad to meet the pious Ye, and the old monk had heard about him for a long time. The enemy was surprised that it was so polite, which meant old scores had already been settled. The name E really does work. The monk continued to say that Master Ran was indeed treating him politely, even though they were old enemies. One of those present asked, "Is Ye Lin so strong now?" Yu Yang asked the teacher, "Is this bald old man really a credit to him?" Lin replied that this bald old man had a lot of evil plans, and they would watch carefully how this drama would unfold. The enemy said that if this were true, their meeting was fateful, and he asked the monk, his Taoist friend, not to interfere further. The monk replied that he fully understood his intentions and was even ready to help him in this matter. After these words, the monk immediately rose into the sky and released a huge Monaco bell onto all the students. The enemy asked the monk what he was doing. The monk replied that it was a blessing. Fate has brought them together, and he will personally perform the rite of repose for them all, and they will be reborn in a pure land of bliss. The disciples were frightened and shouted to the master that they had no animosity or grudge against him. If he wanted the precious medicines, they would give them to him. Could this be about trade in the Valley of the King of Medicines? They could swear they wouldn't tell anyone. The monk asked them, "What trade?" And the important thing was that they had seen the old monk humiliated in the Valley of the Medicine King. This must never reach the eastern region. The easiest way for the old monk to eliminate all the witnesses, take the treasure, and then pin the blame on E. With one shot, 3 targets, and at the same time, he'll become famous as a fighter of evil and a defender of justice. One of the disciples started shouting that he was the prince of the great Yan Empire. Did the monk consider the consequences of his actions? And the second one said he was the Qiankun Sect's core elder. If anything happened to him, the sect would definitely conduct a thorough investigation. But the monk extended his huge hand and told them to stop talking empty words and go to reincarnation. Grabbing 2 high-ranking people with his huge hands, he began to slowly press them and sent them into rebirth. The enemy was shocked, as he'd planned to quit for good after this. But how did it all come to this? The enemy asked the monk if he was really planning to eliminate him too. The monk replied that he deeply respected the pious Ye and would like to ask one favor. And he asked the pious Ye to show him life and asked him to show patience and understanding. The enemy thought this bald old man had calculated everything well and seemed to want E to take all the blame. But as it happens, everything is fine. The enemy told the monk to do whatever he wanted, and after all, he, Junlin, would take on all the responsibilities to the outside world. But then one of the students ran up and shouted at Ye that he was a demon. And how could he have conspired with this bald old man to get even with them? Miao told Uncle that Ye Junlin had simply gone crazy, but Dee asked her to be quiet. And hadn't she noticed that Mr. Ye and these people were very similar? Miao took a closer look and was shocked. She told her uncle that she'd actually suspected this for a long time, and after this trip, she'd even begun to think that Mr. Ye might be that very Ye Junlin. Dubby told her not to rush to conclusions, and that they just needed to calmly see how everything would develop. But the monk began to simply mock everyone, and using the plant's technique, simply suppress their hearing. Yuan told the teacher that according to his instructions, the entire process had already been recorded on the imprinting ball. Lin replied that they would see how these hypocritical bald old men would continue to pretend to be merciful. And since he had the evidence in hand, it was time for him to stretch his legs too. He immediately rushed after the monk into the sky. Lin approached the monk and touched the barrier with his hands. The monk was shocked to see him standing next to him. But Ling replied that he was from the Xuantian sect and introduced himself. People were shocked by what they heard and couldn't figure out who the real Yeling was. And isn't he the one from the Valley of the Medicine King? And if he really is Yeling, then those guys just now were fakes. Mia was shocked and told Uncle that Mr. Ye really was the same Ye Junlin. She had said so before. Dee replied that from the very beginning, at the Dragon Gate Inn, he had sensed that this man was no simpleton. And when they reached the Valley of the Medicine King, that feeling only intensified. Indeed, he is truly the legendary divine dragon that soars through the 9 heavens. Out of reach of small creatures like them, the enemy immediately realized they were finished. They'd been pretending for so long while the real master had simply watched from nearby. All was lost. The monk looked at him as if he were an enemy and said that Lin was pious and that he really loved to play. But he always tried to be polite to him. The monk said it was no wonder he was able to humiliate the old monk in the Valley of the Medicine King so much. He was Yeling after all. It was good that they would settle old and new grievances at once. Lin called him a bald old man and said he'd recorded his speech and let him guess how the world would react to the hanging temple if he made it public. The monk replied that no one would leave alive today, so who would know the truth? Besides, his reputation had been on the rise lately, so it was all on him. Lin told the old man he was overconfident, but the monk replied that his level had been suppressed in the Valley of the Medicine King, and he had fallen for his trick. But times have changed. The monk immediately began to carry out his attacks and, calling the guy a son, wished only for him to die. Yuyan was keeping an eye on everything and said that this bald old man was at the peak of overcoming the celestial catastrophe. Wasn't it dangerous for the teacher? But Shu saw that this guy was clearly hiding something, and a person who could break the rules of the immortals could hardly be so simple. Lin was not afraid of anything and stood his ground until the very end, seeing a huge grate in front of him. But the system suddenly appeared and said that it had discovered that the carrier had encountered an enemy attack at the peak of the stage of overcoming the celestial catastrophe. And now the passive effect of strong against strong is activated, and perfection in mastering the stage of overcoming the heavenly catastrophe is achieved. But Lin raised his hand, looked down at the old monk and asked, "Is that all?" The guy's attack was so strong and unexpected that the monk was injured and asked, "How could this happen?" The monk told the boy that he had hidden himself so well that he didn't think he had already reached the stage of overcoming the heavenly catastrophe. But Lin didn't play with him for long and asked the old monk to tell him how he wanted to die. But the monk was stubborn and asked the guy what if he was perfect at the stage of overcoming the heavenly catastrophe. And he's an old monk, having trained his body for years, invulnerable as diamond, precisely to cope with the battles in the Valley of the Medicine King. Even those who have reached the stage of overcoming the heavenly catastrophe cannot destroy him. Lin told him bluntly that he had given him a chance, but he hadn't taken it. The monk retorted, telling him not to be so presumptuous, and he summoned from his energy a great and powerful heavenly dragon. The dragon completely covered the vast sky and moved to attack the boy. But Lin stood his ground and said it was a small ember. And he called upon the hand of heaven, which came out of nowhere and headed straight toward the dragon. And he gave the signal to his hand to simply destroy the enemy and cut the dragon into pieces. The hand grabbed the dragon by its huge and long neck and began to slowly squeeze. The monk was shocked and shouted that it was impossible. The legendary art of the hanging temple had been destroyed in the blink of an eye. But Lin's hand did not stop there and moved further towards the dragon's controller. But the monk applied his Buddhist technique and told the boy it was impudence, and he tried to stop the huge hand. But Lin smiled at this and told the monk that he knew no bounds. He then unleashed a tremendous amount of energy and destroyed the Buddha. The monk fell with great force straight into the ground and simply coughed slowly in pain. Lin looked and said with surprise that the monk was still alive. The monk understood that his strongest defensive state was invincible at equal levels, and now it almost destroyed his body. If so, it's time to use the precious medicines from the Valley of the Medicine King. He pulled out all the medicines he and his disciples had collected. The monk simply decided to act to the last and applied all the herbs to his body, restoring it to a huge level. The monk said the battle was just beginning, but Lin told him no, and that it was already the end. The monk asked the boy what he meant. Lin replied that he acknowledged the old man's defense was very strong, but how did he intend to deal with this technique? The monk was shocked by such a fistfight and even knew what level this guy was at. Lin asked the monk if he remembered. The monk became even more angry and said that the force of the blow was not even comparable to a mosquito bite. Lin walked closer and closer to the monk and asked, what if he said that he only used 1/10,000th of his strength? The monk asked him in surprise, what is he talking about? Lin moved even closer and slammed his fist right into the monk's aged head. The monk simply did not even have time to react and felt a sharp pain and even lost one of his teeth. Ling showed everyone what he was capable of and proved to everyone that he was the true Junlin. People started shouting that the demonic monk was dead and they were saved. And now everything would be different. And it was Ye Ling, Senior Ye, who saved them. And from that moment on, their lives belonged to Senior Ye. And henceforth, if anyone dares to defame the name of the Elder Ye, they are ready to give their lives for his honor. Lin looked down on everyone from the sky and saw that they all recognized him as a great and strong warrior. Meow was also shocked because she saw that Mr. Ye was so strong. But Uncle D said that Mr. Ye's strength in the comic exceeded all his expectations. But if Miss tries hard, she too will definitely become just as powerful. Yuyan was thrilled with his teacher and said his power was impressive. Once again, it opened his eyes. Ah Xiao thought Master Ran's defensive abilities were extremely rare in the central region, but in the end, they were destroyed with a single punch. But just how far does his power extend? The monk's disciples were frightened and shouted that they were quickly returning to the Hanging Temple. But Yuyan decided not to leave them alive either, calling them bald donkeys and asking where they were going. He immediately slashed at them with his sword. Lin approached the thieves and said that it was time to pay for everything between them. The chief fell to his knees and begged Senior Ye to have mercy on them. They were base and vile, and he asked him not to compare them to others like them, pathetic ants. One of the thieves began to say that the old man had forced them. They had worked well in the Bird Spring Palace, but he had tricked them into leaving. The old man turned around and started telling his people they were ungrateful bastards. They'd lived in abundance with him, and now they were trying to shut themselves off from everything. But Lin saw that these fakes were truly worthless, and he didn't want to dirty his hands. A grudge has a reason, a debt has a debtor. It's better to let them sort it out themselves. Lin asked Miss Meow how much they'd taken from her in total. Meow replied, they'd pay her 5 million of the rarest spirit crystals. All the people immediately surrounded them from different sides and started asking for their money back. Lin said that there were so many creditors here, they could handle it themselves. But Yuyan replied that these petty creatures weren't worthy of a teacher's intervention. Meow approached Mr. Ye and thanked him for his help in retrieving the treasure. She had always suspected he had some kind of secret. She didn't even think he was really Ye Junlin, and she was in the dark for so long. Lin replied that he had actually wanted to introduce himself right away when they first met. But she hated fakes so much that he had to resort to trickery and continue pretending. Meow said it was all because of these little creatures that she'd been led astray. She even vowed to become stronger and believed in justice in the name of heaven. And now looking back, it's so funny. Lin replied that it wasn't funny at all. It was called a pure heart, which aids in spiritual practices. Besides, he had a special body with the power of the stars, and her future was bright. He had great hopes for her. Meow asked him, is this true? Then she will try twice as hard and one day surpass him. Lin said he heard her and would wait for her at the finish line. And he immediately called his pet Akuna. Having set out on a long journey, Lin said goodbye to Miss Meow and said that he was looking forward to their next meeting. People then began to say that the rumors were true. Senior Ye's steed was indeed the divine being Kumpeng. And Senior Ye is a true genius of the eastern region, kind and powerful. How wrong they were to believe the rumors and slander him. But after this, the people said goodbye to the Elder E and then immediately switched to the thieves. The thief asked them what they wanted. The things had already been returned to them. It had nothing to do with them, all because of his mistake. The humans set about teaching them a lesson once and for all, and all that could be heard were their cries of pain and blows. But He was still in shock, seeing that Kunpeng's back was so enormous. It was truly a paradise among the clouds. Lin told his students that He was now officially joining their family. He would now introduce him to his elder brothers in the teachings. And here's his first older brother, Hong Xiao. He's very responsive, so if you have any questions about practice, you can confidently turn to him. Xiao told him that everything was so, and if he had any difficulties, he could contact him. He was shocked and said that in all his 10,000 years in the Valley of the Medicine King, he had never seen a person with such an appearance. And it turns out he's also a man. Lin approached them and said that this was his second eldest sister, Bai Shi. She was also the teacher's personal chef and manager. If He had any domestic difficulties, she could turn to him. And this is his third older brother, Li Yuyan. He's a spy in the teacher's vanguard. If someone offends him, they can turn to him and he'll solve the problem. He greeted them and said that he welcomed his older brothers and asked for their support and guidance in the future. Lin decided to end the performance and said they could return to their work, and she could come over and massage his teacher's shoulders. Sai replied to the teacher that she understood everything and would definitely make sure that the teacher was satisfied. But Xiao was dissatisfied and saw that He was pretending to be caring, but in reality he just wanted to melt him. But who knows? Maybe by then he'll manage to snatch his share. But He was scared because his older brother's gaze was so terrifying, and for some reason it seemed as if he was about to eat him. He approached the third eldest brother and asked what he was doing. Yuyan turned around with an angry expression and asked the youngest, "Does he want some too?" He, seeing this, was terrified out of his wits because his older brother had invited him to eat his own kind. This man was so scary, but would he have time to escape? After this, Yuyan turned around and told the younger one that he didn't want to do this at all, and he was speaking honestly. But He was already running, shouting that his older brother was simply awful. Yuyan realized his mistake and replied that everything was lost now, and that he had left such a bad mark on his younger brother. Lin was resting at this point and said that it would be nice to drink some good tea after the massage. Shai told the teacher that she smelled a very pleasant aroma, but Lin told her to brew some tea so they could drink it. Zhou heard all this and asked what had happened, and how could he help. He asked the teacher if this was really the tea of insight. Lin told the student that everything was correct and that he would recognize him. Zhao thought it was truly the tea of insight. And this extremely rare spiritual tea, even a small pinch of leaves, is capable of sparking a fight for it among the most influential forces of the Middle Region. And the most ancient exalted immortal of the Middle Region, every 50,000 years, releases only a very limited number of portions, and allowing true immortals to taste a small cup of this tea. Previously, he could only inhale its aroma from afar, but now finally he can fulfill his dream. She saw the tea being poured and asked the teacher if he could have the honor of tasting the cup. Lin replied that of course he could. Xiao Yun immediately thought that the spirits of the Middle Region had been corrupting the teacup of insight for millennia, but had been unable to obtain it. Today, however, he had finally fulfilled his wish. Xiao took a mug of tea and after taking a sip said, "This is power," and immediately felt a fire burning within him. The monk was nearby at the time, shouting that it was a martial art. Lin asked the old man what he remembered. The monk became angry after such treatment, and using his power, said that he had been renewed. But Lin replied that if he dealt this blow, they would see how the old man would escape, and immediately applied the water draft correction blow. Lin asked his student, "What's going on? And why is this guy slipping away again?" Sao simply began to feel a strong surge of enormous power, and the fire spread completely throughout his body. Yuyin was shocked by what he saw and wondered what was going on here. In just a moment, his older brother had reached the pinnacle of the celestial ordeal. But Xiao was overjoyed and laughed out loud. But Lin came up behind him and, smacking him on the back of the head, asked what he was laughing about. And what was his complaint against the teacher? Xiao replied that the student hadn't meant to offend anyone and was asking the teacher for forgiveness. Lin said to be more careful next time. Students can try it too. Yu Yang also took a cup of tea and thanked the teacher. But Xiao asked the teacher how much of this tea was left. Lin showed the jar and said that everything was here. But Xiao was shocked and asked, "So much?" And once upon a time, a few leaves of awakening tea were the object of greedy desire of countless true immortals. And now he has a whole big jar. Lin asked the student if he was still afraid he wouldn't have enough. If he wanted, he could drink as much as he wanted without any shame. Xiao asked the teacher if it was true. And if it was as the teacher said, then he was grateful to him. Yu Yang and Shi, after drinking a sip of tea, simply felt the same power that Xiao felt. And He looked at all this and saw that a powerful aura was emanating from them. Does this tea really have such power? Yu Yan turned to his sister and asked if she had really reached the late stage of passing the transition test. Shai replied to her brother that she also felt that she had become stronger and that this tea was so delicious. And Yuan said that the fourth younger brother should come quickly and that this could increase his understanding of the Tao. He thought the older brothers had made great progress, but he wondered if it would work on the medicine tribe as well. After taking a sip of tea, He simply began to shine, so much so that he even jumped into the sky from the enormous force. Yuan was surprised and said that the golden core was complete, and the primary spirit was also complete. He thought it was a good thing he had stopped at the completion of the great machine. Otherwise, his older brother's face would have been completely lost. Xiu decided that everyone had significantly raised their levels thanks to the Path Understanding tea, although the second cup did not increase their strength level, and their understanding of the martial path had improved much more. Lin thought that this Path Awareness tea provided a much more powerful boost than any rewards before. Suddenly, the system appeared and told the owner to activate a new quest and go to Shuankong Temple to register it, and he received a wonderful reward. Lin immediately saw a new task had appeared, and it was time to deal with those bald monks. He told Yu Yang to take the photo ball, and they would head to Shuankong Temple. Yu Yang replied to the teacher that he understood everything, and that Shuankong Temple in the Eastern Domain was the highest shrine for meditation in Chan. This time, they would eclipse their glory. Xiao really didn't think he'd have to deal with those bald monks so quickly, but the abbot of Shuankong Temple is a mysterious and inscrutable figure. Will this guy be able to deal with him? At this moment, the eastern domain of the Buddhist state was burning down to the last building. The monks plundered the property and burned everything, but the people were shocked and frightened by what was happening. The mother begged the enemy not to take her child, and she is ready to take his place. The enemy replied that he was a benefactor, his sins were great, and the son exalted the father's debt. Let her child atone for him. Suddenly, a beam came from the sky and was aimed straight at the enemy's hand. The defender marched through the domains with his team, shouting that this was insolence. This was Lashan country, and how dare they, from the Zhuankong temple commit lawlessness here? The monk replied that it was him again. Even if the ruler of their country himself had appeared, he wouldn't have dared interfere. And who was he to interfere? And these unfortunate children they sheltered will find a boundless future under the guidance of the great and merciful Lord of the Mountain. Let him not even dare interfere with their destiny. The defense attorney replied that this was sheer nonsense, and that this was their master of the mountain. Some monster in a monk's robe still dared to talk about Buddhism? And those children they kidnapped probably all ended up in that monster's belly, right? But the monk attacked and replied that this was impudent. How dare he insult the Lord of the Mountain? The defender counterattacked and shouted that he was a scoundrel. And let him get his hit! The monk used his fire technique and attacked. Before the defender could dismount, he was engulfed in flames. But then a warrior ran up and told the master to be careful, and he was already on his way to help. The master replied to Commander Yang that he had arrived just in time, and he told the demonic monk to surrender without resistance. The monk turned to the benefactor Yang to show his mercy. Yan looked at him and pulled out his iron circle weapon and sneakily attacked his master. The gentleman was greatly distressed by his man. The monk asked if his benefactor was surprised. Yang told the master that he was still stupid and ignorant, constantly opposing Mount Xuankong, and everyone else had already converted. The master replied to the traitor that he was shameless. He had conspired with Mount Xuankong, killed the city's ruler, and the imperial court would never forgive him. But the monk began to laugh and said that the country of Lashan had long been in their hands. Who would check? Yang also approached and told the Lord that he would tell him the truth. The city's previous rulers had been elevated to power because of their stubbornness. Had the imperial court sent anyone? The gentleman replied, "How can this be?" But the monk stretched out his hand and said that the poor monk had warned him long ago, but he still stubbornly refused to repent. The poor monk would immediately send him to a world of eternal bliss. But Yan decided to take a different approach, and raising his sword, told them both that he would drag them all down with him to the next world. But the monk looked at him and replied that it was very stupid for him. Yang told his Taoist friend not to get excited, but at that moment, a strange animal stopped above them. The Lord asked, "Is this really the ancient divine beast of the Kunlun world?" Stormwing. But the monk replied that it was a higher demon of the calamity overcoming level. Yang asked, "Why is he here?" Lin stood over his pet and told Kun to swallow the mess whole. Kun immediately opened his huge mouth and began to suck in what was underneath it. The monk immediately saw that this calamity-overcoming demon was simply that person's mount, and it was so strong that it was a joke. The monk immediately went into the animal's belly first and shouted to the elder to spare it. The others also could not resist such strong pressure and flew after the monk. At that moment, the master was shouting that the Stormwing was devouring everything, and Yan considered the others bald bastards and wondered why he was still alive and not dead. But Lin came down and addressed the master, asking who he was and why these demonic monks were killing and robbing here. The gentleman replied that his name was Yan Ronghai, mayor of the Eastern Blessed State. These false Buddhists, minions of the floating mountain. They kidnap 800 boys and girls to please the master of the floating mountain. He could hardly restrain them. Lin was surprised and asked if this had anything to do with the floating monastery. Yen replied that it was true. The master of the floating mountain was once a gray wolf. Instructed by the abbot of the floating monastery, he was worshipped as a spirit. Later he escaped, captured the mountain, gathered around him 3 demonic protectors and 8,000 small monsters. And this scoundrel hides behind the name of Buddhists, gathers fugitives and sends them from 36 countries of the Buddhist region to fetch children. And he supposedly converts them to Buddhism, but in reality he devours them all. Yuan got angry and said he was just a monster. And is it really true that no one in the Buddhist region can stop him? Yan replied that initially all the state rulers had sent messengers to the floating monastery, but none had returned. It was obvious to everyone that someone was being covered up. The floating monastery is the pinnacle of Buddhism, a holy site in the eastern region. Abbot Shun Yun is considered the spiritual leader of Zen, and they have never once acknowledged their connection to this monster. While countries merely tolerate it, he can only rely on himself and fight them. Shou also came over and said that these hypocrites were afraid of damaging the abbot's reputation, so they secretly got rid of the messengers and did not dare to intervene openly. But Yan replied that no one would dare to argue with the floating monastery, and even if they did, there would be no result. Suddenly, Lin looked to the side and saw how the instigator of all this began to run away. Lin immediately asked the monster's accomplice where he was going, and with his speed, he stood before him. Jan started saying he was a bastard, and how he'd managed to conspire with the floating mountain and destroy more than one city leader. If it weren't for the elder, he would have met his end too. Lin said that, if he's not mistaken, the Grey Wolf is having a good time. No wonder he came out now. Jan fell to his knees and replied that everything was so. That is, this creature was soon throwing a sumptuous feast. So he ordered the gathering of children to be doubled, and there were too many tasks. Jan stood before him and said that this fortress alone already had 800 children. And if you take into account the entire state and the other 35 countries, how many is that? They all simply deserve to die. Yin replied that the floating mountain was powerful and influential, and who would dare climb it? That's why it wasn't his fault. Lin didn't play with him anymore, and after attacking him, he told him to go to the monsters. The fire attack was so powerful that the enemy was simply thrown aside. Kun immediately flew up to his owner and, opening his mouth, decided to eat the nasty bastard. But Yan, in fear, screamed at the elder to spare him. Suddenly, the system popped up and congratulated the master. And he has the floating mountain quest activated, and he needs to destroy the Grey Wolf and receive a special reward. Lin was glad the system had arrived on time. He was just about to deal with these monsters. Lin asked the warrior if he would lead them to the floating mountain. Yan replied that he thanked the elder for saving the people, and that he was a true hero. Lin was surprised to hear about a hero, and said he hadn't heard such a thing in a long time. They wasted no time and went up to Kun. But during the flight, Yan was shocked, because he saw how spacious the Stormwing's back was. Yan asked the hero if he could learn his name. He would certainly remember it for the rest of his life. Yiling introduced himself and said he was from the Xuan Yachin sect. Yan, shocked by the hero's name, said he was Senior Ye. And I immediately remembered that this was the white-haired demon who had recently been scaring everyone. After all, in the region, they had been talking about him quite differently. And now the monks were kidnapping children, so who was the real demon? At that time, in the Buddhist region of the Eastern Edge, there existed a floating mountain, and it was the lair of a gray wolf. And the master of the hovering mountain was a gray wolf, and he was in an advanced stage of fusion. The gray wolf asked his subordinates how things were going. The king of the speckled roosters replied that everything would be ready soon, and 66,000 boys and girls would definitely gather for the feast in 5 days. But the king of the Red Bulls laughed and said that they would do everything in the best possible way, and the master could rest easy. The king of the Wild Boars also replied that his mouth was watering when he imagined all that tender flesh. But the Grey Wolf said that fortunately another 60,000 souls would join the Buddha. But suddenly everyone sensed something was wrong and became wary. The Grey Wolf said it was simply a powerful aura. And who dared to break in? Kun burst into the mountain at that moment and didn't even feel any complications. Yin told the elder that this was the lair of the monsters from the floating mountain. But Lin told him that from that day on, the floating mountain would be gone. And Kun, having eaten so much along the way, had now reached the level of overcoming calamity himself. The Grey Wolf immediately came out and decided to attack, asking who dared to attack them. But seeing the huge teeth before him, he immediately fell silent. But Lin told Kun to show these scum what a true demon king is. The warriors were afraid of Kunya in front of their master and asked what had happened and who he was. But Kun didn't show anything. Picking up speed, simply crashed into them and sent them to the ground. The Grey Wolf and his team didn't even have time to dodge before they felt a loud crack and a blow from behind them. They fell to the ground. Yin was shocked and said that with one blow the entire mountain disappeared. Could this really be the legendary divine beast, the Thunderwing? But the Grey Wolf survived and upon rising, declared the beast a calamity-crossing level demon. He believed it was a mistake and they would see each other again. And he has ruled this very western land for 200 years. He has the protection of the Hanging Temple. Even the sovereign himself dares not touch it. And this demonic beast dared to climb on his grandfather's head and immediately decided to awaken his Buddha. The Grey Wolf said that with the Hanging Temple behind him, even if he is a demon at the stage of overcoming disasters, he does not dare to humiliate him, the master of this mountain. The Grey Wolf released his demon and decided to fight it with this enemy that attacked them. Yuan saw that this blow contained the aura of the very pinnacle of the disaster overcoming stage. The Hanging Temple truly was an interesting place. Yu Yang also saw that the master was too strong. Just one projection of the Hanging Temple's abbot possessed such power. Could Senior Ye really withstand it? As Xiao understood that even though he was also at the peak of his disaster-defeating stage, he couldn't say with certainty that he could calmly withstand such a blow. How was this guy going to cope? Lin smiled and asked, how dare he show off in front of his hero? And as expected, he was guarded by a demon monk. But Lin decided to help his pet and released a fiery stream of energy from himself. The attack was so strong and powerful that the gray wolf began to scream in pain. The wolf couldn't believe it and said it was impossible. This was a projection of the abbot of the Hanging Temple, and he was at the very least at the peak of his catastrophe-overcoming stage. And is this guy even stronger than the peak of the disaster-overcoming stage? But he doesn't sense his level of power at all. That's definitely not something to worry about. The gray wolf immediately fell to his knees and began to ask the elder to have mercy and forgive his ignorance. How had he offended the elder? The master asked. Lin replied that the wolf had built his camp here and that it was blocking his path. The wolf said that the lowly one would leave immediately and never set foot on this land again. Lin asked him if he was planning to return to the Hanging Temple. The wolf replied that he was. He had close ties to the Hanging Temple, and if the elder has time, he can come to the temple as a visit, and he can introduce him to the rector so that they can discuss the teachings and instructions. Lin started laughing and said he'd been meaning to go to the Hanging Temple for a while, and they could go together. Wolf immediately became thoughtful, and if the elder knew about his connections to the Hanging Temple, he should be more reasonable. The wolf agreed and thanked the elder for not rejecting him, and he thought that once they reached the Hanging Temple, he would die. But at that very moment, the gray wolf didn't even have time to turn around before he immediately lost his head. Lin said that he didn't say that he would let him go there alive, and Yuyan ordered him to carefully place this head as a gift at the meeting for the abbot of the Hanging Temple. Yuyan raised his head from the ground and answered the teacher that he would do it right away. After this, Lin told the city ruler Mudrin that the Hanging Temple mountain had already been cleared, and he could safely go and save the rest of the children. Yen replied that he was grateful to the elder for his kindness, and all the children would remember it for the rest of their lives. But the system didn't let him get bored and congratulated the bearer on completing the task. He received a level 9 reward, a mystical artifact. Lin looked and replied, "It's an incredibly terrifying force, and is it really that terrifying?" He's really curious, and he's looking forward to it. At that time in the eastern region, the Buddhist province, there was a Pure Land, and it was on Mount Fantuo. But one of the monks came up to the Hanging Temple and said that after a short wait for the ceremony to begin, the students were already completely ready. The abbot of the Hanging Temple was Wei Yun, and he was a perfect master of the stage of overcoming disasters. Yun replied to the servant that he understood everything and asked him to step aside. After all, the seal placed on that scum had been removed earlier. Not to mention the Western land itself. Even throughout the entire Buddhist region, the number of masters capable of matching his caliber can be counted on the fingers of one hand. But who is he? So this scoundrel committed lawlessness outside, so his death is just karma. If only the one who struck him knew how to stop in time. And if we make too much of a fuss, it will inevitably affect the reputation of the Hanging Temple. Elder Jun Ling recently died mysteriously, and things have been going wrong at the Hanging Temple lately. After the ceremony's over, action will need to be taken. But there were also other guys climbing the mountain, who were on a very long journey. The great prince of the Pure Land said that after listening to the abbot's teachings for the last time, he deeply realized the essence of the golden body of the Buddhist tradition. The second prince replied that even when faced with the attack of the demon emperor, he had the confidence to resist him. And the elder brother still has a better understanding, but he, as the younger one, has only half understood it. Princess Bright Moon said that second brother recently said that he had a deeper understanding of the meaning of the 6 words of truth, and that he could now suppress the demon emperor. The second prince immediately told his eldest that he would never listen to his younger sister, and his superficial abilities were nothing compared to his. But the great prince replied that the second brother should not be modest. When they returned, they would train together. But Princess Bright Moon said that in 2 months it would be the emperor's father's birthday, and she hoped that by taking advantage of this ceremony, she would be able to comprehend new Buddhist truths and thus please her father. Yun at this point said that all bodhisattvas and mahasattvas must tame their hearts in this way. And all living beings, whether born from an egg, from a womb, taken or arising through transformation, he leads them all to complete nirvana and liberation. But suddenly Lin burst into the meeting with his small team and appeared very brightly. But the monks, seeing them, said that they had entered the hanging temple without permission and had shown disrespect, and perhaps they should leave this place. The great prince asked who these people were that dared to behave so insolently, but Lin said that today he did not come empty-handed, but he actually came with a gift. And immediately with his blow, he threw a huge tablet at the two monks. The monk said he was simply an impudent scoundrel. How dare he smash the tablet of the hanging temple? And his crimes are a challenge to all of Buddhism. But Lin told them not to take credit for it. They, the demonic monks, do not represent all of Buddhism. Within their hanging frame are those with the face of Buddha, but the heart of a snake, hypocrites and scoundrels. And today he will flay them so that the whole world can see their hideous true faces. Bright Moon thought the enemy had simply gone mad. How dare he cause such a riot in the hanging temple? But the great prince understood that within the Buddhist district someone had dared to create disorder here. And when the second prince saw Lin brazenly scolding the hanging temple, what would then remain of the honor of their pure land? The monks all decided at once to attack them and shouted that they were scoundrels and would not allow them to commit outrage. The second prince ordered them to detain him and let the abbot deal with him. But Yu Yan smiled and asked them if they were capable of such a thing. Yu Yan didn't even hesitate to launch his attack at them from afar, taking out several monks in front of him. The great prince was surprised and said there was a powerful will in this blade, and this man had achieved perfection in the way of the sword. He was certainly no simpleton. But Bright Moon was shocked and said that it was just great. Yun also realized that problems had indeed come. But after all, everyone who practices Zen all over the world was gathering here, and this needed to be dealt with thoroughly. But Yun himself came forward and said he was grateful for their respect. And would they allow him to ask how the hanging temple had offended them? He asked them to inform him, and he would certainly investigate fairly and give an answer. Lin replied that the Great One should just keep pretending and that he really is the best actor. Yun said that this benefactor seemed to be greatly mistaken in his ideas about their hanging temple. But in this whole world, everything depends on justice. And today he's holding a ceremony to convey Buddha's teachings. They came in without reason and destroyed everything. And he too hopes that the benefactors will provide a reasonable explanation. But Lin said that was his explanation. Yuyin had already prepared himself at that moment and released a fresh sphere. The sphere immediately worked and showed an old picture that had happened before in the forest during the battle. The monks were shocked and said that it was Elder Zhandeng. Awun was also surprised and could not believe that this was Zhandeng and that this person was definitely connected with his death. The Grand Prince said that Demon Ye was ferocious by nature. Even though Master Zhandeng tried to interfere, there would undoubtedly be a fierce fight. Yun said that monks carry compassion in their hearts, and when they encounter evil, they turn to it without sparing life and forget about death. And the good deeds of Elder Zhandeng are the ideal that their hanging temple has always followed. Having seen the whole picture, the great prince asked, "What's going on? Why is this master attacking his own?" Bright Moon replied that he even teamed up with that white-haired old man. Yun thought at that moment that Zhandeng had really lost his mind after doing such a thing, and even getting caught on tape. Everyone started saying that Ye Ling had saved those cultivators. He, the very same god of slaughter. Could he really have come to Mount Fangtuo in person? It turns out that Zhandeng wanted to kill the techno tree, and Ye Ling, on the contrary, stopped him. The elder of the Hanging Temple committed such a vile act, but how could this be? The great prince told the younger sister to quickly hide behind her older brother. But Bright Moon asked, why hide? After all, it was Ye Ling who had saved those heroes. But the great prince replied that this matter was too strange. So for now, they would simply observe how things unfolded. Yun hadn't really expected that he'd actually kill Zhandeng. But now the most important thing was to restore his good name. And he said that Demon Ye was truly vile. He even dared to forge the memory crystal to slander and frame the elder and tarnish the reputation of the Hanging Temple. He still hopes to deceive the entire world with these dirty and vile tricks. This is simply ridiculous. But Lin thought for a moment and said he knew the old man would try to wriggle out of it. Then how about this? And he threw the gray wolf's head at his feet. Yun was surprised and asked what the hell that was. Lin replied that the monk was just an old ball donkey and that he had returned his beloved pet, which he had lost, and shouldn't he thank him properly? Yun told Demon Ye to just stop talking nonsense. He as a monk has no connection whatsoever with that vile beast. And so this scum was also killed by him. Lin told him to look at this foolish wolf who, relying on his support, was committing lawlessness in his western land. Yun said that over the years, the people of the westernmost land had lived in suffering and had repeatedly turned to the Hanging Temple for help. And behind him stands the Hanging Temple. Even if he is a demon at the stage of overcoming disasters, he does not dare to humiliate the owner of this mountain. But to save their reputation, they secretly sent people to deal with them. Everyone immediately started getting indignant and saying they remembered that the Hanging Temple really did hold a wolf. He remembered. He'd seen it in the temple a long time ago. But someone asked, could Master Shu Yun really be conniving at a villain? Was this recording on the memory crystal a forgery? But they answered him that they did know that some people, under the guise of the Hanging Temple, had kidnapped children. But the recording on the memory crystal was real. But suddenly an elder of the Heavenly Master Sect came out and said that here he swears by the honor of the Heavenly Master Sect. The images on these memory crystals are absolutely reliable. Everything that is recorded is the undeniable truth. The Grand Prince said that the elder of the Heavenly Master Sect personally confirmed this. No doubt about it. But Bright Moon responded with surprise that Shu Yun was so filthy. The second prince also said that the first sect of the Pure Land wouldn't lie. And Abbot Shu Yun appears righteous, yet he condones the demon's evil deeds. So what is true? But Lin decided to say that if anyone still doubted that this was a lie, they could go to the westernmost land and check. And what he just showed is an undeniable fact. But he is also the very virtuous and respected leader of the Buddhist community in their eyes. And Shu Yun is a wolf in sheep's clothing. His lotus throne is adorned not with dew, but with the blood and tears of children who died unjustly in the westernmost land. He can recite Amitabha Buddha for 1,000 years, but he will not be able to liberate from hell the thousands of innocent souls he has driven there. The great prince became angry and began to shout that they had been deceived for so long, and that this was simply a disgrace to all of Buddhism. People began shouting at old Yun that he was unworthy of being called a Buddhist monk, and he should get out of the eastern region. But Yun couldn't stand such pressure, and shouted at the top of his voice for them to shut up immediately. The scream was so loud that people could not even bear it and covered their ears in pain. But Lin used his powers against the old man, and by enveloping the people, he protected them from the sound waves. The Grand Prince thanked Elder Ye for such a rescue. But the second prince told his elder brother that his younger sister had been injured, and they'd better tell their father quickly. It was dangerous. The sonic boom had nearly killed him. The abbot wanted to shut them up. The rest of the people started running away and shouting that it was very dangerous here, and that the abbot had gone crazy. But Yun, out of anger, decreed that no one would leave. And he showed what he was capable of, enveloping the entire mountain in his energy. People asked Yun what he was planning to do. Yun replied that today, while he was performing a ceremony as an elder, he was attacked by the demon Ye, and he, along with his associates and other cultivators, fought against him with all their might, eventually managing to kill this demon. And unfortunately, the remaining cultivators perished. People were surprised and began shouting at Yun that he was digging his own grave and bearing the reputation of the Hanging Temple. Elin said that it was not for nothing that he and Zhan Deng from the same temple were equally vile. But the great prince asked, are they also going to stoop to his level? And Master Abbot is doing this to protect the Hanging Temple. They won't betray him just because of Demon Ye's one-sided words. The monks replied that they swore allegiance to the Hanging Temple. But Bright Moon told her elder brother and second brother that Shu Yun was already controlling them. The Grand Prince replied that for now they could only force their way out. But Ling said no more words and let Xiao participate a little. But Xiao got angry and saw that the teacher was again making him run like a dog. Yun smiled and said that he was just in time, and he would take him for the sacrificial ritual. But Xiao responded in anger to the hated monk to shut his mouth. But at that moment, when people in the eastern region, in the Buddhist province, people saw something explode on the mountain. The guy immediately said that the Hanging Temple activated the mountain's protective array. Was there really a danger? But a young man nearby was surprised and asked, have you really invaded the Hanging Temple? That would mean becoming an enemy of Buddhism. But at that moment, in the eastern region, in the Buddhist province, the king of the Pure Land received news. The servant told the king that there had been a change in the hanging temple. The three princes were still inside, and that the king should make arrangements. The emperor became angry and ordered his servants to quickly immobilize the royal guard and go to Mount Fantuo. But the warrior immediately said there was an order. However, he was not one of the loyal servants, and stepping aside, used his medallion and said it was time. At this moment during the battle, Yuyan said that it was all because of this damn defense system. But Xiao said that this Buddhist prison cage would restrain ordinary cultivators, but in his eyes it was still too weak. But Yun said that this was just impudence and used his Damo palm. But Xiao didn't run away and used his technique against the monk. And he used the flaming crow technique. The attacks were so strong that the mountain was simply engulfed in flames of fire. Yun said the boy had reached the pinnacle of overcoming disasters. But even that doesn't inspire fear. And since the benefactor is so strong in fire techniques, then they will compare them with the Buddhist flame of karma, and they will see whose flame is stronger. And he used the hellish karmic flame of the 9 hells. But Xiao, without thinking twice, responded with the fiery flame of the departing phoenix. But Xiao felt the heat and shouted that the monk was just a bald donkey, and that the power of the 9 hells was hidden in his flame. And he is involved in a conspiracy with the clan of the underground abyss, and yet he dares to call himself a great Buddhist monk. But Yun replied that the boy was simply an impudent fool. Evil spirits and heretics were incapable of recognizing the true teachings and this Buddhist flame of karma, designed to burn away unclean creatures like him. But Kun did not leave his people in the hands of this villain and tried to destroy the shell. Yun was shocked to see Kunpeng above him. How could a demon emperor of the catastrophe transcending stage appear here? Could this really be Yehling's machinations again? But Kunpeng simply didn't even bother and used his attack against the monk's defense. But Si shouted to the teacher that the mouse and the 4th younger brother had come to help them. But Yun said that this trash couldn't break through the mountain's protective array. But Xiao smiled and asked if the bald monk was sure. She decided to attack and told the 4th younger brother to break through the defensive array together. Both guys used their powerful attacks and directed them at the defensive array. The massif began to slowly crack under the pressure. Yun, seeing this, couldn't understand how this was possible. And on the back of the divine beast is also the power of the catastrophe transcendent stage. And Demon Ye has a disciple of the catastrophe transcendent stage. Kunpeng simply added his small ice attack after that and destroyed the array. After the array was destroyed, the monks shouted that the array was destroyed and that everyone should run away quickly. The great prince grabbed his family and told his little sister that they needed to leave quickly. But Yun said they were all to return to him immediately, and no one was to escape from here. Lin immediately appeared on the horizon and asked the monk if he was surprised. He should admit that it was unexpected. Yun understood that this was impossible, and if these people came forward and spoke of this, the Hong Kong temple would have no future, and its reputation would be destroyed too. The monk immediately ordered his servants to stop anyone trying to escape, and not to let anyone out. The guards immediately stood in front of the people and were ready to kill everyone so that no one could escape. Lin said that it was good and ordered his disciples to protect the retreating cultists. He was delighted and replied to the teacher that the order would be carried out. He used his vine technique and began attacking all the monks who had stood up to defend Yun. Shi simply jumped on them and started beating them all. But the great prince and his family managed to escape from the temple and met guards on the way. The guard told the great prince he was glad his master was safe. He then asked if Huan Kong Temple had been attacked by demons. The Grand Prince replied, "What the hell kind of attack is this? The abbot of the Huan Kong Temple is a real demon, and let him quickly go and report this to Father Emperor." Lin told Yun that he had tried so hard for so long, but couldn't defeat even one of his disciples. It was better for him to rest in peace. Yun replied to the elder that he was just a leaf demon and thought that the power of his Huan Kong Temple was limited to that. The monk was actually surprised because there was a lot of noise here, and they still hadn't arrived. But suddenly another monk arrived and asked who was making the noise. Yi Yun respectfully invited the 2 saints to exterminate the demons and protect the temple entrance. But Lin replied that it was actually quite interesting. At that very moment, a swift stick, filled with energy, flew out of the house. But one of the monks said that the demon-taming staff and the Vajra bracelets, 2 saints from the Huan Kong Temple emerged from the mountains, and they were saved. The bracelet immediately headed towards Lin, but he didn't even flinch and used his attack in response. The two saints immediately retreated and raised their weapons above their heads. One of them was from the group of 3 saints of the Huan Kong Temple, Elder Dragon Elephant, and he was at the peak of the state of overcoming the heavenly test. And the second was also one of the 3 saints of the Huan Kong Temple, the Elder Jing, and he was at the peak of the state of overcoming the heavenly test. The saints immediately saw that this was presumptuous. Who dares to disturb the pure land of a Buddhist temple? But the people began to shout to solemnly welcome the 2 holy Elder Dragon Elephant and Elder Jing. And these are the ones who were once equal to the abbot and collectively known as the 3 saints of Huan Kong Temple, the most revered and powerful cultivators in the entire Buddhist world. Since childhood, he'd heard stories of how they inspired fear in the eastern lands. But the 2 saints had gone into seclusion tens of thousands of years ago, and they never imagined they'd see their glory today. Yun immediately brightened and said he hadn't seen them in a while. And if it weren't for the pressing situation, he wouldn't have wanted to disturb them in their privacy. The elephant dragon asked, who was this benefactor who dared to attack their temple and cause it to be in such a dire situation? King also said it was true. Even the mountain's protective barrier had to be activated. That had never happened before with the Huan Kong Temple. How was he going to explain himself to the late abbot? Yun replied that this was the very same leaf demon wreaking havoc on the eastern lands. This demon had slandered their temple with a counterfeit memory crystal, tarnishing their good name and inciting people to destroy it. Several elders from the Yuhuaman school and the Venerable Zhu Ying were killed by him. Now he plans to destroy the Huan Kong Temple. They asked the 2 elders to restore justice for the sake of the temple. But then Lin came out and said to Yun that he really had an outstanding talent for turning black into white. And when he helped the other cultivators retreat, Yun, of course, arranged everything so that there would not be a single witness left. Yun told him not to dare evade the truth. Today was the day of his death. He, as an old monk, vowed to protect the Huan Kong Temple and eradicate such a demon as him forever. He turned to the 2 elders and told them to destroy this demon together and protect the Taoist path. The monk gained enormous strength after the arrival of the elders and flew out at great speed and prepared to attack. The monks said that this was the main artifact of the 3 great artifacts of the Huan Kong Temple. The 9th rank artifact, the Heavenly Penetration Staff. The elephant dragon also agreed and used the demon's suppression staff technique against the guy. And Qing attacked from the other side and, calling the guy a spawn of evil, ordered him to accept death. They all surrounded him from different sides and ordered the demon to punish him. But Lin didn't even flinch and called out for the Kang Yun sword, a 9th rank artifact. But the monk wasn't even surprised to see it, as it was a simple 9th tier artifact. And who among them wouldn't have one? And he commanded his sword to do its work. Yun was surprised at the moment and didn't expect that he also had a 9th rank artifact. But Lin said he had many more treasures that the monk would never reach. Now they would see if he had the strength to see them. But what he actually had in his mind was that his sword was really good. But he was sorry that he didn't have the proper sword technique. Suddenly, the system appeared and announced that the Huan Kong Temple's registration location had been discovered. Does the owner want a reward? Lin was delighted, realizing that the system had only just responded to him. He'd already thought she'd claimed the reward for herself. He told her the registration was complete, and the system showed that a cool and powerful sword technique had been obtained. A solution for exterminating immortals. Lin asked the system if it had said everything was fine, and that wasn't even bad. Considering the reward, this time he couldn't argue with it. The boy immediately decided to test his new technique on his enemies, and the elders sensed a powerful aura of murder. Lin lunged at them with his sword, taking the attack and attempting to destroy them. The enemies used defense to stay on their feet. But the monk was shocked and asked the demon what kind of sword technique this was. Lin told him to listen carefully, that this was the solo killer sword technique, created specifically to exterminate such deceitful and shameless, impudent people like him. But the dragon elephant attacked immediately, shouting that this was impudence and excessive ranting. But Lin raised his new sword and stopped the enemy with one hand. Lin asked the enemy, "Is that all?" He was a leaf demon after all. He'd have to try harder. The moon demon said that this demon was so impudent, yet they still weren't alike. The monk responded and immediately cast a 1,000-leaf array. Yun took everything into his own hands and stood over Lin, releasing rays of fiery leaves. But Lin was prepared for anything, and it was not difficult for him to defend himself from them. Sha thought at this moment that this guy was fighting three full-level experts single-handedly. But Yu Yan was overjoyed and shouted that, like the teacher, even if their Huangkong temple had three artifacts, it meant nothing. But the elephant dragon became angry and said that this leaf demon was indeed difficult to kill. Even when they were famous in the eastern lands, they had not encountered such opponents. King asked Yun how he had incurred the wrath of this leaf demon. When the old abbot was alive, he had warned him not to make enemies of the Huangkong temple, and he had sworn he would not. Let him see what happened now. But Lin smiled back at them and, stepping closer, made only one swing of his sword. The saints couldn't even dodge such a blow and were wounded. Lin said he thought they were so cool, but it turns out they weren't. The elephant dragon replied that this demon was slandering them so much, and he suggested that the elders use that power. Qing agreed and said, okay, they've been building up their strength for so many years, and if not now, then when? And he ordered Yun to build a battle circle. Yun told the leaf demon that he had cornered him, and he was willing to die but could not make amends. See reflection meditation, illuminating the 10 directions, gathering all virtue and radiating the pure light of Dharma, and overcoming bitter labor and vanity, turning into sweet dew. A pure and austere Buddhist temple opens the field of awakening. By combining all three forces, they created a huge wave of fiery energy and told Ye to accept death. Lin looked down on them and wondered what this old fart was talking about. Yuyan, seeing this, realized that the teacher was in danger, and their strength suddenly increased tenfold. But Yan loudly declared that this was the power of pious faith, and the monk, for his part, was simply ready to give his life to finish off this brat. The monk understood that he had originally intended to use the power of pious faith accumulated over tens of thousands of years to break through to the realm of true immortality. But now I'm forced to spend it. I must destroy him at all costs and then reassemble this power of faith. Lin looked at all this and realized that this was where the old man's confidence lay. And the monk, in turn, felt that these three were creating a pressure that far surpassed all previous opponents. For the first time, he felt real excitement. It's just a shame that they are also in the final stages of overcoming tabulations. And this does not allow them to activate the ability to become stronger when meeting a strong one, and deprives them of the chance to become immortal. The monk plucked up his courage and used his fire strike as a final command to the devil Yi to disappear. The blow was so powerful that the entire monk's house was engulfed in flames. But Kunpeng appeared, opened his enormous mouth, and drew the flames into himself. Then Kunpeng could not tolerate such humiliation for long and released his blue energy on the old man. The monk used his palm and called the creature a brat, and now the elder will show him the guardian of the temple of the hanging sky as a holy beast. Lin didn't like this, and calling the old man a bald donkey, he asked how he dared touch his Akuna. The monk saw a blue screen in front of him, and he had a desire to touch it. But Lin raised his sword above his head and decided to show him what it meant for the one energy to turn into three pure ones. Yuyan looked at this in surprise and saw that two more teachers had appeared. But Xiao asked, is Yeling really capable of such a mysterious and powerful skill? Was it an ancient inheritance, or did he create this path himself? And he is like a true immortal who has seen a lot in the world, and with this guy he feels like a frog in a well. One of the great monks saw that these three figures had the same aura and level of power. They were not just doll copies. But the senior monk did not understand what kind of single energy was turning into three pure ones. All this was just throwing dust in the eyes. And not even mentioning two clones, even if he has 100 of them, without the support of a mystical artifact, they are just illusions. But Lin thought about it and asked them directly, who said that they don't exist? In fact, the grave of heaven is not yet filled, and the song of eternal life is not yet completed. The monk looked at his enemy and saw that he had used a 9th-level artifact. And why are they all 9th-level artifacts, he wondered. But the black monk remembered that in the entire Hanging Sky Temple, there was only one 9th-level artifact, and this guy had 3. Lin laughed at them and made it clear that against their crippled bodies, it was enough for him to take one sip and finish them all off. The monk didn't like this, and calling the guy a devil, asked if he thought that the appearance of 2 more copies of himself would help deal with them. But Lin looked into his eyes confidently and told him to try it first and not talk too much. Lin picked up the perfect speed for himself, and with his strong and magical fists, he dealt several blows to the monk's weapon. The impact of the blows was so powerful that he couldn't understand how it was possible. And sustained by the power of his pious faith, he couldn't parry even a single blow. The black holy monk did not stand aside and, attacking from the side, shouted at the guy not to dare to be so insolent. But the second holy monk did not leave his brother and shouted that he was coming to his aid. But Lin immediately placed a huge artifact in front of him, which repelled all the attacks of the holy monks. Lin looked at them with one eye and made it clear that he was their opponent. Clone Lin immediately picked up his flute and asked the enemies what they were doing. After all, they'd originally agreed to a one-on-one duel, so why were they messing with someone else's opponents? True Lin remained to fight the monk and released his magical energy at him. The energy was so high that the old monk could barely stand on his feet and tried to fight it off. But Lin didn't stop and used his world-consuming energy cloud against him. Having received massive damage from Lin's arrows, the old man was unable to dodge and had to cover his face with his hand. The holy monk also sensed his opponent's immense strength, and the black holy monk begged his brother to wait until he came to his aid. But the power of the flute's sound turned out to be much more terrible. The holy monk could not resist and covered his ears with his hands so as not to die from severe pain. Lin's clone hit one of the holy monks on the head with his flute and showed that he himself was actually barely holding on, and yet still found the strength to care for others. The black holy monk, seeing this, immediately went berserk. No one could stop him, and he understood that even the copies of this demon were so powerful, they fought together, but were still completely suppressed. He rose into the air and shouted to the old man that they only had one chance now. Only if he coordinated with them and used that very technique, they could win. The old man understood that if it weren't for dire necessity, he really wouldn't want to use that technique. But if they didn't defeat him, they were truly finished. The old man prepared for this and asked the other two elders to help him with this. Lin looked at this and was a little surprised that they had any other techniques. The holy monks fanned their fingers and showed their signs to the chief monk. And having united both energies, they transmitted it to the senior monk in a single stream. The energy was so strong and powerful that the monk simply opened his mouth with force, and the energy of light blinded his eyes. Having completed their connection, all three of them united into one whole being. Lin found it amusing that they had 3 heads and 6 arms. He didn't expect that these 3 bald donkeys could turn into Neji. The black monk told the devil Yi that his hour of death had come. The second holy monk said that in those years, they, the 3 saints of the Hanging Sky Temple, led the Buddhist school of the Eastern region precisely with the help of this technique. The monk also said a few words that today he and the 2 elders would take on the mission of administering heavenly justice and destroying his devil. But he also felt that he needed to finish the fight quickly, because every second and every part of his body was burning like fire. He couldn't last long. All 3 of them raised their hands above their heads and made it clear to the enemy that this blow would finish him off completely. But Lin took this as a sign that he needed to get serious. And that was even better. He'd test the power of the unified energy, transforming into 3 pure energies on them. Lin released his 3-headed dragon with the combination of his sword to repel their attacks. But the old monk was so confident in himself that he shouted at the devil to accept his death. But Lina was not frightened by this and answered them that he would use a rod against the chariot and that today he would perform the rite of tempering his blade with this false Buddhist blood. Fighting in the sky, 2 opposing energies met at one point. Sai looked at all this and felt like she was going blind. And it turns out that people are so terrible. The rest of the people present ran out of the monastery shouting that they had never seen such power in their entire lives. And it's time to run away from here. And if they stay here, they will be killed. Lin's energy was so strong that it even surrounded the ground where people walked. The people from the monastery saw only dust before them and thought they and the others had vanquished them. But why did this demon come to them again? Lin emerged victorious after this fight and looked down on everyone from the sky. People, seeing him safe and sound, began to worry greatly about their abbots and elders. Lin smiled and asked if there was anyone who still disagreed. The holy monk warned the demon not to be overconfident. With the good karma of the Temple of the Hanging Sky, there would surely be an ally who would side with the heavens and overthrow him. Lin told them that the 2 of them hadn't played around too much. It was because of the Hanging Sky Temple's recent deeds that the heavenly order had been disrupted, and this pure land had been defiled by them. But the black monk called him a demon and ordered him not to dare speak nonsense. The Temple of the Hanging Sky has always considered its mission to be the salvation of living beings, and every disciple is obligated to descend from the mountains, wander the world, eradicate evil, protect goodness, and widely perform good deeds. This is not something he can slander with impunity. Lin decided to ask them if, after the two of them went into seclusion, Shu Yun had led the Hanging Sky Temple down the road of no return. And the old bald donkey, even now, still wants to continue to hide the truth. The holy monk looked at the old man and asked what the demon meant by his words. Yun told the demon that he still dared to slander the elder. Seeing that he was unwilling to speak, Lin used his power and decided to reveal everything to the others. The force of the energy was so sudden and painful that the old man could not cope with it, and his memories came out. Yun didn't even know what the demon was doing to him. But Lin took a different approach and used his energy to transmit the old man's memories to the holy monks. And he ordered the two of them to take a good look. The saints saw everything and asked him how this was possible. It turns out he killed so many innocent people. Are these the actions of a man from the Buddhist school? So it turns out Yun is just a real old idiot, and the sin on his soul is great. The reputation of their ancestors from the Temple of the Hanging Sky has now been destroyed by him in an instant. And it turns out that the old man simply forgot the great promise he made to the abbot many years ago. The old man replied that he had sworn to be an eternal lamp, to sacrifice himself for the salvation of the living, to be a boat through the sea of suffering, to go through all the circles of hell and free everyone. And he lives precisely for this purpose, to fulfill this great promise, to glorify and develop the Temple of the Hanging Sky. And now he will tell them the good news. Ming Yuan has already captured the heavenly world and will soon unite all the worlds. And soon the end of the Kunlun peace would come. And he understood that since he could no longer hide it, then everything would be revealed to them. The black monk, seeing this, called it the power of the nine hells. And it turned out that Yun had actually connected with the Ming Yuan clan. The holy monk understood that many years had passed since then, and they still hadn't noticed. Yun lost his temper and insisted that he would now light the first flame of conquest of the Kunlun world for the great Ming Yuan army, and they would go to the afterlife together. At that moment, Lin didn't understand what had happened to the old man and thought he was playing a spy game. And this scale of his actions was quite frightening. But this didn't even frighten him. He stood in place and waited for Yun to come up to him and use the ash path. Energy suddenly fell from the sky onto the old man and slowly began to rid his body of dark magic. But suddenly the old man started screaming and asking Yi to kill him because he was useless. The holy monk stood before the old man's decaying body and said that fortunately the pious Ye had intervened and stopped it. Otherwise, if the Hanging Sky Temple had really colluded with the Ming Yuan clan, it would have led to irreversible consequences. And they all thanked the pious Ye for destroying this Buddhist evil and preserving the centuries-old pure glory of the Temple of the Hanging Sky. And now they deeply vow and thank him for his protection of the temple. The holy monk thought and reasoned that if what Yun had said at the end was true, then a great calamity awaited the Kunlun world. A great Kunlun, and all beings would be plunged into suffering. The black monk also understood that if Ming Yuan attacked, the Hanging Sky Temple would undoubtedly rise to the defense of living beings. Lin heard these words and told them to be calm. Even if the entire Ming Yuan army fell upon them, he would reduce them to dust and smoke with one wave of his hand, and he will leave further affairs to them, the two elders, and for now he bids them farewell. The elders replied that in that case they thanked him, and perhaps he would allow their monks to accompany him for a while. Lin told the elders that there was no need and immediately called his pet Akuna. At this moment, the great family was heading towards its territory along rocks and wet roads. Suddenly, Princess Luna told her brother to look. It was Elder Ye and his steed. And why did they leave so early? Was the battle already over? The Grand Prince replied that it was still unknown how it all ended, whether the abbot had been punished, and that the most important thing now was to report to Father Emperor. The holy monks said that their Temple of the Hanging Sky had reached its current state, and they too were responsible for it. They should have stopped letting things slide and spending their time in seclusion earlier. The Black Saint monk replied that no one had even expected Shu Yun to be from the Ming Yuan clan, and the most urgent matter was to restore the Hanging Sky Temple. Suddenly he sensed someone's presence and immediately turned around. He ordered them to come out immediately and reveal themselves. The guest and his men approached the saints and said that before them were the three saints of the Temple of the Hanging Sky, who had once shaken the eastern region. Now only the two of them remained. Fate, however, was playing a cruel joke on them. The holy black monk got ready and asked where these little creatures came from, who do not even dare to show their faces, but already dare to riot in the Temple of the Hanging Sky. The masked guest told Master Elephant that his temper was still just as fiery, and he recalled the moment when, at a meeting of the top leaders of the 10 great sects of the eastern region, he allowed himself to make a passionate statement right at the entrance. Master Slan asked the guest who he was, and recalled that only the heads and elders of the most influential houses in the eastern region attended such a conference. And so it's not just Xu Yun and his connections with the Mingyuan clan. The situation is getting more and more complicated. Suddenly, the guest simply extended his fingers into the sky and commanded his men to kill the masters. But the energy was so powerful that the holy masters simply collapsed to the ground. Approaching them, he said he was sorry, but right now they were both like a bow taut at the limit. They didn't even have the strength to resist, and it would be better to see the complete destruction of the Temple of the Hanging Sky right before their eyes. The holy monks tried to resist the enemy and asked him to stop, but suddenly screams of monks began to be heard from the temple, who were trying to hide and get out of there. Master Elephant asked the guest who he was and why he was doing this. The holy monk also asked, was this really because of Xu Yun again? The guest replied that they were wrong. They were even allies. The only ones to blame were Xu Yun and his tongue. He had prematurely uncovered Ming Yuan's plans, and now all they could do was ask them to keep the secret forever and shut up. The masters were greatly surprised to hear that they were allies with this man, but the enemy simply refused to chat with them, and releasing energy into their heads, left them to die on the ground. And as he left, he said that from now on, in the eastern region, there would no longer be a Temple of the Hanging Sky, this Buddhist shrine. At that moment, Lin and his team arrived at the temple, but something struck him as very strange, and he stopped abruptly. Shou asked the teacher if something was wrong. Lin replied that he smelled a familiar rotten smell. And could it be that Ming Yuan's actions had started earlier than they thought, Lin wondered? The Holy Family arrived in the land called the Pure Land and immediately went to report everything to their father. The Holy Prince said that after the incident at the Hanging Sky Temple, he feared that all Buddhist practitioners throughout the country would soon unite against him. And he even thinks that the land of the Pure Land should prepare for this in advance. The second also replied to his father that he had seen Elder Yi leave what appeared to be the Temple of the Hanging Sky and fall. And why shouldn't they seize the moment and ascend the mountains on a punitive expedition? That way they would set an example and demonstrate the power of the Pure Land. The emperor thought for a moment and replied that they were oversimplifying the situation. The reputation the Temple of the Hanging Sky had built over decades wouldn't vanish so suddenly. Besides, what actually happened remains to be seen. It's worth waiting a bit. At this moment, Princess Luna was playing with the sphere and asking if everything down there wasn't already over. This gray smoke is very strange. Could something serious have happened again? Suddenly, she saw mercenaries above her head and heard that the enemies had invaded the palace. Princess Luna looked down at them and couldn't understand what the hell this was. The leader of the mercenary group ordered his men to kill everyone and leave no one alive. Hearing this order, they immediately began to attack the room and all the people. The second prince asked his father what was going on outside. The emperor replied that everything was bad. The emperor did not waste any time and went himself to see what was happening. Standing in front of the mercenaries, he asked who they were, and how dare they invade the palace and commit massacre. The emperor used his defenses and wondered how this was possible. There were 4 auras here, all at the initial level of the tribulation. And bringing such powerful fighters onto the battlefield at the same time certainly isn't just random people. But what kind of clan is this, he thought. The emperor turned to them and said that he advised them to retreat immediately since the shrine of the Buddhist school was located right in the capital. The mercenary asked the emperor if he was really talking about the Temple of the Hanging Sky. He burst into laughter and informed him that the temple had long since become a wasteland. The emperor, hearing these words, couldn't understand how such a thing was possible. And could it really be that they destroyed the Temple of the Hanging Sky? One of the mercenaries said there was no need to chat with him and that they should finish him off right away. They should immediately spill blood in the palace, and then their mission would be accomplished. They all attacked the emperor and said that with the support of national fortune, he had even reached the level of the middle of the tribulation. They thought it was funny, but that stamina was hardly enough to catch their teeth. But the four elements proved stronger than one, and the emperor slowly began to be suppressed. The whole family watched this spectacle and were very worried about their father, the emperor. They wondered why this had all happened so suddenly. But the emperor finally told his children to leave the Pure Land immediately, and the further they went, the better. The mercenary heard this and shouted to his men to kill those few people, pointing a finger at the emperor's children. And this is a task from the clan leader. The princess immediately ordered her brothers to sit on his Lucy Fei Jin. The mercenary saw that the children started to run away and sent his men after them to finish them off. During the flight, a portal opened in front of them, which they had to jump into. The second prince said that the teleporter was right ahead, and he had a token to activate it and leave the Pure Land as quickly as possible. The Grand Prince still didn't understand who these people were, and as soon as they got out of here, they would definitely find out the truth. But at the last moment, everything suddenly changed, and they were attacked from afar and knocked off the carpet of the plane. Falling from the sky, the second prince even lost his badge. But the mercenaries didn't let them go and rushed after them. And the great prince ordered his younger sister to quickly leave here while he detained them. Princess Luna immediately pulled herself together and changed her flight path, heading into the portal. The great prince stood up for his family and made it clear that no one would enter this portal today. But the mercenaries saw that this guy wanted to blow himself up and go to the grave with himself, and it was worth it for them to retreat. The great prince couldn't resist and carried out his pre-planned task, blowing up everything around him. Princess Luna saw all this with her own eyes and extended her hand as she said goodbye to her brother. The emperor continued to fight and asked them who they really were and why they wanted to destroy his kingdom of the Pure Land. The mercenaries replied that he should blame it only on his own failure. It was just a coincidence that those gates were right here. The emperor immediately realized things were dire, and the mercenary made it clear that as soon as they dealt with him, the creatures from the abyss would immediately begin their attack. And this country will soon be completely conquered. And let the emperor not worry. The locals will still be useful to them in their future destiny. The emperor said that this was simply a grandiose, monstrous conspiracy. At this moment, something strange was happening in the dark dungeon of the Stargate, deep inside the palace of the Pure Land country, in which a group of mercenaries were already on standby. After 4 months on the flying ship, people were indignant and said that lately this world was becoming more and more chaotic, and his hometown of Luzhou was invaded by creatures from the subterranean abyss. Many cultivators who tried to resist were suppressed, and those who remained were turned into cattle and kept in pens. Yuyan understood that they had just left Huangkunzi. Had the situation already become so chaotic? Suddenly a girl came out and said she was selling newspapers, and they were required reading. Yuyan bought one from her and thanked her. At this time, Lin had no worries and was experiencing his life on the seashore. He told Xiao that his movements had recently become increasingly confident and that he had great talent. Xiao replied that he was only doing this for the teacher. But Yuyan came up to them and told the teacher that he had brought him a refreshing newspaper. But Lin replied that judging by his frowning expression, something serious had happened recently. Yuyan replied that the newspaper wrote that the teacher destroyed the floating monastery in a fit of anger and dragged the Pure Land into it. And not only by massacring the palace, but also by exterminating the royal family. The Pure Land was also conquered by an army from the subterranean abyss due to its inner emptiness. And he never even thought they would slander the teacher again. That was simply the height of shamelessness. Lin was shocked to learn that the floating monastery had been destroyed. Yuan decided to check if this was really done by the representatives of the Underground Abyss clan. Lin replied that they probably would not have dared to act so openly, especially since the spread of rumors was certainly the work of people. And given that the abbot of the floating monastery was connected to the Underground Abyss, it is possible that other major sects in the eastern region may also be collaborating with the Underground Abyss clan. And it all revolves around the Stargate. He even speculates that the royal family of the Pure Land has its own Stargate, and the Underground Abyss clan is trying to collude with some sectors of the eastern region to open the Stargate from the inside and outside together and release external forces. Yuan replied that the teacher was right. The student had just been collecting information on a passenger ship and discovered that many people were fleeing from trouble. And according to their stories, in many places in the eastern region, there has already been an invasion of creatures from the underground abyss. The situation is extremely dangerous. Lin replied that he hadn't even expected the underground abyss clan to act faster than they thought. Is there any other important news? Yu Yan read it and said that everything was bad. A disaster had happened in Azhou, and Zhuantianzong too. Lin thought about it and realized the distance was too great, and even the sound pipes weren't working. How could Zhuantianzong have been hurt too? He immediately ordered Akun to turn around because they were heading to Azhou. The system suddenly appeared and congratulated him for accidentally triggering the quest. He should go to Azhou to register, and he would receive a divine skill as a reward, the laws of heaven and earth. And he was going to lure the snake out of its hole, but it turned out that it came straight to him, and then they would see what they were all made of. In the Azhou region, things were much worse than in the real world. The leaders hooked a cart onto people and beat them, telling them to move faster. And from today on, they will forever become slaves of his bone clan, said the chief. One of the slaves said that these bone clans of the underground abyss treat people so cruelly, and they are powerless to resist. Is their Azhou really doomed to live in eternal darkness? They told him that Ye's elder brother had once risen to fame, and all the major provinces in the eastern region feared them. And yet, only a short time had passed since then, and already this had happened. And now even Zhuantianzong can't protect himself. So most likely, even if senior brother Ye shows up, he won't be able to change anything. At that moment, someone burst into the establishment, shouting that things were bad. The Bone clans were planning to publicly execute resisting cultivators on the street corner, and this time it was the Zhao girl from Zhuantianzong. Hearing these words, they were shocked and asked, "How is this possible?" They also needed to go and see. People began to talk and discuss that they didn't expect that even the Zhao girl from Zhuantianzong couldn't escape the cruelty of the Bone clans. And they say she has a high status in Zhuantianzong. Even her elders don't dare open the monastery gates, but instead cowardly hide inside. The girl named Zhao Liner was at the peak level of the divine essence transformation realm. The Bone Clan general approached her and said that the entire Azhou and they, Zhuantianzong, were the biggest problems. But she didn't need to worry. Today he, the great king, would gather all his strength again, and then break through their walls of Zhuantianzong and slaughter everyone inside. She replied that if the king dared to do such a thing, then when Peak Chief Ye Feng returned from his travels, he would definitely destroy every last one of his Bone Clan. The Bone King asked in surprise, "Who's Ye Feng? Or was he that same white-haired god of carnage?" And he thought it was just a name without any substance. And the fact that he still hasn't returned is most likely because he's scared and hiding like a beaten dog. What kind of avenger is this? He wouldn't even dare come out. Ouyang Feng told the Banshan Sect leader not to act rashly under any circumstances, and the difference in strength is too great. Even if they all rebel together, it will only be a needless death. The clan general approached her and decided to look at her body. It was as strong as her daring tongue. The Bone Clan general immediately attacked her with bone knives, making 2 holes on both sides of her body. At that moment, Feng apologized to Elder Yi, as the old man was truly powerless. The Banshan sect had already tried to stop the Bone Clan, but had lost more than half of its people, and the remaining disciples were forced to leave the mountain, only narrowly escaping death. The old man truly did not want to senselessly walk to certain death any longer. The clan general was surprised and asked her what this silence meant. Had she gone mute? But only when her agonizing pleas or piercing screams are heard can one achieve the terror of the human race. And he started laughing and said Zhao was just a good girl. But Feng was upset and, raising his hands to the sky, said he needed Senior Ye. The general continued to mock her, saying he was already bored, and since she wasn't afraid of death, he'd grant her wish. But Zhao was glad that now her torment would simply end. But suddenly everything around began to shake. General Kostov asked, "What's going on?" And such an aura can only be obtained from the true king of the Bone Clan. Everyone fell to their knees and began to say that this was the aura of the trial crossing. And this was the Demon Emperor. First the invasion of the underground Abyss army, and now the Demon Emperor of the trial crossing level descends. Is Azhou really doomed to complete destruction? Lin revealed himself, saying he had come to help. But Zhao was so weak she couldn't tell if it was him. Lin didn't answer her right away, and with his fiery power, he simply tore the chains off her, freeing her. Lin hugged her and asked who she was. Zhao introduced herself and replied that he didn't recognize her because she had been training in the sundial for 300 years. Lin was surprised and replied that it was her, and no wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. He hadn't expected her to have grown so much. She replied that this was nonsense and that she hadn't grown up at all. Lin made it clear she was thinking wrong. He was talking about age. She was older now. Lin looked at her serious wound and began to treat it. He then used his magic on her. The King of Bones asked, "Is this the same white-haired butcher god E that everyone is talking about?" The general replied that this guy had terrifying power, comparable to the power of a king in their clan. Lin immediately looked at the enemies after treating her and said that it was time for him to deal with these weirdos. Lin approached them and asked them if they knew he was the only one in charge here, and how dare they come here and cause trouble. The king, seeing his strength and anger, tried to run away, but Lin immediately stopped him with his energy. The king tried to resist falling to his knees, but he failed. But he told Lin that a king had appeared in their clan to maintain power, and he advised him not to provoke, but to show common sense and surrender. Otherwise, certain death awaited him. Lin replied that there was no one in this world who could defeat him, and he released a beam of fire from his hand. The king didn't even have time to say a word of farewell before Lin simply wiped him off the face of the earth. And then he made it clear that everyone should listen to him carefully, and that as long as he was here, the sky wouldn't fall, and the Ajo Bone clans should simply await their deaths. Yuan began to admire his teacher because he did not expect that he would be so loved by the people in this remote province. Lin was simply not ready to say goodbye to his people and saved everyone who was in danger. But the old man could not stand it and let the elder Ye know that they also wanted to contribute to the campaign against the Bone clans, but their strength was limited. And so they want to ask the elder if he could give them a few pointers so that they can achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation. Liner also told Peakhead Ye that even she had been stuck at the Huashan stage for many years. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been captured by the Bone Clan. All the other people also asked Elder Ye in unison to give them some advice. Lin knew in his head that he himself knew nothing about cultivation. But looking at these people looking at him with such hope, refusing would be a loss of face. But the system didn't let him get bored for long and congratulated him on arriving at the archaic province. And he has a reward for it. Lin got angry and decided to tell the system that it liked to delay rewards. He'd been in the archaic province for a long time after all, and didn't even want to work. And now he's in a position where he can't even get off the tiger. But what does the system offer him in return? The system told its owner that it had fallen asleep and there was no need to be angry. And if he received a reward for this check-in, the system would activate a verbal mantra function to help him cope with the current situation. Lin listened to this and rejoiced, saying that was already better, and he gets a reward for checking in. The system congratulated him and told him that as a reward, he would receive the supreme divine skill, Laws of Heaven and Earth. It allows the caster to increase in size, a great deal. It also significantly enhances their abilities, and the oral recitation of mantras is activated for the owner, lasting 2 minutes. Everything the owner says will be imbued with the power of Taoist magic, helping people comprehend the path. Lin immediately realized he'd have to speak for himself, and even if he said anything random, it would work. The system immediately responded, allowing the owner to say whatever he wanted. Lin immediately rose above them and began to say that in fact there was no such thing as so-called stagnation in cultivation. When the time comes, there will be a breakthrough. As for specific Taoist skills and experience, he can only say one thing. Those who understand will understand, and he won't explain much to those who don't. He then asked them if they understood his words and asked everyone present for applause. And when the time comes, a breakthrough is inevitable, and those in the know will understand. The old man began shouting that he understood everything. And when the water reaches the channel, it is the secret art of merging yin and yang. The channel is the kun path, and the water is the primordial energy of Qin. But the trouble was that Lin heard how the old man could interpret his words like that. Ouyang Feng immediately began to exert his strength and rose to the initial stage of body and spirit fusion. And Liner also did not stand aside and rose to the initial stage of fusion of body and spirit. Everyone started shouting immediately after they saw that the others had stood up and made it clear that they understood everything. Yu Yan and the other students were shocked that everyone had made a breakthrough. And it was not for nothing that their mentor, their teacher, but Xiao had this feeling that this guy was just talking nonsense, but he didn't have the slightest evidence. Lin turned to Feng, and since they had made a breakthrough, now he needed to be told if he knew where the main base of the Dark Abyss army was located. Feng replied that this pack of beasts was located on Black Mill Hill. He could lead him there. But Linner approached Peakhead Ye and revealed that she was very concerned about her father and the others, and wanted to return to Wei State to visit them. Lin approved of her decision and let her go to join her people. And they will go too. And soon the battle will begin that will decide the fate of their archaic province. And friends are on the way. Time is running out. We must hurry and come to their aid. But the soldiers understood that fighting shoulder to shoulder with the Elder Yi was a great honor for them. Anyone who was late this time would regret it for the rest of their lives. At this time in the eastern archaic province, there was a Black Mill Hill. Everything was terrible in the White Bone Hall. One of the leaders said that according to the original plan, their army was supposed to break through the forces hiding the Stargate in advance. And now most of this province is under control. But the most difficult problem is the Xuantian route, which is still stubbornly resisting. The chieftain asked Batura if he had notified his brothers. The servant replied that the 5 Bone Kings had already been notified and believed their detachment would arrive soon. The Bone King raised his fist and said, "That's good." Last time, even though they seriously injured the Xuantian Path Chief and the Peak Chief, they still couldn't break the temple's defensive army. But this time, their Bone Clan could not be stopped. Raising both hands to the sky, the evil magic simply penetrated the temple. He turned to all his brothers and was glad that they had finally come. The brothers immediately made it clear to their elder brother that they wouldn't leave him alone. But he didn't realize that in such a remote province, he had human opponents he couldn't handle. Baji replied that in this province, besides Xuantian's path, everyone else was just a bunch of slackers. And they said Xuantian's path had a peak leader who had killed another immortal. And the virtual creators in the process of overcoming the celestial trials dubbed him the white-haired god of murder. He hasn't appeared yet, and I wonder if he really has such power. The king made it clear to them that no matter how strong he was destined to die. And he even had a bold title. Bazi asked the second brother if this was by any chance the dark elixirs that the messenger had given him. The second brother replied that it was true. Each had 1 pill, and with this unique secret skill, unless a true immortal appeared, they would have no rivals. The king supported their decision and decided to immediately set out to destroy Xuan. Suddenly, the entire dungeon exploded, and a servant ran to the great king, claiming something terrible had happened, and a hostile, powerful man had broken through. Everything around was immediately enveloped in red, and the creatures began to die. The king told them not to panic and to quickly set up a battle formation and to activate the battle incarnation. All 6 kings immediately used their pills and revealed their true forms. They told the enemy that if he dared to come here, insulting the people of their archaic province and setting foot on their land, then they too could come to him and destroy him. But Yuyan was not afraid of this, and immediately drawing his sword, he began a bloodthirsty battle with them. The blows were so swift and unexpected that even kings could not foresee them all. All 6 brothers were simply wounded, and they felt the aura of the stage of overcoming heavenly trials. The 6 brothers simply lined up and asked, "Is this the same god of killing Yiling?" Yuyan replied that everything was not so, and he was just his student. The Bone King was shocked that he was his disciple. Even Yeling's disciples were immortals at the stage of overcoming the heavenly trials, and he showed them they saw a self-assured man before them. And he really did send an apprentice here to deal with them, and he didn't care at all about his own appearance. But Yuyan replied that it was precisely because of them that his teacher was not intervening for now, and he launched an attack from his mighty sword at them. But the Bone King brothers were not afraid of this, and decided to stop him altogether. And altogether the 6 bone demons gathered in battle formation. Yuyan was so powerful in this matter that he even tried to destroy the bone seal. The brothers saw that their seal could not withstand this and decided to flee the battlefield. But Feng and his warriors immediately began to advance on the enemy, determined to strike a fatal blow and exterminate these damn bone creatures. The warriors' blows were so powerful that the Bone Kings could not cope with them, and they understood that after the severe injury from that virtual immortal, his life energy was greatly depleted. Otherwise, he would not have allowed that horde of ants to run amok above his head with impunity. But Feng never expected that he would one day be able to personally kill the leader of this Bone clan at the Great Perfection stage. The Bone King felt that Lin's disciple was also strong, and he, with the support of 5 warriors at the initial stage of overcoming the heavenly trials, was not even able to repel a single blow. Yuyan began to mock him and said earlier that his teacher didn't even need to interfere to deal with people like them. The King of Bones immediately called him a braggart, and now he'll make him pay the price. And he used his dark elixir, gifted by the envoy, and it was truly a marvelous thing. It immediately raised him to the peak of the heavenly trials overcoming stage. The Bone King used his skull attack and asked the people to prepare to die. But this made Yuyan even happier, because the stronger his opponent, the happier he is. But the King of Bones was not afraid of this, and he underestimated his opponent. But that's where it all ends. All the brothers gathered and used the secret art of the Bone Clan. The brothers also supported the eldest, making it clear that once he used this technique, this guy wouldn't survive. But Yuyan stood still and waited for the moment to use the madman's mad blood. Yuyan had completely transformed into an evil monster, and was waiting for the moment of the Bone King to hear his cracking and groans. Yuyan was completely attentive to his opponent, and choosing the perfect moment, he cut off his enemy's arm with a swing of his sword. The pain from the severed arm was transmitted directly to the King of Bones' arm, and he immediately screamed in pain. The others were also shocked by what happened and were very afraid for their older brother. The second brother himself realized that he had indeed underestimated the power of this mad blood. But that would be the end of it. And he ordered the rest of the brothers to take the dark elixir and form the dark bone seal of demon taming. And he doesn't believe that one enemy can resist all 5 of them at the middle stage of overcoming the heavenly trials. But they were all in shock because they saw that another sacred one had come to his aid. Zhao did not leave his brother alone and showed from afar what he was capable of by releasing a huge amount of flame. She saw that there was a lot of noise here because of some bone skeletons that were too weak, and his brother should step aside and let his elder deal with them. But Yuyan answered him rudely, telling him that he was wearing a red skirt, and he should get out of here. And if he dared to take his spoils, he would cut him down along with them. The second brother was shocked to see another disciple, and right at the peak of overcoming the heavenly trials, they began to wonder who this Ling really was. Zhou became so angry that he asked his brother who he called him just now. Yuan replied again that he had called his brother Red Dress, and if he didn't agree, they could fight and see which would burn out his pathetic fire or be cut down by a blade faster. Shou understood that this was a very good thing, and that his brother had gone mad, lost his mind, disregarded his elders, and spewed foul language. And today, in the name of his teacher, he would cleanse their home of its filth. Xiao immediately used the true flame and the purple phoenix wings, but Yuyan was not afraid of this and stood his ground until the very end, which then caused a huge explosion. The Bone Brothers rejoiced and saw that this Ling not only ignored them, but also allowed his disciples to fight each other. Truly foolish arrogance. Sai saw all this and asked them to stop and not fight with each other. Lin understood that the two wanted them to train and improve their level, but in the end they started fighting. One of the brothers said that these two were fighting each other, releasing energy uncontrollably. This was an excellent opportunity to form the image of the bones of the abyss, and such an opportunity couldn't be missed. The second brother also thought so, and then they would send them on their way and let Ling personally feel what despair was. The second brother chose the perfect moment and used his bone abyss body. He immediately collected all the limbs of the dark demon and gave him a soul to revive him. Feng was simply shocked by what he saw. She was also surprised that this creature was even larger than a kun. Lin was also interested, because after the fusion, the aura was even stronger than that of the 3-headed, 6-headed saint from the floating temple. Xiao also looked to the side and did not understand what kind of creature it was. One of the brothers was even terrified beyond words. Their abyssal bone image is unmatched by anyone below the level of a true immortal. And now they'll see how they continue to boast. And who hasn't he encountered in battle? Besides, they wouldn't last long in this state. The Bone King began to attack Xiao, calling him a lousy woman, and tried to finish him off. The king saw that Xiao had dodged it quite deftly and decided to take a different approach. Xiao dodged every enemy attack, but the Bone King still didn't stop, saying that no matter how fast she flew, she would still be crushed by his hand. But Xiao considered this impudence. He understood that he too had once been a true immortal. looking down on all living beings. And now this low, dark creature was insulting him, calling him a fly. Xiao could not tolerate all this for long and decided to act in response to the enemy. The King of Bones felt warmth in his body and thought that he even had a good character. He immediately began waving his huge hands, determined to finish off Xiao. But Xiao didn't even move from his place and was ready to take everything on his body and attack in response. But the King of Bones began to threaten them and made it clear to them that if their teacher did not show up, their pathetic lives would be in danger. Xiao reacted very seriously to this and responded with fire attacks. But something went wrong and he was pushed to the ground. He realized that this race of bonemen had an innately strong defense and a durable bone shell that could withstand any attack. And if his strength had not been several notches inferior to theirs, he would have long ago burned this pile of worthless bones. Yu Yang began to mock his older brother, claiming he too had ended up on the ground. Zhao saw that his younger brother had already come to his senses. And did he remember what he told him earlier? Yu Yan dumbfounded himself and asked, "What words?" After he went mad, he didn't recognize anyone. He even forgot his own last name. Everything he said back then was complete nonsense, and it's absolutely not to be believed. But he also understood that everything was bad. And what a damn bloodline. And it looked like he'd just broken his older brother's taboo, and he could still slip away. Yuyan looked up at the sky, confused as to what kind of creature this was. This skeleton was too huge. Had his older brother really just sparred with this monster? Zhou asked him, "What's sparring?" He just wanted to test what it was capable of, and she was just an empty pile of bones. Yuyan began to laugh, believing his words. He believed his older brother was invincible. He'd definitely been eyeing him just now. Zhou got angry and asked his brother to shut up. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind actually restoring order in the teacher's name. And I saw this monster approaching the teacher, and it looked like it was about to attack. And the King of Bones realized he'd chosen a truly tough nut to crack, and for him, that was actually a good thing. Ashu saw that this giant bone man was unbeatable in defense in his own right, and his strength was rare in the entire world. And he was looking forward to it. How could he pretend everything was calm and carefree now? Si and Hei began to get scared and shout to the teacher that the creature was approaching them. The Bone King turned to Lin and revealed his overconfidence. He truly believed he could suppress them with just his two disciples. And now the most daring moment had arrived. But Lin replied that he knew the creature was in a great hurry, but he shouldn't rush it just yet. The Bone King heard these words and didn't understand what they meant. But one of the brothers realized that Lin despised them and was simply playing with them like monkeys. The King of Bones asked his enemy if he thought he was very good in battle. After all, his body can support heaven and earth, and with a single wave of his hand, he can shatter the sun and moon. In his eyes, Lin is an insignificant speck of dust. Lin heard this and asked, "Who's the lowly one here?" And let the creature remember his arrogant expression now, because soon he'll be on his knees singing submission. Lin rose into the sky and activated his fusion. He revealed his being, which confronted the Bone King's being. And he asked the King of Bones to let him show him what it really means to stand with your head held high. Lin looked at him with his being and asked if he was still insignificant. But the Bone King shouted back that size didn't equal strength. Did the rat really think that even with his size he could match his might as a bone spirit? The Bone King immediately began to resume his attack and pounced on Lin's creature. Lin responded that everything was as befits a bone race. They did have hard mouths. Lin simply raised his hand at that moment and blocked the enemy's attack. And then he hit the King of Bones on the head with his right hand in a huge fist. The Bone King was shocked that he could move so quickly. The second brother told his eldest brother that the enemy had repelled their attacks so easily. He was so shaken that he almost dislocated a joint. I didn't expect that this guy had such a strong body, but he would never be able to defeat their spiritual form with just force. After all, this is the supreme embodiment, having absorbed the power of 1,000,000 souls from the abyss of darkness. Ordinary masters of the completed level of the transition of death are no match for them. Lin began to smile and told little Xiao and Yu Yan to watch carefully because he only teaches once. Yu Yan was delighted that he had the opportunity to see his teacher's invincible appearance again. But Xiao thought he'd given his teacher another chance to pretend, and he asked Lin not to be so smug. But Lin became angry and asked his students to call him master. But the Bone King also made it clear to Lin that he should not think that he could boast about his little martial arts skills. But Lin replied that he'd already told him to call him Sure Wen. Doesn't he understand human speech? But then again, he's not human. The King of Bones struck and wondered why not a single blow seemed to reach him, and he never responded directly, mocking them. But Lin once again asked the students to watch carefully. And in all the martial arts in the world, only speed wins. And in reality, this guy is a complete zero. The King of Bones didn't even have time to react to this blow, and only his cries of pain could be heard. Finding himself in the ground, his entire body ached to the point of death. Even his brothers told him that Lin was not only ignoring them, but also using them to train his disciples. It was simply humiliating. They're on an important mission for a race of the dead and have arrived in a desert region. How could they possibly lose to an ordinary human? If they can't find the Stargate, how can they return with honor and report back? The Bone King rose to his feet and became even more powerful, saying that Lin had forced them. And the 6 bones, united in a single heart, began the sacrifice of the deep bone. His power began to gather all the bone bodies in the center of the earth and applied the destruction of 1,000 bones of the abyss. Yuyan saw this and became afraid for his teacher and asked him to be careful. But Lin immediately flew into this whirlwind and touched the skull and said that this was a show and a complete set of mistakes. Lin reached the very central creature and, grabbing the Bone King, used an inch of force to intercept the pulse. And by pressing on the painful points of the explosion, the King of Bones simply exploded and could not believe it. And all 6 brothers understood that they had been defeated by Lin. Feng shouted immediately after the explosion that Senior Ye had won, and it was all thanks to Senior Ye's great power. And since the King of Bones had been destroyed, he would hand over the remaining traitors to them, and he immediately gave the order to attack everyone. Lin approached Kun and asked if she understood how he felt right now, and being invincible meant feeling alone. Yuyan rejoiced and shouted that his teacher was a divine master, and the reverse use of power was wonderful, and his student had also mastered it. Zhao was shocked that the teacher destroyed the Bone King so easily and with pleasure. He pretended once again. It really irritated him. She also ran up and shouted that the teacher really was incredibly strong. He knocked down such a huge guy with one blow. Yuyan knelt before the teacher and asked for forgiveness, saying that they had disgraced him and they would still have to ask them to settle everything after this. But Xiao also did not remain silent and made a promise that next time he would not make a mistake. Lin told them to listen to him and made it clear they were clanmates, yet still fighting each other. And if anyone found out, how bad it would sound. And then there's little Hong, and they couldn't even handle the little skeleton. And at the critical moment, he still has to intervene. But at least it's a great lesson for them. The students told the teacher that they understood everything perfectly and got a lot of benefit from it. But Xiao understood that this skeleton was truly tiny, and the teacher was always showing off, and one day he'd get his teeth kicked. Lin stood on his kunya and ordered that it was time to return home to the Zhuantian sect. And this time, they'd been on the road for so long, and they were finally returning home. Arriving home, the head came out with everyone and met Yi's younger brother. Lin told his older brothers and sisters that he was back. The leader was overjoyed that the younger one had returned. And as long as he was with them, even if the Abyss army attacked again, they wouldn't be afraid. And Ling Er's child could be saved too. Lin thought and replied that the Abyss army was no more. But on the way back, he had already destroyed the Bone King, and the remnants of the Abyss had been completely exterminated by Ouyang Feng and his people. And Liner had already returned home to visit her elderly father. The leader was shocked and asked the junior apprentice if this was true. But the Bone King is a calamity-transcending cultivator. They say he even went to gather his brothers after the last attack on the Sect's defensive formation failed. Lin replied that it was a trifle and not at all difficult. The leader praised student Ye and he managed to return home, arriving with surprises. And that's wonderful, because the Xuanchen Sect's crisis is finally resolved, and now we don't have to live in fear every day. The leader looked around and asked who these 2 newcomers were. The younger brother's new disciples? Lin replied that he'd forgotten to introduce him. This was Yu Yang, and perhaps the leader had heard of him. And this was He. He asked his disciples to come and greet the sect leader. The disciples approached and greeted him. The leader replied that this was excellent. With their addition, their Xuanchen sect was becoming stronger and stronger. One of the warriors asked if Yu Yang was the same sword demon. Although he hadn't appeared in the desert province, He was said to be quite famous in several Taoist provinces in the eastern region. Yuyan apologized and said that he was young and stupid and had ruined his reputation a little. The warrior replied that this was not true. He had also heard that his sword technique was fast and accurate, and everything else was just rumors. The leader turned to his younger brother, saying that he had not returned for so long. Maybe they could all get together and tell them about their adventures over the past year. Lin agreed and suggested that they come to Piao Miao Peak together. He then ordered his disciples to go home with their master. Sitting down at the table, he asked Soy to brew them some good tea, and Hong, as the older brother, should give Yu Yan and He a tour. She told the teacher that Xiao needed to complete this task, and the elder brother agreed. At that moment, the warrior turned to his younger brother and asked him to quickly tell him what interesting things had happened to him this year. Not only had his level increased, but two such powerful disciples had appeared. Lin replied that since his elder brother was so impatient, he would tell them about his heroic deeds. It all began with the Shui family's floating island. And after just a whiff of incense, Senior was shocked to discover that his younger brother Ye had truly lived a vibrant life this year. His life was a dream come true. The leader was also shocked when he heard that the Hanging Temple had been destroyed. The Imperial Palace of the Pure Land had been plundered, and he had also been slandered. Who was behind all this? Lin replied that behind this insidious plan were clearly beings from the dark abyss, perhaps even influential forces from the eastern region, such as Shu Yun from the Hanging Temple. And it looks like they're all aiming for the Stargate, so the desert province will be no exception. But Sister stopped him and said that the Bone clans were constantly attacking the Xuantian sect. And did their Xuantian sect really have a Stargate too? And that's certainly true. Stargates are connected to countless worlds across the universe. In ancient times, cultivators could use them to travel to the farthest reaches of space. The strategic value of these gates is immense. The leader began to say that he swore to protect the Xuantian sect with his life. But where is the Stargate? Lin replied that given the current situation, opening the Stargate would be like letting a wolf into the house. The horrors of war would flare up again. The sect leader also agreed with him, and the most important thing for him is to protect the Xuantian sect. Meanwhile, in the eastern region of Qingzhou, in the forbidden lands of the Yuhua sect, a tragedy occurred in which some idiot began to attack everything around. It turned out to be Chen Xiao, the saint son of the Yuhua sect, and was at the mid-stage of transcending heavenly lightning. The servants immediately met him and respectfully greeted the Holy Son on his exit from seclusion. Xiao began to scold them and say that their pitiful skills at the stage of great perfection were now as insignificant as ants in his eyes. And now in front of him is that very man Chen Xiao who laughs last. But he wondered where Zhu Yang had disappeared to. Why hadn't he come to him? Surely for the sake of their former relationship as teacher and student, he could show him the way to break through the ordeal and help him reach the level of a false immortal. The servant replied that shortly after he went into seclusion, Zhu Yang had already broken through to the testing level and become a genuine false immortal. Xiao asked him to continue. After all, he was his disciple, and now that he'd successfully emerged from seclusion, he didn't even come to congratulate him. The servant made up his mind and replied that he had already been killed. He wouldn't be able to come. Xiao became very angry and began to wonder who had done this. The servant replied that it was Ye Ling from the Xuantian sect who did it. Xiao was upset and shouted that this guy had killed his father, and now he'd killed his teacher. And now, if he doesn't destroy this man, how can he quell the hatred in his heart? The servant begged the Holy Son not to give in to his impulses, and he fears that Lin is no longer someone he can handle. Xiao became angry and began to wonder why he was raising the morale of others while destroying his own greatness. And they've already seen his abilities. Even if Lin is in the late stages of the trial, he'll dare kill him before their eyes. Moreover, it hasn't been long. He's hardly above the early stages of the trial. The servant replied that Ye Ling was an old monster who liked to hide his strength. He was neither in the early stages of probation nor in the late stages, but in the full stage of probation. Xiao, hearing these words, couldn't understand how this was possible. He had truly reached the full testing stage of his cultivation, but Xiao categorically refused to believe it, and he couldn't believe it until he saw it for himself. The servant began to explain that Ye Ling had recently destroyed the Hanging Temple, and yet the three saints of the Hanging Temple were all in the full trial stage. Ye Ling's strength has long since surpassed everyone else, and the Holy Sun must absolutely not face certain death. Xiao was very worried after this and said that Lin was far ahead of him. The guy became very angry and began to feel terrible, and the liquid simply splashed out of his body. The servant caught him and told the Holy Sun that he must pull himself together. Although his strength was still inferior to Ling's, now was a rare opportunity. And perhaps this will help the Holy Sun strive to rise up and turn the situation around. And the Holy Sun has been in seclusion for a long time and knows much. In fact, the great struggle of the era is about to begin, and the current situation is as follows. Shayla asked if the eastern region had truly become like this, and it seemed they needed to prepare in advance to repel the invasion of creatures from the dark abyss. The servant replied that with his strength, he would surely prove himself in the battle against the dark abyss. When his fame reached its peak, wouldn't the position of leader of the reincarnation sect be his? And then the resources will be at his disposal, and with his genius talent, the path to becoming a true immortal will be clear as day. Shia replied that it was all true. To become immortal, and only by becoming immortal could he take revenge and satisfy his hatred, and rise above all men. And all he wants is for Lin to wait for him. And after his release from seclusion, Chen Xiao, relying on the power of the reincarnation sect, naturally assumed the post of commander in the United Army of the Righteous Path. The creatures of the dark abyss trembled at the mere mention of him. And in the following months, Xiao led a united army and traveled to other regions of Dao to exterminate the chaos-sowing creatures of the dark abyss. And thanks to his strength in the middle stage of the trial and the advantage of combat power from the solar immortal body, he was invincible and swept away everything in his path. He liberated numerous captured territories, instilling terror in countless creatures of the dark abyss. Chen Xiao's prestige continued to grow, turning him into the center of attention for thousands of people. And gradually, countless cultists began to praise Chen Xiao's deeds, and he gradually became the leader of the righteous path among the younger generation. Meanwhile, in the eastern region, in the deserted county, Lin was resting at home. But suddenly Yu Yang approached him and brought him a news report from the cultivation world. Did he want his disciple to read it to him? At that moment, Lin felt as if he had no arms and even had to eat in order to be fed. Lin wondered if this was the news about that guy again. All the headlines were about him, and it looked like he'd bought himself a newspaper. Yu Yang told the teacher that his insight was incredible. This Xiaoqin had repelled the army of the Phantom Clan in the southern district and freed countless enslaved people. He then declared that he would continue north to aid Gongzhou, which had recently been plunged into darkness. Lin thought about it and realized that this was the county where the An Miaowi path-following sect was located. But what had happened there? Yu Yang read that according to the report, the three great clans of the Dark Abyss, the masters of the secret assassination of the Shadow Clan, the Dark Clan and the Night Clan, had recently united and invaded Gongzhou. And now several of the strongest proving-level practitioners have already died, and the leader of the Next Path sect, Anzakai, has been injured. The situation is extremely serious. Lin was surprised by how serious it was, and asked if the information was reliable. Yu Yan replied that he was reporting to the teacher that he had gathered information from other places, and that Gongzhou was indeed in crisis. The system suddenly woke up and congratulated the owner for activating the task to mark the visit. He needs to go to the Next Path sect in Gongzhou and register. After successfully registering, the Kangyuan sword will be upgraded to the level of an immortal artifact. Lin was delighted as this reward was exactly to his liking. With the immortal artifact, killing those at the trial level in the future would be as easy as killing a chicken. He immediately told his disciples to get ready because they would go with him to the Next Path sect to save the people. But Shu saw his teacher as a carefree boy. When did he develop such a deep understanding side of justice? Had he really made a mistake? Or perhaps he'd taken a liking to this girl. The leader suddenly saw his younger brother Ye leaving the house again. The enlightenment tea he brought this time was simply incredible. He even helped everyone break through to the probationary level. But sister replied that thanks to junior brother Ye, the sect was getting better and better. Meanwhile, in the Next Path sect, the head was telling his daughter that she had now grown wings and that she didn't even listen to her father's words. But she just needs to maintain a good relationship with Commander Chen, and it will do her good. Her father was the head of the path-following sect, and Zikai. He was at the pinnacle of the trial realm, but his daughter stood her ground, shouting that she wouldn't marry, and Commander Chung had no interest in her. Anya asked his daughter to listen to him. He was injured, and that group of strangers was watching him. If something happened to him, who would protect her? The girl covered her ears and replied that she didn't need anyone's protection if he valued this Commander Chen so much, and told her she could just go and be with him. Afterwards, he would burn the paper for his mother to tell her she had found a new companion along the way. Suddenly, her father felt ill and started coughing violently. The girl immediately turned around and asked her father what was wrong. Chiefin told his daughter not to worry about him. It wasn't serious. Although the Dark Abyss clan's poison couldn't be completely eliminated, it posed no threat to him for a short time. But she should think about her future. Commander Chung is young and capable, and the position of head of the reincarnation sect will surely be his in the future. And in the current difficult situation, she'll be in a good position with him. Suddenly, a servant approached and said that Commander Chung was requesting an audience, and immediately ordered them to quickly invite Commander Chung. Chen Xiao approached Chief An and explained that he had just discussed a plan of action with his elders. As long as he was here, no outsider would touch a hair on his head. An replied that it was indeed too much trouble for Commander Chung, and the Next Path sect was extremely grateful to him. Chen began to inquire about his health. If things didn't improve, he would later bring the leader some herbs from the reincarnation sect's physician king to cure him and neutralize the poison, and asked if this was normal. Chen replied that it was nothing, with a wave of his hand, and in fact he'd only offered it out of politeness, and Chen had taken it seriously, and immediately thanked Commander Chen and introduced him to his daughter Miao Yi. She greatly admired him. Would he have time to tell her of his valiant deeds? Chen smiled and replied that since Miss An was interested, then he would have to tell her everything thoroughly. Anya was delighted and suddenly remembered his own business, so it was time for him to go, and they could now talk calmly. Miaoya was upset and immediately turned to her father, but Chen interrupted her and said goodbye to the headman. Chen hoped the girl would come and serve him, and if she did it well, he would help her. Now, only he could save the An family. But he didn't understand what this woman was planning. She was playing a game of lure and release with him. Head of An clearly wanted to hand her over to him, and she was still feigning restraint. Chen spoke to her and said he saw her interest in flowers and plants. He would collect all the rare flowers from around the world and personally bring them to her. How would she feel about such an offer? He started pestering her and asking how she was feeling, and she could tell him. He was ready to help her get rid of her worries and problems. And he started laughing, thinking she was truly funny. And how about going for a walk? He'd arrived at their sect rather hastily and hadn't had time to properly enjoy the sights yet. Mekwi was surprised that her brain could still speak. Wherever he went, all eyes were on her, beauties rushing into his arms, and she pretended to be unperturbed. But suddenly a strong wind struck, causing everyone to immediately freeze in place. Miui immediately realized that he had come and that he would save her from this vile villain. Chen didn't understand what this was all about, or why a proving-level demon emperor had attacked the Next Path sect. And had the Dark Abyss clan really returned? The head's right hand asked the head if it was too cruel to give mist to another sect. Chief An replied that Chen had achieved such heights at such a young age, something that was rare in the eastern region at all times. And he trusted Miao Yi, so what was wrong with that? Suddenly, a servant burst in and started shouting that the demon emperor was approaching them, and was surprised and decided to go and see for himself. Meanwhile, Lin flew over their sect on his kunpeng, and seeing this ancient monster, couldn't understand why it was there. An asked the man if he knew this monster. The man replied that he not only knew the supreme beast of the Xuantian sect's Piao Miao Peak leader, Ye Ling. Suddenly, a voice was heard saying that Lin had come to visit their sect. People, hearing his name, began to ask if this was the same villain who destroyed the Hanging Temple and bloodied the entire country of Jintu. And why did this god of murder suddenly come to the Next Path sect as a guest? And what does he want with this? And started shouting that it was impossible to be impolite. He needed to heed the mountain's protective barrier and let the traveler's friend Ye in so he could come in and talk. Meanwhile, the people opened the barrier, and Lin and his team entered the sect. The girl immediately ran toward Mr. Ye upon seeing him, but tried to stop his daughter from doing it in front of everyone. Lin met her and greeted her. The girl asked Mr. Ye if he'd come to help the Next Path sect after hearing about its plight, or if he'd come specifically to see her, and was suddenly surprised to hear such words, and thought that her daughter and young Master Ye were dating. Lin replied that it was probably both. But of course, the most important thin for him was the third reason, the reward for the mark. He asked the commander if it was time to hand out the reward. But the system was dormant at the time, and Lin wondered if it had gone back to sleep. And this guy's been putting off handing out rewards lately. It's time for him to have a serious talk. The girl began to thank young Master Ye. Hedin suddenly asked Elder Feng, "Is this her daughter?" Fen replied, "Didn't the boss notice?" Miss had long ago given up her heart, but Chen himself approached them, looking very angry. And he shouted that even if Lin bore the name of the god of murder, he struck fear into the eastern region. And in the Hanging Temple, in the country of Jintu, every bloody incident remains unsolved to this day. And now Gongzhou has been attacked by 3 clans of the Dark Abyss. The people are suffering and dying. And it's unclear whether his arrival at the next path sect is to help or to profit from others' misfortune. Miao Yi saw that this Chen Xiao was questioning Yeling so harshly from the very beginning. He clearly wanted to put him in an awkward position. She was so worried about him that she addressed him as Young Master Yi. But Lin, seeing this guy, asked, "Who the hell is he?" Yu Yan noted that it was true in only a few words, and the damage was small, but the insult was colossal. Chen was angry and saw that he was pretending. How could he possibly forget him? Lin replied that he didn't understand where this petty nothingness came from, and was he worthy of being remembered? Chen replied that this was too much. His father, Chen Yunhai, head of the Wind and Thunder sect, had died at his hands, and his teacher, Zhu Yang, had been killed by him too. Had he really forgotten all of this? Lin thought for a moment and said he remembered a little. But Chen approached him and made it clear that he was a false immortal at the probation level, killing false immortals from a small sect. Wasn't he ashamed? Yu Yang also joined the conversation and revealed that his father also dreamed of taking over the Xuanqin sect. His teacher was merely defending the Xuanqin sect, and that Zhu Yang attacked his teacher in the Yue family for no apparent reason, and unable to defeat him, was killed in retaliation. And there's no need to turn everything upside down. Lin immediately thought, "That's excellent. This student has proven himself." And looking at Xiao, he saw that he hadn't even moved from his spot. Xiao also started shouting that everything was correct, and his teacher wanted to set an ambush, but he himself fell. It's even funny. And now he even dares to seek revenge only in words and calls himself a holy son. Chen was so angry that he couldn't even find the words to shut their mouths. But suddenly Chief An approached and said that they were both irreplaceable talents of the Eastern region. And now the situation was extremely serious. Why not put aside our differences and stand together against the outsiders? That's what matters most right now. But suddenly Chen stepped in and told him to shut his mouth, saying that he didn't belong here. Anya was surprised after such words and asked him what he said, but his health was not in good condition, and he immediately began to cough. Miaoi caught her father and started calling him names. And even though he became the commander of the Allied army, he still treats his elders so disrespectfully. But before Chen stood the elder of the reincarnation sect, Lu Lao, and he was in the full stage of probation. Lu explained that the Holy Son was simply angry and asked all his friends along the way not to be offended. He then ordered the Holy Son to follow him. Chen didn't understand and had previously thought that if he tried hard enough, many bright halos would shine above his head, and he will be able to look his murderous father in the face and not give in to him. But in fact, from the very beginning, he was used like a monkey. Chen started running away, screaming that he wouldn't give up, and he wanted revenge. Louis asked him to look at himself now. Where was his usual confidence and calm? There's no need to disgrace yourself here, and he can't defeat him yet, so there's no need to make any rash moves. Lin stood before them and asked, "What's the point if he doesn't give in?" After all, he was acting in legitimate self-defense. Chen began shouting at Ling that he was a shameless disciple, and how many innocents had he killed while hiding his strength? If he dared, they could have a fair competition. Chen thought that after he tempered the true fire of the sun, his solar immortal body became completely pure and flawless. And he's absolutely unbeatable among his peers. If he dares to accept the challenge, he'll show him what he's made of. Shay suddenly came out and asked how he was at such a high level and wanted to challenge his unbeatable teacher. After all, the boy wasn't really worthy of fighting Aken. Lin suddenly began to rejoice at his student's actions and saw that something could grow out of it. Chen wondered who Aken was. Xiao fanned out his fingers and replied that it was the master's exalted supreme animal, an ancient divine being. Akun stood above them, and Chen immediately realized that it was Kunpeng. He was so shocked that he couldn't understand how this was possible. He was being forced to fight the supreme beast. Seeing the guy's face, Lin asked him what was wrong with him. He even dared to despise him, Acuna? Chen immediately headed towards the flying animal and began his attacks. But Akun dodged his attack with his speed. Lin told him it was time to show the enemy his true skill, and he gave full orders to show this idiot who he really is. Louis shouted at the Holy Sun to be careful. After all, this animal was a descendant of the ancient divine being Kunpeng. Kunpeng flew close to the warg and unleashed the great sun fist. Chen saw this and immediately felt the terrifying power. But that didn't stop him, and he decided to show him how he could conquer him, and he unleashed his deadly mirror linear strike. After unleashing a barrage of fire attacks, Kunpeng simply stood there and didn't even move. Chen began to rejoice very early and asked the animal how it felt. But the people below saw that Commander Chung wasn't fighting in vain. With such force, how many strangers lost their nerve at the mere mention of him? But suddenly she approached the teacher and said that Akun was in danger. But Lin replied that there was no need to worry, he was fine. Chen began to apologize to Lin, thinking that he had accidentally killed his mount. But Lin made a surprised look, showing him that it was so. But suddenly Akun turned into a child and, choosing the right moment, hit the enemy, telling him to appreciate his fist kun. The blow was so strong that even Chen didn't understand who he was. Akun asked his enemy if he couldn't see who was in front of him. He must have lost his memory from such a powerful punch. Chen couldn't believe that the animal had turned into a human and asked in surprise, "Didn't he die?" Akun's eyes widened, letting his enemy know he was dead after all. Chen immediately released his flames, thinking the animal was daring to fool him, and he threatened to destroy the animal. And in response, he used the solar immortal body. Akun was a little frightened by his reaction and said that Kun Kun wasn't afraid of him at all. He then launched his fist in response. Sai immediately began to rejoice and cheer for her animal. But Miaoi also did not stand aside and called Akun the best and asked him to hit him hard. Akun dealt powerful blows, and at that moment Chen wondered why this guy was becoming more and more courageous with each battle. Elder Louis also stood aside, unable to understand why Kunpeng was so strong. He could actually fight the Holy Sun on equal terms to such a degree. Chen was tired of all this and pulled out his fire sword and told Akun to die. But Akun didn't run away and flew straight at the enemy and shouted at him to look at his fist kun. The blow was so powerful that the enemy's fiery sword simply broke into small pieces. Chen immediately realized he was in trouble, and Akun followed that up with an Iron Mountain strike. After this, Chen was unable to cope and flew to the ground at great speed. And then Akun started to mock him and spit water at him, and he found it funny. The girls were very happy for Akun because he had defeated the vile enemy. But Louis did not tolerate such treatment of the boy and considered that this brat dared to disgrace the holy son of his Yuhua school. And for such disrespect, he must teach him a good lesson. Louis immediately launched a chain at Akun, the end of which contained a sharp object. The chain was about to reach its target, but Lin saw that the old man simply couldn't lose, and he dared to touch his disciples. Or had the old man decided to test his strength against him? Louis saw that Lin was capable of holding back 3 Buddhist saints, and now he alone would have a hard time dealing with him. And now is not the time to break off relations. We need to think about the bigger picture. First, we need to take that worthless one away, and when the moment is ripe, they'll burst in and kill them. Louis calmed down and told the boy that the old man had no intention of turning against him. He asked for forgiveness for his momentary outburst. He would leave them at that for now. Akun began to laugh and tease the old man, telling the teacher that the master was truly formidable and that he only had to go out and the old man would immediately become a turtle hiding his head. Louis took his student and said goodbye to them. Akun began to rejoice and say that they had driven out the bad guy. And did he handle him well? He asked the teacher. Lin replied that it was beautiful, and no wonder he called him Kun Kun, and his face felt simply wonderful to the touch. Maui also came up and said that Kun Kun was so cute, and could she also feel his cheeks? But Akun immediately replied that he wouldn't. Was his face really just a toy for everyone? Miao Wui began to beg her brother to give her a break. Akun made a big deal out of himself and asked her to call him a few more times. Then maybe he'd think about it. She began to beg him, and Akun changed his mind and gave her one chance. Miwi stroked it and thanked her brother and felt that it felt very nice to the touch. The leader saw that he hadn't seen Maoi so happy for a long time, and if she could always live without worries, it would be wonderful. But suddenly he felt ill again and began coughing nonstop. The servant immediately approached the master and asked how he was and why he seemed to be getting worse. The leader replied that it was nothing special and that he could still hold out for now. But the servant was deeply distressed and shouted that the enemies deserved death. They had reduced their once great sect master to such a state. Miaoyi asked her father if this poison really couldn't be cured. Lin chimed in and replied that it was nothing. His disciple could easily remove such a poison. The leader was surprised and asked Lin not to joke with him like that. This poison was extremely vicious, self-renewing, and he had tried every method but was unable to eradicate it. Lin turned to Hei and told him to act and help Mister and get rid of the poison. Miwi, hearing this name, thought that it sounded like a dog's name. Hei emerged from behind his sister and announced that the disciple had arrived. The leader suddenly saw a friend Ye's new Daoxin disciple. He saw that he looked a little awkward. Sai also asked her black younger brother not to worry and to go, and he would definitely succeed. Hei was extremely shy and agreed. He immediately approached the leader and began healing him with his magic. The leader suddenly felt so powerful that he immediately showed his powers. Miaoyi said it worked, and my father's face lit up. How wonderful to see him like that. The leader also replied that he was fine, full of strength and energy. Hei also approached the teacher and informed him that the poison had been purified. The leader immediately approached his younger brother and thanked him because he had cured such a strong poison in an instant. Hei replied that it was nothing and a one-man job, but he didn't understand the feeling he was experiencing. Helping others brought him joy, and he felt a sense of calm, and he wasn't even so afraid of people anymore. The leader approached Lin and praised his teaching, deeming it impeccable. And for such a great favor, he would certainly throw a feast of the utmost magnificence to properly treat them all. Lin replied that Mr. and had been too kind, and since the strangers had left and the illness had also disappeared, perhaps they would enjoy his treat. Miao Yi immediately realized this was a banquet of the highest order. Since her birth, the Wendao sect had never held a banquet of such magnitude. In the entire history of the sect, it had only been held twice, and they say each time it changed the fate of the clan, and he didn't expect father to hold Mr. Ye in such high esteem. At this time in the eastern region, in Gong County, Louis stopped at the site of the Yuhua sect's allied forces. Louis wasted no time and immediately began treating Chen. Chen told the elder that he was simply worthless. He even lost to that type of a supreme beast. And what's more, word of this will surely spread. All that impeccable reputation he'd worked so hard to build will be destroyed in an instant. From now on, he'll become the laughingstock of the entire eastern region. Louis told the Holy Son that the steed was no ordinary creature, and he shouldn't be so humble. As for this duel, what if he told him no one would know about it? Chen was surprised and asked the old man what he meant. Louis asked the Holy Son to wait and that the real performance would soon begin. At this time, a banquet was taking place in Fengxiao Palace, where Team Ye was relaxing. Kunpeng was delighted and said it was delicious. It was the first time in his life he'd eaten something so delicious. The chief began to rejoice and said he'd heard that Lin had known his daughter for a long time, and it was clearly fate that brought them together. And how does he like his youngest daughter? Lin was shocked and spat out all the alcohol, and Miao Yi turned to her father and asked him why he was asking Mr. Ye such questions. She would handle her affairs herself. Lin also apologized for choking on his water just now, and Madame Anne is a beautiful girl, so sweet, like his little sister. Miao Yi also realized that in Mr. Ye's heart, she was just like a younger sister. The servant believed that there was nothing more difficult in this world than sorting out one's feelings, and he hoped his mistress would be able to let go of it a little. He explained to Elder Ye that even that day at Longman Inn, he realized that he was an unusual person. And later in Yawan Valley, they saved him and the mistress. And now they've even rescued the sect master from trouble. Such kindness cannot be repaid, and perhaps he'll allow him to raise this cup to him. Lin replied to the elder fan that he was being too kind, and suddenly he pulled out all his clothes. And no matter how grateful you are, there is no point in making such a storm in a teacup. And seeing the naked body of the elder fan, he immediately felt ill and went blind with horror. But Fan didn't understand what was happening to him, and why wasn't his body obeying him? People were also surprised and did not expect that the elder Fan had such strange inclinations. Sho immediately found this disgusting. He, on the other hand, found the man courageous. The leader immediately stood up and asked Fanya if he was crazy. Even if he wanted to express gratitude, he didn't have to perform such a shameful and immoral dance. Fan replied to the master that he couldn't stop. It was as if some force was controlling him. The chief was surprised and immediately realized that things were bad. Could this really be a dream? And I couldn't even figure out who was acting up here? And I begged the bastard to come out immediately and show himself. But a voice in his head told him not to rush, because the most interesting part was just beginning. The rest of the people also started to behave strangely and fight with each other, asking strange questions. Fans shouted at the creature to come out immediately, and it must be from a shadow clan of one of the three great nations of the Abyss that had recently invaded Gongzhou County. The creature replied to Mr. and that he hadn't thought he had such keen eyes, and that wasn't a bad thing either. This being called himself the king of the Abyssal Shadow Clan, and he was at the peak of the Heavenly Lightning experience stage. The leader was not afraid and asked what he thought. If with just their shadows they would be able to destroy his Wendao sect. And the creature underestimates him too much. The creature showed its face and ordered all its people to show theirs. A shadow portal immediately opened in the room. A creature emerged from it, asking Mr. and if he remembered it, and how did it like the poison last time. The Dark Abyssal Clan king immediately began laughing, but then grew angry and recognized him. He realized they'd been here a long time ago. Could he tell me exactly when this happened? The Dark King replied that of course they had an accomplice, and he thought he was just about to act, but didn't expect that the Wendao sect was harboring over a dozen of the strongest abyssal beings, all of whom had reached the peak of their experience of heavenly lightning. But who had let them in? And now, even with the presence of his friend Yez Taoist, he fears it will be difficult to resist them. Who would have thought that, in his desire to throw a feast in honor of his benefactors, he would end up bringing disaster upon them? At that moment, Louis looked at that place and saw how dark it felt there. Louis wondered if his wish was finally starting to come true. Louis decided to ask the Holy Sun if he didn't want to take revenge and make those from the Wendao clan pay with their lives for everything. The Holy Sun didn't understand what the elder meant. And was it he who orchestrated Ming Yuan's invasion of the Wendao clan? Louis promised that today was definitely the end for the Wendao clan. The Holy Sun was surprised and asked the old man if he had secretly conspired with the Ming Yuan beings. This was the behavior of a traitor, and soon people will despise him. If the sectarians find out, how will he justify himself to them? But seeing the old man laugh, the Holy Sun realized the sect had long been known. And he couldn't believe that the Eastern region's #1 holy place, the Wu Huamen sect, had secretly conspired with the beings of Ming Yuan. And he, being a holy son, is also the initiator of the Alliance of the Righteous. How ironic it is. But Louis promised him that he would soon understand why the cult was forced to act this way. It was an inevitable course of events. He had to believe they were right. The Holy Sun asked if it was the old man who had arranged for him to become the commander of the Alliance of the Righteous. Louis replied that it was all true, even before the Holy Sun's victories had gone swimmingly, simply because they wanted them to. And hadn't he noticed that every battle had gone too smoothly for him? The Holy Sun realized that even enemy armies crumbled with a single blow and fled in panic. It would have been fine if Yeling had mocked him, but his own people were leading him by the nose, twisting his arms around their will. And why did he suffer this? What did he do that made the heavens treat him so cruelly? Louis approached and replied that the Holy Sun was clinging too closely to empty fame and reputation. The truth wasn't really that important. What mattered was how he would ascend to an even higher position. Chen decided to ask him if the old man really wanted to tell him to go along with him and do such shameful things that would be cursed forever and ever. Louis replied that the alliance between the sect and the Abyss was merely an offering to secure the support of the power behind it all. And the so-called greater good of humanity was empty words in the face of life and death. And this world is about to undergo a major upheaval. If they don't prepare, the Yuhua sect's Daotong will no longer exist. Chen was lost in thought and didn't understand what the old man was talking about. Louis explained that the Holy Sun had enormous potential. Even those few people held him in high esteem. He was destined to rise rapidly in the future, to look farther and higher. Why limit himself to this world? He told him everything he needed to know, and now he needed to stay here while he went and caused a real massacre. Louis flew to the residence and shouted at Lin to give him his life. The Dark Clan king addressed all the kings and commanded them to accept the elixir of darkness. And today, not a single living soul will remain in the Wendo sect. They will all be transformed into hell. Lin was listening at that moment and asked the abyssal creatures if they weren't aware of any decency. And didn't they see that the humans were in the midst of a feast? The Dark King asked where this youth had come from to act so insolently, and let him be the first to try the weapon of darkness on himself. Lin suddenly asked the system if it was sleeping soundly, and was it time to hand out the login reward? And his sword, Kang Yuan, was already itching for action. The system immediately responded, apologizing and would now reward him. And after logging in, the Zanyuan sword successfully upgraded to a divine artifact. Lin was surprised and explained that rewards had been delayed every day lately. Was he waiting for something to happen to him so he could feast in peace? The system was disappointed and decided to find out how this could happen. Next time, he'll definitely deliver everything on time, he promises. The King of Darkness immediately rushed to attack the saint with his dark weapon. But Lin sat in his place, and at the last moment a new sword appeared in his hand, with which he pierced the enemy's chest. The king couldn't believe such a thing was possible, and he immediately realized it was a divine artifact. Lin cut it open and explained that what he hated most was being distracted while eating. Clearly, he'd broken the rule. The king didn't know how a divine-level artifact could appear here in the eastern region. I didn't expect a legendary divine artifact to appear in such a place. But even so, with more than a dozen of them, having reached the full stage of experiencing heavenly lightning, they might still be able to handle it. Lin heard these words and decided to test them. He used his sword and attacked the enemy with a beam of light. At that moment, Xiao couldn't understand how this guy even had a divine artifact. And yet, with a single blow, he obliterated someone who had fully experienced the heavenly lightning. But the demons told their own not to panic. And this man was only in the process of fully experiencing the heavenly lightning. So controlling the divine artifact was clearly difficult for him. And he's already struck twice, so it looks like he doesn't have much strength left. And if they all join forces to resist, there's still a chance. Lin heard their decision and warned them not to overestimate their strength. He then unleashed the Kangyun lightning attack. Having released such a strong and fast attack, the demons did not even have time to see how the lightning was directed at them, that it even flew out into the street. Louis too had flown into the sect by this time, and seeing this, he couldn't understand what it was. Could this Lin really have used a divine artifact? Chen also flew up and asked the elder what had happened. Lin told him not to ask any questions. And it is time for them to retreat. Otherwise, they will be destroyed under the blow of this divine artifact. The residents saw it too and wondered, what is it? And this sword light seemed to rip apart the very sky? And this is truly the work of human hands. And is this really the legendary divine sword of destiny? Meanwhile, this beam was visible from the end of another world, and the Shadow Warrior also noticed it while spending his time on the rock. He immediately realized that from then on, the cultists of the eastern region understood what it meant to use one sword to shake an immortal. And this radiance of the sword and its anomaly left an indelible impression on countless cultists for life. And later generations also called it One Sword, whose shining coldness covers 14 provinces. Meanwhile, Lin stood up and announced that everything was ready, and he wondered why everyone was freezing. Now they could continue playing music and dancing. And asked his new friend if he always carried the divine artifact with him. Ling replied that he had it with him, of course, and asked if there was a problem. In replied that there wasn't. After this battle, the crisis in the district would be resolved, and Ling's friend's Dao Xin fame would reach its peak. He would reliably contain Chen Xiao of the Yuhua sect. Lin wondered what kind of person this Chen was. He too dared to put himself on par with his teacher. Yuyan replied to the teacher that this was all empty glory. The teacher had always been indifferent to fame and honor. But Xiao noticed that the teacher was feigning sham again. This time, however, he pulled out a divine artifact, and it seemed the difficulty of his counterattack had increased again. After a pleasant dinner, Lin praised Master An's feast, finding it excellent, and thanked him for the treats. But it was time for them to go too. An replied that Dao Ling was too kind. He would be honored to accept them. In the future, if any difficulties arose, the Wendao sect would certainly come to their aid, sparing neither life nor death. Lin immediately called his pet, who flew in an instant and said goodbye to his new friends. After parting, Anya told his daughter to try hard. Such a man was a worthy goal for her, but she might never achieve it, so she needed to be mentally prepared. Lina replied that she was not asking to be able to keep up with him, but that she could simply walk behind him. Far, far away, just looking at him was enough for her. 3 days later, in the eastern region, in the main hall of the Yuhua Sect, people were saying that Lin had destroyed the army of the Abyss with one blow of his sword. And more than 10 kings who had achieved the full experience of heavenly lightning died on the spot. And Lin's show-off is nothing. Far more important is that the Holy Sun lost to his steed, Kunpin, and it looks like his former glory will never return. Meanwhile, Chen and Louis arrived at the cave and the Holy Sun asked where they were. And why was there such a place in the Yuhua sect, permeated with death and melancholy? Louis asked the boy not to ask too many questions. Things had changed. He would take him to see several important people. Chen asked who these important people were and saw Lord Sect Master standing before him. It turned out to be the Yuhua Sect's Sect Master, Wan Changwei, who had reached the full stage of experiencing heavenly lightning. Chen wondered how it was possible for Mr. Sect Master to end up in such a place. Vesen told him directly that he was the only Holy Son in all of history who had the right to come here. But Louis felt this place was so mysterious, and he didn't know what would happen next. Who would he see? Suddenly, Chen felt something approaching behind him. It was a huge, watching eye. Chen asked Wan who the hell this creature was. Wan asked him to show them respect. They were the 5 elders of the Yuhua sect. Wan bowed to all the elders and introduced them to the person Chen Xiao, and he is an excellent talent for the solar immortal body. Chen was surprised that even Lord Sect Master was so respectful. And this pressure, could this really be the legendary true immortal? One of the elders immediately noted that this child had an amazing physique, having almost fully developed his solar immortal body. However, his Taoist heart was a little unstable. Chen bowed and explained that he was their junior, had lost to a creature some time ago, and was now a little confused about the path of his spiritual cultivation. The elder approached and decided to take another look at him. Upon seeing him, he asked, "Is such pure Kunpin blood really possible in this world? And this Junlin is no ordinary man." Wan said that this man is the head of the Xuantian sect's peak, his strength immeasurable. And he himself saw how, with his sheer might, he suppressed the 3 saints of the Hanging Temple. He is a serious threat to their plan. Louis was also a little surprised and replied that it was all true. Last time, when he and the Abyss surrounded the Wendao sect, it was he who pulled out the divine artifact. And even with one blow of his sword, he destroyed all the kings of the 3 clans, which is why their plan failed. The elders were shocked to hear about the divine artifact. It's just a divine artifact. Their Yuhua sect has one too, and no matter how much he tries, he won't be able to stop the current course of events. Now the defense of the heavenly world is destroyed. Foreign peoples are approaching ever closer from every edge. Fortunately, the ancestor has already established himself among the foreigners. When the celestial world falls, it will be time for their Yuhua sect to rise. Chen wondered what they were talking about. The Yuhua sect had actually defected to the foreigners, and they were planning to destroy the heavenly world. The elder told the youth that he was so timid and cautious. How could he be a holy son of the Yuhua sect? Chen replied that he was asking the elder not to be angry. It was he, the junior, who had behaved inappropriately. The elder said that he lost to Kunpin, and it was not a shame, but to just sink into despondency like that was stupid. And did the young man hear what he was just told? It's a secret he needs to know. The world of Kunlun will become a battlefield for many nations, an era of great wars. Doesn't he want to soar to the top? Chen wanted to know if they really had to give up this land. The elder replied that if the gain was great enough, everything could be exchanged. And he must remember all the humiliations he suffered before, all because of weakness. And by joining them, he will gain the strength to crush everything in his path. A power capable of crushing everything in its path. Never again to be inferior to others. Chen replied that everything was correct and he wanted to become stronger. He desires power, the great good of humanity. It's all nonsense, really. The elders told him he was fit for training. Now he needed to stay here. They would guide him and help him achieve immortality as quickly as possible. Chen fell to his knees and thanked the elders. He would definitely devote all his strength to serving the Yuhua sect faithfully and truly. Meanwhile, Lin sipped his tea and said that since Chen Xiao had bin disciplined, the Yuhua sect had calmed down considerably recently. Even the Abyss's attacks had slowed. I wonder if they were plotting their next move. At this time, in the eastern region of the Desert District, a girl appeared in front of the gate of the Xuantian sect. She was overjoyed to finally arrive at the Xuantian sect. A man greeted her and asked her what important business she had come to their sect for. The girl replied that she had an important matter and wanted to find Senior Lin Ye. The guard wasn't surprised since they were looking for sect leader Ye Feng again, and she was probably another one of his fans. And recently there have already been more than 100 of them, and it's better to refuse her. The girl immediately asked them for permission to go inside, but the guard put his hand in front of her and said he was sorry, but she was not allowed in. The girl decided to take a different approach, and showing the map said she was a survivor of the Pure Land Imperial family, and she wanted to tell Chief Ye Feng the truth about that day. The guard didn't believe it and said that she had made up such a pathetic lie in order to get to Chief Feng. The girl got angry and started shouting that she had told them the truth. And why didn't they believe her? The guard replied that they were saying the Pure Land state had been captured by the Abyssal army and no one had survived. Furthermore, they were even blaming their leader, Feng. How could they believe that? And the girls who come to see Chief Feng have too many different stories. Even pregnant women have declared at the gate that they are carrying his child and want to see the father of their child. And now they're asking her to leave. Next time they might come up with a more plausible excuse. The girl was very angry and did not think that after so much work and hardship, when she finally found this place, they still would not let her in. But she was persistent and said she had to come in, and he apologized to his friends for the offense. The guards didn't like this and used force to ask her not to ruin herself in vain. She noticed that they had transformed into the Huashan stage. These two seemed like ordinary disciples, but they turned out to be great masters of the level. The guards asked her again to leave immediately. She became very worried and wondered what to do. After all, she couldn't accept this. Suddenly another girl arrived and the guards were shocked to see Zhao's sister. The guard replied that the girl was falsely claiming to be a survivor of the Pure Land Imperial family. She claimed to know some secret that she wanted to personally report to Headmaster Feng and had attempted to infiltrate the sect, but they had stopped her. The girl replied that she was telling the truth. She had an Imperial token. Zhao looked and was a little surprised. While the guard told Zhao's elder sister that it was definitely a fake. There are too many self-proclaimed fans these days. Taking a closer look, she was shocked because she saw that this material was made of black gold and spiritual energy was flowing, and this was definitely not an ordinary fake. The girl began begging Zhao to believe her. Zhao immediately ordered the guards to step aside, as it was a genuine Imperial token, and they nearly ruined an important mission. The guards were shocked and apologized for their previous offenses, and it turns out she really is a princess. Meanwhile, Zhao asked her to go with her, and she would take her to Chief Feng. The girl was overjoyed because she would finally be able to meet the leader, Ye Feng. And the last hope of the state, the Pure Land, lay with him. During the massage, Xiao asked the teacher if the pressure was appropriate. The teacher replied that it was fine, and everything was fine. But suddenly Yu Yang came running and informed the teacher that Zhao's younger sister had brought someone to the meeting, and it seemed she had been on the road for a long time. Lin thanked the disciple and asked the guest to enter. But Xiao believed that such a humble appearance should not be allowed to spread beyond the Xuantian sect. But Lin felt that he could no longer feel anything and asked the student why his hands had stopped. Suddenly, Zhao came and informed Chief Ye that this was Princess Mingyu from the Pure Land State. Lin was surprised to hear the name Pure Land State. He also understood that rumors had it that it had been completely destroyed by the Abyss. Mingyu told Elder Ye that she was the only one who managed to escape. Her brothers sacrificed themselves to protect her, and all died in the palace. And everyone says that she shed blood in the palace, but only he knows what the real events were. And that day the palace was shrouded in a bloody fog. Black figures scurrying like ants. 4 masters of the Dongji level surrounded and killed his father, the emperor. As he struggled to maintain the state's fate with his last strength, he screamed for them to flee. Her 2 older brothers sacrificed their lives to protect him, and only then were they able to send her into the teleportation crystal. And she could only watch helplessly as they crumbled to dust. She fled for 3 months, and every night she dreamed of the fate of her father and her kingdom completely fading away and disappearing. And until she heard that in the Pure Land state, not a single intact palace stone remained, even her father's imperial throne had been turned into a footstool for the creatures of the abyss. The black figures conspired with the abyss, and even dared to shift the blame onto Senior Ling. Their hearts deserved to be punished, and she saw it all clearly that night. Their techniques were clearly the methods of the Yuhua school. But she's weak and without support, and so she can only plead with her elder. Mingyu fell to her knees and begged the elder to bring justice to the millions of souls lost in the Pure Land state. She's powerless, and she has nothing but her life. If revenge can be achieved, she's willing to become a servant or a slave, Jacob. Lin saw nothing surprising in the fact that the Yuhua school and the Abyss had been working together recently, and it turns out they're in the same boat. Lin asked the girl to stand up. They dared to blame her. They deserved death, and conspiring with the Abyss was a crime of incalculable gravity. Lin informed her that he would accept her revenge. Mingyu was surprised and decided to ask if he was truly willing to help her. She had no one else to care for the fate of the Pure Land state. Lin told her not to worry. Piao Miao Feng needed someone to handle the small stuff, and he should stay here. He noticed that the stubbornness in this girl's eyes was like a piece of jade that could be carved into a shining stone. Mingyu thanked him, and she promised to diligently fulfill her duties. Lin asked Shi to give her some tea and a snack to satisfy her hunger, and then to visit her at Piao Miao Feng so she could meet him. Shi kindly asked her to come over and try a slice of the new osmanthus cake. Meanwhile, in the abyss, it was said that all light was absorbed here, leaving only eternal darkness and emptiness. Hundreds of abyssal tribes have proliferated here for thousands of years, but due to the Holy War, they have become weapons of war for outside forces. And Yeling's appearance cast an even darker shadow over this gloomy land. But in this world, everything was dire, and the warriors said the situation on the front lines was critical. So the king issued a decree to recruit troops, and everyone who had reached the 9th level of the Lianqi stage was required to participate in the Holy War. The resident said he didn't want to. He had a mother at home to take care of. People from their homes saw all this and said that the situation at the front was becoming increasingly critical. Even those at the Lianqi stage were going to be taken away. But the villager asked, "Wouldn't it be better to remain peacefully in the abyss? Why so covet foreign lands?" The man asked the others to be careful with their words, and if anyone heard, there would be a death sentence. At this time, at the Imperial Palace of the Dark People in the Abyss, they were saying that in this holy war, they had lost too many of their fellow tribesmen. If we continue any further, the legacy of the 100 tribes will be lost. And the servants asked King Dong Yu if he was sure he could win if he continued in this manner. And if he loses, the Dark Nation will bear all the blame. Meanwhile, the leader of the Dark Nation, King Dong Yu, sat and listened to them. One of the servants asked everyone not to rush to conclusions, and they can still fight. But the others were curious. How to fight? And only with the dark entity tribute the envoy had given them. And even these pills are insignificant in front of people with a heavenly artifact. What use are they really? Suddenly, a bright light appeared, and several masked people emerged. They immediately began shouting at them, asking how they dared to say their pills were useless. The servants were shocked to see the deity's envoys before them. Dang Yu requested the envoys to appease his anger. The pills were certainly good, but the humans, using celestial artifacts, had inflicted heavy damage on them. And so he wants to ask the deity's messengers what they should do now. The messenger told the king to continue fighting for all the tribes of the abyss without hesitation. After all, they have no choice. The king thought for a moment and asked them to be more careful with their language. The abyss was cooperating with them, not their vassal. In the worst case, they would cease this cooperation, and then they would leave the abyss. The messenger asked if this pack of servants had really dared to raise a hand against their master. Did he really think his people would rule the abyss? The king asked him what he meant. The Dark Nation had already ruled the abyss for millions of years. Would these really be messengers? Suddenly, one of the envoys opened his robe and replied that everything was correct. Now, like a vile pack of servants, they would see what a master should be, one they should serve. All the servants were surprised and realized that this wasn't just an overwhelming aura, but rather an innate weakness before him. What was really going on here? The king fell to his knees and asked them who they really were. The stranger replied that the abyss was merely a small world created by the progenitors of darkness. and they bear the bloody seal of their ancestors, and for generations they have been servants of their people. The king wondered how this was possible. He never imagined that, having commanded the abyss for millions of years, he would end up a mere pawn in someone else's hands. The stranger told him that cataclysms had occurred in the ancient world of Kunlun, and the ancestor had led the people beyond. And now they were returning as true rulers. And their task is to give everything for the return of the Dark People and Kunlun. The king asked, "Why are they ordered to control the Stargate at any cost?" The stranger replied that everything was correct. The Stargate was the life key of Kunlun. All beings from other worlds who pass through the Stargate undergo a gate cleansing and are recognized by the will of heaven. Otherwise, the will destroy them. The king asked, "Why must they return now?" The stranger replied that the Kunlun world would soon awaken. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures would flow forth, and opportunities for immortality would be everywhere. Eventually, he will once again achieve his ancient greatness, and they, the people of darkness, will become the masters of that greatness. The king understood that the powerful Weakling was now present, having used a celestial artifact to destroy numerous abyssal sovereigns. Their energy was greatly weakened, and they had no way to counter the celestial artifacts. The servant also said that at the Battle of Gongzhou, he had destroyed their main force of abyssal assassins with a single blow of his sword. The stranger explained that celestial artifacts only reveal their power when harnessed through celestial energy. Lin hadn't yet reached that level, so his power barely reached 10%. The king was greatly surprised that it was barely a tenth. If he detonated his full power, wouldn't it be a catastrophe, as if the sky were to collapse and the earth were to shatter? The messenger said that they came here to give him a secret treasure, specially designed to fight this man named Lin. Upon sensing this, the king realized it was a flame, and it seemed capable of burning through a divine soul. A single glance was enough to inspire awe. And what kind of secret artifact of such caliber was this? The stranger told the king, giving him a secret artifact of their people, and a dark soul-devouring lamp. The moment the seal is removed, the supreme power of darkness will transform into a soul-devouring flame. Even if a true immortal is involved, their soul will be burned to ashes. They have an informant among the humans. He'll need to cooperate well with them from now on. With this lamp, Lin is just a candle, doomed to destruction. And soon, all manner of immortal traces will appear in Kunlun. They must take advantage of this opportunity. And when the Dark People return to their lands, they will share the immortal's path and rule Kunlun. Hundreds of abyssal tribes, ready to go through fire and water for the people of darkness, reverently awaiting their master's return to Kunlun. Meanwhile, in the near future, signs of awakening will begin to appear in the Kunlun world, and opportunities for gaining immortality will arise everywhere, like star clusters. And the main forces of the Middle Region are alarmed and are eager to study the changes in the heavens and earth. But the peace treaty turned into empty paper, and the great powers fighting for resources entered into war. From this moment on, a chaotic shift of forces began, as the withered trees came to life in the spring. This also marks the beginning of bloody storms and brutal battles. Meanwhile, Lin was chilling out, and she was telling the teacher that she had brewed new tea for them today. But suddenly thunder rumbled, and she was so frightened that Lin hugged her and let her know he was there, and there was no need to be afraid. But Xiao said these were the traces of an immortal, and soon the supreme trace of an immortal would appear. But Lin didn't understand what these immortal traces were. Zhu replied that everything was correct, and that such a scale of immortal traces was unprecedented. Suddenly, a man appeared and announced that he was the owner of the island of the lost immortals. In 10 days, the trials would begin, and anyone who passed them would receive a corresponding reward. And the winner will ultimately become the new owner of the island of the dead immortals. The owner will receive all the resources for immortal training hidden on the island, and he hoped that they would all work together to protect the Kunlun world. Xiao immediately thought that if he succeeded in these trials, he could master his legacy and become the greatest immortal. And then these opportunities for immortal learning are less important than the main goals. However, perhaps these traces of the immortal are somehow connected to the actions of the abyss. Lin thought it was boring and preventing him from sleeping peacefully. But Zhao asked the teacher how he could miss such a tremendous opportunity. Suddenly, the system came up and said it had congratulated the owner, and the registration location had been updated. He needs to send the dead immortals inside the island to complete the registration. The owner will receive a huge amount of golden luck. Lin wondered what kind of golden luck this was. The system replied that it was correct. Luck was divided into 6 levels: gray, white, red, and blue. And any being, if it touches even a little bit of golden luck, can become the founder of a state in worldly life, and in the world of immortals, the greatest power in the universe. Lin immediately thought, how huge is the amount of gold luck, and how incredible is it? Lin asked his disciple to look at himself and not rush. Could a person seeking the path to immortality be so impatient? How then could one achieve immortality? Xiao understood the teacher's lesson and showed it, but he must seize this chance to change everything, no matter what. But he saw that his teacher had recently been facing challenges and was desperate for a breakthrough. And if the teacher allowed it, his student would be willing to wash his feet for a whole year. He realized he was truly under pressure now. He'd taken such an unexpected initiative. Usually when serving, he seemed to die, but since he had a mission. Lin agreed with this and didn't know whose fault it was that he was a student. Since he wanted to go so much, he would take them with him. Shalt thanked the teacher for meeting him halfway. This time it was either success or death. He would definitely change his fate. 10 days later, something unique was happening off the coast of the island of fallen immortals. But he didn't know that the desert region was backward, and the concentration of spiritual energy in this place had already exceeded the level of Qingzhou. And it's not at all like last time. It's still the same remote corner. One of the men said that times had changed, and he reminded everyone not to cause trouble in the desert region under any circumstances. These guys belonged to their clan. The guests were delighted and agreed with him, and they realized they needed to be careful not to hurt themselves. Meanwhile, Chen and his elder were on the cliff, and he didn't expect that the desert region had already developed to such a level. He had previously been ashamed of being born in a desert region, but now it was ahead of Qingzhou, and his reputation was completely destroyed. The elder turned to the Holy Sun and advised him that he shouldn't dwell on this now. And if he looked closely, in just 10 days, the 5th ancestor had helped him break through to the late stage of the trial, and his future was extremely bright. Chen understood that until he became immortal, he would never be able to find peace for even a single day. On this island of fallen immortals, he would surely succeed. The elder agreed with the Holy Sun and made it clear that he was the most worthy heir to the island of fallen immortals. But suddenly Chen saw a warrior in the forest and didn't know who he was. But the elder immediately recognized him and was certain that even he would come here. He revealed that he was a legendary swordsman from Xuanji Jianzong named Shui Wuheng. And at one time, while still young, he reached the divine level in the sword way, and 5,000 years ago was considered the recognized strongest swordsman in the eastern region. Back then, during the trials in the secret valley, his sword missed his throat by just half an inch, and he almost became a soul under its blade. Chen was surprised that he was such a person, and why was so little known about him? He'd never even heard of him. The elder explained that 1,000 years ago, he retreated into the shadows in the second largest eastern region, secretly cultivating his swordsmanship and ignoring the affairs of the world. And it was precisely because of his presence that the 5th ancestor did not dare to act without measure, always being cautious towards Xuanji. Chen wasn't surprised that the 5th ancestor, so powerful, didn't personally intervene to help Ming Yuan capture the Stargate, and it seemed Xuanji and his support had equally deep roots. People saw a legendary figure 5,000 years ago. Now she has revealed herself, and it seems that amazing events are in store for the island of fallen immortals. And of course, it's amazing that he can display such invisible swordsmanship without even controlling it. Such mastery of the sword, and it seems he's only one step away from immortality. But suddenly a portal opened, and people started shouting that it was Yi's older brother who had come. And that man has finally arrived. Along with his 2 death god disciples, it looks like this legacy will definitely be theirs this time. Everyone started greeting and welcoming the elder brother Yi. And all of this was originally supposed to belong to him. But now he's hiding in a corner, like a rat scurrying down the street. Their teacher really knows how to win hearts. It's a real honor to have such a teacher. But Xiao understood that when he was the head of the fire generation cult, he was 10,000 times more majestic than he was now. Suddenly, Wuhan looked up and saw that it was that same Yeling. He started running towards him, shouting his name. But Wuhan was about to show off his true colors and jumped right in front of him like a true swordsman. What did the elders think this guy was planning? Was he really planning to attack senior brother Ye? And now the two greatest of the strongest are about to collide. And it looks like a catastrophic collision is coming. Xiao asked his master to be careful. He was a very powerful swordsman, and his level was unmatched by mortals. Louis saw that a fight was about to begin, and if Ling dared to use the immortal weapon to kill Jue Wuheng, but Xuanji Jianzong will definitely fight to the end, and their Yu Hua men will be able to calmly watch from the sidelines. Wu Hing bowed to his elder brother Ye and asked him to teach him how to wield a sword. The elder was shocked and asked the others if he'd heard right. The Eastern region's top swordsman was asking senior brother Ye to teach him swordsmanship? And is this still the legendary lonely and proud immortal swordsman? Zhao and his brother didn't expect this guy to change his face as quickly as the one with the surname Ye. And was it really true that only their teacher could break the legendary swordsman's pride? Louis was suddenly shocked and saw that Wu Heng had gone mad. Even such a man must bow before Yeling. But Lin wondered what made him think he needed to teach him how to wield a sword. Wu Heng explained to him that one sword strike on Gongzhou, and the sword light tore apart the darkness of the 14 regions. This is the supreme way of the sword. He's been studying the sword for 1,000 years and has never seen such a level. His older brother will definitely be able to guide him. Lin suddenly realized that Wu Heng had something else in mind. It was just improvisation, and he really couldn't teach him that. Wu Heng asked his elder brother not to be modest. The younger one sincerely asked for guidance. But this angered Lin, and he asked who he was. After all, he had said earlier that he couldn't teach. And where was all this chatter coming from? Yuyan saw that this swordsman immortal in white showed no respect at all, and if the teacher was really angry. Wu Heng said that for 1,000 years he had honed his sword techniques to the limit, but the heart of the sword still seemed to be shrouded in fog. Until he saw his elder brother's sword, he hadn't known what it meant to break through the boundaries. This was an opportunity he couldn't miss. The elder saw that things were bad. After all, the elder brother was probably angry and about to take action. Wu Heng fell to his knees and began to ask elder brother Ye to teach him. People didn't expect that the once arrogant, white-robed immortal swordsman could become so humble. Lin saw that this guy doesn't get tired. He said he couldn't teach him. Wu Heng still knelt down and asked for guidance from his elder brother Ye, and he saw that his older brother was certainly testing his sincerity, and he was obliged to hold on to the end. Yuyan saw this and believed this boy to be a true swordsman. He was willing to cast aside all pride for the sake of mastering the path. But Cho replied that he would have put it differently, that it was an obsession, and he had never seen such a persistent person. But at that moment, Lin was wondering, who is this guy? He can't teach swordsmanship. Everything happens automatically through the Tongzi level. Wen still begged the teacher to give him some guidance, and he begs his older brother. But Lin decided that since he was showing such sincerity, he'd also give him a little guidance. And in his head, he knew he shouldn't complain if he let him down. Wu Heng heard these pleasant words and thanked his brother for his instructions. Lin immediately asked him to pay attention. All his understanding of the sword's path would be contained in this next word, and whether he could comprehend it depended entirely on his fate. Wu Heng was delighted and begged his elder brother. But Yuyan wondered what kind of words could these be that could accommodate his elder brother Yi's attainments in the sword way. Everyone started shouting that the teacher was going to paint. But Xiao saw that the teacher was just pretending, and he wanted to see what kind of flower he could paint. Lin applied his powers and began to show his writing actions with his inner strength. Yuyan believed that this word contained a power capable of compressing heaven and earth. Lin, meanwhile, continued to act and informed everyone that he was comprehending the scripture. The elders wondered what senior brother Ye had written, that they could feel such a blinding power, and even felt like bowing down. Wu Heng looked at this writing and suddenly opened his eyes and was surprised by what he saw. People were still wondering what the true deep meaning of the word that senior brother Ye wrote was. Wu Heng was terrified by what he saw. He realized that grass was the most ordinary plant in the world, so elder brother Ye, in writing this, must have been pursuing something more profound. He was furious, not knowing what elder brother Ye meant by that word. It contained his entire life's understanding of the way of the sword, and he couldn't believe it was impossible to grasp. Was his talent really that poor? Lin approached him and made it clear he would leave everything as is. And really, if you can't see it, it's no big deal. Just don't force yourself. Wu Heng replied that this could not be allowed. The great path was right before him. How could he let her go? People thought elder brother Ye had simply drawn it at random. Besides, what was the point? But someone replied that they didn't understand anything. Elder brother Ye's level was completely beyond his grasp. Ayun said that the teacher is really strong. One word can drive senior brother Zhuo crazy and cause endless disputes among everyone. This is the real invisible great way. But Xiao thought it was nonsense. He thought he was simply too lazy to think and had simply written down the simplest word at random to show off. And Wu-En loudly declared that grass is not just a plant, it symbolizes persistent struggle and the incessant will to improve oneself. She stands proudly under the rain and storm, does not yield even to the scorching forest fire, and is reborn again with the arrival of spring. And he made it clear to his elder brother that he understood everything. And the reason he gave him this word was so that he would understand the true path of the sword, birth through death and construction through destruction. But Lin saw that this guy was able to turn even this into an explanation. Weakling grasped all this and rose into the air like a true swordsman, and Lin realized the boy was truly going to pass the test, just because of that one word, grass. Yuyan was surprised and asked the Red Elder Brother if he was really going to do this. But Xiao thought the concentration of the testing clouds was even more terrifying than when he himself had broken through. And Wuhan really was planning to leap straight to the top. People said that if Elder Brother Shui successfully broke through, the difference between immortal and mortal would become clear. And from that moment on, he would become the #1 man in the Eastern region. And that's putting it mildly. Even in the Central region, which presides over the 5 great regions, immortals are found on only a few fingers, and each one carries the power of heavenly teachings and holy places. Chen thought it was impossible, absolutely impossible. Just one word could give Shui Weiheng the chance to become immortal. But who was this Ye Ling? But he thought someone would choose him. After all, he is the true chosen one. Wu-En said the 1,000-year trap would be broken today. A storm of testing. And for him, this is the perfect opportunity to test his newly mastered swordsmanship. He began to fly into the sky and shout that his sword was in a hopeless situation. In Nirvana, life and death existed. And today he will take the storm like fire to temper his path to immortality. Reaching the very end, he asked his sword to shatter the system for him. Colliding with the iron, it caused a huge explosion. But having achieved his goal, Wu-En rejoiced and believed that this was the feeling of immortality. Wu-En said that all the spiritual energy in the body is transformed into an immortal substance, concentrated like the essence of the galaxy, and in its movement one can feel a resonance with heaven and earth itself. And this power is at least 10 times stronger than before. Wu-En swung his sword straight into the empty space. As a result, one random sword strike shatters a mountain range thousands of meters across. This strike contains a full 70% of its former power. And the gap between the immortal and the mortal is not just a difference in levels. It is an abyss between clouds and dirt, heaven and earth. Yuyan believed this was the power of a true immortal. A single stray sword strike seemed capable of killing a student undergoing a test. Even such a strong true immortal, still taught by a teacher, is worthy of him. People began to congratulate the elder brother on his attainment of immortality. And now, freed from the shackles of mortal life, he could shake mountains and rivers with his hand. And from that moment on, he would become the pillar of the Kunlun world. Xiao also confirmed that he had truly become immortal. And could it be that his simple word grass concealed a great path he couldn't see? But the elder saw that senior brother Shui had actually become immortal thanks to senior brother Ye's instructions. Last time, a single sword strike on Gongzhou illuminated 14 regions. And now a single word awakened a true immortal. But who is he really? And as he sees it, senior brother Ye continually exceeds their expectations. Could he really be a hidden ancient immortal? Chen was furious and couldn't understand why this guy was once again the center of attention. And even though elder brother Shu had now become an immortal, the man surnamed Ye, who had humiliated him so much, couldn't be left unpunished. Wu-En approached and thanked elder brother Ye. And if he was able to comprehend and become immortal, it was entirely thanks to his guidance. Alin was surprised that this guy was actually so strong. He really had become immortal. And maybe if he struck him with his sword, he too would become immortal on the spot. And in any case, he had nothing to worry about regarding his level. And perhaps there were opportunities on the island of fallen immortals too. And he praised him for being able to understand his instructions. Wu Heng shared that elder brother Ye had shown him such care and concern. He couldn't repay him for his great favor. And from this moment on, whatever he demands, he will follow him with a sword, through fire and water, without fear of 1,000 deaths. Lin answered him that it was all a matter of fate, and there was no need to worry about it so much. Chen was angry and couldn't understand why this was happening. Even for the sake of gaining a level on the path of immortality, a person could lose their dignity, but he'd just been so humiliated, and he didn't even take revenge. But Elder Lu was surprised, and after a true immortal appeared in Xuanji, Yuhua men's actions in the future seemed to be greatly hampered. And on this island of fallen immortals, success must be achieved. Otherwise, they seem to be losing their leading power in the eastern region. Suddenly, a bright light appeared, and people began shouting that the island of fallen immortals had opened. It was a teleportation light pillar. But when they approached the pillar, they were repulsed. People thought they had already reached the level of the test, and yet they were denied the opportunity to pass it. It was absurd, and they began to beg the great immortal to let them in. This is truly unfair. Even a newcomer at the stage of great perfection can get onto the island, but those who have reached a higher level are not allowed in. Yuan wondered what the criteria for such an assessment were. Xiao replied that he believed they were assessing a practitioner's potential. If they lacked value, they weren't allowed to enter the Isle of Fallen Immortals. Lin took his students and told them it was time for them to go to the pillar and take the test. Meanwhile, Louis was telling the Holy Sun to follow them. He understood that his potential was exhausted, and that this opportunity for immortality was not given to him, but he would certainly succeed. Chen agreed with him and promised to do his utmost, and to await his return as the ruler of the Island of Fallen Immortals. Xiao thought it was finally time to begin. Yiling's face showed no signs of excitement, but who knows what other cunning plan he might be hatching. And with the participation of a true immortal, it looks like this test will turn into a real big battle. And Red Chanye thought that this was just a fight for an immortal opportunity, but he never expected to face an unprecedented challenge. Meanwhile, the humans had been transported to the Island of Fallen Immortals. They found their powers suppressed to the level of a Kuai practitioner, but the others thought it was for the best. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to compete with Shui. And Yu Yan said that this situation was exactly the same as when they ended up in the Valley of the Herb King. But Xiao replied that the rules were at work again. This time, it was probably the island's lord who had orchestrated it. But Ling was glad, because that would be fair to everyone. And of course, he was expelled. That way, even Yue Wu Heng wouldn't be a threat to him on the island anymore. Wuan was overjoyed that he had finally become a true immortal and could look down on everyone. But he received a blow right on the head. And even if he lacks strength, as long as he has this sword, he fears no one. Suddenly, a white light appeared, and people thought the trial was about to officially begin. But Yuyan wondered what this meant. Suddenly, a grid appeared above them, and strange objects appeared within it. The voice said that the rules of the first trial were that everyone had to roll a die to get a number, and then move forward according to the number they rolled. Along the way, various unexpected bonuses will be triggered, and if you manage to reach the finish line before the hourglass countdown ends, you can move on to the next level. And besides, the test is safe, and if they encounter mortal danger, they will be teleported off the island. Lin wondered, isn't this a flying chess set? It turns out there are such tests, and it's actually quite interesting. And this is the first time he's seen such a test. And it seems to test the practitioner's luck. Lin told the students that time was running out, and it was time to get started. But Lin knew that since this was a contest of luck, he was confident he wouldn't lose. And since they were talking about dice rolls, he asked Golden Luck to wake up. The system immediately woke up and apologized to its owner for dozing off, and congratulated him. He'd reached the registration point and received a huge amount of Golden Luck. Lin was delighted and realized that with Golden Luck, he was even afraid to imagine how incredible the throw of the dice would be. He came too, and since that's the case, maybe they could play something more interesting. But Wuhan saw that this light dome isolated other practitioners so that they would not interfere with each other. Opening the box, he read that if he pretended to be a dancing monkey for 10 seconds, he could instantly move 70 cells. And if ignored, the character will automatically roll back to the start. But he doesn't understand how such a humiliating rule can exist. He is a worthy, immortal swordsman. Wuhan said that if they returned to the start now, he would definitely fall far behind the others. But Xiu saw and said that this immortal was very beautiful. And Wuhan thought the dance moves were simply incredible. Her flexible waist seemed to wrap around her fingers. And here was true magnificence, capable of driving the country and the city crazy. Wun wondered why her rules were so lax. It was unfair. And Yuyan saw that the Red Elder Brother actually dared to dance in Imperial attire. This was truly a complete overcoming of his inner demons. And if you dance in the Imperial outfit for 10 seconds, you can move forward 80 squares. Otherwise, you will have to stay in place for 1 hour. But Xiao believed he hadn't expected such humiliating rules to exist. Anyone who saw this, when he got out, he'd definitely gouge out their eyes. And although the test was almost certainly passed, the price that had to be paid was too great. And where is that guy named E? There's no way he can witness such humiliation. He's still standing there, mouth agape. I wonder what he has in mind this time. And since he's taking his time, he's taking first place. But Wu Hun saw and was angry. And he knew he couldn't let the girl in red cover such a great distance in such a flash. He couldn't let her fall behind just out of pride. The guy relaxed and began to act, demonstrating dances that he was ashamed of. The boys were shocked and begged their older brother to be careful, lest he turn around and take revenge. But what was the immortal swordsman doing? Was he learning from the monkey? One thought it was just a test, and you can't take it to heart, it's just a test. But then the Holy Sun Chen appeared, falling to his knees, and people asked, "Isn't this the Holy Sun?" He bows once for every step, and they didn't expect him to be able to pass the test. And even the proud Holy Sun has now completely cast aside his dignity. Chen understood that by bowing, he could ignore the number on the dice and move forward without stopping. And although this undermined the dignity of a Holy Sun, it was for the sake of obtaining his inheritance. Chen acknowledged this and said it was all worth it, and he continued to bow every step of the way. The elder watched everything and said that this child could learn. And those other two also have a strong will. For the sake of a greater goal, they are ready to throw away their dignity. And seeing the slackers behind me, I realized they couldn't even let go of their dignity. And they still dared to lay claim to the island of fallen immortals. But when I saw Lin, I thought, what's wrong with him? So much time had passed and he was still at the starting line. He can't let go of his dignity, or he's simply unsure of his luck. So he just teleports it away. But Lin took his object and, tossing it in his hand, threw it very high, and a bright light covered everything around. This cube began to glow and strange inscriptions appeared on it. The elder was shocked to see this. Even though he'd once deliberately left out a little trick, there was a 1 in 1,000 chance of rolling a 60, but he rolled a 60 on his first throw, as if he'd played a trump card. The elder understood that there were 16 times 60 in a row. And who had raised this son to be a destined person? And now he wants to see how long his luck will last. The kids started saying that his older brother rolled a 60. And since when is there a 60 on the dice? Lin saw that he had reached 60 again. And wasn't that too offensive for the others? Meanwhile, he reached the second zone of icy snow. He reached the second zone very quickly. And he became curious. What was in that first 1,000-li golden chest? Lin grabbed the book and a bright light appeared. But a dragon appeared in front of him, and he wondered what it was. A voice congratulated him and said it was a flying pet. An ice-winged dragon. It could carry the tester across snowy mountains without hindrance. Lin was surprised and wondered if such bonuses really existed. He liked that. He asked his dragon brother to go further, and he decided to name this dragon Jwan, and it's even faster than constantly throwing out 60. Wun was shocked and realized it was his older brother Ye. And why could he fly in the sky? Of course, it's a shame he's still a long way from his senior E. And I hope he can catch up in the next zone. The guys moved slowly, but they had already reached the third zone, called the Fire Mountains. The participants said it was very hot here. He was almost passing out from the heat, and he was told to be careful with the lava. If he got burned, he could be thrown off the floating island. But Lin said it was a true combination of ice and fire. I wonder if they'll even give you a mount again? He threw the stone again, and after reading the paper, found the rules strange. He wondered what effect they would have. Lin ordered the dragon to retreat and saw a smooth road ahead, and he thought it was too unfair, and even easier than the first level. After this zone, he came to the fourth zone, called the Great Plain. Lin thought this vast plain was much nicer than before. He'd see what bonuses or cheat codes were available. When he opened the box, a voice congratulated him and said that now he could run without limits, ignoring any cages until he ran out of this big plain. But Lin saw this and was glad that now he didn't even need to roll the dice. A Xiao also moved and thought that with this level of key cultivation, if he was not careful, he would immediately be thrown off the island. But there's another hidden trap here. This plane appears level, but in reality, there are obstacles everywhere. But when he looked back, he saw Chen and wondered, why him? Chen had also gotten a mount. If he overtook him, it would be difficult to catch up. Chen was moving on his horse, but suddenly an obstacle appeared, and he was thrown to the ground. But Chen held on and saw the vines, and it was so hard for him to show up and overtake her and take first place. But he knew such petty tricks wouldn't stop him. First, he'd circle the cages with the poisonous fog. As long as his horse was nearby, first place in this round would sooner or later be his. But when he destroyed the vine, everything suddenly changed and his horse disappeared from sight. Was Shou ready to see how he would now compete with him for first place without a horse? But opening his eyes, he suddenly saw that his teacher was in front of him and was left in shock. And it seemed to him that something had barely flown past him. But Lin turned around and saw his student too. Shou decided to ask his mentor how he did it. After all, he remembered that his teacher had just recently been at the starting line. And why did this Ye Ling come out on top? And how can he be so free as the wind during the test? It's not even fair. Lin explained that this was precisely why the teacher was afraid of offending him. So he deliberately sat at the very beginning and waited for half a day. And unfortunately, the teacher still had to try hard. His teacher would be waiting for him at the finish line. Shou was surprised that the teacher had just boasted that he would take first place. And now not only had he been overtaken, but he was also being ridiculed by this guy. He thought his teacher was cheating. Why should he suffer while his teacher would breeze through the test? Shou and Wu Hen looked at each other and started arguing during the test. Wu Heng believed that even if he couldn't beat the guy named Ye, he couldn't let anyone else take second place. And this is only the first stage. He still had a chance to become first. Lin was walking ahead at that moment and turned around, saddened that there was no one else near him. Even the person who was with him was gone. If he had known about this earlier, he would have walked slowly, because there was still half the time left. But Lin believed that this golden luck was truly against the heavens, and in the next trials it would surely have an unexpected effect. The elder was shocked by what he saw and thought, what incredible luck is this? The guy got to the finish line so early, and it wasn't just luck with the dice that defied the heavens. And every chest he received was the highest reward, allowing him to easily cross entire regions. This young man must be a favorite of the heavens himself. However, only those who possess such luck will be able to continue on the path of fighting for the great Dao. Otherwise, he will be swept away by the flow of time. Just as in the ancient years of the great cataclysm, even they could not stop it. The elder believed that now that such a boy with incredible luck had appeared, could it be that a turning point was really coming in the world of Kunlun? But when he saw that Lin was resting, he was surprised and thought, what is this asshole doing? This is the highest hereditary test in the world of Kunlun. He should show at least a little respect. The other disciples were still suffering through the trials, but this one was having fun. But Shao was undergoing the test at the same time, and believed that under no circumstances should one fall under these muddy vines at the chi level. But he had no choice and no chance of eliminating such a level of poisonous obstacle. But at that moment, Shao didn't understand why these muddy vines didn't end. Lin had already completely disappeared from view, but he still had to suffer here. Shao reached his teacher through torment and was surprised to find that he was already resting. Meanwhile, his students were suffering. He saw that the person with the surname Ye had taken this for Piao Miao Feng. After all, he was enjoying it so calmly and carefree. Shao shared that he had almost lost his life, and he had time to eat it calmly, and he thought it was unfair. Lin saw that Shao was very hungry and decided to share it with him with chopsticks. Xiu did not refuse and thanked his teacher. He saw that the teacher was pretending, and that he would still have to pay for it. The others also thought that it was easy to achieve this and still have time to enjoy the food. But such calm confidence was clearly beyond them. Yuyan suddenly shouted and rejoiced that he had arrived. And when he saw the meat, he asked the teacher to leave him some too. But Lin kicked him right in the body, and Yuyan crashed into the ground. He understood that they were well acquainted with the student, and it was rude to immediately go for the food. Yuyan began to tell him that he was his third disciple. How could he not recognize his own man? Lin looked at Shao and pretended not to understand who he was. But he started laughing at him and said that he had known for a long time. and he had just tested his reaction, but Yuanyang saw that the test was over and asked permission to eat the skewer. Lin told him to eat, and that as his teacher, he would not allow him to go without food. However, if he had come a little later, he would have already eaten everything. Yuyan was delighted by these words and said that he considered the teacher to be a good judge and a skilled comforter. Seeing that the time was up, he heard that the round of the test was over, and they congratulated the participant who passed the test and took first place, and he would receive the baptism of divine art. Lin immediately began to evolve. His body was covered in bright light. Everyone began to say that they were not surprised that he took first place again. And after this divine art purification, the path of practice will be as if under the protection of the gods, and the senior E is about to achieve immortality. Jia was so angry with Lin that he asked him to wait for his day, and he took all the credit again. But Yuanyang considered this to be great divine luck, so why wasn't he happy at all? After all, this is a man who can instruct a true immortal with a single word, and perhaps he has even greater divine luck. And such luck in the outside world could cause a battle of immortals, causing heaven and earth to tremble from the struggle for it. But the elder Ye remained completely calm. Lin saw that they had begun to discuss him and showed what he was capable of. People were amazed and thought that this washing with divine art was simply incredible, and his body was completely filled with power. But the elder called him a scoundrel, and he believes that this divine art of purification would have broken the heads of many heirs to immortal empires before him. And he still pretends and does whatever he wants. It just drives him crazy, and since he is so confident, then they will start the second round of tests sooner, and he wants to see how long his luck will last. But the elder said that the second round of trials is about to begin, and asked the participants to proceed to the next point. And the participants are asked to enter each projection space. The longer they hold out, the higher their chances of winning. And they need to take into account that only 100 places will remain in this round, and the rest of the participants will be eliminated from the competition. Shou was surprised that this was a time-based survival test. It seemed that there would be many difficulties in that space. But Yuyan ran ahead and shouted that no matter how difficult it would be, the disciple would be the first to enter. Passing through the portal, he appeared in another world, and looking at himself, he saw that he had aged greatly. He looked at his hands and wondered where his knife had gone. Slowly running his hands over his body, he realized that this was not his body. He saw that his body was covered in age spots and lacked any strength. He didn't even know how to survive here. The elder immediately greeted the participant of the test. He told him that he would have to play the role of an ordinary old man and survive in these mountains full of wild animals until an accident happened and he died. But Yuyan was angry that there were wild animals everywhere. He didn't understand what this man was talking about. But he began to calm himself down and decided that he shouldn't give up before he even started. But the elder understood that this round was testing the ability to adapt quickly and, above all, intuitive judgment. And even if he had all kinds of advanced skills before, they would be useless here. They needed to survive in this environment for 100 days, and that would already be an outstanding result. 150 days would be an outstanding success, and more than 200 days would be a real rarity. And most importantly, after 200 days, the beasts in the mountains will become stronger and appear more often, and it will be a hellish level of difficulty. And now the elder wants to see what will happen next in that world and how he will die. On the first day in the trial space, Yuyan screamed from pain and intense cold. He complained bitterly that he might freeze to death, and his damn body couldn't even manage the simplest Kui entry. And if it weren't for the fact that he had once learned a couple of breathing techniques used by ordinary warriors, he would have had to leave his life here, in this damn place, on the very first day. And in this damn place, there isn't even any normal food. Not even a crack between his teeth would get stuck with this stuff, and he would have to somehow keep himself alive for now. In the past, in the first trial, he disgraced his teacher, and this time, no matter what, he had to pull himself together and live for at least 100 days. On the second day, he approached the lake and saw that the fish were standing above it and were frozen. His throat was so dry, as if smoke were coming out of it, and this water was like poison. This damn test was full of traps at every turn, but he began to deny it and think that it was nonsense. What kind of trial is this? They are clearly driving people to their deaths, and he does not believe that it is impossible to find a way to survive. He not only had to pass this test, he also had to defend his teacher's honor. On the 10th day, he thought about what a fall was. Once, to avenge his sister, he trained hard in the art of sword fighting. He struck a stone 100,000 times, his hands covered in calluses and bloody blisters. But he did not stop. He could endure this pain. On the 20th day, he found a victim and realized that it was barely 10 days, and under no circumstances could he lose her. It was already the 20th day, and he had to hold out for another 80 days, and victory would be his. On the 50th day, he held in his hands a stone knife that he had made over 50 days, sharpening it twice a day. He was halfway to his goal of 100 days, and today he would definitely kill it. Reaching the 88th day, he finally survived the winter, and after hunting, he became much stronger and more resilient. Only 12 days left, and he will definitely be able to do it. But he didn't notice the snake creeping up on him and attacking. When Yuyan saw it, he was so shocked that his eyes bulged out of his head. But in an instant, Yuyan dodged and bit the snake himself, thinking that he had endured 88 days with such difficulty and was only one step away from his goal. But even if he died, he would take the snake with him to the afterlife. There were only 12 days left, and he would be able to prove it to his teacher. He apologized to his teacher in advance for not being able to prove himself. Meanwhile, the other participants also came out of the portals, and Yuyan believes that if he had eyes in the back of his head, he definitely wouldn't have died. One participant began to complain that he had only lived for 10 days, and he was killed by a wild wolf. The second replied that he was still lucky, because he himself died after only 2 days, falling down. His elderly body was too weak for such trials. But Lin approached his student and asked him to say how many days he had lived and how he had died. Yuyan proudly said that he had lived for 88 days. At the end, he was treacherously attacked by a poisonous snake, but before he died, he managed to kill it. How did the teacher like this story? Lin praised his student, saying that he deserved the nickname Cruel. Then he approached another participant and asked how he had died. Uhan replied that he was ashamed to admit it, but he had been killed by lightning. He didn't think he would be able to pass the test by overcoming the lightning, but then he paid for it in the test. However, he lived for a whole 160 days. Yuyan was shocked by what he heard and said that Senior Shui was really cool. Lin also confirmed that 160 days in such conditions was indeed very serious. Yuyan told the teacher that for heaven's sake it was really very difficult. Uhin also replied to the senior that one really had to be extremely careful there, because all one's strength completely disappears. Lin listened to their stories and thought it sounded quite exciting, so he decided to try it too. He would see what his golden luck was capable of and what tricks it would play at this stage. After being transported to the space on the first day, Lin began to experience quite realistic feelings and almost believed that he had really been transported to another world. He had heard before, watching survival shows, that the first thing to do was to find food and a source of water. Then you need to make tools and set up a tent, and if all else fails, you can make do with a cave. But suddenly Lin saw a rabbit. He thought it would make a delicious dinner, and it ran up to his door. But when he saw the rabbit crash headfirst into a tree, Lin was surprised that such tricks existed. He didn't even have time to make a move, and the rabbit had already sacrificed itself. Lin believed that it would be a sin not to eat food that was served right on his doorstep, and now he was going to find a place to build a fire and cook. After a while, he cooked the rabbit and said that if he could add a little sauce, it would taste even better. But unfortunately, in this wilderness and at the edge of the world, he couldn't find any. But suddenly a huge bear walked by, and he didn't understand why the black bear was being chased by bees. He was delighted because he had just wanted to add sauce, and now he had honey. He could spread it on the rabbit and the taste would be simply amazing. Having realized his idea, he felt the deliciousness, and such a treat was even better than grilling kebabs at the very end. But when he found the cave, he didn't know how it got there. Now he had eaten and drunk his fill, and it was time to find a place to spend the night. Entering the cave, he found a very cool place. There was even water, and he didn't need to pitch a tent to sleep under the open sky. He considered this a stroke of golden luck, and since that was the case, he wasn't going to stand on ceremony. On the second day, he started fishing. Yesterday, he ate rabbit, and today he would try something different by tasting fish. But when he saw all the fish jumping out of the lake, he was surprised and thought they had become too active. He had come to try his hand at survival in the wild, not to be fed. If this continued, he would be completely ruined. Over the last 180 days, wild birds and animals have been coming to him continuously, bringing him food. He planted a variety of crops around the cave, and life went on at a measured and pleasant pace. The elder was shocked and saw that this was the stage he had set, and it was an extremely difficult test where he had to play the role of a sickly person and an old man who survives alone in a wild place full of dangers. But how it turned into food, drink, and a peaceful life for him, and how he saw that the participant had retired here. And after 200 days in hell, he will still understand what a real test means. The other participants also left, but it turned out that there was one who had lived more than 200 days, which is not bad. Yuyan saw that his older brother Xiao was the last to leave and became curious about how many days he had survived. Xiao replied that it had been 206 days. And after 200 days, those beasts not only appeared more often, but even sleeping became a luxury. In addition, they began to appear in packs and in a coordinated manner, changing themselves and becoming unusually ferocious. Yuan was horrified that his older brother Xiao had been able to live so long. Xiao asked his brother what he understood about this. In fact, he would have lasted even longer, but the mutation happened too quickly, and he was caught off guard by this pack of creatures. Xiao remembered that at the end, he was surrounded by a pack of mutated wolves. In such a situation, an ordinary person would definitely not have survived. But he used the secret art of the magic cult to change his body. With proper care, he could have lived for hundreds more days. But suddenly, Xiao saw that a portal had appeared and asked his brother how it was possible that it was still open. Yuyan replied that it wasn't what his brother thought, and that the teacher had arrived very late. Shai thought about it and realized that Lin was usually lazy and liked to eat, relying completely on others to serve him. And without support in this trial, he would surely find himself in a terrible situation. Running and hiding all day for a piece of food, that alone was a joy, not to mention the hellish difficulties that await in 200 days. The teacher definitely can't survive that long and will fail miserably. And after that, he will enjoy his failure. On the 200th day of the trial, Lin enjoyed the comfort, and he thought he would just enjoy life like this until the oil ran out and the lamp went out. But Lin suddenly noticed that the sky had changed, and if you count, today is exactly the 200th day, and that means it's a turning point in the trial. But when he went out into the forest, he saw a rabbit that had begun to mutate, and he didn't understand where it got such strength. And if it had been a wild boar, it would have broken the tree in half. Then his supplier of free meals would have disappeared. He was surprised that there really was a tiger here. And in all these 200 days, he had never encountered such a ferocious beast. But suddenly the tiger pounced on him, and Lin decided that he would finally be able to put this precious wooden sword to use. With golden luck protecting him, would he really be afraid of some crazed tiger? But then everything changed in an instant, and behind the tiger was a ferocious bear that pounced on him with its sharp claws. Lin was shocked and realized that it wasn't even his turn to act yet. He continued to watch the battle and thought it was magnificent. And this jump, this gap, was even brighter than in a 3D movie. In the end, they destroyed each other. The bear's skin was thick and would be perfect for a winter cloak, and the tiger stripes, turned into a rug, would really add sophistication to his cave dwelling. The elder watched all this and did not know how such a thing was possible. This boy's luck still defies the heavens so boldly. The beasts were going mad, fighting each other, while he sat on the sidelines and reaped the fisherman's profits. But with the tide of beasts approaching, they would no longer kill each other as they did today. This time he would see how the boy was going to deal with it. But suddenly, before lying down, Lin felt a tremor and thought it was an earthquake. Lin looked closely and saw that all the beasts, similar in shape, were gathering to have a party right on his doorstep, and it was a huge group. And the elder decided to see what this guy was really capable of. All he had to do was wait for the horde of animals to tear him apart. But suddenly he heard someone address him as grandfather. Lin began to wonder why he could hear children's voices here, and he thought that they were calling him. He looked closely and, seeing a tree, thought that it was the legendary halava. The fruits called him grandfather and promised to protect him. Lin decided that when old people plant flowers and tend to their gardens, it is not only good for their health, but also brings surprises at critical moments. He immediately relaxed and did not notice a huge lion rushing at him to destroy him. Seeing this, the fruit ordered the beast not to touch his grandfather, and he used a fiery flame. The boy jumped through the fire and shouted that he would crush the beast into a pancake. Stepping on the beast with his huge body, he crushed the lion, and Lin praised him for such an honor. The elder was shocked that the Calibus had found the spirit to save the boy. But after the lion, the other beast came running, and Calibus saw that they dared to come here in search of death. Without thinking twice, he destroyed them with a single blow. But the elder did not understand how this child could grow up, and how could such a thing exist in his testing space. But at that moment, the ferocious wolf opened its mouth and wanted to eat Lin. Seeing this, Calibus put his hand right into the wolf's mouth and asked him how he dared to sneak up on his grandfather. But the wolf's jaws were weak, and Calibus pulled his hand out and broke all of its teeth. Then he used his fiery breath and promised to burn everyone to the ground. Then he used a water attack and told them not to dare approach Grandfather Lin. Then Calibus used a magic attack. When Lin saw this, he thought it looked like 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing off their powers. And that's even worse than cheating. And isn't he invincible here now, Lin thought? The elder began to wonder if this was still his space. And why did such power exist here? Calibus explained to his grandfather that he had used his all-seeing eyes to check that there were no beasts within 10 meters. Lin saw that the second Calibus was very caring. With him nearby, his grandfather could now truly relax and enjoy life. But he considered this a problem. And apart from dying of old age, he really didn't know how to get out of here now. In the days that followed, with Hulava by his side, Lin began a measured life in retirement. On the 300th day, Lin said that he felt like he was standing high and looking into the distance, and he felt pleasant. One of the Calibas asked his huge brother not to waste the roasted birds. On the 500th day, Lin moved into a castle personally built by the big Kolbus, and his life became even more comfortable. And on the 101st day, Lin noticed that time had flown by. Compared to the fighting and killing in the Kulnul world, these peaceful days in the test space were not bad at all. It was as if he were traveling through time again, living another life. Suddenly, a portal opened in the real world, and Uin wondered how much time had passed and why Senior E still hadn't come out. Yuyin replied that this couldn't be and didn't understand how he had survived in such a place full of mutated beasts. He thought it was absurd. Was the master really cultivating immortality inside? Otherwise, how could he have stayed there for so long? Shio replied that it was impossible. He thought that the teacher had died inside, and the space had malfunctioned, so he had not been transported outside. Yuan decided to ask the owner of the island if his platform had broken down, and he should release the master immediately. The owner showed them that they didn't understand anything. The scene created by this lord had never malfunctioned. They should just wait a little. Shao didn't understand how this was possible. He really wasn't dead, and an old man without cultivation wouldn't be able to survive for so long in a place like this. But the elder believed that his platform had never failed. But then he happened to encounter a monster like Lin. And would he really be the first participant in the trial to die of old age in the second stage? After spending a considerable amount of time in the testing area, Lin remained there for so long that he reached the age of 25. At that moment, he was surrounded by his grandchildren, who called him Grandpa and begged him not to leave them. Old Lin thanked them for being with him all these years. He would miss them when he returned. And in the end, Lin said goodbye to all his sons and died of old age. The elder of the space was surprised. He saw with his own eyes that he had indeed become the first participant in the test to die of old age in the second stage. Dying a natural death is a terrible tragedy. But what could be a more incredible achievement? However, he had passed the first 2 stages alone. But the final stage was different. All participants would compete together. And now he will see if Lin can still remain so incredible. The students were very happy to finally see Senior Lin. And they don't know why he is so calm. After all, when they left, they were either in despair or full of anger. But the senior was so composed. What did the senior experience there? Yuyin immediately ran to the teacher and was delighted that he had come out. How many days did he last? And how did he die in the end? Lin replied directly that his teacher had died of old age. Xiao was the first to be surprised that the teacher had died of old age. How was that possible? On such a treacherous mountain, teeming with monsters, how could anyone live to a ripe old age? The disciples thought it was unbelievable. While everyone else struggled for their lives for a few dozen or a few hundred days, Senior Ye lived to be several decades old. Zhui Wuheng approached Elder Ye and dared to ask how he had managed to do it. Was there some secret to it? Lin did not hide anything and said that the secret was actually quite simple. One just needed to relax take care of flowers and plants, and then he would receive 7 magic pumpkins. After that, he would be able to subdue the mountain and live a peaceful, measured old age. Shui Wuheng did not believe that it was that simple. Lin did not hide anything and confirmed his words once again. The participants did not understand how anyone could calm down and grow plants in such a desperate situation. And what were these 7 pumpkins? Were they magical treasures? Xiao noticed that his teacher was being deliberately mysterious again. If he didn't want to talk about it, he could just say so. Enough with pretending to be so profound. And could this be the hidden path to passing the second stage, she wondered? And in fact, the point is not survival at all, but whether the participant in the test can maintain a calm, unperturbed, and carefree state of mind in a desperate situation. Shui knelt before Elder Yi and explained that he had seen the light, so they had been on the wrong path all along. But the elder suspected that this kid was taking them all for fools, and he decided to just give him the reward for the second stage of the first stage. After receiving the appropriate reward, Lin began to glow and float in the air. Yuyan was so happy that he believed that, having received the blessings of 2 immortal arts in a row, the teacher would surely improve his connection with immortality in the future. The path to immortality would be smooth. But Xiao was disappointed that the teacher took all the rewards from the first 2 stages for himself. But Lin considered this reward useless. He had the ability to cheat. The stronger the opponent, the stronger he himself became. But what use was such a talent? One of the students shouted for everyone to look, and the senior looks a little nasty. But another part told her not to talk nonsense. The elder was undoubtedly being modest. He didn't want to be too ostentatious, and perhaps he was afraid of upsetting them. But the elder considered it a blessing that would shock even an immortal old man. And why is this kid so calm every time? Does he think that gift rewards are just nonsense? The elder appeared and told them to stop and quickly begin the final stage of this test. This is the stage he is most proud of, and the most creative test in all of heaven and countless worlds. The elder said that this stage was complete. The participants who ranked below 100th place were hereby disqualified. Yuyan was not upset that he had not achieved his goal in the second stage. At least he had survived, and that was great. But Xiao laughed and thought that his brother was saying that he had at least some chance just because he had stayed. But the elder continued, telling them to go into the corridor in order, and they would begin the final stage of the test. But the elder's enemy didn't care that he had been able to take the blessings from the first 2 stages. After all, the third stage would be decisive. And now, if he could win this stage, the legacy of the fallen island of immortals would be his. And when the time came, taking his life would be a mere trifle. Upon entering, the elder welcomed them to the world of projection. And to ensure fairness, everyone can customize their appearance and participate in the battle under a pseudonym to avoid revenge after the trial is over. A system window opened in front of him, and the students didn't know what it was. The elder explained that they would be able to choose where to land on this island full of fortune and danger. Equipment, elixirs, talismans, and techniques would have to be obtained by searching or killing mutated beasts. And as time passes, the circle of deadly miasma will gradually engulf the island. They must reach the safe zone in time to survive. Killing each other is allowed. The last survivor will become the heir to the fallen island of immortals. The participants believed that such a test was completely unprecedented. It destroys all their preconceptions. And this is how the immortals entertain themselves with their trials. But Lin was not happy that he was being forced to participate in the royal battle. And now he has a royal battle ahead of him. He doesn't want to hear that he is a real immortal, also an immigrant from another world. Yuyan was shocked when he opened the window and thought that since their identities were hidden, why not take the opportunity to try what it's like to be a woman? And an invincible man like him naturally needs an invincible appearance. But unexpectedly, a huge boat with strange passengers sailed up to them. The elder continued that the preparation stage was about to begin. In a moment, they would fly over the island, and everyone could choose their desired landing spot. The participants asked everyone to look at the guy. After all, he had such unique taste. This guy showed off his beauty and saw that none of them could guess who he was. But the participants guessed that his surname was Li, and would never have thought that he had such a fetish. But they were told that his surname was not Li, and that they should not talk nonsense. But Xiao asked them to guess how the old man figured it out. But the participants thought that he was the only one who was honored here. And he asked Xiao's older brother not to be so serious. They were on the same side. But Xiao replied that he would never have thought that he had such a perverted hobby, and if outsiders found out who he really was, he wondered if it would be the biggest stain on his reputation for the rest of his life. But unexpectedly, Zhao was asked not to scare anyone and to provide evidence. After all, just because of the name above his head, it's too presumptuous. As long as he denies everything until his last breath, no one will ever know who he really is. But the participants saw that this light was too bright, and it hurt their eyes. And who was this guy? He chose such an ordinary face, but they wanted to punch him so badly. Shay felt that this annoying aura was inexplicably familiar. Yuanyang also didn't know who he was. Just looking at him made him want to beat him up. But the elder informed them that they had reached Boozy Island, and he asked them to choose their landing sites right now. And now the final test officially begins. The elder wishes them luck. The participants did not understand where they had ended up, because there were so many places here. But the elder informed them of the last reminder for all participants of the test, and that their cultivation techniques from the real world could not be used, and all secret arts must be obtained in special places. He asked them to choose their landing spot carefully. Finally, he wished everyone good luck. They would see each other again on the ground. Yuan immediately decided that he would definitely start with the Valley of Blades, and it became interesting to see where his older brother Xiao planned to go. Xiao replied that he wasn't that stupid, and as a brother, he wouldn't reveal his location from the very beginning. Yuyan started laughing and thought that his older brother was afraid that his younger brother would finish him off prematurely. Xiao began to laugh at his younger brother because his skills were worse, and someone like him probably wouldn't even get to him, and he wished him luck with that. The participants went to their places, and one of them asked his older brother to go with him to Red Eyebrow Mountain. That way, they could cover for each other. The older brother didn't dare refuse his sister and agreed to go with her. But Xiao believed that only sheep travel in flocks. A real man always goes alone. Besides, at the end of the trial, only one person will remain. So what if they team up? But Lin believed that a spectacular and invincible player like him would, of course, leave everything to fate. After all, everywhere was his territory. He immediately jumped off the ship and wanted to move to his destination. Lin, in turn, chose a place called Crescent Lake, and he realized that this place was one of the 6 main regions. These glowing spheres must be fragments of cultivation techniques, but the rules say that you need to collect fragments to synthesize the technique. They also have categories: sky, earth, mystery, and yellow. And it became interesting to which category these stones belonged. But when he saw that the others had also arrived here, he shouted that they were all too slow, and these fragments were all his. But they were quick and got to the fragments, but immediately a fight broke out over them. The other participants did not like that the greedy one took his stones, and now he must die. And immediately, in turn, he used his purple lightning fist against the greedy participant. The greedy participant proved to be stronger, and couldn't believe that even this simple yellow-level technique was much stronger than the earth-level technique from the real world. And as expected of the Immortal's hereditary technique, the participants saw this and realized that he had already synthesized the technique, and he asked everyone to leave. But Greedy received a gift that was useful to him, and now he understands that it's not bad. And there are still quite a few fragments of techniques and equipment here. And it seems that murder and robbery are the way to victory in this trial. Murder and robbery are the only way. Lin believed that this was called killing immediately after landing, and he feels sorry for him. After all, he himself is a pro at winning chicken dinners, and now he will get divine equipment for him. And Xiao arrived in the foggy jungle, and he saw that this forest was shrouded in fog, and it's the perfect place to quietly equip yourself. But suddenly he saw a small fire in front of him and didn't know what it was. He became very curious, approached the fire, and saw that it was above a skeleton. He immediately noticed the fire dragon talisman, and judging by the fluctuations in spiritual energy, it must be a pretty powerful combat talisman. But then a book called The Art of Shadow Disappearance appeared in front of him. And shouldn't all techniques be synthesized from fragments? He couldn't believe that there was a whole technique here, and he didn't expect to receive blue-level equipment, a ready-to-use technique, and a talisman right at the beginning of this 3rd stage. It seemed that his luck had finally turned. He would now become the winner of this 3rd stage and beat Teacher Lin. The swindler who took the gift believed that now all the equipment and technology in the Crescent Lake should be his. It was time to go out and take things from others. But suddenly he saw the bald kid from their last encounter in front of him, begging to be beaten up. And he also ended up at Crescent Lake. And now he was completely out of luck. He had already taken everything here, and he had only himself to blame for landing in the wrong place. And now he could let him inherit his legacy. Lin immediately called him an old man and asked what he wanted. The swindler stopped when he saw the rare purple armor and weapons. Shouldn't everything from Crescent Lake belong to him? But Julik explained that there was nothing special here. He just came to tell him to be careful. And as soon as he leaves this lake, he will never meet anyone so kind again. Lin saw that this guy was a pretty kind guy. Julik replied to his invincible brother that if there was nothing else, then his younger brother would go his own way. But Lin told him not to rush off like that. How about leaving the things he had just stolen? After all, it wouldn't be easy for a kind person like him to survive out there. The crook felt a fiery attack coming at him. He immediately begged the invincible brother for mercy. He was ready to give him everything. But Lin did not stop and finished his attack. He finished off the swindler. After his attack, the swindler turned into a box, and he had a very sad face. Lin was happy for his help, because he helped collect everything in this area, and it was time to go explore other regions. The elder was shocked that he had obtained the only set of purple rare equipment in Crescent Lake. And yet there is a huge difference between this and the special measures he has put in place on the island. And he is afraid that this time it will not be so easy for him to win. But the other participants looked at him and couldn't understand how this guy was so damn lucky to get a full set of rare purple quality equipment in such a short time. The guy replied that he still called himself invincible or lonely, so provocative. And he couldn't stand him on the immortal boat, hoping to meet him after landing and teach him a good lesson. The girl made it clear to him that this guy had a lot of loot. If they managed to kill him successfully and divide the resources he had collected, it would be enough to gain an advantage. But the guy saw that he was protected by this purple equipment and didn't know how to kill him. The participant told them not to worry. There was still a chance. And while they were at it, they would make a huge and correct plan. But suddenly someone approached the invincible brother and decided to talk to him. Lin immediately offered her his help. The girl told him that he was the king of kidneys and that she had come to make a deal with him. But Lin was curious about what kind of deal it was. He hoped it was a decent deal. The girl didn't know how to answer him and decided to say that the deal was rather indecent. She explained to her brother that their identities in this virtual world might be fake, but the feelings were very real. And she wanted to exchange something valuable. Her brother already understood what the reward would be. Lin was surprised that it was here and decided to find out if it wasn't a little indecent. But the girl decided that such a thing required a special place and let him stop pretending to be modest. The girl saw that the brother was truly invincible and lonely. He behaved as if he had never seen a woman before, falling for her at first sight. She didn't want to hold back and suggested he start. Suddenly, he dropped the stone on the ground and wanted her to do push-ups. The girl was shocked that she was already about to take off her clothes, and he said something like that. There was definitely something wrong with this guy, but she decided to ask him if he really wanted her to do push-ups. That couldn't be. Lin took out all the stones and slowly threw them on the ground, thinking that one would not be enough for her. And at the end, he asked if that would be enough for her. The girl explained to her brother that he had misunderstood and that she meant he could do whatever he wanted with her. He should just say what he wanted and be a little bolder. Suddenly, Lin understood what she meant. The girl was very happy and wanted to start as soon as possible. But Lin asked her to do a few more sit-ups. The girl didn't like it and got very angry, saying that he was mocking her on purpose. But when she saw the pink stones in front of her, she was shocked. She realized that they were fragments of the depth level. He was just handing them out as if nothing had happened. But Lin stood his ground and asked her if she was going to do it or not. The girl didn't refuse her brother and promised to do what he told her to do. The girl couldn't resist because he was offering her too much. The guys sitting in the bushes were wondering what their vampire girl was doing. Had she gone mad? She was really doing push-ups. And now they don't know why she's doing sit-ups? This guy is deliberately mocking her. The guys decided they wouldn't wait any longer and set out to attack him from different sides. But Lin saw that they were so impatient and had already lost their composure. But one of them didn't like that and decided to ask him how he dared to mess with them. He was going to kill him right then and there. But Lin was not afraid, and with a wave of his fiery sword, he gave them what they deserved. Then the second guy attacked him and used a mountain-shaking blow against him. But Lin just swung his sword and destroyed the guy, leaving only a victory box behind. The guy who remained in the bushes realized that this was a low-level heavenly rank technique. But he didn't need to be afraid. It was just a sword technique. If they coordinated, they could still defeat him. And then this heavenly rank technique would be theirs. He fired his arrow from behind. Lin didn't care and thought it was just a tickle. Lin waved his hand and deflected the arrow attack. But the guy didn't like that and jumped out of the bushes, wishing him dead. But in the end, everything turned out badly, and he too became a gift to the winner. So the strongest guy on the team came out and was glad that these scumbags weren't dying in vain after all. And just as he was smugly exterminating everyone, the six-fold weakening effect of this young gentleman finally took effect. And Lin should come closer and feel real despair. When he is struck by the weakening talisman, even heavenly ranked techniques become useless. And now all that's left for him is to die. But Lin thought it was a rather cruel plan to sacrifice even his own comrades, and he regretted that he had brought about purification. The guy was so disappointed that he didn't even realize how he could have purification, and they asked the invincible brother not to kill him. After all, he could take everything he had, and maybe he would spare the life of this modest girl. She could serve him diligently in the trials ahead, and he promised he would be satisfied. Lin stuck his sword into the ground and replied to the girl that she was unworthy, and let her just die. And they are still trying to ambush him, and he needs about 800 years to do that. After finishing them all off with a single attack, Lin fell to his knees, and now he will examine what treasures they have found here. At that moment, in a secret place in the dragon's lair, the guy was fighting. He realized that this was a golden talisman and the trump card of this holy sun. He had to act now or never. He used the talisman of divine fire against the fiery monster. After a difficult victory over the monsters, he saw that the map from that golden treasure chest was not a deception after all. It was indeed the legendary hidden map to the dragon's lair. As expected, this holy sun was the chosen one, and no one could stop his ascent. Upon entering, he saw a golden tree, and he realized that this was the power of the divine dragon. And with it, even someone fully equipped with epic gear would hardly be able to hold out against him for more than a few breaths. The elder saw that this holy sun was invincible, and someone had actually found the method he had deliberately left behind all those years ago. And could it be that this time he would become the new successor? And now, how was Lin going to deal with this? Meanwhile, in the Gujiang clan, everyone was amazed by their swordsman. The warriors were amazed and saw that the immortal swordsman's sword technique was unbelievable. How could he possess such power, even in the virtual world? Now they begged the immortal swordsman to give them a chance to survive. The swordsman did not stop, and with his lightning-fast sword, he killed all the warriors with one blow and received gifts for them. But the system suddenly spoke and said that the trial on the island of the fallen immortal was over. The death zone was shrinking, and the countdown would begin. Lobi must either die or become the law itself. The swordsman was shocked that the death zone had begun to shrink. And although the Gujian clan is still safe, in order to cope with what lies ahead, he needs to find a reliable steed. But suddenly he heard a roar like a ferocious tiger, and if he could tame it, it would make a good steed. And in the chaotic Blade Valley, a huge bird attacked the guys. The guys shouted that the great eagle was his, and with it, he would be able to get out of the death zone. But there was a girl next to him, and she also wanted to get this eagle. The boy explained to her that this eagle had turquoise feathers, and if they could tame it, they would be safe. The girl immediately pounced on them and asked the others what they were waiting for. Could anything be more exciting than this? She got the eagle and saw that it was quite large and majestic, and she liked it. She suggested that the great eagle fly over the zone, and in the foggy jungle, the team gathered at one point and thought that they were surrounded by treasure from heaven. They immediately headed towards the light, believing that with such commotion, there might even be epic equipment there, and they needed to hurry before someone else grabbed it. But the elder told them not to worry. There were 6 of them, and no one would beat them to it. But in reality, he thought that with such epic gear, who would need losers like his team? He would have to get rid of them somehow later and take the treasure for himself. When he arrived at the site, he saw that the ground had been destroyed by a fireball that had fallen to the ground. One of the team asked if this was the greatest treasure. The leader hit him on the head and ordered him to stop staring, and that was his treasure. The team was outraged and asked him how he could attack Old Man Lee, What was he thinking? The leader replied that they knew the answer themselves, and of course he would take such a treasure for himself. A guy from the team yelled at him that he was too cocky, and that he thought he could take on the four of them alone. The elder turned into a monster, and the team saw that the purple equipment and earth rank were a high-class cultivation method, and everything was in their hands with Old Man Lee. And now that he's dead, the old man thinks he's afraid of him. The senior lost his temper and showed his true powerful strength, and the elder said that they might as well just die. But Xiao was nearby at that moment and saw that in a trial where the strong prey on the weak, he actually dared to trust someone else. And how ridiculous that was. Having destroyed all the people on his team, he was left alone and wanted to take the reward for himself. And now the greatest treasure was completely his. But Xiao attacked him and believed that if he was a sheep, then he should behave like a sheep. Did he seriously think that he could take the greatest treasure for himself? He wasn't even worth it. Using his golden ticket, the senior barbarian managed to cover his face with his hands. The elder realized that this guy had been waiting all this time, and he was disgusting and unscrupulous. Sho began to laugh and replied that when the barbarian killed his own partner, why didn't he say anything about meanness? After all, he was just an observer. He destroyed the barbarian with one blow and believed that he could not allow anyone else to touch his prey. And after receiving his gift, he made it clear to the barbarian that he was overestimating himself. Suddenly, the gift he had received after defeating the barbarian appeared before him. Xiao immediately realized that it was an epic level set. He tried on the set and realized that heaven was truly on his side. With this, who could stand against him? And the last death zone is on Mount Red Broy, and he can't wait to wreak havoc there. And Lin can just wait for him. Meanwhile, Lin sneezed and immediately realized that someone was talking about him. After that, Lin found himself a donkey and made his way to the border of the crescent moon in Mount Redbrow. But he didn't know where Zhao was going. The zone is on the other side, and he's running in the wrong direction. After all, the donkey is trying to kill him with poison. Lin named the donkey after his student. Suddenly, he didn't understand what he was trying to do. He stopped him and saw the most legendary airdrop in front of him. Lin began to thank the donkey named Xiao for being right all along. He approached the gift and was blinded by it, and it looks very shiny. And he understood that this was a real golden legend. He couldn't believe that this trial had such cool things. And now the most interesting part begins. Meanwhile, everyone was on Redbrow Mountain, and there were 40 survivors left. The swordsman who defeated all his warriors was riding a gray tiger. The guy saw that it was an immortal swordsman named Sela Wuheng. The girl told the guy to look at his horse and equipment. Everything above the purple level, don't mess with him, and they should hide for now. The girl who rode the eagle praised the swordsman, saying that he had a rather impressive steed. But why was there no one around? The swordsman thanked her for the compliment, and they must have realized that they were no match for them and went to hide. The girl thought so, but who would have thought that so many people were hiding? And most of all, she hates rats that hide their heads but show their tails. If they don't want to come out, then don't make her hunt them down one by one. The participant said that he couldn't stand that crazy woman on the ship, and here she was, just as self-confident. The guy replied that he could understand Zhu's arrogance, but what right did she have to be that way? Why not join forces and get rid of them both? The swordsman was surprised and considered his fellow Taoist to be a man of honor. He also couldn't stand those who hid in the shadows. And since their goals coincided, why not join forces and deal with them once and for all? The girl came down and replied that it was excellent. And after they dealt with everyone, he and she would have a final battle. That's how a real man fights. And she began to call them rats and ordered them to come out immediately because they would be buried here. But the participants were not afraid and were ready to fight to the last and ready to kill them. The swordsman immediately grabbed his sword and rushed at them with tremendous speed. The participants realized that his sword was truly epic. And that's bad, because this method of cultivation of the heavenly rank is magnificent, and everyone should retreat. The swordsman raised his sword in front of him from a distance and attacked the participants with wave-like strikes. The swordsman aimed very well and turned all the participants into ice and exterminated them. The remaining participants realized that this was the power of an immortal swordsman, and they couldn't imagine how helpless they would be if they encountered this in reality. They were too scared. How could they fight this? They ran away. But the swordsman saw that they were just cowardly rats. They shouldn't think they could escape. The girl informed him that these outsiders were finished, and now it was time for their duel. But the swordsman told her to wait, because there was still someone left here. He immediately ordered him to come out and show himself immediately. Shai slowly emerged from the thick smoke and decided to show himself. He began to laugh and said that this was interesting, as expected of an immortal swordsman. His senses were much sharper than those of an ordinary blade owner. Hearing these words, the girl immediately decided to find out who he was referring to. The swordsman told her to be careful. This man had a full set of epic-level equipment. He was afraid that he could cause even more trouble than his icy soul sword. Hua replied that he was going to wait until the two of them sorted things out between themselves, and then reap the reward. But since he forced him to act sooner, he would have to finish them off himself, and the swordsman was not going to help him afterwards. The swordsman drew his sword and decided to ask him what he meant, and there was no point in telling him that he knew her identity. The girl was also very angry and told him to shut up, and if he dared to talk nonsense, it would not end until one of them died. She understood that if his identity became known, it would disgrace her for life. She didn't think this guy would be so proud. After all, they were classmates. But Chao decided to ask her who he was trying to scare. Was he afraid of her? If she was brave enough, she could fight him one-on-one later. The girl was glad that her older brother had spared his pride, and she would take advantage of the way out he had given her. She agreed to Xiao's terms and was ready to wait for him. The swordsman assumed that these two were indeed acquainted. And who was she? And why was she so concerned about her identity? He immediately attacked Xiao and told him to stop talking and start acting. Xiao agreed and asked to be allowed to witness the power of the immortal swordsman. But everyone was surprised and immediately stopped, for a huge burst of fiery energy fell between them and destroyed their attacks. They did not understand who this was, and this fiery man ordered them to stand still. This holy sun has no desire to win without first enjoying the slaughter, and they will all die by his hands. Xiao felt a powerful aura, and he didn't know what was happening with this form. He decided to ask him who he was. The stranger introduced himself as the Holy Sun, the son of destiny, destined to inherit the fallen island of immortals. Xia thought he was too confident. Did he really think he was invincible? The stranger agreed with him and considered himself truly invincible. And the epic equipment he was so proud of was completely useless against him. Xiao went to fight the stranger and decided to bring him back to reality. The girl noticed that this guy had a strange power. How about joining forces and dealing with him together? The swordsman also realized that this was exactly what he had been thinking. But Xiao did not stop and used the purple wave of his spear. The swordsman saw that it was a powerful blow, and if he had been on the receiving end of this attack, it would have been difficult for him to escape unscathed. The stranger was not surprised by this and decided to find out if that was all. But Xiao was surprised by this turn of events. The swordsman also understood that it was a full power strike from an epic weapon. How could he remain completely unharmed? The stranger attacked and clarified what he had said earlier. In the eyes of this holy sun, all their so-called epic equipment was worthless. She stopped this attack, and the stranger considered them all to be nothing but trash. The swordsman decided to help Xiao and used his Arctic sword intent against the enemy. Zhou decided to ask the stranger where he got such power. The girl also didn't know what this nonsense was, and why could he transform, but they couldn't. The stranger replied that he had already told them. He was the Holy Sun, destined to inherit the fallen island of the immortals. How dare they, insignificant creatures, compare themselves to him? But the girl didn't like that, and looking up at the sky, shouted that she couldn't stand his smug, pompous, holy face. And his blade may break, his blood may be spilled, but he, the little fool, must die. And she used the confident aura of her blade against him, which was bright and seemed like divine punishment. But the stranger was not afraid, and called him a freak who dared to approach this holy sun. And with his blow, he knocked the girl off her feet. But after that, the girl used her eagle, which attacked the enemy. But the stranger destroyed her with a fiery attack, and he thought that the feathered monster dared to behave so arrogantly in front of him. Leaving only feathers behind after the eagle, the girl saw this and the blood of her pet. He became very angry and threatened to kill him. And now he will try the combined power of his 8 talismans. He understood that these were 6 weakening talismans and 2 igniting talismans. And no matter how strong the enemy, he would fall. But the stranger didn't like it, because his enemies had set up an ambush for him. And if that's how it goes, the woman should die. Yu Yan believed they would both surely avenge his giant eagle, but the stranger didn't stand on ceremony and dispatched it with a blast of fire. But the other participants immediately entered into battle with the enemy and decided to finish him off together after seeing that he had weakened. One of the participants used his beam of destruction, attacking the enemy from the side. But the stranger asked the Holy Sun if he really thought he could fight with just such a blow. Having created a shell of fire around himself, he shouted at the Holy Sun, which seriously enraged him. And in the face of absolute force, all resistance is pointless. Meanwhile, the stranger created a ball in the form of a sphere in his hands, which shone very strongly. Lin was on the other side at that moment, and seeing the dragon symbol, he wondered what move it was this time. And that was perfect. His golden legend would come in handy eventually. Yuan was defeated and thought that this damn dragon man was too arrogant. And who the hell was he anyway? The stranger began to tell him what happens when he makes an enemy of this holy sun. And now it was the other's turn. On the other side, a participant, upon seeing this villain, said that this dragon-like form 15 was terrifying. It was as if a demon dragon had descended, but the boy next to him couldn't understand what if the immortal sword had epic equipment. After all, in front of this demon dragon, they were no different from ants. Xiao didn't know how this stranger turned into something like this. The Holy Sun told him to be careful. This power was beyond what was necessary in this test. The stranger pounced on them and ordered them to die. And then he unleashed the attack of the twin dragon that devours the heavens. Xiao responded with his sky-tearing purple flames. He refused to believe he couldn't stop the enemy. Seeing the huge red flame in front of him, Xiao was not ready to stop. The Holy Sun saw everything and thought it was impossible. And how could this black dragon be so powerful? The dragon headed toward the Holy Sun, but the Holy Sun managed to use a shield of extreme cold. But in the end, he felt that the enemy's blow was very strong and he would not be able to block it. And the Holy Sun apologized for the fellow cultivator, and he was very sorry that he could not avenge him in his eagle. The stranger said that the legacy and equipment he was so proud of were not even worthy of his dragon claws. Xiao was very angry and didn't understand that this great immortal opportunity would actually go to him. The stranger began to laugh loudly and said that a sweet reward after bitter labor, a sweet reward after a bitter struggle, and this time, no one will be able to stop this holy sun. The participants already said that in the end, they emerged victorious. What's the difference between such strength and cheating? But they wondered where Lin had disappeared to. Wasn't his luck supposed to be unbeatable? And how had he vanished? But someone in the crowd replied that it had probably been removed long ago. At this point, no one stood a chance against this demon dragon. The stranger believed that once he was finished with him, he would become the final winner. Xiu felt like he couldn't lift his hand. This was really the end. Why hadn't he seen that guy before? But the stranger thought that this fallen island of immortality was something that only a son of destiny like him was worthy of taking possession of. And in the next life, Xiao should try to be reborn as someone better and not get involved with him anymore. But he was a little surprised that there were little dragons in this game, and suddenly the stranger sensed that there was someone else here. Shia realized it was the wanderer from the immortal boat. But that trollish aura, could it be him? Lin wondered where this beggar had come from, and he was the great dragon king. People heard this and began to laugh, thinking him strange. After all, he actually dared to mock the demon dragon. They even said he was an idiot. Showing up now would be sheer suicide. He'd be better off hiding and taking second place. But Lin started laughing and saying that this guy wasn't serious. He'd put on a new guise and now actually thought he was the Dragon King. Shou already considered Lin a dog and understood that he was his teacher and wanted him to die for him. The others also realized that this dragon claw was terrifying. That bald guy should have been ground into paste. One participant couldn't even watch. He thought it was too cruel. The stranger used all his strength in this attack, but Lin was not afraid of anything and stood his ground. In the end, the stranger ended up with a wounded arm, and he shouted that he was the Dragon King here, and he was the one chosen by fate. And in his hands, he holds that very damn blade. And how dare he wound the demon dragon with it? Xiao, seeing this, considered it a golden legend, and this is a weapon of the highest level. The participants were also shocked, and they said they'd searched 3 entire zones and found only a few epic level fragments. Collecting a single piece of epic gear was a distant dream. The second participant agreed with him and said that this guy had managed to assemble a complete legendary weapon. And how did he do it? Lin decided to ask his enemy if he'd ever played Legend, and had he heard of the dragon-slaying saber? And I introduced him as Johnny Noob. And if he's his bro, he can come up and hack. The stranger didn't understand what the legend was. And who was Johnny Noob? And what was he even talking about? But he suddenly thought about the dragon-slaying saber. Could it be that this weapon specialized in killing dragons? If so, wouldn't this mean the end? But you saw in this man his teacher, who with such strange statements and weapons was challenging the heavens. And could he be their teacher? Only he could have such power, and the teacher must avenge his student. The girl was immediately convinced it was Lin, because only he could challenge the heavens. And that, combined with luck and ability. The demon dragon was very angry and shouted that he didn't believe it. And he, as the son of fate, was his legacy. And he's the one who will remain. The participants were amazed that this demon dragon could mutate, and its size is simply insane. The demon dragon charged up with energy and released flames from its mouth. And he wants this guy to just die. He's like the new master of the fallen island of immortals. Lin replied that with this legendary blade in his hands, the world would remain his. Lin released his fire sword and aimed the bombshell straight at the enemy. The demon dragon was shocked, unable to understand how this could be. Aside from his legendary weapon, all his other equipment was only epic level. And now, if he could find a gap, he had a chance to win. He used the twin dragon attack, which devours the heavens. But Lin told him it was useless and responded with a dragon-slaying saber. And she shouted that this saber was made for killing dragons. But the demon dragon replied that now was his chance, and he attacked from behind. Eventually, Lin managed to turn around and directed his attack straight at the enemy. And he told the enemy he was fast, but too weak. And his dragon-slaying saber had 100% defense with no blind spots. But the demon dragon doesn't believe in 100% protection. He's the strongest. Yuan saw everything and thought that this attack was just to tickle their teacher. The participants also witnessed the terrifying force, and one such blow could have killed him 10 times over. She saw that his strength was still growing, and he wanted them to beat each other. If they both destroyed each other, then maybe he still had the slightest chance. And while they are fighting so brightly, he needs to hurry and hide to wait for the right moment. The demon dragon transformed into its true form and heading towards Lin, shouted that it would destroy him. But Lin had thought of everything in advance and used a shell of fire, making it so that the dragon would not get close to him and would even get injured. Everything around them began to collapse. Stones flew over them at great speed as if a huge explosion had occurred. Yao even covered his face from the impact of the rocks and began coughing. He decided he needed to move away, lest he too be hit by the master's attack. Everyone was shocked that the dragon demon couldn't do anything against this guy. They saw that it was a terrifying attack, and they didn't even think they could withstand the shockwave from that energy. But Senior Lin handles it easily, so how strong is he really? Xiao also thought that this would be the end of it, and they would both be defeated, but that didn't happen. The demon dragon shouted that he was a holy son, but he refused to believe it. And there was no way the boy could withstand his next attack. And he used the scorching roar of the golden dragon against the Elder of Heaven. The roar of fire was so huge that Lin was caught in the flames and could not be seen. Participants on the other side discussed how this energy was too terrifying, and that even a shield made from a legendary weapon probably wouldn't be able to contain it. Lin used his defense and responded by telling him it was a pathetic trick. He'd already told him he was invulnerable. Xiao even felt and suffered from such a strong counterattack. He couldn't withstand the shock wave from the battle, and he's very sorry about that. The participants said that this white light covered the entire Crimson Forehead Mountain. Could it be that Senior Ye was completely consumed by the dragon's breath? And Yu Yan believed that the teacher should stop this and avenge his student. Seeing that the guy remained safe and sound, the demon dragon was shocked. He didn't understand how this was possible or why it was happening. Didn't he really have any weaknesses? Lin raised his sword and began to speak. With the Dragon Slayer sword in his hands, the world was his. And how could a human like his rival, a small dragon, compare to him? And now it was his turn to show the upstart his real moves, and he unleashed the illusion-destroying Dragon Slayer. The demon dragon didn't even have time to ask Lin to wait a second, and now he's asking his invulnerable brother to give him a chance. Flames of fire engulfed him completely, and the demon dragon could be heard shouting that he was the Holy Son and possessed the divine power of a dragon, and he alone should be invulnerable. And why was this happening again? And now he couldn't come to terms with it. But Lin understood that being invulnerable was truly lonely. The boys rejoiced and shouted that the eldest was so strong, and as expected, the eldest, Ye, was invulnerable. And Senior Ye wins every fight. From now on, he'll probably be #1 in the Eastern Dominion. And Yu Yan was proud of his teacher, and he never disappoints. But suddenly a voice began congratulating the test participant. Lin! He had successfully passed this stage. Lin was delighted that he finally got this chicken dinner. And it wasn't easy. The participants understood that for him, it was actually easy. He was simply bold in his path. And that was arrogance. Suddenly, they were surprised that their eldest Yer had simply teleported away. And they wondered what the final reward would be. Lin was teleported to another world and didn't even know where he was or how he ended up there. Looking around, he saw strange ships and a huge planet. He realized that this dazzling, bright star evoked a strange sense of familiarity. Could this really be the Kunlun world? And this is a scene from an ancient era, and it is unfolding right before his eyes. But the Kunlun world was so powerful in the past, and just think how many immortals there were back then. Suddenly, an explosion occurred before his eyes. It was a battle between immortals. It was so fierce that even the stars couldn't withstand the impact of their clash. But men in suits appeared before him and explained that the outcome had already been decided. And why was he continuing this senseless resistance? But the cultivators introduced themselves and answered bluntly that they weren't afraid of battle. They would live and die with the Kunlun world. But the men in suits said this barbarian was simply a pawn abandoned by divine judgment. And did he really still hope that someone would come and save him? The leader believed that even without divine judgment, the Kunlun world was capable of saving itself. The men in suits told him to taste the river of death and let them learn the price of disobedience. With a wave of their finger, they commanded the Kunlun world to know true death. Releasing demonic magic, they directed it at the cultivator who was trying to fight him. The cultivators understood this was bad. Every drop of water in the river of death contained the pure power of death. Just touching it would kill him, and they had to retreat quickly to the Kunlun realm. But the man in the suit began laughing and explaining that the Kunlun world was doomed, and this star would soon be theirs. But the chief replied that as long as he was here, they could forget about success, and he activated the formation. Having managed to teleport, the dark magic passed with them. The others also realized that this was the master of the island of fallen immortals, and he made his move. His formation could truly change the course of the river of death, and that meant they had a chance to fight. The cultivators rejoiced, for the island's ruler was magnificent, and the world of Kunlun was saved. Lin watched and believed that this was the decisive maneuver to turn defeat into victory in an instant. And how brilliant. But suddenly he noticed something strange and realized that they were talking about the master of the island of fallen immortals. But suddenly the elder turned to him and saw that the younger one was surprised. And this is part of the truth about what happened to the Kunlun world in those days. Lin was surprised and turned around, wanting to know who he was. The elder told him to listen carefully and introduced himself as Liu Huanliu, the ruler of the island of fallen immortals, and also recognized in many worlds as a great master of formations. Lin looked at the old man in a state of shock and couldn't believe his eyes. And Liu saw that for the younger one, this radiance was quite impressive. Lin decided to ask him where his 5 tiger generals had disappeared to. Liu didn't understand which generals the younger man was talking about. He made it clear he didn't understand which 5 tigers he was talking about. Lin understood everything and decided to call him Senior Liu. He expressed great respect for him. Liu was glad to hear at least a shred of politeness from the younger man, and Lin learned that the older man wasn't completely dead after all. The elder looked at him with a surprised expression, and he realized that this boy really did know how to hit where it hurt. Lin agreed with Elder Liu, and he said that that planet was the truth about the Kunlun world. Liu began to explain that at the end of the ancient era, traitors conspired with other races, defiled the Star Core, and attracted allied forces from the outside world. But Lin wondered, weren't there immortals everywhere in Kunlun back then? No one tried to stop them. Liu explained that, of course, they tried to stop them. It just wasn't possible. And the younger one would have to experience it himself to understand. After all, the traitor was one of the 4 absolutes of chaos. Lin started laughing and realized it was someone high up who had betrayed him. He'd thought it all started because of some insignificant scoundrel. Lu replied that chaos had conspired with the Nine Hells to desecrate the stellar core. The other three Great Ones had tried to stop him, but they had fallen victim to his devious plot. Soon Emperor Tian was assassinated, Fu Yao perished, and Changsheng disappeared. The star core was corrupted. The spiritual energy was effectively destroyed. The cultivation environment deteriorated. And on top of the loss of their best fighters, they became abandoned pawns of divine judgment. When they were left completely alone, he set up a formation and forcibly changed the direction of the River of Death, destroying the Nine Hells with one blow. Later, he united with other masters, gathering the powers of many worlds and creating an immortal kingdom. Although it couldn't compare to Kunlun in its prime, it was close enough. Lin now realized that it was Elder Lu who had created the immortal realm, and it was excellent work. But Lu suddenly asked him to be quiet, and he must remember the fate of Kunlun must rest in their own hands. Divine judgment cannot be trusted, and the Nine Hells are their mortal enemies. Lin asked the Elder not to worry. Whether it was the Nine Hells or the divine courts, if one came, he would suppress one. If two came, he would suppress two, and asked the Elder to bury them all in the star core as fertilizer. Lu started laughing and agreed with the younger man. He saw the boy's fighting spirit. With him here, Kunlun had hope. Yiling reminded the Elder Lu that the test was over, and did that mean he now inherited the island of fallen immortals? Lu thought and replied that from this day on, all the resources and living beings of the island of fallen immortals would recognize him as their master. He understood that this was the ultimate immortal opportunity, the dream of countless cultivators. This little one would surely weep with gratitude. Lin sighed a little in excitement, and Lu was surprised that he wasn't surprised at all. Apart from the title of Immortal Island Lord, he, this master, is still the supreme formation master. And how can he allow a mere junior to look down on him? He must regain his dignity. And I decided to ask the younger one how he evaluates the skill in the formations of his elder. Lin replied that he considered the elder to be the hero who saved Kunlun, and how could he not be amazing? But Lu decided to ask him if he knew what the level of a formation master is primarily associated with. And it's related to spiritual power. And if his spiritual power is not up to standard, even if he has outstanding techniques, he will not be able to build the appropriate formations. And now spiritual power is divided into 200 levels, from the lowest to the highest. And he himself is at level 200. Lin was surprised to hear about level 200. And if he directly provoked this troublemaker with the help of his golden finger, wouldn't his spiritual power skyrocket to the very top? Lu, seeing his face, realized he was a little strange. And why did he see a hint of anticipation in his eyes? Yiling asked Senior Lu to use his 200th level spiritual power on him. Lu explained that he was merely a divine projection. How could he possibly have the spiritual power of his true body? And what was that supposed to mean? Who would let him blame him? Lin agreed with him and showed that he didn't blame him. But the elder explained that he could not use his spiritual power, but he could determine how much of it he had. And he finally has a chance to knock this guy off his pedestal. Touching his head with 2 fingers, he informed him that if his strength was too low, he shouldn't be upset. After all, he wasn't even immortal yet. A low rank was perfectly normal. And as he expected, he only had 10. But a second later, he was shocked by what he saw. He began to see different numbers in front of him, and they were still growing. And in the end, he stopped at power level 100, and he couldn't believe that the younger one had so much energy. Lin was disappointed that he was only level 100. He was a far cry from the elder's level 200. He truly was incredible in his time, and this junior felt ashamed. Lu grabbed him by the collar and started screaming at him, asking if he was human. And when he first became immortal, this old master wasn't even 50. This guy is simply crazy. Lin asked if he'd said something wrong. Lu replied that he didn't care. Level 100 spiritual power was indeed sufficient and quite good. But in my head, I thought that this is what they say. New waves displace old ones, and old waves die on the shore. Extending his hand to the younger man, he offered him the opportunity to continue his training in the art of formations. He could offer him some advice, and he told the younger one to look carefully and see an amazing formation from ancient times. And if he masters it and can instantly become a heavenly formation master, capable of walking without equal in the entire immortal realm. Lin thought that this was not interesting for him, but he thanked the elder. Hearing such loud words, Senior Lu was simply shocked. But he approached his ear and explained that heavenly formation masters were incredibly valuable in the immortal realm. And countless fairies and great powerful beings will beg him to create formations for them. And in the end, he will receive resources, status, and everything will be in his hands. Elder Lu was enraged by his disrespect and decided to find out who gave him the right to act so damn cool. Lin understood that when the system directly transmits knowledge, who would bother learning it all manually? Meanwhile, on the other side, the participants thought that they would have to be cannon fodder for another day. And even Senior Xue was eliminated. Who could be strong enough to destroy Senior Xue? And what kind of person was this who could reach the end? The Holy Sun couldn't understand how this man could cope with this man. How could he even treat a master of such caliber? But he remembered that girl and considers her unique. A mixture of masculinity and sweet charm, she is truly captivating. He just wants to protect her. But for some reason, she puts off searching for him. This shared bond that they fought together. And is it possible that only he still holds her dear? Meanwhile, the girls were simply overcome by his presence. And they believed that the elder Shui was too devoted. And they were so sad it broke their hearts. Shou asked Yuyan if he'd heard that the immortal sword was absolutely infatuated with him. So why shouldn't he reveal his true form and bring this wonderful story to life? Yuyan was shocked and categorically refused, considering it the failure of his life. And the envious person saw this and understood that his own fateful opportunity had simply disappeared like that. And seeing a shameless bald scoundrel behind him, he swears that he will tear him to pieces. But suddenly people saw the light and started saying that after all this time, the succession was still unresolved. But what was going on? But someone began to argue that 10 high-class spirits must be some kind of reclusive old monster. And what representative of the younger generation could possess such power? Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred before their eyes. The boys began shouting that the saint was coming out. The voice declared the succession complete. From this moment on, Lin is the ruler of the Isle of Fallen Immortals, controlling the laws of this world. The participants rejoiced and shouted that it was their eldest. It really was him, and they were congratulating him. Yuyan was very happy for his master and considered him a fantastic person. Xiao, on the other hand, became upset and began to wonder what he lacked compared to this lazy, lustful scoundrel. And his favoritism was simply off the charts. The envious member began to get angry, but he believed that Senior Ye was truly incomprehensible. But the prince's old man was angry that it really was Elder Yi. But let him enjoy his triumph and boast as much as he wants. His day of death is already near. Lin was delighted by such a lavish ceremony and a real performance. But why did he feel like several tiny flies were looking at him with strange eyes? But now he doesn't care. Being invulnerable is just lonely and boring anyway. Shu approached him and began to tell him that Senior Ye had won first place 3 times in a row, and it must be heaven's will. And he was very jealous of him. Lin also praised him for his performance. At least in those 3 rounds, he was at his best. But suddenly, a strange magical force, similar to a terrible demonic force, flared up behind them. Yuyan decided to find out why the weather had suddenly changed, but someone sensed a murderous intent, a very strong, murderous intent. A huge portal appeared from which a voice sounded, which ordered the most powerful king of the 9 hells, Lin, to come out and show himself. The man who emerged from the portal called everyone frogs at the bottom of a well, and even if they were lucky on this island, they would still be ants trying to shake a tree. And when the Great War begins, they won't even be cannon fodder. He threatened to send them to the next world today, especially Lena. After all, he'd been jumping around long enough, and it was time for him to take his final bow. But the Holy Sun didn't like this, and couldn't allow some pathetic passerby of the tabulation stage to behave so insolently, and then he would die at the hands of the immortal. People started laughing and decided the lower abyss had come to an end. Even the king himself appeared, but he still only tried to stop the chariot with his bare hands. The chieftain believed the might of the immortal snow sword strike was capable of slaying gods and demons, and the abyssal king was doomed. But the stranger considered the boy to be just a pathetic youth of a true immortal, and today he will show him that there is always another sky above the sky. The stranger opened his terrible energy and enveloped the immortal completely. From such terrible energy, strange creatures similar to dragons appeared and headed towards the immortal. The rest closed their eyes and felt enormous pressure, and couldn't even breathe. But the immortal didn't care. He was ready to resist such pressure. But the pressure of the powerful energy was high and broke the Immortal's attack. The Immortal fell to his knees, wondering how this was possible. The true Immortal's attack had been crushed too easily, and he believed that the power of this artifact should not exist in this world at all. The stranger told them it was a supreme artifact from the underworld, given to him by a messenger. And how could worms like humans resist it? And he commanded everyone to become food for his underworld artifact, and the people began to scream and feel their souls being devoured. The stranger began to laugh and taste the soul, exquisitely delicious. And this is the horror of treasures that came from beyond this world. And now he uses his immortal soul as the first blood that his lower world artifact will drink to kill the immortal. The immortal refused and thought that immediately after he became immortal, he was already going to die. But Lin stopped him and told him to step aside, because this bastard had come specifically for him. The disciples did not expect this from the master. Even the immortal himself did not want to leave. And Xiao thought and didn't know why the teacher himself was rushing towards death. The stranger was overjoyed, not expecting Lin to come into his hands. Today he would use him as a sacrificial flag, and then he would kill everyone here. He was very happy and directed his powerful dragon specifically at Lin. But Lin stood his ground until the very end, and finally showed his fiery eyes to repel the enemy's attack. The system immediately appeared and notified Lin that he was under attack from the enemy of the true immortal, Fifth Heaven. And the passive skill becomes even more activated in the face of a strong opponent. And the owner attained the cultivation of a true Sixth Heaven immortal. Everyone was shocked at how careless the teacher was about this. But Lin filled his mouth with saliva and spat fire into the dragon's face. The fire was so blazing that the dragon could do nothing and was completely covered in it. The immortal saw the true aura of a true immortal for the first time, and now learned that Senior Lin was also an immortal. The stranger couldn't believe his eyes and knew that this underworld artifact was the weapon of a true immortal of the Fifth Heaven, and even an immortal shouldn't be able to destroy that lamp so easily. Lin stood before him to find out if he had really come so far to share his experience with him, and he thought it was very thoughtful. The stranger didn't understand what experiment was being discussed. Kneeling down, he saw that if the great immortal was satisfied, he would hand over the artifact. Lin took the artifact from his hands and asked if it had really been given to him by a messenger from the underworld. He should tell him who that messenger was. The stranger replied to the great immortal that this item had come to him from a foreign envoy, and he himself was blinded by greed and obeyed that scoundrel's orders. And he begs the immortal for mercy, and he is ready to bring the lower abyss to capitulation. Lin knew that the lower abyss had been waging war in the north and south for 2 years, ostensibly expanding its territory. But in reality, they had secured the area containing the stargates, preparing in advance to control their numbers. The stranger was surprised that the immortal knew about their plan with the stargate. But Lin understood that the stargate connected countless worlds. Once it opened, armies from beyond the stars would be able to invade directly and seize the eastern domain of their world, Kunlun. And the messenger he spoke of must be from the forces that reside beyond their heavens. And his analysis is not far from the truth. The stranger replied to the immortal that he admitted that he was strong in the eastern sky, but compared to the true masters who came from beyond that sky, he was not worth mentioning at all. But Lin decided to find out that since the coalition of outer worlds was going to invade anyway, wouldn't it be better to cooperate with them and secure a promising future for himself in advance? And the stranger decided to lure him over to their side? That's even interesting. The stranger replied that if the great immortal had such intentions, he could convey the message. Lin agreed with him and thanked him for his efforts. He called them cowardly rats hiding in the dark. The stranger was so frightened when he saw the immortal's fingers in front of his head that he began to tremble. Lin didn't stop at the end, and after giving him a flick, the stranger flew away to his world from where he came. People began shouting after this that peace had returned, and Lin was not spared their respect and praise. But Lin was glad that this matter was finally completed, and it was time to visit his recently inherited Guanshan Island. Opening his eyes, he saw that he had moved to the lower abyss, to the palace of the Shadow Clan. But the pain was so terrible that blood poured from his mouth. He had no idea that Lin was actually a true immortal. And fortunately, it was only the author. If this had been his real body, he would have died on the spot. The boss decided to find out what happened. Had the mission really failed? The servant knelt before him and reported to the divine messenger that Lin had disguised his cultivation as a true immortal. The netherworld artifact might be powerful, but it was unable to cause him any harm. The envoy wanted to know if this netherworld artifact possessed the power of a true fifth heaven immortal. Did Lin possess a cultivation level higher than the sixth heaven? The servant replied that he was unable to reveal it, only that the 9 furious fire dragons released by the netherworld artifact were extinguished, and with just one spit he spat out. The envoy didn't expect a man with the surname Ye to harbor so much strength, and it was a terrifying willpower. But he thinks it's a good thing. If the task were too easy, it would be boring. Now it's time for him to pay the price. The servant wondered if the divine messenger had made a decision on the next step. The messenger told him that the lower abyss was a sacred land, founded by the ancestor of their shadow clan. It held a secret capable of shaking the world. With its help, even if the immortal lord of Kunlun entered here, he would never return alive. And let alone someone like Lin, he's nothing. But the servant also hadn't imagined the lower abyss possessed such power. But how were they supposed to lure those Eastern Domain cultivators inside? But the head himself told them that this is where the figure he placed outside comes into play. Meanwhile, the boys arrived at the foggy peak. The leader was overjoyed to see his younger brother. And everyone outside is talking about it. And who would have thought that he had already achieved ascension? The sister also grew angry and told the chief to watch his words. After all, Junior Ye had been tempering his Dao heart and blending in with the crowd. His visions simply surpassed theirs, and brother thought this was amazing. And brother had been deliberately hiding this from them all this time? Lin calmed them down and told them to be quiet. Yuyan asked the teacher not to be modest, and now he had inherited the island of the fallen immortal, and this was also the highest level inheritance in the world of immortals. Asha was dissatisfied with this and thought the teacher was simply being impudent, and he was pretending again. The leader asked his younger brother to show them. What was this legacy? And could it help them too enter the path of immortality? Lin created a sphere and began to explain that it was the inheritance of the island of fallen immortals, which he received from Liu Huangshu. Whether they would become immortal depended solely on their fate. The brother decided to find out why the island was so small and how they could get inside. But the sister assumed that it was just a magical treasure. Lin informed them that this was a spatial treasure, but it contained its own world, capable of expanding or contracting. Within were abundant cultivation resources and countless ancient immortals. Yuyan asked the teacher to enter the island and take a look. Perhaps they would find an incredible opportunity to become immortal. But Lin decided that since they were all so thirsty for wealth, he would allow them to visit the island. But fate was in their own hands. She thought this was his chance to become a true immortal again. A Ling commanded heaven and earth to converge, and the island of immortals must receive them. Yuyan opened his eyes and couldn't understand where everyone was. And why was he the only one here? And he felt a strange familiarity in this place. And seeing his giant eagle, he was glad he was alive. And this is truly his valley of shattered blades. But the eagle turned out to be different and released waste from his body, which he directed at Yuyan's head. Yuyan was not happy about this, and the big bird flew away and probably did not recognize its owner. And he decided that he would leave it because he didn't recognize it, and there was no need to leave a pile right in front of him. But he left behind his feathers in the form of gold. Yuyan was shocked to see this. He immediately realized this was a top-tier forging material, and if he forged a blade with it, it could rival the immortal weapon. And these golden feathers, they're completely different from before. Could this really not be his old eagle, but an ancient immortal spirit? But one of the students also found himself in this world, and he saw great good fortune before him. The boy thought that although this soil tasted disgusting, like real manure, the immortal energy in it was definitely real. But when he looked up, he saw a cat that was leaving behind strange chocolate cakes. Realizing where they were coming from, he realized what he had actually eaten and began to vomit. But he assumed that this manure contains the enormous power of immortals for the sake of cultivation. He will endure it. The leader was also shocked to see an immortal spirit who could control lightning. He'd been stuck in the bottleneck of the thunder path for an eternity, and watching this was truly eye-opening. And Sister sensed an immortal aura in this flower field that truly awakened the resonance of the Tao. She even created a new technique specifically suited to her. But this was a daring, defying stroke of luck. She'd never heard of anything like it. Meanwhile, she saw the creatures and assumed they were of unusual origin. Yet such an immortal destiny seemed undesirable for him. But he didn't know why there was a courtyard in front of him and a heavenly residence. Upon entering, he became curious about the legacy hidden within. He didn't want to be disappointed. He was saddened to see such a simple celestial home. But a donkey appeared before him and called Xiao his son. Xiao was deeply disappointed and realized his hopes had been in vain. There was no immortal destiny for him here at all. He told the donkey to shut up. His hand brushed against the flower, shattering it. He realized it was a legendary herb, one that even immortals would burn to ashes upon touching. But suddenly a fire phoenix appeared and saw that the guy had burned their immortal grass. Xiao was shocked to see the entire courtyard filled with phoenixes. Then the other creatures also came to life and pounced on him. He saw the fish transform into a dragon, and a purebred golden dragon with 5 claws at that. And now he wondered what this place was. But the dragon turned out to be very fierce, and Xiao, out of fear, told him not to come closer. But this dragon was the body of a donkey. Xiao couldn't hold on and fell to the ground, slowly pushing off with his feet. He immediately sensed a terrifying demonic energy, and this was the great supreme demon. But Lin watched this from the side and decided to find out when this rebellious student became such a coward. Xiao turned around and seeing his master, he ran to him and asked for help. Lin didn't understand why he had to save him. All he saw here were a couple of chickens and a donkey. And what danger was he talking about? Xiao started insisting that those chickens were phoenixes in disguise. And that donkey was a supreme great demon. And even the grass in that pot was capable of killing immortals. And it was a burning immortal grass. Lin took a closer look and thought the student had a fever. Where did he see a phoenix and a demon? Xiao told the teacher to take a closer look. But when he did, he didn't know what was happening. A moment ago, everything had been different. Lin approached the fence and thought the chicken was funny. It reminded him of an old friend. And the chicken was simply magnificent. And he decided to ask the chicken itself if the student had really seen it. But Xiao was trying to convince the teacher that they were all pretending, and he should believe him. But in response, the chicken showed nothing and simply lived her life. Then Lin approached the donkey and explained that he didn't know about the others, but wasn't this his little gray? How could she be a demon? Stepping aside, he looked at the grass and saw that it was ordinary. How could it possibly burn immortals? And now he thinks the student has simply gone mad in his desire to become immortal, and he's already hallucinating. Xiao denied everything and didn't believe it, and he didn't know why this was happening. Were they mocking him? Lin, seeing this, told him not to get worked up. It was time for them to get out of here. Xiao didn't want to just leave. He thought there was definitely something hidden here. But Lin decided the student didn't want to leave and gave him permission to stay with them. Xiao immediately refused and followed the teacher. After closing the door behind him, Lin sighed slightly. But Xiao said the teacher was just pretending. And Ling told him not to shout or ask questions. And who knows. The student thought the teacher was playing the mysterious one again. And now he considers him a cursed, mysterious old master. Yishu is too scared. This tiny courtyard is practically the most dangerous forbidden place in all of Kunlun. Everything in this place must have a strange origin. It's the legacy of a fallen immortal island, but it can't be completely controlled. And it seems the truth will only emerge in due time. The hen asked her friends if they had seen that the new owner of the island had just found Grandma Phoenix beautiful. But Donkey saw that the island's new owner had no taste. How could he give him such a stupid name like Little Gray? The chicken also thought the island's new owner was right, and Grandma Huang was beautiful. But the Evas nearby ordered them to remain silent. The arrival of the island's new master meant that the gears of fate had begun to turn, and their role was to assist him in defending Kunlun. And Chicken believed that the cultivation level of the new owner of the island was too weak, only the 6th heaven of true immortality. And they've been sealed away for too long. Their areas have weakened greatly, and it will be very difficult. The fish also said that Kunlun is being reborn, but the heavenly laws are still incomplete. Beings of their level, acting rashly, will face the opposite reaction. And the chicken, too, sees all their fears. But if the master of Lu Island shows him, that means he must be a child of destiny. Eva replied that all they could do was wait until he grew up, help him if necessary, and believe that all obstacles would resolve themselves. 10 days later, at the Xuantian Sect in the Misty Peak, the Lin team returned to Kunlun. The leader thanked his younger brother for his precious item, and everyone benefited greatly on the island and even broke through to the realm of trials. Lin replied that there was no need to thank them. Any happiness they found belonged to their own destiny. But suddenly the head saw the transmission's talisman in front of him, and he didn't know what had happened so urgently. But when he saw the information, he didn't know how this was possible. The sister also approached her brother and decided to find out what had happened. The leader replied that he had received a message from the elders. The Gate of the Feathered Ones had assembled a coalition army and planned to invade the subterranean abyss to destroy all future threats. The middle brother heard and said that the Feathered Gates had changed position. They were taking the initiative and daring to launch a direct attack on the underground abyss. The leader replied that things wouldn't be that simple. Although the underground abyss had been heavily damaged by the younger brother, the fact that they were now gathering all their elites definitely meant they had another goal. He asked his younger brother what he thought. Should they go into the underground abyss? But suddenly the system appeared and congratulated the owner, as he had a new registration point and the underground abyss was activated. And successful registration would bring unexpected rewards. Ling remembered Mingyu saying earlier that the bird gate was connected to the underground abyss. There was definitely something fishy here. But then the feathered gates slandered him. This time he would go himself and see what tricks they were talking about. The leader will then ask for his assistance. With his participation, the eastern region will surely achieve victory. The message also states that the coalition will assemble at Shanghai Pass in 3 days. Lin replied that he understood everything and told his students to move forward. Meanwhile, 3 days later, the authorities arrived in the eastern region at Shanghai Pass. The servants told the Sect master that things were going smoothly. The strongest cultivators from all the eastern sects had arrived. Only one person was missing. The elder asked the Dao sect to come and support them, and their great Zhou dynasty came to support them. The rest of the Lingzhou Xia family came to support them too, and his Zhuangji sword sect came too. The master replied that on behalf of the Ulagate, he thanked all fellow Taoists for coming to support them. But suddenly above them, they saw the divine being Kunpeng, and they immediately realized that the immortal Ye had arrived. And the mighty demon emperor, at the peak of the origin of trials, became a real riding beast, and this is incredible. A few days ago, the Yuhua Gate Master was very angry and broke the sacred crystal in his hands. The elder informed the Sect's master that the attempt to succeed the fallen immortal island had failed. What was the next instruction from the divine messenger? The master replied that the divine messenger wanted them to gather the powerful representatives of the 14 provinces of the eastern region and form a coalition army and attack the Dark Abyss. The elder was surprised to hear about attacking the Dark Abyss. Aren't they allies? And after the Dark Abyss was heavily damaged by Lin, is the Stargate's plan hopeless, and they intend to leave the Dark Abyss and support the Eula Gate as the new leader. The mentor replied that the Dark Abyss was the divine messenger's ancestral land. How could they abandon it so easily? And since the envoy insists on gathering all the strongest, he suspects that they have already set a trap and are waiting to lure the experts of the eastern region and then destroy them in one blow. The elder believed that the mentor was always a genius, and if this plan succeeded, the eastern region would no longer have the strength to resist them, and their Yuhua Gate would be invincible and would live in peace. But the mentor agreed that the forces from outside the region were merciless. Their decision to support the Yuhua Gate was the right one, and as the saying goes, a wise man adapts to the times. And this time, Yeling will become the funeral sacrifice of Yuhua Gate. Seeing Kunpeng towering over them, the master considered this a pompous act, but this would be his last moment of arrogance. Lin immediately ordered his pet to tone down his voice because he was scaring people. Shai immediately approached him and showed that he was glad to have the honor of meeting the elder Yik again. Ling looked closely and remembered the younger Saya. Meanwhile, the people below were saying that the greatest sword immortal in the eastern region was called Little Xia. Had he heard correctly? The mentor understood that Xia was extremely proud. How could he tolerate being called that? After all, Ling thought too highly of himself. Everyone began to rejoice at seeing little Xia, and he was still that arrogant, white-robed, immortal swordsman. The master couldn't understand how this was possible. After all, Lin carried such terrifying power within his heart. Lin looked around and saw many familiar faces. The elder immediately began to say that, on behalf of his sect master, he greeted them with respect. The heiress also saw Master Ye, something she never expected to see again in his immortal form, and it seemed she would never catch up with him now. Lin told her she still had a chance, and now that Junlin had been reborn, If she one day attained the heavenly destiny, she might even surpass him. Someone else in the group also called out and said that this humble man had missed him greatly since he left his residence, and I wondered if he remembered him. Ling turned his head, unsure who he was. The elder approached and replied that he was the ancestor of the Shu family from Lingzhou. And one day he was throwing a banquet, and Lin honored him by attending, and for his sake he would personally cripple two of his own children. The girl was surprised and didn't expect young Master Ye to be such a person, but Lin didn't know what she meant by such a person. Lin looked at the elder and indicated that if he did not want to die, then he should explain it properly to this immortal. The elder was very frightened and replied, and he meant that those two scoundrels had insulted his beloved disciple, the Blade Demon, and therefore he himself had acted righteously by punishing his relatives. Lin got very angry and called him an old fool and told him to think before he spoke next time, but the master grew tired of waiting for him and approached, saying that he was Wan Changwei, the initiator of this coalition army, and that he welcomed the immortal. Lin turned around and realized with surprise that he was the abbot of the Yuhua Gate, and large sects are truly impressive. And even after slaughtering so many people, he still managed to gather so many allies. Wan thought Immortal Ye was joking. And if there's one thing the Yuhua Gate is truly rich in, it's people. Lin remembered that holy child from his group who fought with Kun and ended up all in the toilet. So where is he now? Wan replied that the holy infant remained within the Yuhua Gate, and if he perished in the dark abyss this time, he would still need to oversee the sect's overall affairs. But Lin understood that it would be easier to say that the baby was left to clean up after him. And now he hopes that the younger one will be able to sort out Van's mess. And he ordered his people to stop idle chatter and prepare for departure. Having set out on his journey, the mentor should actually be the commander of this coalition army, but everyone follows him instead. And there's nothing wrong with that. You just have to wait a little, and Lin will pay. Everyone arrived at the entrance to the dark abyss at once. Jia said they had arrived, and ahead lay the most dangerous place in the eastern region, the dark abyss. The girl replied that the creatures of the dark abyss had been completely defeated by young Master Ye last time, and now with their full assault, they would exterminate them root and branch. Lin didn't stop and headed into the abyss, and the master believed that these fools had finally taken their bait. Finding himself in the dark abyss, Lin headed there with great pleasure. The girl said that it was so cold and gloomy inside the dark abyss, but she was just scared here. People from the dark abyss raised their heads and shouted that people had really broken in, but the monster said it was all the king's fault. He insisted on expanding their forces, and now they've returned for retribution. And they didn't understand why they were standing in place when they needed to run away. Lin told them that in the past, the fiends of the dark abyss had invaded the eastern region, condemning people to suffering, and the time had come to avenge the lost souls. He ordered his men to kill them. The warrior shouted that he was waiting to make them pay in blood, and his fellow Taoists must finish them off. But the demons were not afraid of anything, and they themselves also went on the attack to destroy the people. Shai sped up and shouted at the demons to feel the power of his might. He was not ready to stop at just this and released the full force of his fire. Yuyan also accelerated, and with his sword strikes he destroyed everything in front of him. The mentor also did not leave them alone and moved with them into the dark abyss. And the people were now assured by the head of the gates of Yukla. His power is truly formidable. And with Sect leader Wang leading the charge, their coalition became even more unstoppable. The mentor understood that he had managed to restore some of his authority with these blows, and now he needed to find a way to lure the coalition into the royal city. The mentor raised his sword into the sky and addressed his fellow Taoists, saying that the main forces of the Dark Clan have been defeated, and the royal city is right ahead. And after him, at full speed, they will burst straight into the palace of the Dark Abyss, behead King Danyu, and put an end to this threat once and for all. The warriors responded by vowing to follow the Sect leader until death. Attack the royal city! And they decided to flood the Dark Abyss with blood, and they will avenge their fallen brothers. But Ling thought that Wan Changwei had suddenly become so active, and even seized command of the army, and it seemed he was eager to make his move. But Van understood that they would soon all fall victim to the Dark Clan's trap, and the death of the vile Lin was very near. Meanwhile, the head of the Dark Abyss gathered all his troops in the Imperial Palace. Seeing a familiar person nearby who suddenly appeared, the head was a little surprised. The guy said he could already sense the aura of the human army approaching, and the time had come. The leader replied that the power of their dark abyss was running low. And did the divine messenger really have a way to destroy Lin and the others? The messenger replied that since he said he was completely confident he would destroy them, that meant he would do it. How dare he doubt the words of a divine messenger? The leader immediately said he dared not speak like that. If the divine messenger was so confident, this servant must be capable. But just what kind of trap had he set? The messenger replied that he wasn't yet worthy of knowing the whole picture. He would understand the plan himself later. The messenger took another step forward and a demonic pillar opened up before him. And placing his hand on it, a demonic aura enveloped everything around. The envoy thought that as soon as Lin set foot in the palace, the entire coalition would be destroyed. One of the guys asked Brother Zhang to help him, and 4 million would do just fine. He asked the master to tell his fortune. He said he was in great luck right now. He'd multiply the amount several times over and win it all back. After seeing the message on his phone, he opened it and 3,500,000 yuan were credited to his account. And in his head, he felt like the apocalypse was coming. And who would even pay back his lousy loan? And now that the money issue is resolved, it's time to start preparing. And he doesn't intend to go back to the same miserable existence as in his past life. Meanwhile, the meteorite was heading toward Earth, destroying all the planets in its path. And seeing the abnormal heat, it became a god thanks to the shelter. Due to intense solar radiation, the average global temperature has risen to 50 degrees Celsius. Humanity is entering a terrifying 30-day period of apocalyptic heat. Wang shouted to his men that the royal palace was right ahead. Since he would lead the attack, they should follow him. And once they were killed, the war would be over. The warriors thought that Sect leader Wang was fighting at the forefront. How could they dare fall behind? They were ready to follow the leader into the palace, destroy the dark abyss, and avenge their comrades. The leader, seeing the human cultivators, asked how they dared to invade his royal city of the dark abyss, and he promised them that today they would all be buried here. The prince immediately charged his sword, shouting that the demon was simply an insolent creature. And that day, he was only able to suppress it thanks to a divine artifact. And today he will settle old scores and personally finish off his vile offspring. Wang, seeing this, immediately prepared his attack and believed that this fool Shui was blinded by rage and opened such a huge gap. And heading after him, he thought that this was the perfect moment to kill the immortal and prove his loyalty. Shu felt that someone was approaching him, and seeing the teacher, he asked what he was doing. But Wang couldn't stay in that position for long, and Xiao used his fire attack and bit the impudent man's hand. Xiao called Wang a shameless coward for daring to attack from behind. But Wang told him that he was that lousy disciple of Lin's. Shi Said, his teacher, had foreseen Wang was up to no good and had specifically told him to keep an eye on him. Did the bastard really think such pathetic tricks would fool anyone? Van raised his hand anyway and said that since they had exposed him, there was no point in hiding anymore. He declared at the top of his voice that the eastern region had already fallen. The era of the Abyssal clan had now arrived. And he turned to His Majesty King Danyu, saying that the Yuhua Gate was ready to pledge allegiance to the Abyss clan as a whole and help them capture the eastern region. An elder from the eastern region shouted at Wang that he was a traitor, and they trusted him, yet he conspired with the Abyssal clan. And he's a shameless scumbag, a disgrace to all of humanity. And to think that the Yuhua Gate is considered the greatest power in the eastern region. Sound became very angry and called him a traitor, shouting that he would first cut down his patron and then return for him with a dog's life. Xiu turned around and directed an attack at Wang, using Frosty Heaven Slash. But suddenly a portal opened in the sky, and a hand emerged from it and blocked Xiu's attack. The Dark Abyss representative came out with his team and asked how a pathetic true immortal of the first sky dared to be insolent here. Xiu was shocked that in such a small Dark Abyss, there were as many as 6 true immortal level masters. Lin also observed everything and knew that Wang wouldn't betray them for the sake of a mere tribulation-surmounting realm abyss king. And it turns out he has a true immortal behind him, and he's just a watchdog. The representative told Vaughn that he was called a dog, and how is he going to deny it? Wang replied that a wise man submits to circumstances. What's wrong with being a dog? Serving the divine messenger is the greatest honor of his life. The envoy accepted this and said he appreciated such far-sighted people. He said that if he helped the Abyssal clan unite Kunlun, he would be generously rewarded. The warrior also said that since he had started talking, why not bark a couple of times to entertain the divine messenger? Vaughn understood that deep down he held no ill will towards him. So why was he plotting behind his back? The warrior suddenly remarked that it seemed this fellow Taoist was not eager to obey, and he would now remind him that deceiving a divine messenger was punishable by death. I asked him how to bark, but he considers that a trifle. If the divine messenger is pleased, he's ready to bark as much as he wants. Vaughn couldn't hold back and started barking like a real dog. The messenger was delighted and said his bark was simply perfect, and he was truly pleased. Van thanked him for such words and said that barking like a dog was his specialty. A girl from the Eastern Regions group suddenly started saying that someone who has reached the limit of baseness is truly invincible, and they trusted this dog. Shui also raised two fingers to the sky and began shouting that Wang and his Yuhua gate would be nailed to the pillory of all humanity, and that he would never be redeemed. Lin also said that when it comes to shamelessness, he's reached the pinnacle. His bark especially is so genuine, it's simply incredible. One turned to Lin and asked him if he was still grinning. And here was a divine messenger, and this day would be the day of his death. The envoy also looked up at the sky and realized that it was Lin, and he had caused quite a bit of trouble in the matter of reclaiming Kunlun, and if they were outside, he might have hesitated. But unfortunately for him, no one would save him here. The messenger directed all his strength into the hand and ordered it to open. Immediately after these words, a seal with dark magic opened around him. Lin immediately thought it was a formation. As he expected, the envoy was prepared. Shu also said that this is a formation for imprisoning immortals and exterminating demons. The messenger called them mortal ants and was surprised that they actually recognized her. He explained that this formation was created by an ancient heavenly master from the dark abyss. And this is a 6th-tier heavenly formation, from which even an immortal lord would be unable to escape. The warriors tried to break through the sphere, shouting that their cultivation was dissipating and that they needed to get out of here. And damn this van, they shouldn't have gotten involved in this whole thing. Vaughn immediately started laughing and said that now they understood that only those who know their place survive. The dim-witted scum. And he told the divine messenger that now Lin and the others would not be able to escape. The messenger replied that everything was correct. But first he needed his people to do him one small favor. The boy asked him what he meant, but the messenger said nothing and began draining energy from his troops. They screamed that they were in great pain, and they felt like all the life was being sucked out of them. The guy, seeing that his army was being exterminated, began to shout, asking why he was doing this to his people. The envoy replied that activating this formation required a tremendous amount of life force. His people should consider it an honor to sacrifice themselves for this great cause. Yuyan also fell to his knees and said that he was killing even his own. There was nothing human in the dark abyss. Xiao already thought it was the end. Was his path to the top really going to end here? But he wouldn't accept it. And it's all over. Not only are they doomed, but the Elder Yi will also die because of them. The messenger told Lin that his face must be a sight to behold right now. But after these words, Lin was ready to destroy him and cut him into small pieces. Seeing Lin like this, he was surprised. He asked why there wasn't a trace of despair on his face. Wasn't he afraid? Or did he really have a trump card? And I thought it was a formation for imprisoning immortals and exterminating 6th-tier demons. Even the Lord of Immortals would turn to blood here. And Ling is just an ant. The messenger told him to watch how he and his disciple would die. Meanwhile, Mouse and her brother were terrified, but Lin approached them and asked why they were crying. Would their master let them die? And how could such a formation cause problems for its master? It's just garbage. But the messenger told the enemy he was acting tough. Lin asked him if he was sure. Raising 2 fingers to the sky, I realized everything was perfect. And the formation experience I'd earned by registering in the dark abyss had finally come in handy. Xiao also saw that the master was breaking the formation. Van told his men not to panic. This puppy was just bluffing. This heavenly formation was established by a divine messenger, and how can he shake it? And a divine messenger must understand this. The envoy understood that this was impossible. Even an immortal lord couldn't destroy a 6th-tier heavenly formation. Could Ling really be a celestial formation master? Impossible. The Kunlun realm simply couldn't have produced such a powerful being. A celestial formation master requires mental strength of the 100th level. A true immortals is typically only at the 20th level. Even a profound immortal would struggle to achieve that. Wang asked the divine messenger what was wrong with him. The messenger replied that Lin was a great master of formations. One didn't understand and asked what it was. The messenger replied that it was a man whose formations could capture the fortune of heaven and earth. It was also a force that determined the prosperity or ruin of entire races. The warrior also said that he had heard that even immortal lords were obliged to greet such a being with a smile and the utmost respect. One believed it was impossible. And how could Lin be someone like that? If so, then this great formation wouldn't be able to hold them back at all. Lin meanwhile approached the barrier and twitching his finger, ordered it to collapse. After such a blow, the barrier was completely destroyed and the guys received their powers. You realized that Senior Ye had actually destroyed the formation with a single snap of his finger. Such a feat was completely heaven-defying. The master students were also delighted and shouted that their teacher was amazing. The mouse didn't have to die. She could continue to follow her teacher. The envoy couldn't understand how this was possible. In today's Kunlun world, how could such a monstrous genius exist? It defied all logic. The warrior asked him what they should do now, but the messenger himself didn't know what to do next. Vaughn also regrets that he acted too early, and now he can neither advance nor retreat. He never thought it would come to this. The envoy clenched his fist and said that at this point, there was only one way out. If Lin wasn't eliminated, they would lose this battle. Opening his palm, he handed the dark pills to his men and said that they knew what they needed to do. After eating these pills, the warriors of the Dark Realm immediately rose to the 5th level, and the messenger shouted that even if Lin was a heavenly formation master, without a pre-established formation, even if he was a 6th level true immortal, he was no match for them. But Lin suggested them to kill some clowns with temporary ranks. Does the envoy really think he needs something like that for that? And he commanded the self-confident fool to die and to apply the 5-fold destruction of the underworld. But then he used a cosmic cutting ring strike to finish them off once and for all. The dark side warriors were shocked and asked how this was possible, but Lin's white light turned out to be 100 times more powerful than the dark one and fried them completely. Sui realized that this was it, the legendary might that once crushed 14 provinces with a single sword. And seeing it with his own eyes today, it was terrifying beyond words, truly awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, the messenger shouted at him not to hold back and to show all his trump cards. He added more strength to his warriors and told Lin that if he forced them to use this technique, he could die without regrets. Shu shouted that this was bad and that they were about to detonate their own sources of immortality. He warned Elder Ye to dodge. Lin asked them if they had given up hope, and if he wanted to self-destruct, then let him go inside and explode as much as he wanted. And he commanded the heavenly burial coffin to appear. The coffin immediately began to absorb them. The dark side warriors asked, "What the hell is this?" The messenger looked and said, "This is unreal. How is this possible?" But Lin told him whether it was real or not. He would know when he experienced it for himself. And he directed his beam straight at him. But the messenger tried to resist and used dark magic in response. Lin looked at it and thought. But the messenger shouted that this was power granted to him by the dark abyss. And it truly acknowledged him. He truly had survived a seemingly hopeless situation. Even the dark abyss was on his side. So how could he possibly lose now? And right now, he was invincible. Ling asked him if he was sure he was invincible. In this world, no one dared utter the word invincible in front of him, because the only one truly invincible was Ye Ling. The messenger said he was the one who controlled the will of this entire small world, and he was a god here. And Lin was only a true immortal, even a true king, and he was no match for him here. Wang said he congratulated the messenger on becoming the ruler of the underworld. He is the embodiment of the Heavenly Dao of the underworld. The warrior also said it was impressive. So this was the divine messenger's plan to gain the will of the afterlife. And he truly is destined for greatness. The messenger called Lin's disciples ants and ordered them to fall on their knees. One began to say that he was completely unable to resist this overwhelming pressure. Could this really be the willpower of the world? Xiao also realized that this guy was now the embodiment of the Heavenly Dao of the afterlife. Here, if he ordered them to kneel, they were obliged to kneel. The mouse suddenly asked, "Why?" The teacher was still standing. How was that possible? Xiao didn't understand how illogical this was. Why could he defy the will of the world? The envoy also didn't understand why the laws didn't apply to him. So he decided to apply the root law against him. The chains tried to get to him, but Lin didn't allow this to happen and blocked them. Lin was enjoying the moment, but the envoy was surprised that even the root law wasn't working. This was contrary to the Heavenly Dao. The messenger believed this was impossible, and in this world he is heaven, and the laws of this world obey his will, so he ordered his suppression. The dark side warriors felt this was terrifying, and they felt as if this world was about to collapse. But Lin asked him, how can he call himself heaven with such force? And it seems his Heavenly Dao is somewhat weak. But the messenger put his hand down and said that the Heavenly Dao that goes against nature deserves execution. And he used 10,000 temptations, the hand of heaven and hell. One also began to say that the envoy was powerful. That palm strike concentrated the might of heaven and earth. Even a true king would likely have fallen here. Lin cast a light barrier and asked him if that was all. He used his divine fist. He poisoned it with a strong flow against the Dark One and destroyed it. The envoy was shocked and asked if he had really dispelled his attack so easily. Shouldn't the power of the Heavenly Dao be invincible? Lin asked him if he was invincible with such strength. If he was weak, then let him train more. But the messenger replied that this was just a small test, and the true power of the Heavenly Dao begins now. Lin didn't stop there either, deciding to see what the envoy was capable of, just the will of the world, and he unleashed the fist of holy fighting. He didn't stop and unleashed a huge stream of fists at the messenger. He realized that Senior Ye was actually fighting against the will of this world. Xiao also couldn't understand how this was possible. Not only could he ignore the suppression of the will of the afterlife, but he also surpassed the other party's strength. The messenger wondered why this was happening. The more he suppressed it, the more it pushed him away in return. Having pierced the fists of the dark side, the envoy asked him what kind of being he was. Why was he able to distort his Heavenly Dao? Shu also wondered how exactly Senior Ye was fighting against the world's will. He really wanted to know the answer. Lin said that everything is simple. The stronger the opponent, the stronger he becomes. The messenger asked him why he was trying to amuse him with such frivolous words. Lin replied that he wasn't entertaining it. He actually became stronger when he faced stronger opponents. The messenger became very angry and told him to stop talking like that. And he shouted loudly that he was the ruler of this world. No one could stop him. No one. And he commanded the sword of Heavenly Dao to appear. Suddenly, a sharp point began to emerge from the dark sky. The elder said he still had more powerful means. This is too scary. And why are even they pinned down, unable to move? What kind of power is this? The messenger began to tell Lin that today he would send his soul into oblivion, and he would never appear again. After such loud words, he pointed his heavenly sword at him. But Lina wasn't intimidated. He'd already told him that he grew stronger when he faced stronger opponents. In response, Lin directed his light fist at the sword. Seeing how the dark magic dissipated, the warrior realized that it was the will of the afterlife, screaming in agony. Ling's bright, sharp tip shattered the envoy's sword into tiny pieces. The warriors of the light side rejoiced and said that all the pressure had disappeared, and the immortal Ye had won. Awu said that Elder Ye could truly defy the will of the world with his own strength. Such power surpassed his understanding of what constitutes strength. Yuyan also shouted that he expected this from his teacher. How could a mere Heavenly Dao from the afterlife influence him? But Xiao didn't believe it. He wondered how a mortal could possess the power to defy the world. He must be hiding a treasure capable of defying fate. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to reach this level. The messenger thought that since the Heavenly Dao could not suppress him, then let this afterlife become his coffin and all living beings his sacrifice. Taking the last of his strength into his fist, he directed it towards Lin and wanted to destroy him. Lin smiled in response and asked if he still wanted to take him with him. But he was sorry. His empty fantasies would ultimately come to nothing. The messenger repeated to Ling that in this kingdom, he was the Heavenly Dao, and the Heavenly Dao would fall, and the world would perish with it. Today he would show him what a true apocalypse was. And let us all be destroyed together. Under this destruction of the Heavenly Dao, all things will turn to dust. The messenger went completely out of order and began throwing out huge stones with the help of his magic. The warriors fell to the ground and began screaming that the world was ending. And they were finished. The dark side warrior also began to scream that his homeland was dying. The old man asked the sect leader what they should do. He was surprised and asked him why he was asking him. After all, He was the one who convinced him to accept the side of the afterlife race. Now let him see. Shu thought that the self-destruction of the world was no longer something that human power could stop. And even if Lin were to challenge the heavens again, he fears that the teacher would not be able to change the outcome of the world's destruction. The envoy began shouting that this was the price for Lin, forcing him to act. No one could change the destruction of the afterlife. After this battle, Ming Ye's indelible contribution will be inscribed into the great cause of the afterlife race's dominion over the eastern region. It's worth it. But Lin was prepared for this and told the envoy that if he wanted to explode like a firework, he could do it himself. Why drag others into this? And using his seal, Lin said that this immortal had no desire to be buried with him. The envoy was shocked and saw the gigantic teleportation formation, but he thought it was impossible. The teleportation formation was so massive, and how could he complete it in an instant? The messenger walked towards him and shouted that he would not allow anyone to leave. But Lin told him to just stay put first, and he directed a stream of energy straight into the sky. The messenger could do nothing and fell to the ground with great speed. Wang, seeing this, ran to Immortal Ye, claiming he was a secret agent. Everything that happened just now was just an act. He's also from the eastern region. But Lin asked him who he was. They didn't know each other and kicked him. Afterwards, I asked them if they could see it. This is called grasping at straws at the last moment. Vaughn saw the power of suppression before him and shouted at the end that Lin would not have a peaceful death. The envoy, meanwhile, realized he was defeated. What geniuses of the afterlife race! What rulers of the Heavenly Dao! In the end, he was just a frog in a well. And he asked Lin who he really was. And suddenly he saw a bright light above his head. The envoy understood that he regretted not having been able to witness with his own eyes the banner of the afterlife race fluttering over the eastern region. And he hated even more that he had become merely a stepping stone to glory. And Lin, the flames of the afterlife will surely burn his further path. His people will await him at the end of the Yellow Springs. They teleported to the ground, and Wei began to say that the great kindness of the immortal Yi would never be forgotten by the humanity of the eastern region. And they will never forget his great kindness. Lin replied that it was no big deal, it was just a small favor. The elders said that now that the afterlife has been destroyed, there is no longer any threat from dark creatures. Immortal Ye has truly ensured peace and tranquility in the eastern region for generations to come. Shu ordered everyone to turn around and listen. Although the afterlife had been destroyed, the true culprit, the Feather Transformation Sect, still existed. Chen Xiao and the power behind him were the true hidden threat. But the elder believed that Chen Xiao's massacre of the various races of the underworld as the coalition commander was just a staged act, and this time he also remained in the shadows. The niece replied that the Feather Transfiguration Sect had deep roots. Will they be able to win again? Chen Xiao asked Lin what he thought about this. Suddenly, the system popped up and congratulated the owner with a new activation of the entry point, and he successfully entered the Feather Transfiguration Sect, and which grants him an entry reward of 3 true Immortal level artifacts, simultaneously upgraded to the Immortal Lord level. Lin liked this, and believes that he'll level up both the old and new accounts and upgrade his treasures. After that, he'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Shu turned to him again. He thought that Elder Ye was also wary of the forces behind the Feather Transformation Sect. This was understandable, as it was the most ancient formation in the eastern region. Lin raised his hand and said that this was just a cult. By this time tomorrow, this branch would no longer exist in the world. Shu was delighted and said that the humanity of the eastern region thanks Senior Ye. But Lin replied that there was no need for formalities. The Feather Transfiguration Sect had already had a score to settle with this immortal. Now that they had settled both old and new debts, it was time to put an end to it. Meanwhile, in the Feather Transformation Sect on the back mountain of the Sacred Land, there was Ancestor Tian Hong, a 6th level true immortal. He said they were in dire straits. The dark side asked him, did it really matter? Had Van's plan failed? The Ancestor replied that he had received a memory transmission from Wang. This old man had witnessed an extremely terrifying scene. The dark side was surprised when he said something terrifying. The Ancestor replied that the divine messenger of the afterlife had not only lost to Lin, but had lost horribly, even destroying the entire afterlife. The dark side was shocked that the afterlife had the blessing of the world's will, and how could that have happened? The ancestor replied that Ling's strength far exceeded their expectations. Even with all the advantages of time, place, and people, the divine messenger was unable to counter him. And he's afraid that Lin is coming to them now, to settle scores with their feather transfiguration sect. The dark side asked him, what should they do then? The ancestor thought and said that in such a situation, they had better act at full capacity and directly activate the Stargate plan in advance. The dark side was surprised and asked, isn't it too early? The number of Stargates is still far from the target. The ancestor said the dark side doesn't yet understand the situation. They're facing a great catastrophe. If they delay any longer, they won't even have a chance to activate the Stargate. Ancestor Zexia, a fifth-level true immortal, spoke correctly. Instead of waiting for death, it's better to forcefully open the Stargate. Even with the suppression of the laws of the Heavenly Dao, the strength of the army of the afterlife is enough to deal with Lin. Ancestor Qinglan, a fifth-level true immortal, asked where to get the energy for forced activation. The ancestor laughed and said that this chess piece that he had nurtured for so long was now time to use it. And they use his life to exchange it for the future of the Feather Transfiguration Sect. The warrior believed he had only a little time left before he would complete his heavenly trial. And when the sect leader returned triumphantly and passed on the mantle to him, he would become #1 in the Eastern Domain. And he doesn't care that Lin inherited the island of a fallen immortal. And in the end, he still died because of a plot. But suddenly, seeing fiery energy above him, he was surprised and did not even think that they could come. He saw 5 ancestors before him and didn't know why they were all here. And had the sect leader really returned? But the ancestor told him the plan had failed. Mingyuan was completely wiped off the face of the earth, and Wan Changji and the others all perished there. The boy couldn't understand how this was possible. Mingyuan had stood in the Eastern Domain for countless eons, with deep foundations. How could it be so easily destroyed? But he wondered, what about Lin? Did he die in Mingyuan too? The ancestor replied that not only was he alive, but he was most likely already leading the Eastern Domain Coalition to their Feathergate sect to settle old scores. The ancestor did not continue to tell the story and decided to show him so that he could see everything with his own eyes. And the only way to stop it now is to open the Stargate. And to this, the guy is the key. The guy told the ancestor to stop and asked him what he meant. But the ancestor decided to ask him what he thought they had been raising him for all this time. The boy received energy and shouted that he was the holy son of the Feathergate sect, born to ascend. How could they do this to him? The ancestor replied that it was precisely because the boy was a holy son, that when the sect stood on the brink of life and death, it was he who must step forward and turn the tide of fate. The boy saw a bright ball of fire before him, but the holy son asked them, why him? He was loyal to the sect, risking his life for them all, and they in turn lied to him and used him. The ancestor commanded his holy son to rest in peace. And while they were passing this test, this old man would recreate his solar, immortal body. The holy son thought he had the eastern peak within his grasp, but he ended up in this predicament, and Ling was slipping further and further out of his reach, and he hated it. But the ancestor believed that such pure, energetic matter was enough to open the stargates, and even keep them open for several days. But the spherical core penetrated the dark matter, which shocked everyone. The ancestor was shocked by such terrifying power. It felt as if his soul was being crushed. And this power far exceeds anything they know. And what monsters lurk on the other side of those gates? Suddenly, an iron hand unexpectedly flew out of the portal, followed by the body of the man. But he was not the last one. His servants and warriors came after him. The ancestor hadn't expected to see so many true immortals of the Netherworld clan, perhaps tens of thousands. Compared to them, the Feathergate sect was as insignificant as ants. But at that very moment, the warriors from the underworld made a venerable path from which the commander of the Mingwanjun clan emerged. Min called them fools and asked why they opened the Stargate now. Forcibly opening it would severely suppress their cultivation. The ancestor addressed Ming as his lord and explained that Ming's envoy had fallen. The plan had changed and they had no choice but to open the gates ahead of time. Ming was surprised that Ming was dead. He thought it was impossible, and who could defeat him here? Not only is he a great prodigy of the Wu clan, but he's also prudent, cautious, and even bears the blessing of their 6th-level Heavenly Array ancestor. How could he fail? Let them tell the truth. The ancestor fell to his knees and replied that it was some brat named Lin. He had repeatedly thwarted the Stargate's opening plan and had even recently inherited the legacy of the fallen Immortals Island. And now he's killed the envoy. He's the one who's the main culprit, the one hindering them. Ming told him to stop, and didn't he say he'd inherited the island of the fallen immortal? Min replied that yes, but it was probably the legacy of someone unknown. He was just lucky. Ming couldn't resist slapping the ancestor, telling him he was an idiot and didn't understand anything. And did he even know how vast the background of the fallen immortal island's master was? And even their ancestor of the underworld would not dare to insult that horror, the greatest master of formations, renowned on countless worlds. And the strategic value of a heavenly array master is many times greater than that of an immortal king. And this one great supreme one has changed the course of the war of countless worlds. The messenger remained alive and had no idea that the island of the fallen immortal had such a background. Ming replied that it was a frog in a well, but that meant the ancestor hadn't lied. Mingy hadn't died in vain. And now the first priority is to kill Yu Ling. Anyone capable of inheriting the legacy of the fallen immortal island is no ordinary person. And if he is allowed to grow, he will become a huge threat to their great plan. But suddenly a white light appeared, and the ancestor stood up and asked who dared to invade his Feathergate sect. And he assumed it was Lin. And behind him were tens of thousands of immortals, and now they would watch him die this time. The prince raised his sword and said that the Feathergate sect had rebelled against the heavens by colluding with outsiders, and so today they would carry out justice and exterminate the traitors. Min, hearing these words, was both delighted and angry. He immediately used his powers and transferred some to his warriors. The prince was surprised to see this and asked where the Feathergate sect got so many immortals from. Yuyan also asked how they should fight this. Maybe they should retreat. Shay replied that tens of thousands of true immortals had sealed the space. Even if the master wanted to use the formations now, they wouldn't be able to escape. The ancestor began to laugh and said that times had changed. And not to mention them, the ants, even if all the immortals of Kunlun gathered, his Feathergate sect wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Ming turned to them and asked which of them was Yu Ling. The prince thought that the elder Ye wouldn't act rashly in such a situation, and he needed to find a way to escape. But Lin showed his resilience and stood before them, introducing himself. But he decided to find out what he wanted from him. Min liked this, and he believes that if he kills the heir to the island of the fallen immortal, he will become a hero of his clan. But Lin didn't see him as a threat. Even with a scorched celestial immortal, whose power was suppressed by the Stargate, and he wasn't even worthy of wearing his shoes. But Min said he was seeking death himself, and he used his true power against him. The prince was startled and shouted to Elder Ye to be careful. But Lin stood his ground and didn't flinch, even at the sight of the enormous hand above him. Lin smiled, thinking it was wonderful. He wanted to get a proper taste. What was it like cultivating a heavenly immortal? The system immediately popped up and announced that it had detected the host had encountered an attack from a second heaven celestial immortal enemy. The passive effect of growing stronger when encountering a strong enemy had been activated. Third heaven celestial immortal cultivation had been achieved. It was also discovered that the wearer had encountered an attack from a level 1 immortal. The passive effect of becoming stronger when encountering a strong person had also been activated, and the power of a level 2 immortal had been attained. But Lin stopped him and asked, "Is that all he can do? It's barely enough to catch him." Ming was shocked and couldn't believe it. And also, Lin was also a celestial immortal, and his immortal power was even higher than theirs. One of the warriors started laughing and thought it was a good thing, and so he'd been hiding all this time, and so he could continue like this. The boy was shocked to see this, believing that this hated murderer of his father had become a heavenly immortal while still undergoing his trials. And such a disparity in power might have driven him mad. Ming believed it was the legacy of the fallen immortal island that allowed him to break through to the level of a celestial immortal under such harsh conditions. And they must nip him in the bud, lest he become a mortal threat to their netherworld clan. And the clash of heavenly immortals isn't brute force. Once this space is enveloped in the momentum of their underworld battle formation, the flow of its immortal power will slow by at least 30%. Raising his weapon to the sky, he unleashed his dark magic and cast the formation of a giant python devouring the skies. He then ordered them to close ranks. Ming said his trump cards were still unclear. Could he still be hiding the inherited treasure from the fallen immortal island? His servants also told the others to prepare to use spiritual arts to suddenly attack his sea of consciousness. But Ming felt that to deal with just a heavenly immortal, wasn't that too much of a show of force? The servant covered his ears and replied that caution would keep a ship afloat for 10,000 years. And Ming couldn't imagine how terrible the island of the fallen immortal was. The second servant understood everything and also believed that their commander, as always, was extremely cautious. Ming told Lin to sleep peacefully. Their spiritual power was only level 69, and it was overkill to slaughter chickens. And using the Black Dragon Halberd as the core, one must summon the ominous aura of 10,000 warriors to condense the supreme killing formation of their Netherworld clan. The servants said the structure was a giant python devouring the heavens, and let it devour. And with a profound immortal level commander's artifact, strengthening them, not to mention a third heavenly immortal, they'll even be able to conquer the ninth heaven. And they think dying by the commander's weapon is a blessing for this brat. But the prince was afraid and told Lord Lin to be careful. But Lin raised his hand to the sky and said that the profound immortal level artifact, the Lin sword, was no match for him. Ming was shocked to hear about the profound immortal level artifact. But Lin saw the enemy use a combined formation in response. But Lina wasn't intimidated at all and continued attacking. And Min thought it was all just toys since he'd already played to death. Min asked what this immortal artifact was. Why was its aura so terrifying? And he realized it might actually be real. But Ming said that this was an immortal lord-level artifact. Lin replied that he did indeed possess an immortal-level artifact, and it seemed the legacy of the fallen immortal island was truly incredible. Min asked him if he also knew about the island of the fallen immortal, but he expected this. Although an immortal lord-level artifact is powerful, controlling it while cultivating a celestial immortal would be extremely draining, so he doubted it would last long. Min agreed with this and decided to see what he was really capable of. Let him feint a frontal attack, while Python secretly strikes the cultivators behind him. He'll be forced to divide his attention to save them, and then their profound arts will burst into the breach. Hearing these words, Ming's servants understood what they had to do and were ready to go to the end. Ming gained great strength and immediately began to attack his enemy. The warriors were also shocked and asked what was happening and why it was suddenly rushing towards them. But they were told not to panic. Immortal Lord Yu was here. But even if he blocked it, the shock waves alone could kill them. Lin, seeing this, believed that the enemy was still resorting to petty tricks. Raising his hand, he used his power, and in one fell swoop, he protected his people and blocked the dark force. Ming was not ready to stop and used the power of the dark dragon, directing it at Lin. But he believed that although many tricks were in vain, Ming's servants, seeing this, used even more force to defeat him. Having received the sound wave, he asked why his head was itching a little. Min was delighted by this and believed they had succeeded, and Lin would soon die. Lin stood in front of the dark dragon and did not step back and was ready to fight him. But Lin struck them with his sword and asked them what they had accomplished so far. And what dirty trick had he used this time? Min turned to his men and realized they hadn't touched his sea of consciousness, and why he was completely unharmed. He didn't know how this could be. They'd been knocked back. And worse, he hadn't even noticed the psychic attack. It showed the gulf between them, like heaven and earth. Min cut his hand with his claws and said that even with all his caution, he still underestimated him. And in that case, even if he burns every drop of his blood today, he will still kill him. And he ordered the entire unit to pour their energy into the Black Dragon Halberd, and they will help him destroy the enemy. And this is his supreme art, the bloody dragon annihilating the world. And this time, he refuses to believe he can endure it. Lin put his sword in front of his face and said that this immortal will become serious. Min parried the attack and said it didn't even hurt. Is that all he can do? And he starts laughing, thinking it was all just a bluff. But Lin tells him that his sword doesn't cut his flesh. It cuts the life force that connects him to this world. Seeing this, Min felt like his clothes were simply being torn into small pieces. And he doesn't believe it. Only the Heavenly Dao has the power to cut off life force. But Lin asked how a bug like him could understand the power of this world. Min could do nothing more, and his servants went to work on his destruction. The ancestors said it was all over, and they lost everything, and the Chintz Gate sect was defeated. And the people of Lin began to rejoice and shout that this was the true power of an immortal. He could sweep away his enemies with a single wave of his hand. But Xiao couldn't imagine how it was even possible to directly cut off someone's life force. The prince also said he'd heard that the highest level of swordsmanship isn't about cutting objects. It's about slicing through the past and the future. And the sword can cut off the karma of the past and destroy the future life in order to rewrite the laws of the world. Lin stood there and saw his power increasing and the bright light simply shining through their faces. But the prince saw that Senior Ye was so strong, and his true power was far greater than that. Suddenly, Chen Xiao began to scream in pain. His body began to secrete a strange liquid. The boys turned around and realized it was Chen Xiao. And the Stargate was going out of control, sucking away Chen's solar power. Chen couldn't do anything about it, or even resist the gate. Chen Xiao began to say that this was another army of the underworld. They were all true immortals, and there were a whopping 600,000 of them. Suddenly, Ming Feng, a Stage 2 Heavenly Immortal, emerged from the portal. He immediately called Ming a scoundrel for not waiting for him and bringing his army first. Feng told Ming not to kill them all. He would leave him a few natives to play with. Lin told him not to worry. Min hadn't killed a single person. And why shouldn't he play with the ones standing there first? Feng asked him who he was. He had the nerve to talk to his commander like that. The ancestor approached the commander and said that he must avenge General Wan Jun and their fallen soldiers. And that's what Lin did. He used the legacy of the fallen immortal island to greatly disrupt their plans. It was he who killed Ming Ye's envoy, General Wan, and thousands of their men. The ancestor saw that there was always a way out. No matter how strong Lin was, his strength would eventually run out. And he didn't believe he could withstand a war against so many armies of the underworld. Feng asked him how he dared lie. If everyone was dead, then where were the bodies? Lin attacked the enemy, but Feng dodged, thinking the boy was trying to ambush him. But he was too young for that. But Lin picked up his sword and replied that it was a mistake. He was only showing him where the bodies were. Before Feng could say anything, he began to slowly disappear from this world. Feng realized that their life force had been cut off, and their bodies had turned to dust. He immediately ordered 600,000 soldiers to listen to him, and ordered them to form a 6-phase killing formation and surround him. The servants obeyed the order and replied that they obeyed his command, and they commanded the spiritual avatars to enter their bodies. Lin became curious and asked if they really used their bodies as puppets to summon spiritual avatars. Suddenly, the titanic demon monkey appeared in front of him, but behind him appeared the other avatars, who were about to devour Lin whole. The monkey told Lin that he was the new ruler of the fallen island of immortals, so he should know strange spells. But his 6-phrase killing formation is fueled by the power of 6 Stage 2 Heavenly Immortals and 600,000 true immortals. Even a mystical immortal would have a hard time resisting such might. He ordered Tuo Cha that it would be an honor to die in this formation. Upon receiving the order, he immediately began to carry it out. Yu Yan believed this formation was capable of killing even a mystical immortal. And would the master be able to survive it, he asked. Shev replied that he had to survive. All their hopes were now pinned on him. And he didn't know the outside world was so powerful. His former glory was nothing compared to this. And Lin must not fall. If he survived this, he would become stronger and rise even higher. Lin asked Feng if he dared to boast about a formation that relied on doll avatars. And since they are from the underworld, they never learn. And now he will show them the true transformation of the avatar before their death. And he used an ability called 3 Pure Ones. Having done this, he immediately split into 3 people. Seeing this, the monkey realized that Lin wasn't using puppets or clones. He had transformed natural energy into 2 genuine avatars. One of the Lins picked up a flute, another used a huge cube, and the third held his sword. He shouted, "The massacre begins!" The others were also happy about this and wanted to see who of them could kill more. One of them said he would definitely win, but his brother replied that he was still just as competitive. But one of them apologized for what was about to happen and unleashed a soul-crushing melody attack. The second Lin replied that they were just pretending to be sophisticated. It was he who had the true power, and he unleashed his attack on the enemies. And he ordered his enemy ants to crawl into their coffins. The enemies began to ask for help. After all, they didn't want to die, and they wanted to return to the underworld. Meanwhile, Lin stood in front of the leader himself and was ready to finish him off. Lin told the commander that his strength was insufficient and used his sword to strike him. The monkey replied that he was not a heavenly immortal to control 2 clones and 3 monarch-level artifacts. But Lin started laughing and said that his strength depends on his enemy's limit, and he becomes stronger against the strong. With one blow, Lin simply destroyed the commander's weapon. But the commander got angry and started shouting at Lin that he would kill him, even if it cost him his life. Lin laughed and said that he was very sorry, but his life was worthless. And using combat techniques, he raised his leg and hit the commander right under the chest. The commander couldn't resist one blow and disappeared into the sky. The second Lin suddenly opened his door and shouted that the enemies had also returned. And he's a little bored because he hasn't finished playing yet. Lin looked and thought for a moment. The enemies turned to the immortal and begged for mercy. They were wrong, and they are leaving the gates of Chintz. Lin told Feng that he would spare him today and told him to return and tell his clan. And as long as he lives, no foreigner will invade Kunlun. And if the underworld tries to do it again, he will hunt them all down, no matter how far they are. The warriors began to say that Lin had single-handedly killed 100,000 immortals. He was so powerful. The prince also said that he would hunt down anyone who invaded Kunlun. Feng was shocked and thought he was saying he was getting stronger against the strong. And now he wonders just how powerful he really is. Even the ancestor of the underworld would die if he came here. Did Lin tell him to get out of here? Or did he want to be killed? Feng replied that it wasn't necessary. He was already leaving. And he had to tell his ancestor about this monster, Lina. Meanwhile, Chen kept telling them to pursue. But Feng believed he should take the solar body and close the Stargate. And he understands that if this monster comes to them, their clan will be destroyed. Upon entering the dungeon, Feng told his ancestor that the invasion had failed. A man named Lin had killed 1,000,000 of their soldiers. But the ancestor called him a trash can and thought it was a lame excuse. And he punched him to make him understand. But he told him to forget about it, since the Alliance was currently busy expanding elsewhere. And since the Stargate was closed, they had to ignore it for now. Meanwhile, in the realm of immortals, in the Yuhua Palace, one of the leaders was dissatisfied with the news. And the alien invasion plan in Kunlun failed. But the chieftain asked how this loser from Kunlun managed to stop the army of immortals from the underworld. The leader was Yuhua Sheng, the founder of Yuhua Gate and a venerable immortal. Sheng said he would send his spirit sign down to see what happened. And whoever it was, if they ruined his plan, they would make them regret they were ever born.